for death. Feng Yunhai was angry in his heart. As a core disciple of the Feng family, he knew that the family was ready to match Jianning and Xuanyan Saint Sun. If Jianning was favored by the Xuanyan Holy Sun, even if it was just to become a concubine, then their Feng family will have a greater certainty when they compete for the position of city lord this time. The elder entrusted this matter to him, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. A killing intent flashed in Feng Yunhai's eyes, and he directly reached out and grabbed Long Tianyu's neck, wanting to throw him out. But, face his claws, a layer of red light suddenly appeared on Long Tianyu's body. Whoosh, a low dragon groan sounded. A red dragon phantom appeared directly from Long Tianyu's body. Bang, Feng Yunhai's claw not only did not catch Long Tianyu, but also spat out blood from the mouth of the sudden appearance of the red dragon phantom and retreated one after another. How is that possible? You're just a trash, how could it be? Feng Yunhai was unbelievable. He was a dignified golden pill cultivator, and he was beaten by a waste that could not cultivate and spit out blood. In the main hall, feeling the movement on this side, everyone looked over. The old children of the Feng family were all stunned. Unexpectedly, Long Tianyu was a waste and actually repelled Feng Yunhai. HMPH, Long Tianyu snorted coldly, and a touch of disdain appeared on his face. He couldn't cultivate all these years, but not because he was really a waste. He has the blood of a true dragon, not to mention in such a remote place as the Northern Spirit Domain. Even in the land of Zhongzhou, he is also the top Tiandao. 20 years ago, there was a fight within the Red Dragon family, and as a descendant of the bloodline, he came to this remote Northern Spirit Domain. Before leaving the Red Dragon family, his father sealed the Red Dragon bloodline in his body with the Red Dragon family's supreme Dragon Blood Jade. 20 years is a term. The Dragon Blood Jade will be unsealed. During this period, the Dragon Blood Jade would continue to nourish the Red Dragon bloodline in his body, until the blood of the Red Dragon is cultivated into the blood of the real dragon. True dragon, that is the top existence between heaven and earth. Only exists in legends, even if it just has a true dragon bloodline, is the top Tiandao in the world. Can be invincible to its contemporaries. Today, the 20-year deadline has passed. The true dragon bloodline in his body had begun to recover. Dragon Blood Jade will take the initiative to protect him as the master. Feng Yunhai, a small golden pill, dared to strike at him too. Just now, it was just the Dragon Blood Jade automatic protector who injured him. If he urged the Dragon Blood Jade, Feng Yunhai would have turned into a corpse. Long Tianyu looked at Feng Qianning. In her eyes, she also saw shock. This expression, he is very satisfied. Qianning, in the future, you will know how good and powerful your husband is. Being able to marry me is the luckiest thing in your life. Then, Feng Yuan noticed the movement on this side and hurriedly walked over. Looking at Long Tianyu, her beautiful eyes were slightly cold. This waste, it's a lot of events. Feng Yuan, as Long Tianyu's mother-in-law, naturally looked down on him. When Feng Qianning and Long Tianyu got married, she strongly disagreed. However, after all, she is only Feng Qianning's righteous mother. In the face of Feng Qianning's own grandfather's last words, she was not easy to refuse. As a result, Long Tianyu became her son-in-law of the Feng family. However, for more than 10 years, Tianyu has not been able to cultivate. The entire ice and snow ancient city was mocking him for finding a waste to be his son-in-law. By blinded the ice phoenix bloodline on Feng Qianning's body. Therefore, she specifically left Jianning the opportunity to get along with Yangchen, the Xuanyan Saint Sun, alone. I hope that Jianning can be appreciated by the Xuanyan Holy Sun. After all, with Jianning's talent, only Tiandao such as Xuanyan Saint Sun was matched. But unexpectedly, the carefully planned opportunity was destroyed by this waste son-in-law. What a shame. Long Tianyu, the seed gives you 10 breaths, hurry up and get out of here. Feng Yuan said coldly. Looking at her rich and moving mother-in-law, she once again showed her cold and lofty posture to herself. A faint excitement flashed in Long Tianyu's eyes. The reason why he willingly worked as a son-in-law in the Feng family was that he was insulted by so many people every day. In addition to Feng Qianning, the most important thing is this noble and cold mother-in-law. And he liked his mother-in-law's cold look to him. Every time he felt this cold attitude, he was extremely excited. Because one day sooner, he will. Mother-in-law, I'm Qianning's husband, why can't I stay here? Long Tianyu just spoke. Feng Yuan just drank coldly. Presumptuous. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were full of anger. This waste even dared to question himself. The coercion of the avatar cultivator directly covered Long Tianyu. But, the red dragon shadow on Long Tianyu's body appeared again. This time, the phantom is more solidified. Dragon groans resounded in the hall. Unexpectedly, he helped Long Tianyu resist the coercion of the transformation god realm. What? Long Tianyu actually resisted the coercion of the family master. How is this possible? The head of the family is a cultivator of the avatar god. Isn't this kid a waste bitch? When was it so powerful? Many people in the Feng family were shocked. Long Tianyu was full of pride. The 20-year deadline has arrived. The red dragon bloodline in his body not only became the blood of the true dragon, but also completely unsealed the seal. From now on, he wants to take back all the glory that belongs to him. Qianning is his. This mother-in-law in front of him, who was cold and high on him, was also his. Lord Mother-in-law, Avatar Cultivator, although he stands at the top of the Northern Spirit Domain, it is nothing in Zhongzhou. Even Zhang Tianzong, in Zhongzhou, is just an ordinary force, and it is far from the top. Why would you let Jianning do what she is not willing to do for the sake of a Xuanyan sect? Long Tianyu said confidently. Presumptuous. As soon as these words came out, a cold drink sounded in the hall. Yang Chen came over this time and followed a group of elders. These elders who were hundreds of years old and thousands of years old had lived most of their lives in Zhang Tianzong, and they all valued the reputation of Zhang Tianzong more than their own lives. Sister-in-law, you also dared to insult my Zhang Tianzong. Patriarch Feng, this is your Feng's way of hospitality. An old man who had cultivated for the 10th weight of the Yuan infant opened his mouth and drank angrily. Feng Yuan's face suddenly froze. Looking at Long Tianyu's beautiful eyes, the anger was even worse. Her Feng family urgently needed the support of Zhang Tianzong. We had a good conversation just now. However, a few words from this kid annoyed an elder of the Xuanyan sect's 10 heavy realm. Elder Wei is furious, Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Elder Wei glanced at Yang Chen and found that the Holy Sun did not stop himself, and immediately knew that this was also the meaning of the Holy Sun. So he said in a deep voice, Patriarch Feng, my Xuanyan sect, it's not something that any cat or dog can insult. If it were someone else, it would have turned into a corpse at this time. Feng Yuan's heart sank. Beautiful eyes looked at Long Tianyu. She also wanted to kill Long Tianyu directly. However, this kid is the son-in-law of the Feng family after all. If he killed it directly, in the future, the Feng family would not be able to raise their heads completely in front of Zhang Tianzong. Although she needed to befriend Zhang Tianzong, as the head of the Feng family, she also wanted to maintain the independence of the Feng family. So he said in a deep voice, Long Tianyu, you insulted Zhang Tianzong, your sin cannot be forgiven. Kneel down and apologize to all the Taoists of Xuanyan sect, I can save you from death today. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, let my son-in-law kneel, Zhang Tianzong is also worthy. The voice fell, and a red-robed figure appeared in the hall. The body exudes a strong aura. It was much stronger than Elder Wei, who was 10 heavy in the Yuan infant. Then, bowed directly to Long Tianyu and saluted, meet Gongzi. This scene shocked everyone in the hall. A tenfold cultivator actually bowed towards Long Tianyu. Isn't he just a son-in-law? Feeling the shocked gazes around him, Long Tianyu was very proud in his heart. Originally, I wanted to continue to hide my identity for a while. But now, this shit Xuanyan Saint son is here. Fortunately, he didn't pretend. Gently raise your palm. Elder Zhang doesn't have to be polite. The red-robed old man got up, and then said coldly. The northern spirit domain is just a remote small domain of the Kunlun realm. What should I do if I insult you? Let my son-in-law kneel, Zhang Tianzong, I'm afraid you don't have this qualification. Presumptuous. Elder Wei's body exploded. A strong aura pervaded the hall. Yang Chen looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved. This should be the original plot line. The villain pursues Feng Qianning, and Long Tianyu, the destiny of heaven, is jealous. It began to show its remarkableness. A half-step god protector appears. Slap the villain in the face. The heroine was surprised and gradually became favorable. But now, this plot is destined to change, because he, the villain, is not brainless. Second, the cultivator of the half-step god can't pretend to be forced in front of him. Good one is not qualified. Yang Chen stepped forward and said coldly. Since your excellency is so powerful, why don't you let this Xuanyan sect holy son ask your excellency's high moves? Junior, it's up to you. A Xuanyan saint son can still run amok in the northern spirit domain, and out of the northern spirit domain, it is nothing. The red-robed old man's tone was disdainful. Li Ma Zhao, but the words were just finished. A magic mountain fell from the sky, directly suppressed the red-robed old man below. Although the magic mountain is only a phantom, it unleashes infinite demonic power. It seems to suppress heaven and earth. It's heart-wrenching. How daring. The red-robed old man drank loudly and was about to break free. However, the magic mountain contains infinite power of banning and suppression. He used all his strength to break free. What does this mean? The red-robed old man was a little flustered. This kind of magical power, which contains the powerful power of suppressing and banning, he has never seen it in Zhongzhou for thousands of years. At this time, a green lotus also bloomed. Wrap him directly in it. Cyan flame surged out. In an instant, the area where the black-robed old man was located turned into a sea of fire. The scorching heat directly swept the entire hall. The floor, stone pillars, and even the top of the hall melted into nothingness in an instant. Even the spiritual energy in heaven and earth was being burned. If it weren't for Feng Yuan releasing a true chi barrier in time, protecting the surrounding Feng family disciples. The terrifying heat can directly melt them. Ah. It's a different fire. A harsh voice came from the demon mountain in the green lotus. True chi fluctuated violently, but it could not break free from the suppression of the demon mountain at all, and could only withstand the incineration of foreign fire. Ah, bastard. Ah, spare your life, spare your life, spare your life. Spare your life. A harsh voice resounded throughout the hall. It seems to be mixed with endless pain and fear, but only after a moment. The sound faded away. Then, the demon mountain shadow and the alien fire green lotus that seemed to suppress heaven and earth gradually faded and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. And on the ground, there is only a layer of black ash. A monk with 10 births. Just like that, burned to ashes. Looking at a layer of black ash on the ground, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. A group of elders of Xuanyan sect were still a little prepared. After all, they knew about Yang Chen's defeat of the great elder of the Blood Dao Gate. But some elder disciples of the Feng family, at this time, their eyes were full of fear. Whether it is the Yuan infant tenfold or the half-step transformation god, in their Feng family, or even in the ice and snow ancient city, they are all absolute big people. In addition to the patriarchs of the 3 major families, Yuan Yingxiju was already the top cultivator. But it was directly incinerated into a layer of black ash. Not even the ability to resist. His Royal Highness the Holy Son, who was still smiling kindly, like a humble gentleman. The means turned out to be so terrible. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. The cultivators of the half-step transformation god realm were only one step away from the transformation god realm. Although this step is difficult to step over, but a cultivator in this realm, even her, could not kill so easily. However, in the hands of the Xuanyan Saint Son, there was not a trace of resistance. Zan Lingshuang, what kind of evil are you teaching to derive? The realm of the Yuan infant eightfold already has the strength to not lose the god realm. Is this going against the sky, and in this field? Only Long Tianyu, his eyes were red. Elder Zhang. Long Tianyu's voice was hoarse and full of grief. Elder Zhang, who had been in charge of guarding him, a half-step transformation god cultivator, was killed like this. Long Tianyu looked at Yang Chen. His eyes were full of resentment. Bastards, Elder Zhang risked his death to bring me to the northern spirit domain. And silently guarded me for 20 years. Although I am a master and servant, we are the same father and son. Just like that, killed. Long Tianyu clenched his fists. His eyes looked at Yang Chen deadly. I secretly swore in my heart. Elder Zhang, don't worry, when I succeed in cultivation, I will definitely slaughter the entire Xuanyan sect and accompany you to the burial. Ding, the host killed Long Tianyu guardian Zhang Lao. Long Tianyu was hit, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Long Tianyu chi luck value 2000 points, the host obtained the villain value 2000 points. Closing square bracket. The system sound came. Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. Not bad, another 2000 villains are worth it. But, today's drama can't be so simple to end. He can take the opportunity to harvest a wave of the 353 sons of destiny, but he can't easily let him go. Yang Chen glanced at the Feng Yunhai beside him, although there is no expression in the eyes. However, this glance was he testing Feng Yunhai. This guy is a villain at first glance. If it's exciting enough, you might as well take him as a dogleg. Feng Yunhai noticed Yang Chen's eyes. Suddenly his heart turned, and he immediately understood, and directly shouted coldly at Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu, you insulted Zhang Tianzong, your sin is unforgivable. Just now the head of the family said, kneel down and count out to apologize, you can avoid death. You still don't kneel down and apologize. Good, good. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kid is a competent dogleg. It can be cultivated later. As soon as Feng Yunhai's words came out, Long Tianyu's forehead burst with green tendons. Kill Zhang Lao, and also kneel down and apologize yourself. Too much deception. Long Tianyu's gaze was fierce. He is a descendant of the Red Dragon family, possess the blood of a true dragon. In the future, it will surely traverse the land of Zhongzhou and become the supreme. Now, to force him to kneel and kowtow. Delusion. Long Tianyu, what are you waiting for this waste? It is your honor to kowtow to His Highness the Sun. Feng Yunhai continued to drink. You step on a horse to find death. Long Tianyu's eyes were hideous, directly urging the dragon blood jade. A red dragon phantom appeared and rushed towards the Phoenix Cloud Sea. Poof, although Feng Yunhai is the Jindan realm. But his positioning is a little villain responsible for beating. How to block Long Tianyu's attack? Directly vomit blood again and retreat. Presumptuous. Then, Yang Chen drank coldly. On the body, a golden dragon shadow emerged. Whoosh, a dragon groan sounded, contains endless coercion. Dragons and phoenixes are all overlords in the demon clan. The demon race values bloodline the most. Yang Chen has the backbone of the Taiku divine dragon. The dragon power released is not weak to the real dragon. Long Wei swept the entire hall. The people of the Feng family, strictly speaking, all have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. In the face of the supreme dragon power, the Ice Phoenix bloodline in the body was trembling. All of them felt the urge to kneel. However, this dragon power, BACF, did not target them. Instead, he rushed straight to Long Tianyu. 20 years of nourishment of dragon blood jade, although the red dragon bloodline in his body condensed into true dragon blood. But, after all, it only contains some true dragon blood. It's a far cry from a real dragon. Poof, Long Tianyu could no longer withstand this vast dragon power, and directly weakened his knees and knelt on the ground. The floor was crushed in 2 pieces. Ah, why? Long Tianyu roared lowly, his face covered with green tendons. The true dragon blood in his body couldn't withstand the dragon power released by this bastard, and he knelt down. Could this bastard be the body of a real dragon? Long Tianyu, as the son of destiny, has his own pride. Do not allow yourself to kneel to anyone, trying to struggle to get up. However, despite all his strength, he could not lift his knees. That vast dragon power made his blood tremble. Above the body, it is like pressing a giant mountain. Bang! At this time, a large footprint stepped directly on his face. Feng Yunhai was just beaten by Long Tianyu, a son-in-law, in front of the entire family, and vomited blood and retreated. He was already angry. At this time, he just wanted to rub Long Tianyu fiercely. Enjoy the thrill of revenge. Aren't you awesome? Stand up, you look like a dog on your knees. Feng Yunhai's big footprint stepped on Long Tianyu's head, rubbing back and forth. Ah, Long Tianyu roared hoarsely, and his heart was extremely suffocated. It was just a matter of kneeling down by Yang Chen's bastard. Was also trampled under the feet of the waist of Feng Yunhai. Rubbing back and forth, the key thing is that Jianning and the mother-in-law are watching. His most humiliating scene was seen by the 2 most beloved women. Sao Nima, Feng Yunhai, I must kill you. Although Long Tianyu has been a son-in-law for more than 10 years, he has not suffered such humiliation. Dare to speak out, your backers are all dead, what will kill me? Isn't Yi's shoes fragrant? Feng Yunhai's face was crazy and extremely arrogant. It is very consistent with the description of brainless villains in the article. Ding, the host forced Long Tianyu to kneel. Long Tianyu's mood was seriously damaged. Long Tianyu's luck value was 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Ding, Feng Yunhai stepped on Long Tianyu, rubbing back and forth. Long Tianyu's mood was seriously damaged. Long Tianyu's luck value was 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 2,000 points. Read violent novels, go on Philo Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Well, Yang Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Directly harvested 4,000 chi luck points. This wave is a big harvest. Feng Yunhai's dog-legged villain's assist is good. Then, Feng Qianning watched Long Tianyu being trampled underfoot, and he couldn't bear it in his heart. After all, it was her nominal husband. After more than 10 years of getting along, although there is no contact, the 2 can be regarded as ordinary friends. Feng Qianning looked at her mother, seeing that she didn't mean to stop it. She knew that Long Tianyu had collided with Zhan Tianzong. The mysterious half-step transformation god cultivator just now was directly killed. Now it's my mother, and I don't dare to say anything more. Feng Qianning looked at Yang Chen. After hesitating, he tentatively said, Your Highness Holy Son, Tianyu has already been punished for speaking badly. Please also ask the Holy Son to raise his noble hand to spare him this time. Yang Chen glanced at Feng Qianning, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Brother Yunhai, how can Long Tianyu say that he is also Miss Qianning's nominal husband, or give Miss Qianning a face? Get your feet off his face. Yang Chen's words fell, and Feng Yunhai stopped. But Long Tianyu still had difficulty getting up. The coercion from the depths of his bloodline still pressed him hard, making him unable to move. Thank you, His Highness the Sun. Feng Qianning's beautiful eyes were a little happy. Unexpectedly, he just said it tentatively, and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun let Tianyu go. Miss Qianning is polite. We had a good conversation just now, I still have to give this face. Yang Chen said with a smile. The smile on his face is kind, and he is personable, like a peerless son. It was completely different from the ruthlessness of refining and killing that Yuan infant tenfold cultivator just now. Feng Qianning's fair cheek suddenly appeared to blush. A flash of shyness flashed in my heart, a little afraid to look Yang Chen directly in the eyes. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan was overjoyed in her heart. It seems that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is quite satisfied with his daughter. I couldn't help but give Feng Qianning a look. Sensing his mother's eyes, Feng Qianning suddenly noticed. If it were normal, she would be a little resistant. But now, it is natural to raise a glass of wine and say, Your Highness the Holy Sun, you don't plan with Tianyu. Jianning toasts you with a glass of wine and makes amends for him. Okay, Yang Chen did not refuse. Toasted and touched it. The 2 drank it all at once, seeing that Xuantian Saint Sun did not mean to blame the Feng family in the slightest. In the main hall, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Several Feng patriarch elders pulled the elders of the Xuantian sect and began to reminisce. Only Long Tianyu, kneeling on the ground, a large shoe print on his face was clearly visible. It is incompatible with the style in the main hall. Damn bastard, I'm going to kill you. Long Tianyu roared lowly. The eyes are hideous, hate in the heart. Originally, today he was ready to show his true self to Jianning. From the land of Zhongzhou, have a true dragon bloodline. It's peerless Tianzhou, but he was pressed to kneel on the ground and did not get up. Watching his wife talk to the bastard who forced him to kneel, toast and drink together. Moreover, his wife's face was still full of shy redness. Yang Chen, I must kill you when I step on the horse. I must crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. My Sao Nimas, Long Tianyu was mad in his heart. Ding, the host let Long Tianyu continue to kneel, drinking and chatting with his wife Feng Qianning in front of him. Long Tianyu's state of mind was damaged, and Long Tianyu, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. After the banquet, Yang Chen and Feng Yuan went to a temple together. Holy son, Sect Master Xuantian should have told you about our two marriages. Feng Yuan is dressed in a palace costume, with a plump posture and a beautiful woman's charm. The voice exudes an elegant and gentle voice, which is very beautiful. Good, Master, and I mentioned it before I came. Yang Chen nodded. Then what is the impression of the Holy Sun on the little girl? I don't know if the little girl can enter the eye of the Holy Sun. Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Beautiful eyes like water, on waves. Miss Qianning is very good, it's just that they're already married. Yang Chen's tone was a little regretful. Hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately said. Holy Sun, rest assured, Qianning and Long Tianyu are a formal marriage. Although they have been married for more than 10 years, they have always kept their distance. As long as the Holy Sun is willing, I can be the master and expel Long Tianyu, the son-in-law, from our Feng family. Feng Yuan's voice was a little eager. Seeing the strength of the Xuantian saint son today, she was shocked. The Yuan infant yay, but it has more strength than the ordinary gods. Such talent is simply unheard of. Behind him stood behemoths like Zan Tianzong and Zan Lingshuang, a terrifying woman. If you have his support, then he won the position of city lord, it can be said that he is stable. However, Yang Chen shook his head. Senior Feng, don't be difficult for strongmen. Miss Qianning and Long Tianyu have been married for more than 10 years, why do you have to break them up? The purpose of the people under has always been to tear down 10 temples rather than tear down a single marriage. This, Feng Yuan's eyebrows suddenly frowned slightly, and she didn't understand Yang Chen's meaning. Holy Sun, if our two families marry, in the falling snow mountain range in the future, the influence of Zan Tianzong can also be greatly enhanced. Ice and Snow Ancient City is also a top power, and Qianning is even more with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. The Holy Sun has dragon blood in his body, and if he and Qian can become a Taoist, it can be said that it is a match made in heaven. Feng Yuan thought that Yang Chen could have looked down on their Feng family, so she hurriedly said. But Yang Chen waved his hand. Senior Feng, the Ice Phoenix bloodline, you also have it. Therefore, the marriage does not necessarily have to be Miss Qianning, a married woman. Huh, Feng Yuan was suddenly stunned. Dai frowned slightly. What does the sun mean? Yang Chen turned around and looked at her beautiful eyes full of charm, and the corners of his mouth hooked a curve. Senior Feng, what you mean is that you didn't marry either. So, why can't it be you who come to marry? P.S. The new book is not easy on the road, please support all readers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Subscription request. What? Feng Yuan was suddenly stunned. The red lips opened slightly, and the dignified jade face was full of surprise. Let her marry. She heard it right. She is the head of the Feng family, Qianning's mother. After the surprise, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a stunned color. If others dared to say this, she would definitely slap it directly. However, these words came from the mouth of Yang Chen, the Xuantian saint's son. She could only endure it. After all, she urgently needed the support of Zan Tianzong now. Holy Sun, no kidding. Hansa has lived for thousands of years, and can be regarded as an old woman. Although Feng Yuan still had beautiful eyes and smiles, her voice was a little heavier, and she also called herself the main seed. I hope Yang Chen can get serious. However, Yang Chen shook his head and said. Senior Feng said and smiled, you are not old at all. Although I have been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, after experiencing the precipitation of the years, it will only be more charming. This point is far from comparable to Miss Qianning. In the hearts of the late generation, the Feng generation is more attractive than Miss Renning. Yang Chen's bold words made Feng Yuan directly stunned. This kind of words, if it is said to Qianning's kind of girl, it may be praised. However, when it came to her, it was naked and thin. She is his master's friend, an elder. Feng Yuan originally thought that Yang Chen had joked when he said that he wanted her to marry just now. But now these explicit words are no longer a joke. This is teasing him lightly. Feng Yuan's senses towards Yang Chen changed drastically. I didn't expect that behind his humble gentleman, it turned out to be like this. The voice couldn't help but be a lot colder. Holy Sun, please respect yourself. After all, the seed is the head of the Feng family, and he is also a friend of your master. According to the generation, you should call me Aunt Feng. It's too inappropriate to talk like that. Aunt Feng. Yang Chen suddenly smiled. This woman is very good at assisting. The sound of Aunt Feng actually made him feel an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Holy Sun, Qianning is still a virgin, even in the Ice and Snow Ancient City, there are not a few young Tianzhao who want to marry her. Long Tianyu, this so-called husband, is only nominal. Hansa can dissolve the relationship between them tonight. Moreover, the seed can see that Qianning that girl has a good impression of the Holy Sun, and this move is not a difficult move. Feng Yuan suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart and continued to say softly. I hope that Yang Chen can marry Qianning according to the plan. However, Yang Chen shook his head. Senior Feng, after saying that, there is no need to break up Miss Qianning and Long Tianyu. Moreover, although Miss Qianning is beautiful, she is too young and does not like this type in Sha. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but ask. So what type do you like? There are many beautiful cultivators of my Feng family, as long as you want, you can go and choose. Hansa can marry him to you. What type do you like? Yang Chen smiled when he heard this. Of course, Senior Feng likes Senior Feng's appearance. Women who have experienced the precipitation of time will have more taste. Moreover, Senior Feng has been practicing alone for thousands of years, isn't it lonely? You, presumptuous. Feng Yuan couldn't bear it anymore, and drank coldly directly. On the dignified and jade face, it was full of anger. She didn't expect that Yang Chen, the Xuantian Holy Sun, looked humble and gentleman, but turned out to be a shameless womanizer. He dared to hit her with the idea. She is his master's friend. Cultivating for more than 1,000 years, becoming a god cultivator. How can it be so frivolous and profane? What's more, it's such a junior as him. If Senior Feng is unwilling, Senior Feng will not force it. The matter of marriage, let's stop here, Yang Chen said with a regretful face. In fact, the reason why he took the opportunity to blackmail Feng Yuan was not that he really liked her very much. Graceful is just one aspect. More is directed at Long Tianyu, the son of destiny. After all, Feng Yuan is Long Tianyu's mother-in-law. If you want to call Long Tianyu a ewer, there's only this way. Moreover, if he can become Long Tianyu's father-in-law, then he can definitely reap his luck again. That kid still has more than 20,000 points of luck on him. Feng Yuan frowned at this time. If it's normal, just leave it at that. She is the head of the Feng family, a cultivator of the Avatar God, and also a person with a temper. But now, the battle for the position of city lord was imminent, and without the support of Zhang Tianzong, she hardly had any certainty of competing for the position of city lord. After all, the Lan family and the Bai family have been constantly marrying in the past 100 years, and they are already close to forming an alliance. Under the joint hand, their Feng family had no chance of victory. Seeing Feng Yuan's brows furrowed and her face embarrassed, Yang Chen's mouth slightly hooked, and continued. Senior Feng, as far as I know, the current situation of the Feng family is very bad. The strength of the Lan family patriarch Lan Qingshan has reached the transformation god triplex, and he is the strongest of your three patriarchs. Zero asks for flowers. If the position of city lord this time is obtained by him, then he can enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm, and it may not be a problem to step into the middle stage of the transformation god at that time. Senior Feng, that Lan family patriarch seems to have always wanted you to be his Taoist. Moreover, if Lan Qingshan really becomes the city lord, with his means, using your Feng family as a threat, can you still refuse? Gee, if the elder is not mistaken, Lan Qingshan seems to be more than 2,000 years old, and his appearance seems to be extremely ugly. If Senior Feng is committed to him, then the scene is really unimaginable. Before Yang Chen came, he had already done a detailed investigation of the three major families of Ice and Snow Ancient City. Zhang Tianzong's intelligence ability is also quite excellent. In the Ice and Snow Ancient City, and even among the three major families of Blue and White Phoenix, there are many spies in dark chess. After all, the Ice and Snow Ancient City, although it is a city of ice and snow, is cold and cold. But it is the only top force in the Falling Snow Mountain Range. Almost all of the icy attribute heavenly treasures abundant in the Falling Snow Mountain Range flowed into the Ice and Snow Ancient City. Such a fragrant gluttony, how could Zhang Tianzong not insert a foot? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Feng Yuan's body trembled lightly, and her face changed slightly. Because Yang Chen was right, if Lan Qingshan became the city lord of the Ice and Snow Ancient City, then the situation of their Feng family would indeed be difficult. Moreover, that old thing in Lan Qingshan has proposed more than once that he wants to marry her. If he is made the city lord by that old thing, enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm. Once you step into the middle stage of the avatar, then their Feng family would no longer have the power to resist. At that time, for the sake of the family, she may only have to make compromises. Agreed to his conditions and married him. Thinking of the ugly and dry old thing like an old treetop, she felt a pang of nausea in her heart and wanted to vomit. Every time she saw his smile, she got goosebumps. If he is really forced to agree to marry that old thing as a Taoist couple at that time, then she is not angry, but has a dead heart. Looking at the change in Feng Yuan's expression, Yang Chen knew that what he said just now reached this beautiful woman's heart. Now, it's time to add to the fire. So, Yang Chen's gaze swept around Feng Yuan's delicate body and said positively. So, Senior Feng, you don't want to marry Lan Qingshan or let the Feng family fall here. You, Yang Chen, the seed really misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be a despicable villain who took advantage of people's danger. Feng Yuan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and said directly in a cold voice. Because of anger, there were waves under his neck. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly narrowed. Feng Yuan, she is really a person as her name suggests. Noticing Yang Chen's presumptuous eyes, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, full of shame. Yang Chen, take care of your eyes. With a cold snort, he hurriedly turned sideways. However, this side gave Yang Chen a different perspective. Seen horizontally, there are peaks on the side of the ridge, and the heights and lows are different near and far. Good poetry, good poetry. Yang Chen groaned. What good poetry? Feng Yuan frowned and asked. Huh, nothing. Yang Chen smiled. Senior Feng, I don't know, how did you think about it? Me, Hansa. Feng Yuan's expression was a little tangled. If she didn't get the support of Zhang Tianzong, then she would indeed be struggling. It is even possible to be forced to marry that old thing in Lan Qingshan. But, if you agree to Yang Chen's bastard's conditions, the head of his own Feng family, the cultivator of the transformation god, and he married a junior. If this is said, is it not laughed at by the world? Moreover, he was his teacher's friend, belongs to the elders. It is also too shameful to marry him. Phoenix, 007, you and you wrong is full of entanglements. Yang Chen looked at it in his eyes and knew that her heart had actually been shaken. As a big villain, after the last coercion and lured Zhao Shuru into submission, Yang Chen was already familiar with the routine of beating a mallet and giving a sweet date. Just now, he used Lan Qingshan's ugly monster in the future of the Feng family to threaten. Now, it's time to give her some favors. Yang Chen continued. Senior Feng should have awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Nonsense. Feng Yuan gave him a blank look when she heard this. Of course, she awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Who doesn't know about this matter in the entire Northern Spirit domain? Yang Chen was also not angry and continued. Senior Feng, just above the main hall, you should feel that the elder Feng has dragon blood in his body. Yang Chen said, urging the divine dragon backbone in his body. Suddenly, a vast dragon power permeated out. Previously, in the main hall, although Yang Chen also released this dragon power. However, at that time, it was aimed at Long Tianyu. Others didn't feel much coercion. At this moment, the vast dragon power directly permeated out, straight towards Feng Yuan. Suddenly, Feng Yuan only felt that the Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body was trembling. It was a fear that came from the depths of my blood. It made her want to kneel. Feng Yuan's face was full of disbelief. She's a monk. Even if she was at the peak of the Avatar God, she couldn't make her feel the urge to kneel just by virtue of her momentum. Not to mention Yang Chen, a Yuan baby A, are you the body of a true dragon? Feng Yuan could barely endure the bloodline coercion that rushed to her face, and her jade face changed slightly, and she said in a deep voice. She thought of a legendary physique. True dragon body. It is rumored that among the Terrans, a true dragon body will be born. After Dacheng, it can be compared to a pure-blooded true dragon. Good. The late generation is indeed the body of a true dragon. Or rather, stronger than the body of a true dragon. Yang Chen was not wrong in saying this. The Taiku divine dragon backbone in his body had transformed his physical body to an absolute loss of the true dragon body. And with his physical body, with his Qinglian Tianyan, he may be stronger than the true dragon. Senior Feng can tell you a secret. The true dragon body of the late generation can help a cultivator with the Ice Phoenix bloodline awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body. Dragons and phoenixes are the same demon overlords, and they are already connected. True dragon blood, true dragon essence are all infinitely useful things. Senior Feng, think about it, if the Feng family has 7 or 8, or even more than 10 cultivators who have awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline in the future, what a grand situation it will be. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in full of shock. Can you awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline? Seriously? Yang Chen knew that this beautiful woman had taken the bait. Of course, Yang Chen nodded confidently. Shu Qingshan, who came with the elders, has the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, but he has not awakened. Then I helped it awaken. Senior Feng should be able to feel it. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered. She did indeed find the girl who had also awakened the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Originally, I wanted to discuss with Yang Chen whether I could let that girl stay in the Feng family in the future. Unexpectedly, it was this bastard who helped him awaken. Senior Feng, you have to think about it. Senior Feng, give Senior Feng half a moment. If he doesn't agree, then Senior Feng won't mention it. Yang Chen gave a half-time request, that is, to use the urgency of time to make a quick decision. Feng Yuan's heart was extremely entangled at this time. It seems that she agreed to Yang Chen's conditions and used herself to marry him, which is beneficial to her and to the Feng family. First of all, you can get rid of the entanglement of the old thing in Lanqingshan. Moreover, the Feng family and Xuanyan sect are deeply bound, and it is more possible to become the Lord of Ice and Snow City, and it will be more beneficial in the future. The most important thing is that Yang Chen can help the cultivators of the Feng family awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline. If there are 5 or 6 avatar gods in the Feng family in the future, then just by relying on his Feng family, he can become a top power. Merely, what to do with Qianning? After this day, she also saw it. Qianning, that girl had a very good impression of Yang Chen. If she knew that Yang Chen was about to become her stepfather. So Qianning, can it withstand this blow? Alas, Feng Yuan patted her wrinkled white forehead. The rise and fall of the family is just around the corner. How can he only care about personal honor and disgrace and Qianning's feelings of that girl? As the head of a family, family must come first. Feng Yuan made a decision in her heart. Beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, this seed can promise to marry you. However, if you want to promise this seed, you must help this seed become the city lord of the Ice and Snow ancient city at all costs. And I also want to awaken no less than 10 Ice Phoenix bloodlines in my body for my Feng family disciples. Of course, Yang Chen nodded. Help Feng Yuan become the city lord, you will naturally do it. Moreover, if the marriage object has the identity of the city lord of the Ice and Snow ancient city, wouldn't that be more fulfilling? And most importantly, it is to enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm after becoming a city lord. According to legend, it was left by the Ice Phoenix that descended in the Ice and Snow ancient city tens of thousands of years ago for its bloodline descendants. Each city lord can enter one of them once. The city lords of the Ice and Snow ancient city, without exception, were all cultivators of the transformation god realm. Therefore, every time the city lord changes, is the time of the last year. During this period, in the Ice Phoenix secret realm, I don't know how many heavenly treasures were born. The previous city lord was rumored to have entered it in the triple realm of the god of transformation. After coming out, he reached the fourfold of the god of transformation. Soon after, he even reached the fivefold of avatar. It can be said that as long as you become a city lord, after entering the Ice Phoenix secret realm, you will have an opportunity to greatly improve your strength. This shows that the secret realm must not be simple. Moreover, according to the original plot, Long Tianyu must have helped Feng Yuan, the mother-in-law, become the city lord. Then Long Tianyu will most likely enter it. After all, such a secret realm, generally speaking, is an opportunity for the children of destiny. Therefore, this opportunity, Yang Chen had to take it for Long Tianyu. Wrong, you can't call Long Tianyu anymore. That's too much. Need to call Yuer. 0. After all, Feng Yuan had already agreed to marry him. Well, he has now also become a person with status. And this identity is Yuer's father-in-law, oblivious. Yuer will be very happy after she knows it. After all, he had been worried about Feng Yuan's mother-in-law for a long time. Moreover, he must also shout his father-in-law to his own villain. It's a thrill to think about. Yang Chen, what are you laughing at? Isn't it because Hansa agreed to marry you? As for being so proud. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses. Eyebrows slightly raised. This woman is a little untidy. You don't really feel important, do you? Then, Yang Chen's mind was released, and he noticed a sneaky figure outside the hall. I can't help but have a playful look in my eyes. Yuer really cares about Feng Yuan, the mother-in-law. Just knelt in the main hall, and came to follow. Hee. Since Yuer is here, so as a father-in-law, isn't it a bit excessive not to give him a gift? Thinking of this, Yang Chen walked straight to Feng Yuan's side. Before she could react, he took her into his arms. Ah, Yang Chen, what are you doing? Let go of the Hansa. Feng Yuan shouted angrily. The true qi on his body surged and he was directly about to shake Yang Chen. But, when the true qi touched Yang Chen's body, it was directly absorbed by his body without causing a trace of damage. Feng Yuan was shocked. Are you a physical cultivator? Good, Yang Chen nodded. The elder is the body of a true dragon, of course, it is a physical cultivation. You, bastard, let go of the Hansa. Feng Yuan cursed slowly. However, Yang Chen had no intention of letting go. Feeling the fullness and roundness in his arms, this feeling was completely different from before, and Yang Chen's heart was also very comfortable. Whispered in her ear, Senior Feng, we are all about to get married, do you care about this touch? Just a moment, bastard. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth, and her cheeks and neck turned red. Feel the strong masculine aura on Yang Chen's body. I only feel my cheeks hot and my heart beating faster. After 1,000 years of cultivation alone, no man has ever touched her. Now he is held in his arms by Yang Chen. Only a tingling sensation spread throughout the body. 0.2 makes her a little weak. Is this the arms of men? Although this guy is quite a bastard, his chest is still quite strong. Moreover, he looks quite handsome. Compared to the old bark of Lanqingshan, he is boundless. A strange emotion gradually rose in Feng Yuan's heart. The true qi surging in his body also slowly dissipated. And at this time, Long Tianyu, who was standing sneakily outside the hall, looked at his mother-in-law and was actually held in Yang Chen's arms. Suddenly, his face turned blue all of a sudden. Clench your fists. The forehead is bruised. Ah, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Let go of your thief for me. Long Tianyu was angry in his heart. Feng Yuan is his. It can only be his. He was willing to be a son-in-law in the Feng family for more than 10 years, for the sake of the mother-in-law who was high and always cold to him. Even Feng Qianning, the wife, can only exist as a foil in this regard. But now, his dream, was held in the arms of Yang Chen's damn bastard. Ding, the host hugged Feng Yuan, was witnessed by Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapsed, plundering the son of heavenly destiny. Long Tianyu's luck value was 3,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 3,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, hearing the voice of the system in his mind, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Just hugged Feng Yuan and plundered 3,000 chi luck points. It seems that Yuer is really sad. Yuer. It's not right for you to do that. This is your mother-in-law. How can you be so possessive? At this time, Long Tianyu looked sad and indignant. I only felt endless anger in my chest. His eyes stared at Yang Chen. This damn bastard first made eye contact with Qianning. He killed Zhang Lao, who had been guarding himself. He also forced himself to kneel in public. Now, he even hugs his mother-in-law. Hateful. Mother-in-law, she must have been forced. Long Tianyu could only see Feng Yuan's plump back and couldn't see her facial expression clearly. But he just thought that Feng Yuan must have been persecuted. Because his mother-in-law has always been high, cold and arrogant and has never been pretentious to men. After more than 10 years as a son-in-law in the Feng family, he had never seen any man who had physical contact with his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, Long Tianyu shouted directly, suddenly. Held by Yang Chen in his arms, he had given up the struggle, and Feng Yuan, who was quietly feeling Yang Chen's arms, his beautiful eyes suddenly opened. Ah, Feng Yuan exhaled, then hurriedly pushed Yang Chen away. Sure enough, it was really persecuted. Long Tianyu secretly said in his heart that he was witty. The shouting just now was really just right, relieved his mother-in-law. If it is not good, in the future, the mother-in-law will treat her son-in-law well. Long Tianyu thought in his heart and then walked into the hall. Feng Yuan's face was blushing at this time, and her heart was shy and flustered. Just now, he was forcibly held in his arms by Yang Chen. She would have been struggling, but then, for some reason, I gradually gave up. Moreover, I closed my eyes and felt it. Abominable. Feng Yuan was embarrassed in her heart. What's wrong with yourself this ten? This bastard is obviously forcibly embracing himself. But myself, why are you immersed in it? Is it really as he said, practicing alone for 1,000 years, lonely? No way, when pigs fly. This seed has transformed the power of God, cultivated the Tao for thousands of years, and how resolute the Tao heart is. How can you be seduced by the hug of a junior? The reason why this seed compromised just now is completely for the sake of the family. It was Yang Chen, the bastard, who could bring great benefits to the Feng family, and this seed agreed to marry him. Finally, let it hug. Feng Yuan forcibly convinced herself. Turned around and looked at Long Tianyu, who shouldn't have been here. The jade face, which was originally full of shyness, instantly became cold. Long Tianyu, this is this palace, who let you in? Get out, Feng Yuan said coldly directly. The beautiful eyes are full of boredom from above. This expression is actually the same as usual. After all, as a mother-in-law, how can she have a good face for her son-in-law? If it was before Yang Chen came, Feng Yuan showed this expression to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu will be excited. After all, he liked the way his mother-in-law looked at him condescendingly and coldly. But now, thinking of the unattainable mother-in-law who was unattainable just now, she was held in the arms of Yang Chen's bastard. And when facing himself, he became this tall and cold face. Long Tianyu didn't have a trace of excitement in his heart. Yes, just humiliated and unwilling. Damn it, Long Tianyu's face was distorted. Secretly cursed in my heart. Slut, if Lao Su hadn't suddenly appeared, Yang Chen's damn bastard would have released you. Chung Qian was cold to Lao Su, but he was hugged by Yang Chen's bastard, and he didn't dare to resist. Long Tianyu, don't you hurry up and get out yet. Feng Yuan said coldly again. She was angry when she saw Long Tianyu now. I feel that the reason why Yang Chen gave up Qianing is because of the existence of this damn son-in-law. The head of her clan and the monk of the gods was forced to agree to the marriage. If it weren't for the influence of scruples, Feng Yuan really wanted to slap this eye-catching son-in-law to death with a palm now. Although he was scolded by Feng Yuan pointing at his nose, Long Tianyu would not leave now. If he leaves, what if Yang Chen's bastard continues to move his hands and feet? It was his dream, how could he be touched by others? Long Tianyu, are you deaf? Seeing that Long Tianyu actually ignored himself and ignored his orders. Feng Yuan was suddenly angry, directly stepped forward to give him a slap in the face so that this son-in-law is sober. However, Yang Chen hurriedly grabbed her. Senior Feng, what are you doing? Saying that, Yang Chen looked at Long Tianyu, whose face turned blue and a kind smile appeared on his face. What your mother-in-law said just now, don't you care? She just has a hard mouth and a soft heart, but she actually cares about you very much in her heart. When Long Tianyu heard these two words, his eyes immediately became fierce. His forehead was bruised, and he said sharply, Yang Chen, what are you calling me when you step on a horse? Yang Chen said with a smile. You are Qianing's husband, of course, I want to call you Yuer. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Feng Yuan's originally cold cheek suddenly appeared to blush. She naturally knew why Yang Chen called Long Tianyu. Just promised to marry him, and began to make this whole out. Abominable little bastard, you're so thick-skinned. Feng Yuan secretly cursed in her heart. She didn't dare to let Yang Chen continue. This bastard is so shameless. Keep talking, not knowing what to say. So he flicked his sleeves directly. A true chi directly blew Long Tianyu, who refused to leave, and left the palace with a roll. Bang, the main hall is directly closed. Outside. Long Tianyu's face was full of dark blue, but he couldn't care about the pain on his face at all, and his heart was full of anger at this time. Although it is not the first time that he was driven away by his mother-in-law in this way. But, this time, he was surprisingly angry, because in the hall, there is still Yang Chen, the king bastard. Damn it, Feng Yuan, you slut, will you be angry with me? One day, I want you to know how powerful my Long Tianyu is. Long Tianyu said fiercely, but when he thought of the scene where he saw the two hugging together just now, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. I just feel green on the top of my head. No, I can't put it up like this anymore and be a waste son-in-law all day. 20 years have passed, I should also contact my father. 20 years ago, there was a civil strife in the Red Dragon family, and my father was forced to send me out of the family and let Elder Zhang take me to this remote place in the Northern Spirit Domain. In 20 years, the Red Dragon family should have stabilized, and with my father's ability, he must have controlled the Red Dragon family. Now that Elder Zhang is dead, if I return to Zhongzhou alone, the danger is not mentioned, I don't know when I will arrive. Let's send a message to my father and ask him to come and pick me up. It just so happens that if my father comes, with his strength, he will be able to sweep the Northern Spirit Domain. At that time, I will slash Yang Chen's bastard by 1,000 cuts, and slaughter the entire Xuanian sect by the way, in order to avenge Elder Zhang's revenge, to their shame. At that time, I will let Feng Yuan, a high-ranking woman, honestly lie down below me. Long Tianyu's face gradually became crazy, stumbled into the room. Just saw Feng Qianing, who took off the shawl snow robe, leaving only a snow gauze skirt wrapped around her delicate body. Although the figure is not as rich as Feng Yuan, graceful. But it's also bumpy and unparalleled, especially a beautiful cheek, compared to Feng Yuan, although it is a little less dignified and mature, but it is a little more cold and pure. Sitting on the chair, the skirt moved up, revealing a snow-white, delicate jade-like calf. Long Tianyu looked at his beautiful wife in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned in place, his eyes were fiery. His throat rolled, and he swallowed hard. Then, Feng Qianing noticed his hot eyes wandering on him, and suddenly his brows furrowed. Hurriedly getting up, the hem of her skirt fell, covering the skin of her bare calves. Tianyu, what are you looking at? Take care of your eyes. Feng Qianning sighed. Long Tianyu suddenly came to his senses. If it were usual, he would definitely have a hippie smile and felt that it didn't matter. After all, after more than 10 years of getting along, Feng Qianning has always been like this to him. When he couldn't manage his eyes, Feng Qianning would open his mouth to remind him. But now, Long Tianyu clenched his fists. His eyes were full of resentment. His own wife, he can't even look at it. Don't even give yourself a smile for a year or two. And Yang Chen's bastard can make her face shine and smile. Damn it, Qianning, you are my wife. Long Tianyu roared low in his heart. At this time, Feng Qianning put the snow robe back on. The curves of the bumps were again obscured by the snow robe. Tianyu, what's wrong with your face? How is it blue and purple? Feng Qianning noticed the abnormality on Long Tianyu's face at this time and couldn't help but ask. A flash of relief flashed in Long Tianyu's heart. Fortunately, Qianning still cares about me. At a glance, I noticed a dark blue on my face. Long Tianyu did not answer, but said in a deep voice. Qianning, you will stay away from that Yang Chen in the future, he is not a good person. I was in my mother-in-law's palace just now, and I saw that bastard doing something to my mother-in-law. You, why are you slandering His Royal Highness the Sun like this? His Highness the Holy Sun is a humble gentleman, how can he be such a person? Feng Qianning's eyebrows frowned slightly, and she didn't believe Long Tianyu's words at all. After all, she is also so beautiful, no less than her mother. At today's banquet, His Royal Highness the Sun didn't look at her much and kept his distance. Qianning, what kind of soul soup did that bastard pour into you? Why don't you believe me? Long Tianyu's face was extremely ugly, and he said resentfully. Feng Qianning said helplessly at this time, Tianyu, is it because of what happened at today's banquet that you resent His Royal Highness the Holy Sun in your heart? Tianyu, that mysterious person, I don't know what he has to do with you, but it is reasonable for him to insult Zhan Tianzong like that, and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun shot and killed him. Moreover, you 933 also insulted Zhan Tianzong, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun only slightly punished you, it is already for my sake, for the sake of our Feng family. A small punishment. Long Tianyu's eyes suddenly became gloomy. Let him kneel in public, acquiescing to Feng Yunhai's waist, rubbing his feet back and forth on his face, just a slight punishment. Moreover, did he and the elder insult Zhan Tianzong? The Northern Spirit Domain was originally a remote place. Compared with Zhongzhou, it is a world of difference. Although Zhan Tianzong is the top force in the Northern Spirit Domain, there are only 7 or 8 Transformation God cultivators. In the middle state, that is, general, they are Red Dragon families, Transformation God cultivators, but there are as many as 70 or 80. With a raise of your hand, you can sweep the entire Northern Spirit Domain. Tianyu, you still forgot about today's events. Otherwise, if you have revenge, you may invite the scourge of killing. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, which is rare in ancient times, will surely become a generation of supreme beings in the future, and you hear people from 2 worlds. Listening to Feng Qianning's evaluation of Yang Chen's almost adoration, Long Tianyu's heart was full of fire, and his angry forehead was blue. HMPH, Qianning, you've only known him for a long time, but it's only been 1 day. Before the Feng family let you get close to Yang Chen's bastard, you still look resistant, how did it become like this now? Tianyu, you, Feng Qianning was told by Long Tianyu, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Then, there was a pang of shame in my heart. Cold voice. Long Tianyu, I am looking at the sake of us getting along for more than 10 years, and we can be regarded as friends, kindly remind you. If you don't listen to the advice and end up in trouble, don't blame me for not reminding you. HMPH, Feng Qianning turned around and left directly. Damn it, Qianning, I am your husband. Yang Chen, that damn bastard, what kind of soul soup did you pour into it? Are you so protective of him? Yang Chen of Sao Nima, I must kill you. Ding, Feng Qianning maintains the host, showing his admiration. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapses. Long Tianyu, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 1,000 points of luck, and the host obtains 1,000 points worth of villain. Closing square bracket. In the main hall, hearing the sound of the system, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Another 1,000 villains are worth it. But, Feng Qianning's damage to you is not as high as Feng Yuan's. After all, through Feng Yuan, he plundered 3,000 points at once. It looks like the system says it is. Yuer, like his father-in-law, has the same hobbies. Oblivious, Long Tianyu returned to the room. A red jade talisman was taken out. The jade talisman is dim though, but it is carved with a Dao dragon pattern, revealing an extraordinary atmosphere. Long Tianyu bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Suddenly, above the jade talisman, the red light shined. Then, the jade talisman directly turned into a red streamer, cutting through the sky and submerged into the night sky. Looking at the jade talisman that disappeared into the night sky, Long Tianyu's eyes were gloomy. This jade talisman was left to him by his father for emergency contact. Jade talismans can fly directly to Zhongzhou. When my father received the jade talisman, he would come immediately. At that time, it will be the death period of Yang Chen's 8 eggs. He is a bloodline of the Red Dragon family, the young master of the Red Dragon family. How can Yang Chen be bullied by a small Xuan insect Holy Sun? Long Tianyu looked in the mirror and saw that his face was full of dark blue. Suddenly, his fists clenched angrily, and his eyes were fierce. Feng Yuan, you slut, you were disrespectful by Yang Chen's bastard, but you took me out of anger. I thought you were so unattainable, cold and cold all day, so high that you would be held in the arms of men. HMPH, a small Xuan insect Saint Sun can make you dare not resist. If you see the strength of my Red Dragon family, don't you take the initiative to run to my bed. At that time, I will teach you a good lesson, and Qianning, you two can only be my Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu began to fantasize in his heart. Then, the quilt is folded to form a depression. Blew out the lights. The sound of squeaking wooden bed swaying suddenly sounded in the room. In the past 10 years, because he can't cultivate, coupled with looking at his beautiful wife every day, and his mother-in-law, who is charming but cold to him, he will do this kind of thing almost every day. This is also the only way to be happy and indulgent in his son-in-law's career. At this time, Yang Chen was in the room. Holy Sun. Elder Wei and the 2 elders who were also at the peak of the Yuan infant bowed and saluted. After experiencing the scene at the banquet, they had a deeper understanding of the strength of this Holy Sun. Before, I heard that the Holy Sun defeated Lei Qianju, the great elder of the Wind Thunder sect. They also thought that it might be Lei Qianju underestimating the enemy, or that the Holy Sun had taken advantage of it. After all, the Avatar cultivator, compared to the Yuan infant tenfold, had completely entered a brand new world. Strength has been qualitatively improved. In the history of the Northern Spirit Domain, although there have been some heavenly capitalists who have fallen into adversity. However, it is only when the strength reaches the 10th level of the Yuan infant, or even the half-step transformation god, can cross the great realm and fight against the transformation god cultivator. However, the Holy Sun is the Yuan infant eightfold, and there is still some distance from the Yuan infant tenfold. But after a scene at today's banquet, in their hearts, they were completely shocked. That half-step transformation god cultivator was stronger than any of the three of them. However, in front of the Holy Sun, there was no way to fight back. Even, there was no chance to escape. It was directly refined into a mass of ashes. This kind of strength definitely does not weaken the god cultivators, and it is even much stronger than some cultivators who have transformed the gods. Although the three are elders of the older generation. But at this time, in the face of this heavenly wealth Holy Sun Highness, he did not dare to have the slightest support. The attitude is very respectful. Qingchen, give tea to the three elders. Yang Chen ordered Shu Qingchen on the side, and then motioned for them to sit down. Holy Sun, how did you discuss with that Feng patriarch tonight? The sect master intends to marry the Feng family. I don't know if the Holy Sun is interested in that Miss Qianing. Elder Wei asked at this time. Yang Chen shook his head. Feng Qianing already has a husband. I'm not interested in her. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Elder Wei immediately nodded and agreed. 2. Although that Miss Qianing has awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, after all, she has already held a wedding with someone. The Holy Sun will inherit the position of sect master in the future and take charge of the Xuanian sect. If the marriage partner is a married woman, it is indeed not suitable. This is something that the sect master has not taken into account. Holy Sun, will the marriage be annulled? Void. No. Quote. Yang Chen shook his head. I discussed with the Feng family master, and the marriage partner was changed. Holy Sun, I don't know who has changed. Elder Wei asked. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. The marriage object was replaced by the Feng family master himself. What? Hearing this, the three Elder Wei's eyes widened, obviously shocked. That Feng patriarch is a cultivator of the transformation god. Moreover, cultivate for 1,000 years, or the former friend of the sect master. Counted down, but the elder of the sun. Although several people were surprised in their hearts, they did not dare to say more. Even, he secretly admired this His Royal Highness the Sun. After all, that Feng family master was a famous ice beauty in the northern spirit domain. When he was young, he was even more dazzling in the entire ice and snow ancient city, and there were countless suitors. After becoming an avatar cultivator, there were also top-level power lords who requested him to marry a Taoist couple. But they were all coldly rejected. In their generation, there have been many rumors about Feng Yuan. It is said that Feng Yuan is not interested in men. It is said that her eyes are higher than the top, and she can't look at the men in the northern spirit domain. But now, this cold and proud woman has agreed to marry the Holy Sun. Several people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The means of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun are really not ordinary strong. Even a transformation god cultivator who has cultivated for 1,000 years can take it down. Admire and admire. I just don't know what the sect master's expression will be when he knows that his beloved disciple and her former friend have become a Taoist couple. Elder Wei, the fourth elder, went to the falling snow mountain range and hasn't returned yet. Yang Chen asked at this time. Zhan Tianzong helped Feng Yuan seize the position of city lord of ice and snow ancient city, and on the surface, he was led by this Holy Sun and 3 elders of the Yuan infant tenfold. But in fact, 4 of the 7 great elders were also sent. Moreover, that 4th elder was also an ice attribute cultivator. However, before they could set out, the 4th elder went to the depths of the falling snow mountain range alone. Elder Wei replied, Holy Sun, the 4 elders are eccentric, we don't have to care about her. When you need her to make a move, just send her a message. Yang Chen nodded gently. The 7 great elders of the Xuanian sect were all cultivators of the transformation god. This 4th elder was rumored to have reached the middle stage of transformation god cultivation. However, this 4th elder did not seem to be human. It's the demon race. It is said that the surname of the 4 elders is who? As soon as I came to the falling snow mountains, I went deep into it. It won't be the snow foxes, right? After Elder Wei and the others retreated, Yinju's withered figure appeared in the room. Master, Yinju knelt on one knee. His current strength is extremely close to the transformation god realm. The ability to conceal was even more so that Elder Wei and several Yuan babies could not detect it. However, in the face of Yang Chen, he did not have the slightest intention of resisting. It's not just because of taking the mother and child parasite. And Yang Chen's current strength also made him unable to raise a little of his mind to resist. After all, half-step transformation into a god is directly refined. Yinju, you should know more about Zhongzhou. Have you ever heard of the Red Dragon family? Yang Chen asked. Red Dragon family. Yinju's expression was slightly startled, and after a little thought, he said. Master, the Red Dragon family can be regarded as a first-class force in the land of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou has a vast territory, an area that is 100 times the northern spirit domain, and the spiritual energy is also extremely abundant. There, only with a cultivator of the refining void realm can you become a first-class force. This Red Dragon family, if the subordinates remember well, there should be an old ancestor of the refining void realm sitting in the town. However, there are quite a few avatar god cultivators, at least 10 times as many as Zhan Tianzong. After all, it is much easier to break through the realm and enter the transformation god in Zhongzhou. A void refining cultivator. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. I thought how powerful this Red Dragon family was. The result, it seems that Yuer's arrogant capital is not very sufficient. Although the northern spirit domain has not had a cultivator refining in nearly 10,000 years. However, his beautiful master had reached the refining void realm not long ago. Even if you were called the refining void old ancestor of the Red Dragon family, his father-in-law was not afraid at all. At that time, it is a big deal to send Yuer away with his refining ancestor. After all, the combat power of his beautiful master is not covered. The reason why Yang Chen asked Yinju about the Red Dragon family. It is entirely because knowing oneself and knowing the other can win 100 battles. He's not a brainless villain. The chi luck value on Long Tianyu's body can be harvested slowly. But it must be within his control. If it is beyond control, it can only be sent away directly to eliminate future troubles. However, it is also necessary to improve its own strength. After all, the patriarchs of these major families in Ice and Snow Ancient City were all cultivators of the gods. Especially that Lan family elder Lan Qingshan. It is said that he has reached the triple realm of Avatar. The following month, Yang Chen has been in retreat. After consuming 3,000 chi luck points, he increased his cultivation from the 8th layer of the Yuan baby to the 10th weight of the Yuan baby. In the main hall, the dragon groaned. On Yang Chen's body, the 2 kinds of light were intertwined. In the soul palace, the 9-colored light emitted by the 9-colored porridgeling constantly nourished his divine soul. The 9 divine soul attributes honed Yang Chen's divine soul power more and more pure and powerful. The power of the divine soul was even mixed with death thunder. 9 colored porridges, each additional color, will cross the robbery. Among the various attributes, the power of thunder itself is the most obvious. However, the divine soul is mixed with the power of thunder, which is definitely a king explosion. You know, souls, but the most afraid of thunder. Your Highness Holy Sun, the head of the Feng family invites you to the main hall of the Feng family and say that there's something to negotiate. Outside, Xu Qingshan's voice was heard. Yang Chen walked out of the hall. Xu Qingshan changed into a snow robe. With a tall figure, it looks a little cooler. However, looking at Yang Chen's eyes, he always had a little expectation and greed. Yang Chen noticed a faint blue light flashing in her pupils. I couldn't help but ask, Qingshan, you practice the Feng family ancestral exercises? Xu Qingshan nodded gently. Yes, His Highness the Sun. The head of the family came to me some time ago and passed on the exercises to me. Yang Chen nodded. Xu Qingshan's mother is a member of the Feng family in the ancient city of ice and snow. Strictly speaking, she is also a member of the Feng family. It was also normal for the Feng family to pass on the ancestral exercises to her. At this time, Xu Qingshan walked to Yang Chen's side and hugged his arm with his small hand. Yang Chen suddenly felt that the dragon blood in his body was a little restless. I couldn't help but glare at her. This girl actually ran the Dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa. I really didn't miss the opportunity. Xu Qingshan's beautiful eyes were a little confused, and he whispered. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, it's still fast to cultivate like this. Yang Chen couldn't help but flick her forehead, shake her back a few steps. Your realm has improved fast enough. It's only been a long time, and it has reached the 10th Danuo weight of the foundation. Yang Chen was a little helpless. On the flying spirit boat. This girl often makes physical contact with him from various angles, and then runs the Dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa. Realm improvement that is called a fast. Xu Qingshan touched his white forehead, his eyes were a little resentful, and then said. Your Highness Holy Sun, I heard that you want to marry the head of the Feng family. Huh, word spread so quickly, Yang Chen was a little surprised. But think about it, he's been in retreat for a month. Hearing Yang Chen admit, Xu Qingshan's eyes suddenly looked a little helpless and a little suspicious. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, it is really difficult to guess. If you didn't marry that Miss Qianing, forget it. But he actually married someone's mother. That's an old monster who has been cultivating for thousands of years. Although the appearance is young, the jade face is peach blossom, and the figure is rich and graceful. However, after all, he has lived for more than 1,000 years. His Highness the Sun, why do you always like these older ones? Sister Yuyan has been cultivating for hundreds of years. The Empress Dowager, no, Sister Shuru has also been practicing for hundreds of years. There is also this Feng family master, who has cultivated for thousands of years. His Highness the Sun liked it all, but she only turned a blind eye to her youth and beauty. Alas, could it be that His Royal Highness the Sun likes this mouthful? Is the charm still alive? Xu Qingshan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. It's full of incredible. Then, he covered his cherry little mouth. I'm afraid that an excited person will say it. This is definitely the biggest secret of His Highness the Sun. In the main hall of the Feng family, Yang Chen stepped into it. Feng Yuan was dressed in a palace dress, blue silk pulled into a bun, and her fair cheeks were painted with delicate makeup, showing the atmosphere of a beautiful woman. Although the figure is plump, the waist is wrapped around a ribbon, making it appear that the waist is extremely slender and unbearable. Noticing Yang Chen's eyes wandering on her body, Feng Yuan's cheek suddenly burned slightly. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the last time I was forcibly held in my arms by this guy. I couldn't help but glare at him and snorted coldly. Yang Chen, take care of your eyes. Huh, Yang Chen chuckled, not angry, and walked to her side. A faint fragrance washed into the nose. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Senior Feng, you are so fragrant. You, presumptuous. Feng Yuan's cheek suddenly rose a flush, glared at him fiercely. This little bastard is really shameless. Anything can be said. Yang Chen, you said before, you can help my Feng family disciples awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline in their bodies. You'd better do it, or don't blame Hansa for breaking the contract. Feng Yuan frowned and said, and then ordered the maid outside the hall. Go and call young Master Yunhai. After a while, Feng Yunhai hurried over. Aunt, Feng Yunhai shouted, and then saw Yang Chen standing next to Feng Yuan. Saint, the word Holy Sun almost blurted out, but he thought about it, this Holy Sun Highness was going to marry his aunt and become a Taoist couple. So he rolled his eyes and hurriedly flattered. The little nephew has seen my uncle. Uncle and aunt standing together, is really a match made in heaven, like a fairy couple. Well, good, good. Yunhai is very good at talking. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked slightly, and he praised. This guy really deserves to be a competent godlike. This comes up and shoots. Feng Yuan on the side couldn't help but glared at Feng Yunhai fiercely. Reprimanded. What uncle, don't shout if it's okay. But a deep helplessness surged in his heart, since she said to the family that she would use her marriage with the Xuanyan Holy Sun. Originally, I thought that those elders of the family would strongly oppose it. After all, she was a cultivator of the Avatar God and the head of a clan. It represents the face and 100 dignity of the Feng family. But unexpectedly, those old guys strongly agreed. In just 1 month, the entire Ice and Snow ancient city knew about the publicity. Not only did I not feel humiliated, but I also felt quite honorable. Now even this kid and Yunhai directly called his uncle. Yunhai, you sit down cross-kneeled. Uncle sent you a chance. Yang Chen said at this time. Hearing this, Feng Yunhai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly sat down cross-kneeled, his face full of expectation. Sure enough, as long as you hug the thigh of His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, flying yellow is not a dream. Now he is his uncle again. The relationship is one step closer. As long as the aunt serves His Royal Highness the Holy Sun well in the future, he will not go sideways in the Northern Spirit Domain. A drop of golden blood gushed out from Yang Chen's fingertips. Blood poured out, and the Dao Dao was full of golden rays. Directly rendered the hall gold. A vast dragon power swept over, and the golden dragon phantom hovered in the hall. Looking at this shocking scene, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were solemn. It is worthy of the body of a real dragon. A drop of blood is so powerful. Feng Yunhai trembled even more. Uncle, he is also too powerful. Just a drop of blood made him feel the urge to kneel. No wonder able to conquer beautiful and proud aunt. After this month's cultivation, Yang Chen's current physical cultivation has reached the Yuan infant ninefold. The power contained in the blood of the body alone was more than the true qi in the bodies of many Yuan infant 10 heavy cultivators. And this drop of blood is not ordinary blood, it's a drop of sperm blood. Although ordinary blood is also enough to awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline in the body of the disciples of the Feng family. However, Feng Yunhai, this kid, Yang Chen wanted to focus on cultivating. After all, this is his godlike. In the future, let him step on Yuer, the son of destiny. Yang Chen dripped blood on Feng Yunhai's eyebrows. Suddenly, the rich golden glow wrapped him, directly transformed into a golden silkworm. On the side, Feng Yuan said with some concern, Yang Chen, what's going on? Yunhai don't worry, this is a drop of my essence blood, which contains huge energy. The sea of clouds can't be absorbed all for a while, and the energy turns into a golden silkworm to wrap around the body. When the sea of clouds refines this drop of refined blood, the golden silkworm will disappear and he will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Chen said slowly, so it is. Feng Yuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She cultivated alone for 1,000 years. Among the juniors of the Feng family, except for Qianning, the righteous daughter, Yunhai is the closest to her. After all, this was her own nephew. Feng Yuan was intently observing the changes in Feng Yunhai. Suddenly, there was an extra pair of thief hands on the slender waist. Ah, Yang Chen, what are you doing? Let go of the Hanzi. Feng Yuan exhaled, his fair cheeks instantly flushed. He wanted to break free of Yang Chen's arms. However, Yang Chen's arms were like iron tongs, and he couldn't break free at all. Bastard, Yang Chen, don't be too presumptuous. Feng Yuan drank angrily. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Feng Yuan, this woman, may be domineering, and she also looks like she is high and condescending to him. Hee, teach her to be a person today. Touching Feng Yuan's ears, Yang Chen played with taste. Senior Feng, we are all ready to get married. You're not doing that, okay. If you just use me, then I will be sad. As soon as I'm sad, I like to walk around. If I leave the ice and snow ancient city, then your Feng family. I think Senior Feng has paid such a big price, and I don't want to fall short at the moment. Yang Chen, you step on a horse bastard. Feng Yuan suddenly clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen angrily. This bastard is really a complete scumbag. Damn it. Feng Yuan gritted her teeth for a while, and her jade fists clenched. But in my heart, there was a deep helplessness, thinking that he had been held by this bastard for so long last time. In the end, he gave up the struggle and let Yang Chen hold him in his arms. Seeing that her nephew was in front of her, but her aunt was being held by Yang Chen. Feng Yuan felt a pang of shame in her heart. During this time, after Qian Ning's girl knew that she was going to marry Yang Chen, she hadn't spoken to her mother for a month. I don't know, I thought it was the man who robbed her daughter. In fact, she was also forced to helpless. This bastard is personable and gentle on the outside, but he is a despicable villain in his bones and he will take advantage of people's dangers. Yang Chen, your dog's paws had better be honest. Feng Yuan felt numb for a while and couldn't help but snort. The blush on his cheek seemed to drip blood. This bastard, actually. Damn it. A moment later, a blue light shot into the sky. Then, a loud phoenix roar resounded throughout the ice and snow ancient city. A huge ice phoenix phantom appeared in the entire sky. The ice phoenix seal is born. Feng Yuan, who was held by Yang Chen in her arms, was full of solemnity above her jade face. Ice phoenix seal. Yang Chen looked at the vision in the sky, his eyes slightly condensed. The position of the city lord of the ice and snow ancient city, the alternating token is the ice phoenix seal. The patriarchs of the three major families, whoever can win the ice phoenix seal will be the new city lord. According to rumors, in this ice phoenix seal, there is the remnant soul of the ice phoenix tens of thousands of years ago. Have a certain sense of self-determination base. Sometimes, the choice of owner is even automatic. Ice and Snow Ancient City Lord's Mansion. The previous City Lord was from the Lan family. Although the City Lord died, the current City Lord's Mansion is still occupied by the Lan family. Above the City Lord's Mansion, the Ice Phoenix Phantom became more and more solidified. This Ice Phoenix Phantom is transformed by the Ice Phoenix Seal. Only the patriarchs of the three major families holding their respective patriarch seals can make the Ice Phoenix turn into a seal state. But at that time, it was also the time to snatch the seal. The original Ice and Snow Ancient City, the position of the City Lord, among the three families, is alternating. However, in recent thousands of years, the competition has become more and more fierce, and it has reached the point where whoever is stronger becomes the City Lord. The Feng family and his party entered the City Lord's mansion. At this time, on the martial arts arena of the City Lord's mansion, the blue and white two have arrived. Feng Yuan, your Feng family seems to be really not good, and you actually need Zhan Tianzong to support you. HMPH, my Ice and Snow Ancient City is also a top force in the Northern Spirit Domain, dominating the falling snow mountain range. Your Feng family's move really lost the face of my Ice and Snow Ancient City, and it was despised. An old man with gray hair spoke coldly. The sound is like a Hong bell, containing the power of the gods. It was Bai Zhou, the head of the Bai family. Bai Zhou, the position of the City Lord of Ice and Snow Ancient City, according to the rules of rotation, my Feng family should have been in charge a long time ago. You two secretly form an alliance and want to monopolize the position of City Lord. Do you think that my Feng family is blind? Feng Yuan's momentum was not weak at all, and she spoke coldly. The two powers of the Avatar collided in the air. Forced a group of Yuan infant cultivators to retreat one after another. Bai Zhou noticed Yang Chen beside Feng Yuan at this time. Can't help but play with the taste. Presumably this is the Xuantian Holy Sun. Hearing that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun and Feng Yuan, the old woman, were preparing to marry, the old man was really surprised. It's better for the Holy Sun to come to my Bai family. My Bai family is willing to give 10 young and beautiful female cultivators, and the combined age is not comparable to Feng Yuan alone, haha. Bai Zhou laughed wildly. Feng Yuan's willow eyebrows suddenly rose angrily. Bai Zhou, you were looking for death. Directly slapped it with a palm. But, Bai Zhou was also a cultivator of the Avatar God, and it had been more than 800 years since he stepped into the Avatar God realm. The accumulation of heritage is stronger than that of Feng Yuan. Bang, true chi collided, and the turbulence pervaded. We'll blow a wave of flying sand and stones on the martial arts arena. The white boat did not move, but Feng Yuan took 3 steps back. Haha, Feng Yuan, you can't even compete with the main seat, and you still want to challenge Brother Lan and compete for the position of City Lord. It's really delusional, and I don't measure myself. Bai Zhou's old face was full of disdain. They have already made a plan to annex the Feng family. It was actually not surprising that the Feng family had found Zhan Tianzong's foreign aid. After all, the Feng family is not a fool, but, even if Zhan Tianzong made a move, it would not change the overall situation. Bai Zhou's eyes were full of confidence, because that old guy from Lan Qingshan has reached a brand new realm. Even Zhan Tianzong couldn't help him. Abominable. The Bai family deceives people too much. If the position of City Lord this time is held by the Lan family again, then the Ice and Snow Ancient City may really have no place for my Feng family. When many elders of the Feng family saw the head of the family, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation. But there was nothing they could do. Among the 3 major families, their Feng family was already the weakest. Now even the head of the family has fallen behind. Mother, are you alright? Feng Qianing walked to Feng Yuan's side and said with concern. It's okay, Feng Yuan. I frowned, but my heart was shocked. Because Bai Zhou's strength has always been comparable to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a sudden move, but now, it is suddenly so much stronger than her. On, Bai Zhou's old eyes swept over Feng Yuan and Feng Qianing, flashing a touch of obscenity. The mother and daughter flowers of the Feng family, he is very hungry. But, Feng Yuan, this old woman Lan Qingshan, had already booked, and he couldn't move. Then you can only take down the little girl Feng Qianing. After all, this little girl also woke up the Ice Phoenix bloodline. If he gave birth to a son for himself, the chance of awakening the Ice Phoenix bloodline was quite large. Oblivious, Baizhou's gaze shifted from Feng Qianing to Yang Chen, and a bold idea arose in his heart. If you catch this Xuantian Saint Son in your hands in advance, control it. Then the people of Zantianzong can only obediently give up helping the Feng family. At that time, the Feng family would have no power to resist. Thinking of this, Baizhou directly turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Feng Qianing. Qianing, be careful. Feng Yuan hurriedly blocked in front of Feng Qianing. Haha, Baizhou laughed proudly. His target was not Feng Qianing, but Xuantian Saint Son. Your Highness the Holy Sun, come to my Bai family as a guest. Let the old man treat you well. Baizhou was like an old hand of chicken feet, grabbing Yang Chen's neck. Yang Chen did not dodge, but just stood quietly in place, the corners of his mouth looked a curve. Wait until Baizhou grabs his neck. Yang Chen's palm was also held on Baizhou's arm. Push hard. Suddenly, on the martial arts arena, a harsh voice sounded. And then, blood flew out, both arms were thrown into the air. Bang, Yang Chen hammered a solid punch on Baizhou's chest. Directly beat him and vomited blood and flew out. The body full of blood flew into the air, and it directly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. On the martial arts arena of the entire city lord's mansion, blood rained down. This scene shocked everyone. The head of the Bai family, one of the three giants of the ice and snow ancient city, and a veteran cultivator. Directly punched into blood rain. The Yuan infant cultivators in the field were all shocked and horrified. In the ice and snow ancient city, and even the entire northern spirit domain, the avatar cultivators were all standing at the pinnacle. You can overlook the Yuan baby Jinden, all sentient beings. But now, it's so fragile. Many of them are also old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. I think I have seen the ups and downs of the northern spirit domain. However, this is the first time I have seen such a scene in my life. Behind Yang Chen, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. She already felt that Yang Chen's strength was even stronger than her. But I didn't expect that the strength of this bastard turned out to be so perverted. Even if he is physical. However, Baizhou's old bastard has already broken through to the devil of the gods. In front of him, it turned out to be so vulnerable. This punch, if it hits her, I am afraid it will be the same end. No wonder when this little bastard hugged her, he couldn't break free, and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Thinking of the scene of being forcibly held by Yang Chen before, her face was slightly hot. If it weren't for the sudden birth of the Ice Phoenix seal. This little bastard doesn't know what exorbitant moves he will make. Damn Junior, you turned out to be a physical cultivator. Destroy my flesh, the seed must scrape you alive. A sad and indignant voice resounded through the city lord's mansion. Then, a blue shadow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The avatar cultivator has already condensed the Yuan god. Even if the physical body is destroyed, as long as the Genshin exists, it can still survive. However, Baizhou's Yuanshan phantom, although it is no different from himself, is quite dim. This is also the reason why his strength is only double of the gods. After the avatar cultivator condensed the Yuan god, it was just a near transparent shadow. As the realm improves, the Genshin will gradually deepen. A soul phantom like Yanhu's, like a real person, is difficult for even a cultivator to achieve. Baizhou's voice was full of resentment, although the avatar monk can survive without a physical body. But the physical body is still the foundation of cultivation. Without the physical body, it will be difficult to advance in cultivation in the future. He was full of remorse at this time. Turn around and leave. However, how could Yang Chen give him this opportunity? A magic mountain fell from the sky, towering, imposing. It seems to suppress heaven and earth, directly towards Baizhou's Yuanshan shadow suppression. Junior, you dare! Baizhou Yuan's divine soul power burst out. Form a pillar of light that soars straight into the sky. However, it could not stop the magic mountain that was suppressed at all. Boom, the earth trembles. Baizhou's Yuanshan shadow was directly suppressed under the magic mountain. The cyan flames were raging, instantly turning the magic mountain into a flaming volcano. It's a different fire. Damn bastard. Brotherland, save me. Save me. A mournful voice came out of it. Cultivator of the Tang Temple, a being standing at the top of the northern spirit domain pyramid. At this time, it made such a hoarse and harsh sound. This scene made everyone in the audience tremble. Then, a blue palm print covered the sky, covering the sky, and shot straight down, wanting to destroy the magic mountain. Bang, the palm print slapped heavily on the magic mountain. Although the magic mountain trembled for a while, it was still majestic and stood steadily. What a powerful suppressive power. A hoarse voice sounded. Yang Chen looked into the sky. An old figure stared at him. The face is dry and bony, like the folds of an old tree. But on his body, he exuded an aura that was much stronger than Baizhou. Yang Chen's eyes condensed slightly. Lan Qingshan's strength has reached the peak of the transformation god threefold, close to the transformation god quadruple. Compared to Feng Yuan and Baizhou, it is much stronger. There are few cultivators in the northern spirit domain. The cultivators in the middle period of the avatar god were rarely born. The threefold god can indeed dominate one side, but today, the three gods of transformation can't turn over any wind and waves. Xuantian Holy Sun, give this seed a face, let go of the Bai family master. Today's matter, after all, is an internal matter of my ice and snow ancient city. Yuzan Tianzong rashly intervened, it's not like words. Lan Qingshan said slowly, Patriarch Lan, I'm afraid your face is not so big. Yang Chen's tone was light. Rampant Junior. In that case, then Hansa can only solve you first. Lan Qingshan snorted coldly and directly slapped his palm towards Yang Chen. He was only one step away from the avatar quadruple. Because of talent, I can't break through. As long as you become a city lord and enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm, you can step into the 4th or even 5th level of the transformation god. Henceforth, no one in the northern spirit domain could bind him anymore. Even Zan Tianzong, not to. This palm, he used all his strength. He wanted to kill Yang Chen, the Xuantian Holy Sun. But, a troll phantom holding a stone axe appeared behind Yang Chen. An axe chopped, the magic is raging, it's like breaking ground. Bang, the true chi hand seal that he struck with all his strength was directly smashed by the giant axe. What? How is this possible? Lan Qingshan was shocked. Yang Chen is a famous physical cultivator. Taking advantage of Baizhou's careless opportunity, he punched his flesh into a blood mist. This is also said in the past, but only the cultivation of the Yuan infant tenfold, but the combat power is not weak with him. He is the triple peak of the avatar god. Is this kid a demon? Throughout the ages, the Yuan infant 10 heavy can defeat the cultivators of the transformation god 1, and they can be famous for eternity. But this kid, but not weak with him. Patriarch Lan, do you only have this little strength? If so, stay today. The golden light on Yang Chen's body surged and rushed straight to the sky. The golden dragon shadow hovered over the city lord's mansion. The vast dragon power swept the entire ice and snow ancient city. True dragon body. Are you the body of a true dragon? Lan Qingshan's eyes were horrified, although he has reached the threefold cultivation of the gods. However, in the face of this vast dragon power, the ice phoenix bloodline in his body was trembling and he wanted to kneel. Abominable Junior, no wonder there is such perverted combat power. Lan Qingshan cursed low and turned around to leave. The bloodline is suppressed, and 10% of the strength cannot be exerted by 50%. If he fights, he will surely lose. But at this time, a snow-white sword light slashed across the sky. Poof! Lan Qingshan was directly slashed by this sword and flew out with vomiting blood. His eyes were full of fear. Mid-avatar period. But before he could react, Yang Chen appeared in front of him. Bathed in golden light, it looks like a golden armored god of war. Run the divine dragon fighting heaven fighting technique comprehended from the backbone of the divine dragon. Bang! A golden dragon claw slapped solidly on Lan Qingshan's head. Poof! Even though Lan Qingshan is a threefold god, there is true chi on his body to resist. However, in the face of Yang Chen's all-out blow that unleashed such a supreme attack as the divine dragon fighting heaven technique, the head was directly photographed into a blood mist. Genshin Phantom wants to escape, but another magic mountain was suppressed down. The magic mountain trembled violently and crumbled. Lan Qingshan's divine soul power was much stronger than Baijiu. Yinju, it's over to you. Faster. Yang Chen transmitted the message to Yinju. As soon as the words fell, a black mist poured into the magic mountain. A harsh voice followed, but for a moment, there was no movement. Yuanshan was suppressed, and in the face of Yinju, who was a cultivator of the soul sect, Lan Qingshan and Baijiu did not have much resistance. The magic mountain phantom dissipated. Everything fell silent. The two avatar cultivators completely fell. Feng Yuan stepped on the void and came to Yang Chen's side. The two of them, all dead. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were shocked, and her voice was full of disbelief. The two avatar god cultivators, who had suppressed her fierce rivals for hundreds of years, were directly refined and killed like this. Of course all dead. Senior Feng, I killed them, but in order to help you, there is no hindrance for you to succeed to the city lord. Senior Feng, you have to repay me well. Yang Chen's gaze swept over Feng Yuan's plump and graceful body, and his tone gradually became playful. However, hearing these words in Feng Yuan's ears made her delicate body tremble. Although this bastard claims to be a fantastic, his strength far exceeds her. Zero asked for flowers. Moreover, one shot is still so ruthless. Lan Qingshan and Baijiu are both old immortals who have cultivated for more than 2,000 years. It has shocked the snowy mountains for thousands of years. He is a well-known figure in the northern spirit domain. But in front of him, there was not much resistance. You can't even escape. Directly killed here. Looking at Yang Chen's somewhat kind and playful eyes, Feng Yuan only felt a little chill in her spine. This bastard is definitely a ruthless and heavy-minded character. Fortunately, he did not agree to marry Qianning. Qianning, that girl, too tender. Marriage with this bastard will only be played by him. It's her mother. Cultivation for more than 1,000 years. In the face of this bastard, he also seemed very powerless. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes scanned the city lord's mansion below. Lan Qingshan and Baijiu were killed. Now, there's only one avatar cultivator left in the Ice and Snow Ancient City. Although you can become the city lord of the Ice and Snow Ancient City. But since then, the strength of the Ice and Snow Ancient City has also been greatly reduced. But despite this, she has no regrets. If Lan Qingshan and Baijiu do not die, then the two join forces, and it will be her Feng family that will disappear in the future. Moreover, it is the disappearance of the entire family. The consequences will only get worse. Feng Yuan put away all kinds of emotions in her heart. Beautiful eyes looked at the Ice Phoenix in the sky. Senior Feng should have a way to collect the Ice Phoenix seal. If you can't do it, the elders can help you, Yang Chen said on the side. No need, Hansa has a way to collect it. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen and hurriedly said. For fear that he would forcibly intervene violently and damage the Ice Phoenix seal. Blue Qingshan and Baijiu can die. However, the Ice Phoenix seal is a sacred relic that has been passed down by the Ice and Snow Ancient City for tens of thousands of years, and it cannot be damaged in the slightest. Feng Yuan gently held her hand down. The patriarch token held by Lan Qingshan and Baijiu was collected by her. Then, the three tokens become one. Suddenly, the Ice Phoenix in the sky began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a nice blue seal. It is carved with a phoenix spreading its wings and flying, which comes to life. Meet the city lord. Seeing Feng Yuan put away the Ice Phoenix seal, the elders of the Feng family looked excited one by one. Bow down and salute in unison. Blue-green mountain and white boat body fall. From now on, the Ice and Snow Ancient City is the world of our Feng family. You two, haven't you met the city lord yet? Could it be that you are still unconvinced? Patriarch Yufeng drank deeply at the blue and white crowd. It has been suppressed by the blue and white for thousands of years. Everyone in the Feng family had long held their breath. Although there are several times more Yuan infant cultivators in the blue and white families than in the Feng family. But at this time, he did not dare to resist, because the two avatar god cultivators were easily killed in front of them. Not to mention their group of infants. That Xuantian Saint son was really terrifying. The head of the family is dead. They can only do their best to keep the family alive now. The Lan family meets the city lord, and from now on only the city lord's order will follow. The Bai family meets the city lord and is willing to be loyal to the city lord from now on. In the martial arts arena, the two cultivators of blue and white all knelt on one knee and made a big salute. Congratulations, Senior Feng. In the future, I will call you Feng City Lord. Yang Chen said. His gaze swept over Feng Yuan's graceful body. The corners of his mouth gradually curved. Feng Yuan held the Ice Phoenix seal, surrounded by Phoenix phantoms. A sky blue palace costume tunic and long skirt danced in the wind. The cyan hair is pulled into a bun, and the snow white neck is slightly raised. There is a cold and noble atmosphere in the mature and rich charm. It really has the aura of the city lord. Moreover, marrying the lord of the Phoenix City is indeed more fulfilling than marrying the lord of the Feng family. P.S. The new book is not easy on the road. Please support all readers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Subscription requested. Looking at the blue and white monks below, the Yuan infant cultivators surrendered one after another. Kneel on one knee and call out to the city lord. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Even if Lan Qingshan and Baijiu died, the strength of these two should not be underestimated. The number of Yuan infant cultivators was much higher than that of their Feng family. If you refuse to surrender, then today is indispensable for a bloody storm. She could have tried to appease, but Yang Chen's bastard's means were quite ruthless. The two Avatar god cultivators killed when they said they would kill. Still care about these Yuan infant cultivators, although she also wanted to weaken the strength of the Lan family and the Bai family. However, not this time, nor can it be done this way. Feng Yuan just wanted to say a few scene words to appease the cultivators of the blue and white families. But suddenly, his expression was startled. The delicate body trembles. The ice phoenix seal in his hand almost fell off. Because, her tender waist was surrounded by a pair of thief hands. Moreover, those thief hands are still restlessly rubbing gently. Abominable bastard, 833, quote. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth. On the white jade face, it was hot, full of red light. I couldn't help but glare at Yang Chen fiercely. What is the occasion now? Underneath are all the cultivators of the three families, and the pressure is full of people. Being watched by so many people, this bastard turned out. He actually hugged her. Damn it, Feng Yuan wanted to use all her strength to break free. Although the news that she was going to marry Yang Chen, the Xuanyan Saint Sun, the cultivators of the entire Ice and Snow ancient city had already known about it. However, she was the head of the Feng family after all. Today, he is the city owner of the Ice and Snow ancient city. How can you be hugged by the waist in front of the public? If this gets out, I don't know, I thought that she was completely relying on her beauty and body and obtained the help of Zhang Tianzong. What will the world think of her? What will you think of the Feng family? Yang Chen, you let go of the main seat. What time is it? So many people watching, you don't want to face but also face. Feng Yuan whispered. However, Yang Chen leaned into her ear and said. Senior Feng, this is all for your own good. You fart. Feng Yuan is coquettish. This bastard is really shameless. It is clear that he is taking advantage of her. Also said good for her. Simply shameless. Senior Feng, Lan Qingshan and Bai Zhou are dead, and now there is only one cultivator left in Ice and Snow ancient city. The Ice and Snow ancient city gathers the wealth of the entire falling snow mountain range. This is a piece of fragrant food. The top forces of the northern spirit domain, which one doesn't want to get a piece of the pie. Do you think that with you, a cultivator who has become a god, you can protect the Ice and Snow ancient city? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Feng Yuan suddenly calmed down. The delicate body also stopped struggling violently. That's true. Before the Ice and Snow ancient city, there were 4 Avatar god cultivators. This is the ability to control the entire falling snow mountain range. Let other top forces dare not interfere. But now, only she was left. He was also the weakest of the 4 Avatar cultivators. There is only the cultivation of the gods. Noticing Feng Yuan's expression, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked slightly. Know that your words worked. Senior Feng, so, Senior Feng hugged you for your own good. In this way, when outsiders see us so close, they dare not fight the idea of falling down the snow mountain range in the Ice and Snow ancient city. After all, the prestige of my Xuanyan sect did not come for nothing. I think Senior Feng doesn't want other top forces to take the opportunity to encroach on the falling snow mountain range. Yang Chen said slowly in her ear. Sound is magical. Let Feng Yuan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. In the end, he gave up the struggle completely. This bastard, although he blatantly took advantage of people's danger, took advantage of her. But it has to be said, that also makes sense. Now, only with the help of the power of Zhang Tianzong, she could deter the 4 heroes. Otherwise, relying on her alone, it would be difficult to protect the Ice and Snow ancient city. Alas, forget it. It's all married anyway, it's nothing to let him hold it. After all, in the main hall before, this bastard was. Feng Yuan thought in her heart, and her delicate body gradually softened. Snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. And at this time, in the city lord's mansion, the cultivators of the younger generation of the Feng family looked at the sky and hugged each other, like the own head of the immortal family and the Xuanyan Holy Sun. All of them are extremely excited. In the future, the Ice and Snow ancient city will be the world of my Feng family. For thousands of years, the position of city lord of Ice and Snow ancient city has finally been held by my Feng family again. The marriage between the head of the family and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is really extremely wise. If there is no His Royal Highness the Holy Sun today, my Feng family will definitely be completely encroached upon by the blue and white families. His Highness the Holy Sun's cultivation is also too strong, and killing the gods is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. The head of the family and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun standing together is really a match made in heaven, like a couple of immortals. Listening to the words and discussions of everyone in the family beside him, the corners of Feng Qianning's mouth were bitter. In his eyes, there was some loneliness and envy. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the banquet that day. His Royal Highness the Sun, a humble gentleman but domineering. That figure would appear in her dreams every night. But now, His Royal Highness the Sun, however, chose to marry her mother. Alas, Feng Qianning sighed. Perhaps, only the mother is worthy of His Highness the Sun. After all, he was just a Jindan early-stage cultivator. The gap with His Highness the Sun is too great. It's a generation, though. But in 2 worlds, Feng Qian condensed beside him. Long Tianyu also followed. At this time, Long Tianyu looked at Feng Yuan nestled in Yang Chen's arms in the sky, and his eyes were full of fierce jealousy. Above the forehead, there are even more bruises. Bastard. Feng Yuan, you slut. Why are you so disrespectful? Argue the head of the Feng family, a cultivator of the transformation god. On weekdays, he is always unattainable, and he is always cold to Lao Su. Quote. Why are you willing to marry a junior now, and still be held in your arms and played with in front of the cultivators of the 3 major families? Long Tianyu was full of anger. The last time I bumped into Yang Chen's bastard in the main hall, he forcibly hugged his mother-in-law. Stopped by his wit, although the mother-in-law took all her anger out on him. However, at least Yang Chen's bastard's conspiracy was crushed. But now, Feng Yuan, who was regarded as forbidden by him, agreed to marry Yang Chen's miscellaneous marriage. In front of everyone, he was obediently held in his arms. Long Tianyu was resentful in his heart. He has been a son-in-law in the Feng family for more than 10 years. Feng Yuan, the mother-in-law, has always been high and cold to him. But he was the young master of the Zhengzhou Red Dragon family, but he was willing to endure it. Because he already had a twisted pleasure in his heart. However, this pleasure must be that Feng Yuan cannot be touched by others. Otherwise, it's not pleasure, but torture. Ding! The host hugged Feng Yuan in public. Feng Yuan no longer resisted. Long Tianyu knew 4.5 eyes. Mood collapsed. Plundered the son of heavenly destiny. Long Tianyu chi luck value 2,000 points. The host obtained villain value 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen, who was feeling Feng Yuan's plump and delicate body, suddenly widened his eyes. The gaze swept around below. Finally, he stopped at the figure full of anger next to Feng Qianning. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I didn't expect it. You also came. Hee hee, this is a real bonus. Was bumped into by you again. Look at Yuer's hideous eyes. I must be very envious and jealous of my father-in-law in my heart. Otherwise, he would not have plundered another 2,000 chi love points. Oblivious. Yuer, this is your mother-in-law. Why are you always so possessive? This is not right. Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Face so scary. Feng Qianning, who had returned to his senses, sensed that something was wrong with Long Tianyu. The gloomy and distorted expression made her feel a little terrible. No, I'm okay. Long Tianyu suddenly came back to his senses. Shen said, looking at the beautiful wife on the side. The resentment in Long Tianyu's heart slowly subsided a little. Yang Chen's bastard, since he married Feng Yuan, then he couldn't fight Qianning's idea. In the future, Qianning will be his. This can be said to be a blessing in misfortune. Moreover, Qianning still cares about his husband. Although the last time it was a little unpleasant. However, this month, the relationship between them has been reconciled again. Qianning's name for himself became a kind Tianyu again. Cousin Qianning, the family master has now become the city lord, and he will be the young city lord of our ice and snow ancient city in the future. Nothing, what does that son-in-law do? It is, Cousin Qianning, His Royal Highness the Holy Son and the head of the family are married, you are now the stepdaughter of His Highness the Holy Son, how honorable your status is. Several young Tianzhao of the Feng family complimented Feng Qianning. Between words, he was quite disdainful of Long Yu's son-in-law. 10. Although a mysterious Yuan infant cultivator appeared last time, calling Long Tianyu Gongzi. But, Long Tianyu has been a son-in-law in the Feng family for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, they have become accustomed to insulting Long Tianyu. Moreover, that mysterious Yuan infant cultivator, just half a quarter of an hour after he appeared, was directly killed by the Holy Son's next move. Therefore, these Feng family Tianzhao still have no scruples about Long Tianyu. Plus His Highness the Son chose to marry the head of the family. Then the originally determined marriage object Feng Qianning was also vacated. Their Feng family allows intermarriage internally. Although it is the same family, however, it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Various paravial systems are staggered. As long as you are not an immediate relative, you can get married. For Feng Qianning, one of the three beauties of the ice and snow ancient city. How could they not be moved? What do you guys say? Being ridiculed by these people, Long Tianyu's face immediately became gloomy. This month, he also began to cultivate. Shu Wei improved rapidly, reaching the 4th level of Qi training. Able to mobilize more power in the Dragon Blood Jade. Several early Jinden and foundation building monks. He doesn't put it in his eyes at all. Oh, dare to speak ill of us. Long Tianyu, I see that your son-in-law is itchy. Do you want our brother to loosen you up? Several Feng family disciples looked playful. His eyes looked at Long Tianyu unkindly. You were looking for death when you step on horseback. Long Tianyu was already holding his stomach for fire. The forbidden in his heart was held in the arms of Yang Chen's bastard. He was helpless, that's all. However, these wastes even dared to mock him. Open mouth and close mouth. Maid, today must stand up. Just let Qianning also take a look. Her husband is not a waste. But a peerless Tianzhao, future supreme, Long Tianyu directly urged the Dragon Blood Jade. A red dragon shadow suddenly appeared and directly hit several Feng family disciples. Poof, several people were photographed vomiting blood and flew out. Fell heavily on the ground, directly fainted, life and death unknown. Tianyu, you, seeing this scene, Feng Qianning was taken aback. During this time, she also noticed that Tianyu began to have true Qi fluctuations on his body. It's time to practice. However, after all, it was only the cultivation of the Qi cultivation realm, and he was able to beat several Golden Dan cultivators to vomit blood with one move. It's also incredible, sensing the surprise on Feng Qianning's face. The corners of Long Tianyu's mouth rose slightly, a little proud. That's what he wanted. Qianning, in fact, I could have cultivated. The main thing is that the bloodline was sealed before, and it was impossible to condense true Qi. Now that 20 years have passed, I can also recultivate. Believe me, in less than 10 years, I can step into Jinden. Long Tianyu's voice was full of confidence. 10 years to reach Jinden. He does have the courage to do so. After all, he was a young supreme with the blood of a true dragon. In the future, Zhongzhou is his stage, but as soon as he finished speaking, an elder of the Feng family walked over quickly. Shuiner, seeing that his son was beaten covered in blood, he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. This Feng patriarch was immediately furious. Long Tianyu, you are so daring. As the son-in-law of the Feng family, he dares to commit a crime and attack the core disciples. No matter what demon art you use, we must punish you will today. Patriarch Feng, a Yuan infant cultivator, directly slapped his palm towards Long Tianyu. The Yuan infant blow is not at all comparable to the early days of Jinden. Even if Long Tianyu urged the Dragon Blood Jade, he could beat the early cultivators of Jinden to vomit blood. But, in the face of this blow, the red dragon shadow was directly shattered. The handprint was photographed from above, and Long Tianyu was directly pressed to his knees. Just wave his hand and fall, Long Tianyu will be wiped out. Elder Yuji, please show mercy to your subordinates. Seeing this, Feng Qianning hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. But, the elder looked at his fainted son, his eyes full of regret. Miss Qianning, I don't know if my son was beaten alive or dead, but he is the only son of Hansa. Could it be that the son of the elder of my grand Feng family is not as important as a son-in-law? These words, immediately, a group of Feng family disciples and elders around them were filled with righteous indignation. Not bad, Feng Zan is a core disciple of my Feng family. Long Tianyu is just a son-in-law, how can he have a core disciple? Just now, Feng Zan and the others just mocked a few words, and he suddenly made such a ruthless move. Today is a big day for the family master to take over the position of city lord, and Long Tianyu is clearly intent on making trouble. Severe punishment must be imposed. The words of a group of disciple elders around made Feng Qianning's brows frown. Now, things are difficult. As the young master of the Feng family, if she favored Long Tianyu at this moment, then it will definitely cause the disobedience of the family elder brother 463. But leave him alone, then with the nature of this group of elders. Tianyu Bakang can't live. Long Tianyu, you deliberately seriously injured the core disciples of the Feng family, and this will spare your life for the sake of being my Feng family's son-in-law and only abolish your cultivation. Patriarch Feng's eyes were grim. Thinking of his son being beaten like this by his son-in-law is a burst of anger. Raise your palm and waste the dragon Tianyu cultivation. Bastard, you dare. At this moment, Long Tianyu was also panicked. He didn't expect that this old thing would come up with such a vicious means to destroy his cultivation. He waited 20 years and finally could cultivate. Now if it is abolished, everything will be over, hurriedly said. Qianning, stop this madman. Feng Qianning's brows furrowed. The eyes that looked at him were full of helplessness and disappointment. Elder Yuji, but before she could say anything, Patriarch Feng said in a deep voice. Miss Qianing, the old man will take revenge today. The big hand fell directly. It is necessary to abolish Long Tianyu's cultivation. But right now, a cyan light emerged, blocking the Truchi handprint. Yang Chen and Feng Yuan walked side by side from above the sky. This elder, please show mercy to your subordinates. You are, after all, it's my son-in-law. Yang Chen stepped in the void, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked slowly. The breeze blows, and the corners of your clothes fly. Gentle temperament, it's like a fairy in the dust. Feng Yuan, who was standing beside her, although her figure was plump and graceful, her posture was overwhelming. But at this moment, it was also covered by the light on Yang Chen's body. A group of female elder disciples of the Feng family all had spring in their eyes and shimmering. This His Royal Highness the Sun is not only powerful. This temperament is also too dusty. This glance is destined to be unforgettable for life. For the rest of my life, I search in my dreams. His Royal Highness the Sun. Feng Qian stared at Yang Chen who was walking slowly, and his red lips groaned softly. It's only 4 or 5 steps apart. This kind of scene is no different from meeting His Royal Highness the Sun for the first time at a banquet a month ago. Then, the two of them toasted each other and talked happily. But now, His Highness the Sun is going to marry her mother. In the future, it will be her elder. Feng Qianing's eyes were full of loneliness. Even, there are some grudges and regrets. Yang Chen stepped down from the air and stood right in front of Long Tianyu. At this time, Long Tianyu was kneeling on the ground by the Truchi handprint. It's like a big toad on all fours. Rise. Just looked at Yang Chen's condescending, playful eyes. His mother-in-law, who regarded himself as a forbidden mother-in-law, stood beside him. The tender jade hand held his arm, and there was a trace of redness on the jade face. However, the eyes that looked at him were full of boredom and disgust. There is also a high pride and coldness. This pride is cold, as usual. But at this moment, he only felt a wave of sadness and indignation welling up in his heart. The heart is full of humiliation. Damn it, Feng Yuan, you slut. Yang Chen, I must kill you when I step on the horse. Ding, the host is condescending, looking down at Long Tianyu lying on the ground. Long Tianyu's mood is damaged. The son of heaven's destiny, Long Tianyu, is worth 500 points, and the host gets 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Ding, Feng Yuan took the lord's arm. His eyes ignored Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu was jealous, and Long Tianyu, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. He hasn't shot yet. That's another 1,500 villains worth it. Hee. Yuer's mentality is also too fragile. I have seen His Highness the Sun. I've seen the owner. Several elders of the Feng family on the side returned to their senses and immediately bowed and saluted. Feng Yuan was cold and frosty at this time, and her face was very ugly. What is the occasion now? She had just obtained the Ice Phoenix seal and took over the position of City Lord. These people in the family began to do things. Isn't this for the cultivators of the Land family and the Bai family to watch lively? He had just obtained the position of City Lord and became this virtue. How to rule the ice and snow ancient city in the future. Feng Yuji, what are you trying to do? Do you know what this occasion is? Feng Yuan shouted in a deep voice. The coercion of the avatar cultivator rushed to his face. Feng Yuji only felt his shoulders sink and hurriedly explained. Patriarch, the son-in-law Long Tianyu doesn't know what means he used to severely injure several core disciples of my Feng family. According to the family rules of our Feng family, if Zhang's son-in-law dares to deliberately harm the core disciples, then the light will be abolished Shouwei and the worst will be directly executed. I just wanted to abolish his cultivation according to the family rules to set an example. Please also ask the head of the family to understand it. How many core disciples did Long Tianyu beat to serious injuries? Feng Yuan looked slightly stunned. He glanced at several young disciples of the Feng family who were unconscious next to him. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. This waste, something has been very wrong recently. First, he defeated Feng Yunhai in the early days of Jinden at the banquet. Now he has seriously injured several core disciples. The key thing is that his cultivation is only 4 layers of Qi training. Yang Chen said at this time, Elder Yuji, the family rules are dead, and people are alive. Yuer is Qianing's husband after all. Now that this holy son and the lord of Feng City are married, then Yuer is also my son-in-law. A son-in-law is half a son, a father-in-law is half a father. I'm also half Yuer's father. You said yes. Yes, yes, what His Highness the Sun said is extremely true. Feng Yuji hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then he hurriedly removed the Truchi handprint. There are some regrets in my heart. This holy son highness didn't know much about the Feng family's son-in-law. This is really taking it as his son-in-law. Long Tianyu, this kid is lucky. Hearing Yang Chen's serious tone, Feng Yuan couldn't help but give him a blank look. This bastard, it's really going to take advantage. Such an old son, he is also embarrassed to admit it. It's shameless. Yuer, this is a healing pill, it can be regarded as a little of your father's heart, you're about to eat it. Yang Chen reached out and handed over a pill, a loving and caring smile on his face. But, this voice was father, but it made Long Tianyu's face suddenly turn blue. Thinking of Zhang Lao, who was refined and killed by this bastard. There is also his mother-in-law, who is forbidden to herself and is forced to marry him. Now, he still calls himself a father. Damn bastards. Long Tianyu's forehead was bruised, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Yang Chen, you take advantage of me by stepping on less horses. I'm going to kill you sooner or later. Long Tianyu roared angrily. His eyes stared at Yang Chen, blinding, presumptuous. Feng Yuan suddenly drank coldly. The jade hand raised lightly and directly slapped Long Tianyu's face. Although not with much force. However, this slap still sent Long Tianyu's vomit blood flying out. Several teeth were lost. A son-in-law, a dog is not as good as something. Dare to speak out. How presumptuous. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Although he felt that Yang Chen was scolded because he was to blame. However, as the head of the Feng family, she still had to express something. Moreover, she had long been unhappy with Long Tianyu's son-in-law. If it weren't for his scruples, he would still be the son-in-law of the Feng family. The slap just now directly killed him. Ah, Feng Yuan, you slut. I'm going to crush you under me and ravage you sooner rather than later, so that you know how powerful my Long Tianyu is. Jiao. Long Tianyu lay on the ground, feeling the hot pain on his face and only felt extremely humiliated. The heart roared with anger, held by his mother-in-law. This is not the first time, but this time, he was furious. Looking up, I just saw Yang Chen's eyes full of playfulness and Feng Yuan's cold and high jade face. Suddenly angry, can't help it anymore, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Directly passed out. Ding. Feng Yuan palm hoop Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapsed. Directly fainted. Plundered the son of heaven's destiny. Long Tianyu chi luck value 2000 points. The host obtained the villain value 2000 points. Closing square bracket. G. 2000 villain values. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. You are. Apparently, your mother-in-law slapped this way. The damage to you is not ordinary. A month passed quickly. The news of the fall of the two avatar god cultivators of Lan Qingchen and Baizhou also spread throughout the northern spirit domain. It caused a shock in the northern spirit domain. After all, Lan Qingchen and Baizhou have been famous for thousands of years. It belongs to the veteran avatar monks. It is extremely well known in the northern spirit domain. Although many top forces are interested in the fragrant food of the falling snow mountain range. However, after hearing the news of the marriage between Xuantian Saint Sun and Feng Yuan, the head of the Feng family, they all dismissed the idea. After all, the Xuantian Saint Sun was able to kill Lan Qingchen and Baizhou, and he could also kill them. What's more, there's the behemoth of Zhang Tianzong behind him. Your Highness the Sun, how is the strength of the massage? Feeling uncomfortable, Yang Chen lay on the jade chair. Behind him, Xu Qingchen exhaled like a lan. Green jade fingers pinched back and forth on his shoulder. It's not so much a pinch as a stroke. Moreover, this girl has been running the Dragon and Phoenix double cultivation Dafa. Although that bit of true chi in her body did not have much effect on Yang Chen now. However, when the exercises are running, the numbness caused by physical contact cannot be avoided. In this regard, Yang Chen was also helpless. It has been a while since he left Zhang Tianzong. He is also restless in his body now. Then, a faint voice sounded outside the door. Your Highness the Sun, Qianning begs for a meeting. Qianning, Yang Chen was stunned, then said, come in. The door opens. Feng Qianning's tall figure slowly walked in. She was dressed in a snow-white gauze dress with a snow robe draped over her shoulders. The green silk was draped behind his head, revealing a coldness. 020. After entering the room, he bowed to Yang Chen. Qianning has seen His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Qianning, no need to be polite. We're all family. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth smiled. Feng Qianning's fair cheek suddenly blushed. The meaning of a family, she naturally knows. I couldn't help but glance at Xu Qingchen behind Yang Chen. The eyes are full of envy. It is also a great happiness to be the handmaid of His Highness the Sun. Pity, she didn't have that opportunity. Qianning, you came to find father. No, come to me, is there something wrong? Yang Chen asked. Your Highness the Holy Sun, my mother said that there's something important to discuss. Please come over, she is waiting for you in the city lord's mansion. Feng Qianning said in a low voice. So it is. Yang Chen got up. Facing Xu Qingchen, he said. Qingchen, Qianning has also awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline and reached the Golden Pill realm. You can ask her for more advice. Got it. Xu Qingchen's beautiful eyes were full of resentment. It was hard to wait until he stayed alone with His Highness the Sun. You can take the opportunity to take a good pile of dragon chi. The result was ruined again. Alas, in the palace of the city lord's mansion. Feng Yuan dressed in a moon-white palace costume. Above the palace costume, there's a blue phoenix brocade. Wrapped in a plump and curvaceous body, the blue silk was pulled into a bun, revealing a snow-white neck like jade. On the hand of Su Baiyu, he held a blue seal. An ice phoenix shadow surrounds the body. Beautiful. After becoming the city lord, Feng Yuan's noble and elegant beautiful temperament became even stronger. Just by looking at it, people have an impulse. Noticing Yang Chen's gaze wandering over him, Feng Yuan's cheeks were slightly hot. However, nothing was said. During this time, she was used to it. I was hugged by this guy a few times. I don't care about that anymore. Yang Chen, this seed has decided to enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm. During this time, I will bother you to guard the ice and snow ancient city. Feng Yuan spoke softly, but Yang Chen shook his head. Senior Feng, I'm afraid this won't work. Can't do it. Feng Yuan's eyebrows frowned slightly. Are you worried about defaulting after the breakthrough of the Hanzo realm? Don't worry, this seed is full of words. When we come out of the Ice Phoenix secret realm, the marriage between us will still be counted. Feng Yuan said, her fair cheeks were a little unnatural. This month, the news of the marriage between her, the Ice and Snow ancient city lord and the Xuantian Saint Sun, had spread throughout the northern spirit domain. She also listened to a lot of various comments. Most of them say that her old cow eats tender grass. It's all infuriating to think about. Does she want this? Completely forced, right. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared in Yang Chen's eyes. This woman really regarded him as a hungry ghost. After working in Ice and Snow ancient city for so long, Yang Chen didn't just want to marry Feng Yuan, a beautiful woman. His purpose was the Ice Phoenix secret realm. The original plot direction, Long Tianyu, the son of destiny, will definitely enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm. In the Ice Phoenix secret realm, there must also be a great opportunity that belongs to Long Tianyu. As a villain, how could he not take it? Senior Feng, the senior also wants to enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm. Yang Chen said slowly, you also want to enter the Ice Phoenix secret realm. Feng Yuan directly shook her head and refused. This can't be. The Ice Phoenix secret realm is left by the Ice Phoenix ancestor, and only cultivators of the three major families can enter. Elder is also a cultivator of the three major families. When Yang Chen heard this, he walked slowly to Feng Yuan's side. He stretched out his arms and hugged her plump and tender waist. Feng Yuan's body suddenly trembled. Want to struggle. However, thinking of the strength of this bastard's flesh, he gave up again. Just snorted coldly. Where are you the cultivators of my three major families? How is it not? Yang Chen play taste. Senior Feng, we are now married, as the head of the Feng family and the lord of the Ice and Snow ancient city. It is not too much to say that he is a cultivator of the three major families. It's shameless. Feng Yuan turned her head and glared at Yang Chen fiercely. A flush floated on his fair cheeks. This bastard. It's really thick skin. However, Feng Yuan did not continue to insist. After all, with her current strength and situation, she simply could not strongly refuse Yang Chen. Once strongly refused, it annoyed the bastard. I'm not sure what he'll do. After all, the end of Lan Qingchen and Baizhou was just around the corner. Although this bastard always took advantage of her, he also married her. However, Feng Yuan did not think that Yang Chen was a soft-hearted person. This bastard is humble on the outside, but he is quite ruthless and shameless on the inside. And, in the Ice Phoenix secret realm, there is a cold world. Yang Chen, this bastard is a fire cultivator. Even if he enters, he can't get anything. At an extraordinary time, it can only violate the ancestral precepts. It seems that Senior Feng agreed. Thank you then. As Yang Chen said, Feng Yuan's cheek suddenly rose with a flush and panic, and hurriedly said. Yang Chen, the seed promised you. You give me the honesty. Bastard, Senior Feng is thanking you. Boom. A few days later, Yang Chen and Feng Yuan came to a forbidden place in the city lord's mansion. The main mansion of the Ice and Snow ancient city covers an extremely large area, like a small city. However, this forbidden place, which forbidden all elder disciples to enter it, was just a simple palace. But around the palace, layer after layer of formations were carved. Even if you want to break in, without the cultivation of the god realm, you can't even break the formation. Get into it. A stone stele several feet high stands in the center of the hall. The stele is snow white throughout. It is carved with Tao inscriptions, forming a phoenix pattern. Around the stone stele, the ice attribute heaven and earth aura was extremely strong. That's 5 or 6 times more than the outside world. Yang Chen stared at the stone tablet in front of him. I felt a fluctuation in space. These ice attribute auras penetrated from the stone stele. Senior Feng, the ice phoenix secret realm, is in the stone stele. Good. Feng Yuan nodded lightly, bowed to the stone monument. Above the jade face, full of awe, the cultivation of the ice phoenix ancestor is thorough to the heavens, and the ice phoenix secret realm is a small world opened up by the ancestors. Moreover, in this small world, there is a wisp of the ancestor's divine soul. The divine soul can continuously absorb the energy of the void and transform it into pure icy aura. This is also the reason why every time a new city lord enters it, his cultivation can skyrocket in a short period of time. Yang Chen, before entering, this seed must warn you that the ice phoenix ancestor is still alive in the world with a high probability, and if I perceive you as an outsider, the consequences are not something I can predict. Still alive, Yang Chen looked slightly startled. The ice and snow ancient city has existed for 40 or 50,000 years. If that ice phoenix still exists, wouldn't it have lived for at least 40 or 50,000 years? But think about it too, you can open up a small world on your own. This kind of cultivation is absolutely heavenly. Coupled with the fact that it is a demon beast, its lifespan itself is much longer than that of humans. It makes sense to live for 450,000 years and still not die. But, Yang Chen was not afraid. On the contrary, there is some excitement in my heart. After all, it was an old phoenix that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Feng Yuan raised the ice phoenix seal in her hand. The ice phoenix seal suddenly released a brilliant blue brilliance. Then, it disappeared directly into the stone stele. Suddenly, a force of space pervades the surroundings. The originally silent stone stele slowly formed a white light gate. A strong icy aura surged out of it. Yang Chen followed Feng Yuan into it. Open your eyes again. In front of the eyes, mountains, earth, lakes, snow. You can't see the edge at a glance. This space is indeed a small world. With Yang Chen's current vision, he couldn't even see the boundary. At least thousands of miles away, it can open up a world of space on this scale. The strength of that old phoenix is indeed unimaginable. Feng Yuan took out an ancient map at this time, a few glances at it. Then fly towards the sky. Yang Chen followed closely. Not long after, the two came to a small lake. In such a cold temperature, the lake did not freeze. Moreover, the lake is sparkling. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and stroked the lake. I only felt a chill and chill. I was suddenly surprised. He possessed the blood of alien fire and divine dragon, and had reached the ninefold physical cultivation of the Yuan infant. This lake actually made him feel cold and piercing. This is the Xuanbing spirit water transformed by the cold ice chi. If you are not a physical cultivator, just this one stroke is enough to freeze your palm. Feng Yuan was a little gloating. It was one of the few things she was happy to see this bastard deflated. Xuanbing spirit water. Yang Chen looked startled. He read it in ancient books. Xuanbing spiritual water will only be formed in places where the ice attribute aura is extremely strong. However, most of them are just a small depression. As long as it appears, it will cause a fight among the ice attribute cultivators. And in front of the eyes, but a whole lake. Although this lake is not large, it also has 100 square meters. This is if all absorbed and refined. To what extent will Feng Yuan's strength be improved? Feng Yuan looked at the Xuanbing spirit water of an entire lake, and her beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. Because according to the family records, every time the secret realm is opened, a pool of Xuanbing spirit water will form. After refining, the strength will improve rapidly. But now, what a pool! It's clearly a lake. Then, the originally calm water of the lake suddenly burst into waves. The waves are gradually rough, and then, in the middle of the lake, a snow lotus slowly emerged. Lotus flowers bloom. In the center of the snow lotus, there is a blue lotus seed. It exudes a cold glow. The Xuanbing spirit water in the lake is freezing rapidly. This scene stunned both Yang Chen and Feng Yuan. Xuanbing spiritual water, but it is born by gathering the heaven and earth ice attribute spiritual chi. Even an ice attribute cultivator in the transformation god realm could not make it freeze. But now, with the appearance of snow lotus, the Xuanbing spirit water in the entire lake was actually frozen. Xuanbing holy lotus, that legend turned out to be true. At this time, Feng Yuan suddenly spoke. The tone was full of shock. Xuanbing holy lotus. Yang Chen looked startled. In ancient books, there are records of Xuanbing holy lotus. According to legend, the Xuanbing holy lotus can only grow if it is watered with Xuanbing spiritual water every day. Xuanbing spirit water is extremely precious, watering for tens of thousands of years before the Xuanbing holy lotus can mature. You can imagine the degree of preciousness. It is definitely a sacred relic for all ice attribute cultivators. Above Feng Yuan's jade face, it was full of solemnity. Then he took off directly into the air and flew towards the Xuanbing holy lotus. But right now, a ghostly light shot out from the Xuanbing holy lotus. Feng Yu's cultivation of the divine realm could not resist this ghostly light. Directly beaten, vomiting blood flying, Yang Chen hurriedly cut her. Ah, bastard, hurry up and let go of the main seed. Feng Yuan didn't care to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said in a hurried tone. Above the jade face is full of coquettish blush. Yang Chen was stunned, looked down. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth hooked a touch of playfulness. No wonder I always felt that my palm was pressed on the cotton just now. Hee, but, Feng Yuan, really a person is like your name. Ahem, Yang Chen coughed dryly, reluctantly released his palm, and then said seriously. Senior Feng, around the Xuanbing holy lotus, the formation should have been engraved. It wasn't the Xuanbing saint lotus that attacked you just now, but the power of the formation. Feng Yuan didn't care about these things with him at this time. The beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely, and then looked at the Xuanbing holy lotus in the center of the lake. Mused. Formation. Could it be that this formation was carved by the Ice Phoenix ancestor? Engraved by the Ice Phoenix ancestor. When Yang Chen heard this, he was a little surprised in his heart. But think about it, it's quite possible. This small world was opened up by the old Phoenix. The formation around the Xuanbing holy lotus may indeed have been carved by it. No matter who carved the formation, the Xuanbing saint lotus seed must be obtained. Feng Yuan's eyes were full of determination. If she could get the Xuanbing saint lotus, she would not only be able to break through quickly in her cultivation, Cultivation talent can also be greatly improved. In the future, it is even expected to refine the void. However, if you want to obtain the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, you must first break the formation. 0 asked for flowers. Feng Yuan turned her head to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, are you sure that this formation will be broken? Hearing this, Yang Chen looked towards the lake, although the formation is very deep. But, after all, it's a long time ago. It should be precisely because the age is too long ago that there are some problems in the formation, so the Xuanbing Holy Lotus will surface. Yang Chen did not answer, but flew above the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Scratch the palm of your hand. Suddenly, drops of golden blood dripped down. The blood of the true dragon has the miraculous effect of breaking the seal. Really, golden blood dripped around the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Suddenly, dense lines emerged. Then, the lines begin to fade. Until it disappears completely. Brush, the formation was destroyed, and the Xuanbing Holy Lotus turned into a white light and flew towards the sky. Want to go? Yang Chen's figure moved, directly pinching the Xuanbing Holy Lotus in his hand. Feng Yuan hurriedly flew to Yang Chen's side, looking at the Xuanbing Holy Lotus who was held by him in his hands and constantly struggling. The beautiful eyes were full of surprise. According to legend, some holy medicines that have been grown long enough will give birth to spiritual intelligence. Today is an eye-opener. If he could refine this Xuanbing Holy Lotus, Mo said that he would step into the middle stage of the transformation god. As long as there is enough time, it is not a problem to enter the refining void. Yang Chen, you are a fire attribute cultivator. This Xuanbing Holy Lotus is useless to you, can you give it to me? Don't worry, I will fulfill my agreement and marry you. Looking at Feng Yuan, who had a look of anticipation in a much softer tone, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Senior Feng, of course, our relationship can be given to you. However, if you want to refine the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. What do you mean? Feng Yuan's eyebrows frowned slightly. Yang Chen handed her the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Senior Feng, you touch it. Feng Yuan took it. Suddenly, a cold breath swept through the whole body. Your arm was instantly covered in frost. It's so cold. It was just a contact, and Feng Yuan actually felt that her true chi was about to be frozen. Senior Feng, the Xuanbing Holy Lotus is a holy relic of an ice attribute cultivator. Xuanbing spirit water has been watered for tens of thousands of years before it can mature. Although you are a transformation god cultivator, it is difficult for you to withstand the extreme cold of the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. But what? Feng Yuan asked immediately. Yang Chen's gaze swept around her plump and graceful body, and his tone was a little more playful. However, if there is a supreme yang complementing it, then the difficulty of refining is much less. Ziyang compliments. Feng Yuan's eyebrows frowned slightly. Yang Chen explained. Senior Feng, the Xuanbing Holy Lotus has absorbed the cold and cold chi of Xuanbing spiritual water for 10,000 years, and it can be said that it is the most yin and cold thing in the world. Although you are an ice attribute cultivator and have the blood of the ice phoenix, if you forcibly absorb it, I am afraid that your body will not be able to withstand this cold. However, the night generation has a strange fire, and it is the heaven and earth to the sun. If you can use the assistance of alien fire to neutralize this extreme cold, then Senior Feng can refine the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Chen. As a cultivator of the Avatar God, he has been cultivating for thousands of years. She naturally also understood the cultivation method of complementing yin and yang. However, looking at the playfulness at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth, she always felt that this bastard was not well. However, there is some truth in what this bastard said. 813. The extreme cold in the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, she really couldn't bear it. Just touch it, and the true chi in the body will be frozen. If it is refined into the body, I am afraid that my breath of life may also be frozen. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Yuan said, what do you say about complementing each other with different fire to the sun? Yang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. It seems that the Xuanbing Holy Lotus is quite attractive to Feng Yuan. In the original plot, Xuanbing Holy Lotus should be the introduction of Long Tianyu, the son of destiny, and his mother-in-law Feng Yuan to achieve a breakthrough in their relationship. But now, it could only be replaced by his father-in-law. After all, you are as always wrong like that. His father-in-law is justified. Senior Feng, it's actually simple. As long as you transfer the alien fire in the body of the evening generation into your body, and then you refine the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, and use the alien fire of the evening generation to neutralize the extreme cold of the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. It's just, Yang Chen was embarrassed. Just what? Feng Yuan asked immediately. It's just that the alien fire is too hot, and I'm afraid that the clothes on Senior Feng's body can't be preserved. And the young generation also has to contact your body, otherwise I am worried that I will not be able to control the fire. What? Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Silver teeth clenched. Really, she knew that this bastard must be upset and kind. It turned out to be waiting for her here. Yang Chen, this is impossible. Hansa can't do it, Feng Yuan said directly, not an inch in front of this bastard. She became a god monk and practiced for thousands of years. Also dignified, since Senior Feng is unwilling, then forget it. Yang Chen looked helpless, there was no pushing. Then said, however, this Xuanbing Holy Lotus is a treasure of heaven and earth after all. You can't waste it like this. Senior Feng, Shu Qingshan, who came with me, has also awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, so it's better to let the senior help her refine. The future can also create a refining power. Your maid. It seems that your relationship is not ordinary. Feng Yuan spoke coldly. That's the personal mate of the young generation, and the relationship is naturally not ordinary. Yang Chen's eyes were playful. Senior Feng's expression and tone, could it be that he is jealous? You, presumptuous. Feng Yuan suddenly had a cold face on her jade face. Hansa has been practicing for 1,000 years, and will eat your little brat's vinegar. Self-inflicted, little brat. Yang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. This woman is playing with fire. The 3 words of the little fart boy are the biggest insult to him. Yang Chen, the seat asks you, to refine the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, is there no other way than the method you mentioned? After a moment, Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled, knowing that this woman still couldn't resist the temptation of Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Shaking his head and saying, read violent novels, just go on Philu Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. No more. Senior Feng, the alien fire has entered your body, do you think that the clothes on your body can still be preserved? Besides, we're all married, and you still care about this. They are all cultivators, they should not be informal, not to mention that you have been cultivating for 1,000 years. The elders don't care, so why should you care about these subsections? You, abominable little bastard. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth. 0. The beautiful eyes glared at Yang Chen fiercely. As a cultivator of the Avatar God, the lord of a clan, and the city lord of the ice and snow ancient city. She was tempted to give up. Absorbing Xuanbing spiritual water, it can improve cultivation. It can even allow her to reach the middle stage of the Avatar in a short period of time. But refining the Xuanbing Saint Lotus could change her qualifications. In the future, there's even the possibility of stepping into the refining void realm. Just give up because you need to be naked. It's a pity to think about it. Moreover, this bastard is also right, they are all married. The entire northern spirit domain was already aware. Honesty is also premature. Never mind. Cultivation for 1,000 years, what winds and waves have not been seen. Moreover, during this time, he was taken advantage of by this bastard in a variety of ways. Just now, he pressed it on that part. It's not bad anymore. A look of determination flashed across Feng Yuan's face. Then looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, this seed can do what you say. But you have to turn around, and keep your eyes open. Turn around, take care of your eyes. Hee. Yang Chen smiled. Knowing that this was Feng Yuan's last stubbornness. It is also the step she built for herself. So he said, 4.5 inches of course. Quote. Senior Feng, in fact, the elder is not a person who loves to take advantage, and he needs to be naked, which is completely forced by the situation. After all, how can you say that you are also a decent gentleman? Bah, Feng Yuan snorted softly. She didn't believe this bastard's nonsense. It's completely taking advantage and selling well. In that case, then Senior Feng, let's start. Yang Chen sat cross-kneeled on the shore and closed his eyes. Above Feng Yuan's jade face, a touch of entanglement and hesitation flashed. But in the end, the green onion jade fingers still gently tugged at the belt around the waist. Just instantly, a snow. The lake is full of spring. Yang Chen, you take care of your eyes. The divine soul is not allowed to be released. Otherwise, Hansa and you are not finished. Feeling Yang Chen behind him breathing a little heavily. Feng Yuan hurriedly trembled and said, above the neck and cheeks, there was a flush. My heart is full of shame. She is naked and faces Yang Chen. Yang Chen's palm was pressed against Feng Yuan's pink jade's back. Feeling the delicate jade-like touch, my heart is also a little fluttering. However, he calmly said, Senior Feng, don't worry, the operation of different fire into your body, you need to condense all your mind, there can be no mistake, and the senior has no mind to look at anything else. Saying that, Yang Chen mobilized Qinglian Tianyan. The cyan flame suddenly passed from above his palm into Feng Yuan's body. Ah, a soft groan. Feng Yuan only felt a burning heat rushing into her body. The meridians are hot and painful. Quickly calmed down his mind, mobilized the true qi in his body, and began to wrap the strange fire in his body. The fire enters the body and is extremely dangerous. Even if she was an avatar cultivator, once she lost control, her body would be burned to ashes in an instant. Although he despised Yang Chen's character, but she 28 also knew that she and Yang Chen were now a community of interests, and they were of great use to this bastard. Yang Chen had no reason to harm her. Senior Feng, don't think about anything else, concentrate on using true qi to control the different fire. At the same time, start refining and absorbing the Xuanbing Saint Lotus. Use the supreme sun of the alien fire and the extreme cold of the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. Yang Chen said in a deep voice behind her, worried that she kept thinking about peeking and was distracted by this. As Qinglian Tianyan increased his strength, his power also increased. If it gets out of control in her body, destroying her body is not worth the loss. At that time, how to plunder Yuer's Qi-Luck value. Hansa knows. Feng Yuan drank lowly. A blue glow appeared on his body. The phoenix phantom hovered overhead. The Xuanbing Holy Lotus was suspended above Feng Yuan's head, and the cold light fell down and merged into her body. Shish, some of the cold light also fell on Yang Chen's arm. Suddenly, I only felt a biting coldness. I couldn't help but snort. The Feng Yuan in front of her was instantly covered by snow and frost. Qinglian Tianyan circulated in the body, after fusing the snow and frost. Soon, a layer of frost will form again. Feng Yuan's delicate body was trembling obviously. Being able to freeze an ice attribute god cultivator like this shows how terrifying this extreme cold is. At the same time, this also marked how huge the energy contained in the Xuanbing Holy Lotus was. Feng Yuan was completely refined. It's not just about qualifications. The realm will also be greatly improved. Cold, so cold. Feng Yuan's body was covered with frost, and she only felt that her heart was frozen. She is a god cultivator. Thousands of years with frost. I have long been accustomed to all the cold in the world. But now, this piercing cold from the depths of the soul. It seemed to freeze her spirit. If there is no strange fire in the body, it will travel around the body over and over again, neutralizing this extreme cold. With her physical body, I am afraid that she has now been frozen into an ice sculpture. The Xuanbing Holy Lotus above Feng Yuan's head shone more and more cold light, and it became more and more intense, and the light was like ink. Feng Yuan couldn't withstand this extreme cold, and her body gradually began to stiffen. Yang Chen, different fire, more delivery. I want more alien fire, Feng Yuan said in a trembling voice. Still, more. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked slightly, and he immediately increased the delivery. Cyan flame surged out of the body, injected into Feng Yuan's body. But, still unable to stop Feng Yuan's body from gradually stiffening. Because the Xuanbing Holy Lotus is originally a heaven and earth holy relic that is not weak, and there are many different fires. Now refining into the body, relying only on the strange fire delivered by Yang Chen, it still cannot be completely neutralized. Yang Chen could clearly feel that the blue light on Feng Yuan's body was getting lighter and lighter. The phoenix phantom in the sky above is also gradually fading. He immediately reduced the delivery of alien fire. Because, Feng Yuan's aura became weaker, and the mobilized true qi was also decreasing. If she continued to deliver so many alien fires, she would not be able to control it. At that time, the alien fire will get out of control. Maybe she hadn't frozen to death, and her flesh was burned to ashes. But in this way, it fell into a dead end. Reducing the transmission of different fires, Feng Yuan could not neutralize the cold in her body even more. It's quite difficult. Yang Chen was a little speechless. He underestimated Xuanbing Saint Lotus. After all, this thing has grown in Xuanbing spirit water for tens of thousands of years. Every day, he was absorbing the cold essence of Xuanbing spirit water. The extremely cold aura contained in it is absolutely terrifying. Feng Yuan in front of her, her divine soul was obviously affected at this time. The true qi on his body was disturbed for a while. Yang Chen was closing his eyes and thinking about a solution. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my neck. Open your eyes. Just saw Feng Yuan who was cold and frosty. A pair of jade arms actually wrapped around his neck. The body was even more tightly pressed against his chest. It seemed that he felt the high temperature on Yang Chen's body. Feng Yuan was delirious and made this move by physical instinct. Shish, Yang Chen shivered. Now Feng Yuan, although her figure is still as her name suggests. However, it was too cold. It's like a piece of ice. Even if he has a different fire, he is a little overwhelmed. Senior Feng, Yang Chen drank deeply. Want to wake her up. However, Feng Yuan closed her beautiful eyes, and her jade face drilled straight into his chest. A pair of jade 957 arms that bullied Sai Shui also hugged his neck tightly, very tightly. It's so cold, it's so cold, save me, save me. Feng Yuan kept whispering in her mouth. This, Yang Chen was a little helpless. The senior Feng in front of him, where's the cold and arrogant who was the lord of a city before? It's like a little girl who only knows how to avoid the cold. Forget it, that's it. Alas, you are, for the father, next, you will truly become your father-in-law. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Then, the dragon and phoenix dafa given to him by Xu Qingsheng was operated. Feng Yuan has the ice phoenix bloodline in her body. In fact, every time Yang Chen hugged her, he could feel the agitation of the blood in his body. After all, Feng Yuan had been cultivating for thousands of years and had already reached the realm of transformation god. The ice phoenix bloodline in the body is also more pure and powerful. It has a lot of attraction to the blood of the divine dragon in his body. Moreover, dragon and phoenix dafa, if he unilaterally urges, although the effect is not very strong, it can also absorb the extremely cold qi in Feng Yuan's body. In this way, the extreme cold in her body can be relieved. Senior Feng did this all to save you. Moreover, we have already married, and I should also perform my duties. By the lake, spring is boundless, although the cold light shed by the Xuanting Holy Lotus became more and more intense. However, a lot of extremely cold qi was absorbed into Yang Chen's body. The origin fire of Qinglian Tianyin was ragingly burning. Plus the masculine scorching divine dragon blood in his body. Extreme cold and masculinity form a balance. Dragon and phoenix phantoms intertwined in the sky. However, the ice phoenix phantom was faint and weak, and was pressed under the body by the divine dragon phantom. A loud phoenix sound, with a trace of sadness, like a wail, resounded between heaven and earth. The vision of the dragon and phoenix in the song lasted for a full 5 hours before it slowly dissipated. Ding, the host and Feng Yuan dragon phoenix and Ming, water and milk blend, plunder the son of heaven's destiny, Long Tianyu Chi luck value 5,000 points, host obtained villain value 5,000 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen suddenly looked slightly startled. 5,000 villain values. Your obsession is really terrible. This is your mother-in-law, you ignorant child. Fortunately, there's a father-in-law, otherwise, wouldn't you be unreasonable? Feng Yuan was already conscious at this time. The eyelashes trembled, and the face and neck were flushed. But in the end, he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he sat cross-kneeled on the ground and began to refine the majestic energy in his body. The breath on the body climbs. In just a few days, Feng Yuan reached the triple level of Avatar. The breakthrough of the transformation god realm, each weight, is measured in 100 years. But Feng Yuan only took 3 days to break through 2 realms in a row. And the breath continues to rise. Half a month later. Feng Yuan opened her beautiful eyes. A blue beam shot straight into the sky. The loud phoenix chirped loudly. The green silk is windless and automatic, and the surrounding chi is really turbulent. There is a strong coercion. The breath on her body had already reached the quadruple realm of Avatar God. The fourfold of the god of transformation, compared to the triple of the god of transformation, although it is only a heavy space. However, the gap is quite large, because the fourfold Avatar is the middle period of the Avatar. Compared with the early stage of Avatar, there has been a qualitative improvement. In the past half-month, Yang Chen has been in retreat for most of the time. He also absorbed a lot of energy in the Xuanting Holy Lotus. However, it is not very useful for him. Now his cultivation is only 1 step away from breaking through the transformation god. He can start breaking through at any time if he wants. Congratulations to Senior Feng. In just over half a month, I stepped from the transformation god 1 to the transformation god quadruple. This kind of cultivation speed makes the young generation a little jealous. Seeing Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes, Yang Chen suddenly said with a smile. Feng Yuan glanced at him, snorted coldly, then get up. Reaching the quadruple of the Avatar god, Feng Yuan's temperament has changed a lot. It has become more cold and noble, tall posture, plump and graceful. The blue silk that was originally scattered and messy has been in a bun again at this time. The snow-white slender neck was exposed. Yang Chen's eyes scanned her body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook slightly. I have to say that the current Feng Yuan is more like a city lord. Zheng, suddenly, Feng Yuan swung a sword ray at him. The sword shines like snow, and the cold air fills the sky. The awe-inspiring sword intent seemed to cut off the space of this small world. Bang! Yang Chen did not dodge, but punched out. The extreme cold represented by the Xuanting Holy Lotus and the supreme yang represented by the blood of the fire divine dragon constantly alternated hot and cold in his body. It can be said that he has tempered his physical body in a real way. Now his physical cultivation has also reached the peak of the Yuan infant realm, and he is only 1 step away from transforming into a god. Punch out, mixed with the power of the divine dragon and Qinglian Tianyin. Directly smashed the sword to pieces. Snowflakes fell in the sky. Senior Feng, what is this for? Just broke through the 4 layers of the Avatar god and made a move against the knights. Do you want to cross the river and tear down the bridge? The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a hint of playfulness, so he looked at her for a while. He was not worried at all that Feng Yuan, this woman, really held the mentality of crossing the river and demolishing bridges. Because, even if Feng Yuan broke through to the 4th layer of the Avatar god, nor is it his opponent. After the previous fusion of water and milk, the dragon and phoenix merged. The ice phoenix bloodline in Feng Yuan's body can be said to be completely surrendered to the bloodline of the divine dragon. In this case, Feng Yuan's strength of the 4 layers of the divine realm, facing him, at least half of it had to be discounted. Moreover, Yang Chen also hoped that Feng Yuan would cross the river and tear down the bridge. In that way, he could justifiably teach this woman how to behave. When the time comes, what did you just call me? Feng Yuan did not continue to strike, but looked at Yang Chen and said coldly. Shout you what, Senior Feng, is there something wrong? Yang Chen said lightly. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes became a little cold again. Yang Chen, if you are only here to satisfy your perverted hobby, then stay away from the sea from now on. Hans's body has been given to you, and you have also got what you want. We don't know each other from now on. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, she directly turned around and turned her back to Yang Chen. Perverted hobbies. Yang Chen groaned, but soon, he came to his senses. The corners of his mouth slowly curved. He understood why this woman had suddenly attacked him just now. It turned out to be because of her name, Feng Senior. Hee, woman, it all looks the same. Yang Chen walked behind Feng Yuan. Directly stretched out his arms and hugged her curvaceous waist. It's cold to the touch, but it's elastic. Yang Chen, you. Let go of the Hansa. Feng Yuan's body trembled and said coldly. I struggled hard twice, but I didn't use true chi. Is it because I call you Senior Feng, are you angry? Hee, then you say, what should I call you? Wanner, is that okay? Yang Chen whispered next to Feng Yuan's ear, hot air blowing. The fair skin exposed under Feng Yuan's green silk was suddenly full of redness. The tight and delicate body is gradually becoming softer. In the end, he gave up the struggle completely. Let Yang Chen hold him in his arms. Bastard, bastard. Feng Yuan was soft in Yang Chen's arms, although she cursed low in her mouth. But there was not much anger. Sounds like the last stubbornness. Above the jade face, the red halo is all over. The originally cold and delicate body revealed a boiling hotness. Yang Chen could even feel her heart beating more and more urgently. Between breaths, they are full of heat. Feeling this scene, Yang Chen was also stunned. Unexpectedly, the city lord, who was cold and arrogant just now, was embarrassed to look like this at this moment. A hug, a gentle sound, the lethality turned out to be so great. Alas, you are, if you see this scene, I am afraid you will be very sad. Waner, Yang Chen whispered in her ear again. Feng Yuan's hot delicate body was completely soft in Yang Chen's arms. The originally calm shore of the lake has been painted with a layer of spring color. 1 hour later, Feng Yuan lay in Yang Chen's arms. Green onion jade fingers, drawing circles on the chest. Brother Chen, Feng Yuan murmured in her mouth, and the title of Yang Chen naturally became Brother Chen. Otherwise, this phoenix song would not have ended in just an hour. For Feng Yuan's title, Yang Chen was very satisfied. After all, she is an obsession in Yuer's heart. Now, he calls himself Brother Chen. It's all excitement to think about. If Yuer heard 267 arrive. Oblivious, I must be very excited. Ding, Feng Yuan completely returned to her heart, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Long Tianyu's luck value is 1000 points, and the host obtains 1000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Completely heartfelt, plundered another 1000 villain values. Not bad, this operation alone plundered 6000 villain values. It can be imagined how important Feng Yuan's mother-in-law is to Yuer. Alas, Yuer, what do you let the father say about you? Why is your heart so dirty? Unexpectedly, alas. It's good to have a father, otherwise, it's unreasonable. Yang Chen's palm swiped across Feng Yuan's white jade face. Feng Yuan did not resist in the slightest, as the system says. She has completely returned to her heart. This is also the embodiment of Yang Chen's strength. Waner, you relax your soul, I'll give you a good thing. Yang Chen said, raising a little at Feng Yuan's eyebrows. The dragon and phoenix double cultivation Dafa passed on. A moment later, Feng Yuan opened her beautiful eyes. His expression was full of excitement. With her insight, it can be seen that the grade of this exercise is quite high. Moreover, for the two of them, it is a perfect fit. It's simply tailor-made. If they practice, the strength of the two must have grown by leaps and bounds. But thinking of the essence of this exercise, she couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. All of a sudden, it was full of charm. Yang Chen was also slightly stunned. I have to say that Feng Yuan, an iceberg beauty who has been cultivating for thousands of years. Once emotional, it's really charming and infinitely beautiful. Waner, let's try the mystery of this exercise. Yang Chen said slowly, a little eager to try. Although Xu Qingshan's girl often urged this exercise beside him. However, the girl's cultivation was too low. It didn't have much effect on him. But Feng Yuan is different. She is now a fourfold cultivation of the gods. The quality of true qi in the body is quite high. Even surpassed him by a lot. Moreover, it is fused with the Xuanbing Holy Lotus. The ice phoenix bloodline in Feng Yuan's body has also improved its essence. Now she is not so much a Terran as a phoenix. It can even transform into a phoenix form and soar for 9 days. Now, well, okay. To Yang Chen's fiery eyes. Feng Yuan, who originally wanted to refuse, finally compromised. At this time, outside the small world, in the city lord's mansion. Today's ice and snow ancient city lord's mansion has become the world of the Feng family. Half of the Feng family moved here, in a 9-story pavilion. Feng Qianning simply wore a snow-white gauze dress. Standing on the pavilion, looking at the forbidden place of the city lord's mansion in the distance. I don't know what I'm thinking. The breeze blows and the hem of the skirt gently flies. Suddenly, a snow-white jade-like calf was revealed. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Long Tianyu pushed the door and walked over. C8 Tianyu, why don't you knock when you come in? Sensing Long Tianyu behind him, Feng Qianning suddenly turned around, and his tone was a little dissatisfied. Since the last time, Long Tianyu seriously injured several core disciples of the family. Those in the family were even more dissatisfied with him. Although His Highness the Sun came forward and saved him. However, most of the elders of the family felt that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun would not make a big move for the sake of a son-in-law. During this time, he often came to find trouble with Long Tianyu. Although she only regarded Long Tianyu as an ordinary friend, she didn't like Long Tianyu's arrogant appearance now. But the two are nominal husband and wife after all. Therefore, she let Long Tianyu move into her attic. But it was also said beforehand, I can only live on the next 2 floors, and I can't come to her if I have nothing to do. Qian Ning, I'm sorry, I forgot just now. Long Tianyu hurriedly apologized. But there was a flash of disappointment in his eyes. He did it on purpose just now. Try to hide your breath before you come, and then suddenly push the door open. Just want one caught off guard. I want to take advantage of the opportunity. However, it turned out that nothing was seen. Not next. Otherwise you just move out. Feng Qianning warned and said. Are you looking for me? Qian Ning, I'm your husband, can't I talk to you if I'm fine? Long Tianyu walked in a few steps with a smile on his face, wanting to ease the atmosphere. However, Feng Qianning was impatient. I still have to practice now, I don't have time to chat. If you're okay, get out quickly. Long Tianyu's face suddenly became gloomy. No time, want to practice. Where did you practice just now? As soon as I come, you will cultivate. It was clear that he didn't want to see me. Damn it, Qian Ning, I am your husband. Moreover, I can also cultivate. You also see my great talent. Why is it still so cold to me? Long Tianyu couldn't figure it out. Then, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. The blue light illuminated the entire city lord's mansion. Then, a remarkable figure appeared in the sky. It's His Highness the Sun. He came out of the Forbidden Land. Feng Qianning's originally impatient pretty face suddenly surged with an excited smile. Beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen in the sky. Long Tianyu behind him, seeing her excited look, his forehead suddenly burst into blue. Both fists were clenched, and the killing intent flashed in his eyes. Bastard, I came to find you, you are busy cultivating, and you want me to go out quickly. When you see Yang Chen, you are excited like this. Slut, like your mother, they are all slut. Ah, Long Tianyu gritted his teeth and roared lowly. But his gaze stopped beside Yang Chen, the plump and graceful Miaoman figure. Eyes scanned back and forth. His mother-in-law, who has not been seen for a month, seems to have become more charming. The main hall of the city lord's mansion. All the elders and core disciples of the Feng family knew that the family master had come out of the secret realm, and they all came to visit. In the main hall, Feng Yuan dressed in a moon-white house outfit. Wrapped in a plump and curvaceous body, the bun is coiled high, exposing a snow-white slender neck. The head is raised lightly, and there is a light blue phoenix mark on the eyebrows. The cold and noble temperament is undoubtedly displayed. The Yuan infant cultivators of the Feng family could clearly feel the powerful coercion emanating from Feng Yuan's body, and their hearts trembled one by one. This was a terrifying aura that could only be felt in the previous city lord. Could it be that the head of the family has reached the middle stage of the Avatar God? It's only been a month. It's also incredible. Patriarch, what is your current realm? Patriarch Yufeng couldn't help but ask. Feng Yuan did not hide it, and her red lips lightly opened. This seed has stepped into the four heavens of Avatar. From now on in the northern spirit domain, I am not afraid of anyone. Avatar God Four Heavens. Determining Feng Yuan's realm, a group of Feng Patriarch elders were shocked. Then, one by one, they covered up their joy. The excitement is beyond words. Stepping into the fourth stage of Avatar is to reach the middle stage of Avatar. In this northern spirit domain, he is indeed not afraid of anyone. Their Feng family has been suppressed by the blue and white families for thousands of years. Now, I can finally raise my eyebrows. The family master has reached the middle stage of the transformation god, and in the future, the ice and snow ancient city will be completely controlled by their Feng family. In the entire northern spirit domain, no one dared to underestimate their Feng family cultivators anymore. I'll wait to congratulate the head of the family. A group of elders bowed in unison. Behind him, he was even more pressed to his knees. Whether it was an elder or a disciple, everyone's face was full of excitement and pride. Looking at this scene, the corners of Feng Yuan's mouth rose slightly. A flash of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, her greatest wish is to lead the rise of her family. Now, it's finally done. The cultivation of the four layers of the god is enough to suppress one side. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Yang Chen. Just met Yang Chen's slightly playful gaze. Suddenly, his cheeks were slightly red. Thinking of the madness of the two at the lake, her heart beat a lot faster. However, she also immediately came back to her senses. Now is a solemn occasion, how can I think about those things? Feng Yuan, so shameful things, why can't you always control your head? Ahem, Feng Yuan coughed lightly, suppressed the distractions in her heart, and then said. Great elder, this is 200 albers of Shuanbing spirit water. You distribute it. Feng Yuan waved her sleeves, and 200 albers of Shuanbing spirit water appeared in the hall. Exudes an icy chill, a whole lake of Shuanbing spiritual water. Feng Yuan and Yang Chen were equally divided. These 200 albers are only a small part of them. Shuanbing spirit water. Feeling the cold and ice aura that quickly filled the entire hall, everyone in the Feng family was shocked. Zanbing spiritual water is extremely useful to ice attribute cultivators. Especially the cultivators of their ice and snow ancient city. Everyone has the blood of the ice phoenix in their bodies. Zanbing spirit water can be directly absorbed to improve cultivation. Ordinary small bottles of Shuanbing spirit water cost a high price, and they may not be able to buy it. Now, 200 alders. This was enough to raise the strength of all the cultivators of the Feng family to a higher level. In the main hall, Long Tianyu also came with Feng Qianing. Although few people welcomed him, he couldn't help but follow when he saw that his mother-in-law had become more charming now. Since coming to the hall, Long Tianyu's eyes have never left Feng Yuan. Wander back and forth on her plump and curvaceous body. At this time, seeing the 200 alders of Shuanbing spirit water in front of him, even though he had always considered himself the young master of the Red Dragon family, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The birth of Zanbing spiritual water is extremely harsh, and it is only possible to be born in places where it is extremely cold and the ice attribute aura is very strong. Every time it appears, it is also a small depression. Even in the land of Zhongzhou, Shuanbing spirit water is extremely valuable, and it is a rare treasure for cultivation. But now, it's 200 alders. It seems that the forbidden place in the city lord's mansion is quite extraordinary. It's a pity, I couldn't get in, otherwise, you might get something. Long Tianyu was slightly regretful, and his gaze returned to Feng Yuan again. The eyes are full of heat. Compared to the so-called chance, he cared more about the mother-in-law in front of him. Moreover, it is different from Feng Qianing, who is slightly green on the side. Feng Yuan is simply a ripe peach. People want to take a bite when they look at it. Moreover, today's mother-in-law has a more cold and noble temperament. The attraction to him is also stronger. Long Tianyu's gaze became more and more intense, with a touch of fiery. In the main hall, there were all Feng patriarch elders and core disciples. No one pays attention to his son-in-law at all. Therefore, although Long Tianyu's eyes were bold, no one found it. Even Feng Yuan herself did not pay attention to the fact that in a corner, the son-in-law who had been unable to look at her was looking at her hotly at this time. But, Yang Chen's gaze was always on Long Tianyu. As a villain, how could he ignore the child of destiny? Besides, this is his son-in-law. Looking at Long Tianyu's hot eyes, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth looked slightly. He can understand you. After all, now Feng Yuan is indeed more abundant and charming. However, this is thanks to his father-in-law, oblivious. At this time, Feng Yuan, who had finished explaining the matter, glanced at Yang Chen. Following his gaze, he looked into a corner, met Long Tianyu's bold gaze. Immediately angry, presumptuous, Long Tianyu, you are a son-in-law, who let you come here? Feng Yuan drank deeply. The coercion of the four layers of the Avatar God instantly swept the entire hall. It directly enveloped Long Tianyu. On Long Tianyu's body, the red dragon phantom appeared. But, today's Feng Yuan's strength has reached the quadruple of Avatar. And after refining the Shuanbing Holy Lotus, the strength of the Ice Phoenix bloodline in the body increased by more than one step. The red dragon shadow only resisted for a moment, and was shattered by the coercion. Poof, the coercion of the transformation god quadruple cultivator directly covered Long Tianyu's body. Lost the protection of the red dragon phantom. Just with his cultivation of building the foundation realm, he couldn't resist it at all. Fly straight out, fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Waste. Feng Yuan's face was cold and very ugly. A son-in-law dared to stare at her with that kind of look. If it weren't for the fact that he and Qianning had the name of husband and wife, she was his nominal mother-in-law and she would have killed him directly just now. Poof, Long Tianyu, who was slapped by the strong coercion and vomited blood, spewed out another mouthful of blood. But his eyes kept staring at Feng Yuan and Yang Chen on the high platform. Above Feng Yuan's jade face, she was full of indifference and pride. Yang Chen, on the other hand, was slightly hooked at the corners of his mouth, revealing a touch of mockery and contempt. Ah, damn bastard. Long Tianyu was blinded and roared low in his heart. Feng Yuan, you slut. Yang Chen, that bastard can hold you at will, can't I even look at you? Slut, slut, ding. Feng Yuan seriously injured Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapsed. Long Tianyu, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1000 points of luck, and the host obtained 1000 points for the villain. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly hooked slightly. Your mother-in-law taught you a lesson, and she was right. After all, you look at your mother-in-law with such presumptuous eyes. It's really disrespectful. In the main hall, everyone's eyes turned to Long Tianyu. But it's all full of abuse. A son-in-law, dare to come here. Don't look at this place either. The younger generation of the family, only their core children can come. He also licked his face and came in. Yunhai, throw this waste out. Feng Yuan said coldly. Above the jade face is full of indifference and pride. Looking at Long Tianyu was like looking at a dog. Feng Yunhai refined Yang Chen's drop of essence blood, and at this time, he had awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and the realm had reached the middle stage of the golden pill, and his strength was several times stronger. Hearing this, he walked to Long Tianyu's side. Seeing Long Tianyu, as a villain dog-like, he was full of unhappiness. The last time he was beaten by Long Tianyu and vomited blood, although Long Tianyu used a 577 mysterious power, it still shattered his face. Always holding a grudge, seeing that Long Tianyu wanted to get up, Feng Yunhai couldn't help but say and directly stepped on his head. Bang! This kick, Feng Yunhai in line with the principle that it is okay to step on death and did not spare his hand at all. Long Tianyu's head came directly to the floor for an intimate contact. Bastard, Feng Yunhai, my horse killed you. Long Tianyu felt the big feet on his face. I suddenly felt humiliated. Horse roar. Oh, you are son-in-law, and you dare to speak ill of Ben Chao. Feng Yunhai's eyes were cold. Because he hugged His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, he has now become a leader of the younger generation of the Feng family. During this time, even some elders came to curry favor with him. Now he is being insulted by son-in-law. Suddenly, a wave of anger and killing intent rose in his heart. Lift your foot directly. Bang bang. The big foot girl stepped on Long Tianyu's head and stepped on it firmly. The floor suddenly shattered. Long Tianyu's face was covered in blood. Even the skull has a hint of deformation. Ah, Feng Yunhai, you step on the horse and wait for me. I'm going to kill you. Long Tianyu roared hoarsely, his voice harsh. Feng Qianing on the side suddenly couldn't stand it. Although this time had some boredom with Long Tianyu. But after all, it was his titular husband. Cousin Yunhai, please show mercy to your subordinates. Feng Yunhai suddenly stopped moving. He cannot give someone else's face. But Feng Qianing, he can't afford to mess with it. Although it is not her aunt's biological child, she is also an adopted daughter after all. The relationship is still closer than his nephew. And the main thing is that who knows that His Highness the Sun is not interested in her. If His Highness the Sun is interested, he wants to. That Feng Qianing couldn't offend him even more. Qianning, a son-in-law, offended his aunt. I taught him a lesson for my aunt. You won't be distressed, right? Feng Yunhai said with a smile. Feng Qianing's face turned pale. Cousin Yunhai, don't joke. Tianyu is really not suitable to come here. I will take him out immediately. Let him go. Seeing that Feng Qianing was a little angry, Feng Yunhai could only raise his foot and let go of Long Tianyu. Tianyu, are you all right? Feng Qianing helped him up. Long Tianyu glanced at Feng Yunhai with hatred in his eyes. This bastard, once again, trampled him under his feet and tortured. Moreover, is still in front of Qianing. Let him suffer humiliation. Damn bastards, wait for it. It won't be long before I step on my horse and kill you. And Yang Chen's bastard, die too. Feng Yuan, this mean woman, I will conquer her fiercely when the time comes. Ding, Long Tianyu was trampled under the feet of Phoenix Yunhai. His mood was damaged. Long Tianyu, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 500 points of luck, and the host obtained 500 points of villain. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen was stunned. This step on the horse is really a bonus. Feng Yunhai, this kid, is very good. It's a qualified dog-like. Don't waste your painstaking cultivation of him. Wait, at this time, Feng Yuan spoke coldly. Long Tianyu, starting today, your marriage with Qianing will be annulled. You are no longer my Feng family's son-in-law. Feng Yuan's words made Long Tianyu and Feng Qianing stay in place. In the hall of the Feng family, there was a lot of discussion. The marriage of Long Tianyu and Feng Qianing, in the Feng family, it can be said that few people agree. After all, Feng Qianing had awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Stepping into the gods in the future is not a problem. Even if you want to get married, you should have the core children of the family. Or, become the concubine of such a figure as His Highness the Sun. Before, it was because of Feng Qianing's grandfather's insistence before he died. That's why Long Tianyu became the son-in-law of the Feng family. It is also because of this that the younger generation of the Feng family is almost all targeting Long Tianyu. But now, the head of the family has finally offered to dissolve the marriage between them. Moreover, the head of the family married His Royal Highness the Sun again. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun should have no sexual interest in Miss Qianing. After all, he can, just two. Therefore, these children of the Feng family have a chance. In the hall, the young children of the Feng family were suddenly excited. If you pursue Miss Qianing, then in the future, he will be the son-in-law of His Highness the Sun. The future is limitless. The head of the family is wise. Long Tianyu, as a son-in-law, is arrogant and rude and dares to harm the core disciples of the family. It's long past time to dissolve Miss Qianing's marriage to 0.6 him. Patriarch Yufeng spoke. Not bad, Elder Yufeng is right. Such arrogant people should have been driven out of our Feng family a long time ago. A waste, dog-like thing, how to match Miss Qianing. Immediately, the elder chimed in. Long Tianyu's face was livid at this time. Clench your fists. If he had enough strength, he would definitely kill everyone in this hall. Only the mother and daughter of Feng Yuan and Feng Qianing were left. A bunch of bastards. All damn it. Damn. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. Hate in the heart. Since all the elders also agree, then the marriage will be annulled. This seed announces that from today onwards, Dragon Tianyu will leave the Feng family, and from now on, he will no longer be my son-in-law of the Feng family. Feng Yuan's cold and indifferent voice resounded through the hall. Although Long Tianyu thinks highly of himself, he can't look down on the Feng family. However, it was impossible to agree to dissolve the marriage with Feng Qianing. After all, Feng Qianing was the woman he had already identified. Moreover, Feng Yuan's mother-in-law is an obsession in his heart and a dream in his heart. If he and Feng Qianing dissolve their marriage, then Feng Yuan is not his mother-in-law. At that time, the dream in my heart will be shattered. Even if it is realized in the future, it will not have that taste. Long Tianyu hurriedly said, Lord Mother-in-law, I have been married to Qianning for more than 10 years, and it is my grandfather's last wish before he died. How can I say that it will be lifted if it is lifted? And this kind of thing also requires me and Qianning to agree. Qianning, are you willing? Feng Yuan looked at Feng Qianning. She has long wanted to dissolve her daughter's marriage to Long Tianyu, a wasteful son-in-law. I had been putting up with it before, mainly because I was worried that once it was lifted, the two old bastards Lan Qingshan and Bai Zhou would take the opportunity to let Qianning marry someone from their family. But now, the two old bastards are dead. She also broke through to the Avatar Quadruple. In the ice and snow ancient city, no one can threaten her anymore. It's also time to drive away this waste in front of you. Out of sight, out of mind. Mother, I'm 28. Feng Qian's beautiful cheeks were full of entanglements. Before, she had always had pity for Long Tianyu, so willing to maintain the husband and wife relationship between the two. After all, it is only a name. It can also resist the pursuit of many people for her. But now, Long Tianyu's performance during this period of time disappointed her. And, His Highness the Sun, Yang Chen's handsome and ethereal figure flashed in his heart, and Feng Qianning couldn't help but raise his head and look at Yang Chen on the high platform. In the beautiful eyes, a little intoxicated, if she hadn't married Long Tianyu in the first place. Perhaps, His Highness the Sun will choose her. After all, at the banquet, they also talked very happily. Pity, now His Highness the Sun and his mother are married. Alas, Feng Qianning sighed and said in a lonely tone. Mother is in charge, Qianning you. Hearing Feng Qianning's answer, Long Tianyu suddenly panicked. Because the mother-in-law also mentioned that they should dissolve the marriage before. But Qianning refused. How is it today? I disagree. Long Tianyu said immediately. He has been a son-in-law in the Feng family for more than 10 years and has suffered humiliation. Even Feng Qianning's hand was dissolved without touching it. Kicking out the Feng family. No way. Presumptuous. A son-in-law, you also deserve to disagree. Feng Yuanyu waved her hand and directly slapped a true chi palm print on Long Tianyu's face. Snap. This slap did not fan him away. Instead, he gave a solid slap and the sound was very crisp. A mouthful of blood from Long Tianyu's mouth was fanned out. I lost a few teeth. Deserve it. The head of the family has spoken, and a son-in-law dares to refuse. HMPH, if it were me, this slap would directly slap him to death. The head of the family is still too benevolent. The surrounding Feng patriarchal disciples were full of mockery. Bastard, Feng Yuan, you slut, will you beat Lao Su? Long Tianyu's heart was full of anger. Long Tianyu, this seat now gives you two paths. Either promise to dissolve the marriage or die. Choose for yourself. Feng Yuan looked at him condescendingly, and in her beautiful eyes, killing intent flickered. She really moved to kill. If Long Tianyu doesn't know what to do, then let's shoot him directly today. I don't promise. Long Tianyu clenched his fists, word by word, although he could feel the murderous aura emanating from Feng Yuan's body. However, it is absolutely impossible for him to agree to dissolve his marriage with Feng Qianning. Find death. Feng Yuanyu looks frosty. Directly raise your hand and wave it. A blue palm print slapped directly towards Long Tianyu. This palm, most said that it was Long Tianyu, a foundation building realm cultivator. Even the Yuan infant cultivator couldn't bear it. But, when the palm print was about to slap on Long Tianyu's body, a loud dragon chant resounded through the hall. Whoosh. The dragon chant contains powerful coercion. A red dragon appeared from Long Tianyu. This time, it was no longer the red dragon phantom. It is a red dragon that is almost substantial. Feng Yuan's true chi palm print was also shattered by the red dragon that suddenly appeared. Long Feng figured it out. The red dragon hovered above the hall, exuding a strong coercion, which made many Feng family cultivators in the hall tremble. Almost a red dragon. Is that a real dragon? Long Tianyu, this waste son-in-law, even has such secret means. No wonder he has no fear and dares to refute the family master. Although Long Tianyu's face was full of blood at this time, he looked miserable. But there was a hint of pride in his eyes. That's his biggest whole card. After reaching the foundation building realm, he communicated with the dragon blood jade not long ago and awakened the red dragon true soul inside. However, the red dragon true soul was not used by him. It is only when he suffers a life and death crisis that he appears to prevent him from being killed. Feng Yuan's palm just now was enough to kill him 110 times. So, the red dragon true soul appeared, blocked the fatal blow for him. As the inheritance treasure of the red dragon family, dragon blood jade mysteries are extraordinary. Feng Yuan's fourfold cultivation of the gods. If you want to kill him today, I am afraid that you can't do it. Master mother-in-law, if you want to kill me today, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Qianning and I have been married for more than 10 years. Why do we have to dissolve the marriage between the two of us? Long Tianyu straightened his waist again, not humble or arrogant. Look around the hall. All were shocked eyes, especially seeing Feng Qianning's surprised look. His heart was even more fluttering. Qianning must have been shocked now. After all, the transformation god quadruple cultivator was already standing at the top of the northern spirit domain. Now, he was blocked by the red dragon true soul on himself. Hee, it's a pity. The red dragon true soul can only protect itself. It is not possible to mobilize its forces to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill today. It is also necessary to slaughter Feng Yunhai first to vent his anger. Long Tianyu glanced at Feng Yunhai fiercely. Feng Yunhai couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The red dragon in the hall really frightened him. HMPH, waste. Long Tianyu saw his panicked look, and there was a touch of contempt in his eyes. This kind of waste in oneself were destined to be two worlds. At this time, Feng Yuan looked at the red dragon that suddenly appeared in the hall, her face gloomy. She also did not expect that Long Tianyu, this waste, had such means. The palm just now, although she did not use her full strength but also had 50% strength. Even if you turned into a god in half a step, you can also slap the dead with one palm. But it was blocked. Although this red dragon is not a physical entity, it is like a substance. The coercion exuded, even she was a little shocked. The phoenix mark at the center of the eyebrows, feeling this coercion, was shimmering with a nice blue luster. Master mother-in-law, although your Feng family has the blood of the ice phoenix, after all, it has been circulating for tens of thousands of years and the blood of the ice phoenix is already very thin. In the northern spirit domain, it may still be able to dominate the side. But in the land of Zhongzhou, the northern spirit domain is small, but Zhongzhou is very big. In Zhongzhou, even cultivators with more than 4 layers of avatar god abound, and they are not the strongest. Long Tianyu's tone was a little proud. There are not many opportunities to pretend in front of this cold and noble mother-in-law. However, these words made Feng Yuanyu's fists clench and her eyes became cold. Long Tianyu, are you threatening the seat? Do you really think that Hansa can't kill you? Feng Yuan felt that the majesty was provoked. Now that she has become the city lord of the ice and snow ancient city, her strength has broken through the 4 layers of the gods, and she is majestic and does not allow anyone to challenge. Feng Yuan's body really surged out. An extremely cold aura instantly permeated the entire hall. The Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body is all being revived. After refining the Xuanbing Holy Lotus, the Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body had been qualitatively improved. Most of the blood in the body was transformed into the blood of the Ice Phoenix. Once all urged, the body can even change into a substantial phoenix. That's what she's going to do. She didn't believe that the blood of the Ice Phoenix in her body was not as good as the red dragon in front of her. However, just as she was about to transform into a phoenix form, a palm pressed on her shoulder. "Waner, it doesn't have to be like this," Yang Chen whispered in her ear. The unique voice and title suddenly made Feng Yuan's cold and delicate body soften. "Chen, brother Chen, why?" Feng Yuan's voice was very small, and her beautiful eyes were full of puzzlement. Yang Chen did not answer. His gaze looked at Long Tianyu's heart, and a golden glow appeared in his pupils. Suddenly, through Long Tianyu's clothes and flesh and blood, a dragon-shaped jade pendant gradually appeared in front of his eyes. The dragon-shaped jade pei was suspended beside Long Tianyu's heart, exuding a dull red light that nourished Long Tianyu's heart. It seems that Yuer has been relying on this dragon-shaped jade pendant. The red dragon in the hall should also come from this dragon-shaped jade pendant. Hee, if you take it away, Yuer must be very sad. Yuer, don't be rude. If you are disrespectful to your mother-in-law, you are disrespectful to your father. Apologize to your mother-in-law immediately, and let this red dragon disappear, so that the father will not think about you. Yang Chen put his hands behind his back and looked down at Long Tianyu condescendingly. There was a reproachful look in his eyes, as if it was really his father. For the father, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. Hearing Yang Chen's self-proclaim, Long Tianyu's eyes suddenly turned red. This bastard is too deceitful. Wait, it won't be long before you die. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Lang Sensen said. The red dragon true soul is my protective body dragon soul. It will appear when I am fatally attacked, and whether it disappears or not, is not for me to decide. If you feel that the bloodline in your body is suppressed and you feel uncomfortable, you can leave here, Long Tianyu looked at the Feng family cultivators around him who exuded coercion from the strong red dragon true soul, and he couldn't help but feel good. However, his answer was right in Yang Chen's arms. Yuer, don't mess around. This red dragon was summoned by you, how could you not take it back? Don't you see that the Feng family Taoist in the hall can't withstand the coercion exuded by the red dragon? In this hall, there are still many golden pills and foundation building cultivators. If it affects their Tao heart, it will be troublesome. Listen to the father, quickly put away the red dragon. Your marriage with Qianing, the father can decide, let it be decided by yourselves. Yang Chen looked like a strict father, and condescendingly ordered Long Tianyu. Wang Bei, I will smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces when I step on the horse. Long Tianyu was mad in his heart, can't hold back any longer. Yang Chen, you take advantage of Lao Su by stepping on horses less. Red dragon true soul, I said that if I can't collect it, I can't collect it. Argue the Xuantian Saint Sun, it's better for you to collect it. Quote. Long Tianyu glared angrily at Yang Chen. This red dragon true soul could even block the fourfold attack of Feng Yuan, the avatar god. It can also block Yang Chen's. He couldn't kill himself anyway. Father is also almost there. No need to fear this bastard anymore. Long Tianyu, you are presumptuous. Hearing that Long Tianyu dared to be disrespectful to Yang Chen, a group of elders of the Feng family immediately glared angrily at him. Feng Yuan's body is really surging, and her beautiful eyes are full of murderous intent, and she is about to make a move. But Yang Chen stopped her. Watch Long Tianyu play taste. Yuer, since you are so stubborn, you are not persuaded by good words. Alas, the power of foreign objects has made you lose your eyes. As your elder, you must be punished. Yang Chen's words fell. A golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. A terrifying dragon power instantly filled the entire hall. The coercion exuded by the red dragon true soul just now only made people tremble in their hearts. But at this moment, the vast dragon power exuding from Yang Chen's body directly made all the cultivators of the Feng family kneel on the ground in the hall. Yang Chen's current physique is not inferior to the body of a true dragon, and it is even more than that. Although it is a human body, it is like a pure-blooded true dragon at this moment. Even Long Tianyu was kneeling on the ground at this moment. Even if he doesn't want to, but the true dragon blood in his body was only left in fear in the face of this suppression that came from the depths of his bloodline. It made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Difficulty standing. Ah, Long Tianyu roared lowly, blood-red eyes. Kneeling down under Yang Chen's coercion was definitely a great shame for him. However, no matter how low he roared, it was difficult to stand up in the slightest. Yang Chen's eyes were golden, and he looked at the red dragon true soul in the sky above the hall. Give me down. Just 4 words, but it made the red dragon true soul, who was still releasing long way just now, fall directly to the ground. A pair of dragon eyes the size of a water tanker full of fear. Then, the dragon body turned into a dull red light and converged into the mouth of Long Tianyu's heart. How is that possible? Long Tianyu knelt on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. The red dragon true soul, but it condensed the soul of a true dragon that was born in the dragon blood jade after condensing hundreds of thousands of years of their red dragon family and nourishing by an unknown number of sages using their own essence blood. But now, it was frightened by Yang Chen's words and dissipated. That's impossible. Before Long Tianyu could figure it out, a sharp pain came from his heart. The dragon blood jade that had been staying in his heart was about to break out. Long Tianyu raised his head sharply. I only saw Yang Chen stretching out his palm towards him. Hold it with a big hand. A cloud of blood splattered at the mouth of the heart. Then, a dragon-shaped jade pendant emitting a red glow flew out from his body. Flew directly to Yang Chen. No, give it back to me. Long Tianyu roared hoarsely. Dragon blood jade is his biggest reliance. It is also the inheritance treasure of their red dragon family. There is absolutely no room for error, but at the moment, he couldn't stop it at all. The dragon-shaped jade pei was naturally forcibly stripped from Long Tianyu's body by Yang Chen. He trembled violently in his hands, wanting to escape Li Haojiao to get out. However, Yang Chen put away the coercion that permeated the hall, and all of it condensed on the dragon-shaped jade pendant in his hand. Gradually, Yu Bei quieted down. You have repeatedly seriously injured others, and you also released that red dragon. It should be with this dragon-shaped jade pendant. Among this thing, there is a dragon soul that you can't control. For the time being, Father will keep it for you, and when you step into the Yuan infant realm, I will return it to you. Yang Chen said lightly and put away the dragon-shaped jade pei. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to cut you by 1,000 cuts. Long Tianyu roared lowly, his eyes wanting to drip blood. That was the most precious treasure that his red dragon family had inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. Keep it for him. This bastard is clearly a robbery. Ding! The host forcibly seized the dragon blood jade in Long Tianyu's body. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapsed, suffered huge losses, plundered the son of heaven's destiny. Long Tianyu's luck value was 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Ding, friendly reminder, Long Tianyu, the son of destiny, has 5,000 points left. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. 5,000 points remaining. It seems that after his continuous fleece, Yuer's luck value is not much left. But that's okay. Looking at Yuer's painless appearance, it is also a good thing that his luck is about to be exhausted. After all, if the chi luck value is exhausted, he can die. At that time, it will also be a relief. Haha, Yang Chen, Dragon Blood Jade is the inheritance treasure of my Red Dragon family. I don't need you to keep it. You give it back to me right away. Long Tianyu roared lowly. However, before he could finish speaking, a big foot covered his face. Feng Yunhai had already understood at this time. It turned out that the reason why Long Tianyu exuded such a dazzling momentum. It was all because of that dragon-shaped jade pendant. Now the dragon-shaped jade pendant has been taken away by His Highness the Holy Sun. Then Long Tianyu became 280 ways to the foundation building realm. Just now, he was frightened away by Long Tianyu's eyes, which brought a lot of psychological shadows to Feng Yunhai. Only by severely humiliating Long Tianyu can the shadow in his heart be removed. Ah, Feng Yunhai, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to kill you. Wang Bei, Long Tianyu was once again heavily trampled under his feet by Feng Yunhai, and suddenly roared hoarsely, and his voice was terrible. But, let him roar. Feng Yunhai's big foot was like a small mountain, and he couldn't move at all. Without the dragon blood jade, he really only had the strength of the early stage of foundation building. Even though he has the blood of a true dragon, his realm is too low, and in front of Feng Yunhai, the middle stage of the golden pill, there is no difference from an ant. You dare to scold me. Today I want to teach you a good lesson. A son-in-law, a godlike thing, also dares to be rampant. Bang bang, Feng Yunhai stomped a few feet. Long Tianyu's eyes and nostrils were covered in blood. It looks miserable. Everyone in the Feng family CIDB on the side was full of ridicule. Long Tianyu's arrogant appearance just now was vividly remembered. Even Feng Qianing did not intercede for him this time. Just sigh, turned her head away from looking at him. Yunhai, release Yuer quickly. After Feng Yunhai vented for a while, Yang Chen opened his mouth to stop him. He was really worried that Feng Yunhai's dog leg had trampled Long Tianyu to death. After all, Long Tianyu still had 5,000 chi luck points on him. Even if Yuer is wrong, after all, she is Qianing's husband. The marriage of the two of them, it is better to leave it to the two of them for negotiation. Don't interfere with others. Yes, His Highness the Sun. Feng Yunhai hurriedly stopped and let Long Tianyu go. But Long Tianyu was already dying at his feet, endured such a great humiliation, but did not plunder the chi luck value. Yang Chen was also a little surprised. It seems that Yuer's chi luck value has decreased, and the ordinary humiliation has no longer worked. But that's okay, he still has many means of plundering chi luck. The matter of the Feng family in the main hall, Yang Chen was not interested in participating. Went straight back to my own accommodation. Start the retreat cultivation. This time in the small world, he absorbed a large amount of the energy of the Xuanbing Saint Lotus in Feng Yuan's body, and his cultivation had reached the limit of the Yuan infant realm. It's also time to break through the Avatar God realm. Master, a black shadow flickered, and Yanju's withered figure appeared, kneeling on one knee in front of Yang Chen. Absorbing Lan Qingchen and Baizhou's Yuan Shen, his strength has completely broken through the Yuan infant and entered the transformation God realm. However, facing Yang Chen, the master, Yanju was still as respectful as ever. After all, none of the three Lan Qingchens of the transformation God were Yang Chen's opponents. Not to mention him. Besides, following Yang Chen, he was simply infinitely beneficial during this time. Originally, with his talent, whether he could break through the transformation God in this life was unknown. But since following the master, his realm can be described as a succession of breakthroughs. Even if Yang Chen gave him freedom now and let him leave, he was not willing to do so. And the owner is so talented, the future achievements are simply unimaginable. He can follow his master, and in the future, he may also be able to become a powerful cultivator. Yanju, I want to retreat during this time. You give me a protector. No matter who it is, don't disturb me. Yes, rest assured, master. Yanju surrendered, and once again turned into a black mist and dissipated in the room. On Long Tianyu, Yang Chen had already plundered 25,000 chi luck points. With the previous one, he now has more than 40,000 villains. The divine soul sank into his mind, and the nine-colored Poria was releasing the nine-colored brilliance, and the light filled the entire soul palace. Even the power of the divine soul carries the 9 power attributes of the 9-colored ling. This is an absolute qualitative change. Once he condenses the Yuan God, it must be extraordinary. 7 days passed. Yang Chen spent 5,000 villain points and successfully condensed the Yuan Shen. In the soul palace, a glow shadow that looked exactly like Yang Chen appeared. However, unlike Yang Chen, there were 9-colored thunder rays flowing on the Yuan Shen shadow. It looks mysterious. Boom. At this time, the sky suddenly exploded with thunder. Yang Chen was not surprised. Strength breakthrough God is to cross the thunder calamity. If the Yuan God can withstand the baptism of thunder calamity, he can officially step into the transformation God realm. If it can't withstand it, the Yuan God will be destroyed and the body will die. At this time, over the ice and snow ancient city, dark clouds were thick. The Dao Golden Thunder Dragon shuttled through the black clouds. The power is terrifying, and it seems to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the main hall of the city lord, Mother, what's going on? Is someone going to cross the thunder calamity? Feng Qianing asked next to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes looked in the direction where Yang Chen lived. Your arm was full of solemnity and worry. This thunder tribulation turned out to be golden, much more powerful than the thunder tribulation that descended when I broke through the transformation God. Brother Chen, there should be no trouble. Feng Yuan groaned. Worried about Yang Chen in his heart, he completely ignored his daughter next to him. Chen, Brother Chen, hearing her mother's address to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, Feng Qianing's beautiful eyes were stunned. What her mother's personality is, her daughter knows very well. She had always thought that her mother had promised to marry His Royal Highness the Sun. Mostly for family reasons, but now, the mother called His Royal Highness the Holy Sun as Brother Chen. A mother who can make herself cold and stubborn to use this affectionate title. But it's not just a marriage of interests, it's simple. It seems that in the secret realm, the relationship between the mother and His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has made a great breakthrough. Feng Qianing couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. The gaze looked at the thunderclouds in the distance. My heart is also full of worry. The thunder tribulation is so powerful. Even if she just looked at it, she felt a pang of heart palpitations. May the heavens bless His Highness the Sun to pass safely. At this time, the golden thunder in the sky continues to gather, like a sea of thunder. Boom, Lei Hai tilted. A golden thunder slashed straight down. Dazzling golden light cut through the sky. The palace where Yang Chen was located was flooded with thunder. The golden thunder slashed heavily on his body and the nine-colored yuan god, as if to wear it out. However, although thunder was powerful, it did not cause substantial damage to him. The scorched black on the flesh instantly faded, and a burst of dragon groans sounded from the body, and there was no fear of thunder at all. Yuan emitted nine-colored thunder, and actually refined and absorbed the golden thunder that surrounded his body. After refining, the Yuan shadow condensed a little. This magical scene also made Yang Chen's eyes widen. His physical body is not afraid of thunder. After all, the Taiku divine dragon backbone was fused. The physical body is no longer inferior to the body of a true dragon. But Yuan actually has such a heaven-defying ability. It can directly absorb the robbery thunder. It seemed that he felt Yang Chen's safety and soundness. In the sky, another thicker thunder slashed. Boom. Then, one after another, thunder continued to tilt down. It seems that Yang Chen will be completely obliterated. The nine-colored yuan god that he condensed was flooded by golden thunder. Although they couldn't absorb these thunders immediately, there was no sign of collapse and faintness. The flesh body was even on the verge of breakthrough in the tempering of countless golden thunders. Whoosh! Finally, a loud dragon groan rushed straight into the sky, piercing the clouds. On Yang Chen's body, the golden light is prosperous. The golden dragon shadow hovered overhead, like a golden dragon in substance. After the baptism of thunder, his physical body also broke through. Reached the realm of the avatar god, Yang Chen only felt that the meridians in his body were rapidly widening, and the sound of blood rushing was like a great river of the Yangtze River, rolling and roaring. The power of the flesh was increased several times in just an instant. In the sky, thunder is also gathering sharply. The golden thundercloud even occupied the entire sky over the ice and snow ancient city. The cultivators in the ice and snow ancient city, whether they were Jin Dan or Yuan Bao, all trembled. They had been cultivating for hundreds of years, and he had seen such a terrifying scene. Many monks could not bear the fear in their hearts and began to flee towards the outside of the ancient city. They were worried that if the thundercloud collapsed directly, it would tilt down. Then this ice and snow ancient city is not going to turn into a sea of thunder. Yang Chen, that king bastard actually attracted such a terrifying thunder calamity. Haha, good to go. It's better to chop that bastard straight to death. Kill him, haha. After this period of cultivation, Long Tianyu's injury has basically recovered. At this time, he looked at the golden thunderclouds in the sky, and his face was hideous and crazy. A hoarse growl in his mouth. He only wanted Yang Chen to die under this thunder calamity. Feng Yuan and Feng Qianing stood in the main hall. A plump curvaceousness, a cold and unmatched, but at this time, both of them looked worried. Mother, this thunder calamity is also too terrifying. Feng Qianing's voice trembled slightly. Looking at the golden thunderclouds in the sky that could not be seen at the edge, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart, wanting to crawl on the ground. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn. Such a powerful thunder tribulation, even I can't withstand it now. This simply doesn't make sense. Could it be that the flesh and the Yuan god are crossing the calamity together? Boom! The golden thunderclouds gradually converged into a golden thunder dragon, shuttling through the sky and then slashing straight down. It was as if he wanted to destroy this heaven and earth. Come on! The physical body broke through to the avatar god, and Yang Chen's confidence increased greatly at this time. Even if the thunder tribulation strengthened, he did not have the slightest fear. Just take advantage of the thunder tribulation to descend and polish the flesh. For physical cultivation, there is nothing more suitable for polishing the flesh than the thunder tribulation. Boom! Boom! Golden thunder flooded him again. One after another thunder slashed on the body, although the skin was open, but it healed immediately. Physical cultivation, in the backbone of the ancient divine dragon, Yang Chen not only has strong physical strength but also amazing resilience. With each healing, the momentum on Yang Chen's body will increase. The divine dragon backbone in his body has been completely integrated with him. After withstanding the tempering of the thunder calamity, Yang Chen's blood rushed and accelerated through the tempering of the divine dragon spine. The golden glow in the blood is even more intense. Every drop of golden dragon blood was accompanied by bursts of dragon groans. The thunder lasted half an hour, gradually dissipated. The sky has also returned to clear skies. It was as if it had never happened. Phew, successfully crossed it. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder tribulation dispersed, and she felt Yang Chen's majestic breath. That little bastard has strength that is not inferior to her without reaching the transformation god realm. Now the flesh and the Yuan god step into the avatar god together. The combat power has definitely increased significantly. However, she could only be happy about this. After all, that's her man. Of course, the stronger the better, but don't be too strong. After all, this little bastard is a physical cultivator. When she was at the lake, she almost couldn't hold on. I just feel like my body is going to fall apart. Now this little bastard has reached the realm of incarnation in the flesh. The scene by the lake reappeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Even though she begged bitterly, it was still to no avail. He has been cultivating for 1,000 years, and he has never been so humiliated and whispered. I couldn't help but feel a little scared in my heart. A layer of blush also appeared on his cheeks. If that little bastard was like that again, she really didn't know how to bear it. Mother, what's wrong with you? Why is your face suddenly red? Feng Qianing noticed Feng Yuan's strangeness and suddenly wondered. Hearing this, Feng Yuan's body trembled, and her heart was a little flustered. Just now, the spirit only cared about detecting the breath of the little bastard and forgot that his daughter was still around. Feng Yuan couldn't help but touch her cheek. It's really hot. It must also be red. This shameful scene was actually seen by her daughter. No, it's okay. I just suddenly thought of something. Feng Yuan hurriedly explained, but suddenly, jade covered her red lips. Whoosh! Feng Yuan suddenly felt a pang of nausea and couldn't help but want to vomit. What's wrong with me? Feng Yuan was puzzled. She has already transformed into a fourfold cultivation. How can you suddenly feel a pang of nausea? Mother, what's wrong with you? Feng Qianing on the side hurriedly asked, full of worry. No, I don't know. It's just that suddenly I feel a little sick and want to vomit. Disgusting, want to throw up. Hearing her mother's words, Feng Qianing's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. A woman, suddenly nauseated and wants to vomit, with this symptom will it be? Mother, you won't, are you? What, pregnant? Hearing the two words pregnant, Feng Yuan was suddenly stunned. In the mind, the crazy scene with Yang Chen by the lake reappeared. Combine your current symptoms, nausea, wanting to vomit. A cultivator of the avatar god cannot produce any diseases in his body like a mortal. Then the only explanation seems to be pregnancy. Pregnant. Have a baby, Feng Yuan whispered softly, then hurriedly look inside yourself. During this time, she has been busy dealing with the affairs of the family in the ice and snow ancient city. None of them practice much. The spirit sinks into the body and enters the lower abdomen. Feng Yuan was suddenly stunned, because, in the small, 363, belly position, there's a breath of life. It's faint, but it's real. She's really, really, pregnant. Mother, how? Seeing Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes open, Feng Renning hurriedly asked. Faced with her daughter's inquiry, Feng Yuan was a little embarrassed. After all, she is more than 1,000 years old. It is the head of a clan, the lord of the city. But now, she is pregnant. Moreover, it is still the child of Yang Chen, a junior. Thinking of Yang Chen, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes showed a soft color. If that little bastard knew he was going to be a father, he would be happy. Feng Yuan's jade hand couldn't help but caress her stomach. Although he didn't answer, this action made Feng Qianning understand instantly. The mother is really pregnant. Moreover, she is still carrying the child of His Highness the Sun. She's going to have a brother or sister. The other side. Yang Chen walked out of the ruins. He took out a shirt and put it on, blocking the angular muscles all over his body, and returned to his appearance as a gentleman. The temperament is deeper than before. After the baptism of thunder calamity, not only the palace where Yang Chen lived turned into ashes. A large core area of the Feng family has also become a ruin. Fortunately, sensing that he was about to break through, the Feng patriarch withdrew all the surrounding disciples. There were no casualties. Otherwise, under this thunder calamity, whether it is Yuanying or Jindan, there will only be one destination. His Royal Highness the Sun. Seeing that Yang Chen was safe and sound, Xu Qingxin, who was watching from afar, hurriedly flew forward. Qing's cold little face was full of intoxicated smiles. Qingzan, congratulations to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun for surviving the thunder tribulation and becoming a powerful god. Become the youngest avatar cultivator in history. Xu Qingxin said with a smile, eagerly patting the horse's butt. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth smiled, and the light on his hand flashed. The 10 altars of Xuanbing spiritual water appeared in front of her eyes. Qingxin, this is Xuanbing spirit water, which can help you cultivate. Put it away, Xuanbing spirit water, so many. Xu Qingxin's small face was stunned, full of surprise. She clearly knew the preciousness of Xuanbing spiritual water. Her father once bought her a small bottle of Xuanbing spirit water, and it cost her a lot to build the foundation perfectly. But she had only taken it once. Now, His Highness the Holy Sun directly took out the 10 altars of Xuanbing spirit water to her. This handwriting, it's terrifying. Your Highness the Sun, you are so good to me. I want to repay you well, but there is no reward. What do you say to do? Xu Qingxin's beautiful eyes were like water, staring at Yang Chen. Then stretch out your arms and throw yourself directly into his arms. And also ran the dragon and phoenix double cultivation method for the first time. And the body is still twisting back and forth. Yang Chen was suddenly a little helpless. This girl, as long as she is alone with him, she will probably incarnate into a foolish state. Alas, Yang Chen didn't push her away right away. Instead, a lot of true dragon chi entered her body. Let her eat all at once. With the neutralization of Xuanbing spirit water, she is not afraid of too much masculine dragon chi that she cannot absorb. Woohoo! Xu Qingxin's little face instantly turned red. It's hot on the body. Yang Chen sealed the majestic dragon chi in her body. That's how it got better. However, she still did not let go of her arm and still hugged Yang Chen's waist. Until a cough sounded. Am I not here at the right time to disturb you? Hearing this, Yang Chen turned his head. Feng Yuan didn't know when she came over. Just now, he was only concerned about delivering dragon chi to Xu Qingxin, but he didn't notice it. Moreover, listening to her tone, it seems that the vinegar smell is very strong. Otherwise, there would be no special reminder. Xu Qingxin also let go of Yang Chen at this time. The little face was full of redness. The beautiful eyes still had an aftertaste. Then bowed to Feng Yuan and said, Qingxin has seen the city lord. Feng Yuan didn't say anything, just looked at her with flat eyes. The corner of Xu Qingxin's mouth glanced down slightly, knowing what she meant. This is to make her feel good about leaving. I was suddenly very unconvinced. When she met His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, the senior Feng didn't know where it was. Now let her go. However, who let the family be a cultivator of the fourfold gods? Can't afford to mess with. Xu Qingxin put away the 10 altars of Xuanbing spirit water and walked aside with reluctance. HMPH. Feng Yuan snorted softly. Beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen and slowly approached him. You and your maid 3.7 girl, the relationship is very unusual. Another hug, and another gift of Xuanbing spiritual water. One gift is 10 altars. She is my personal maid, and the dragon and phoenix double cultivation exercises we practice were given to me by her. Yang Chen said lightly, and the corners of his mouth gradually hooked a touch of playfulness. Then, he took Feng Yuan's plump and graceful body into his arms. Ah, Feng Yuan exclaimed. The delicate body struggled, trying to break free from Yang Chen's embrace. However, Yang Chen was full of playful taste in her ears. Wanner, was you jealous of that tone just now? Nonsense. Who's going to eat you little bastard? Pierced by Yang Chen's thoughts, Feng Yuan's white jade face suddenly rose a red glow. Just now, seeing Yang Chen and Xu Qingxin hugging together, she instinctively felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although she has been cultivating for 1,000 years, this is the first time she has encountered this kind of thing. His own man hug with other women. That mood made her involuntarily start to be weird. Now it was directly poked by Yang Chen, and he suddenly felt shy in his heart. I couldn't help but hit Yang Chen twice on the shoulder. Yang Chen looked at her little daughter's posture, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but hook slightly. It is also a matter of pride to make a cultivator who has been cultivating for thousands of years jealous. Moreover, Feng Yuan, a rich and graceful beautiful woman, is even more jealous. Yang Chen couldn't help but hug her tightly. Feeling the warmth and strong masculinity on Yang Chen's body, Feng Yuan's delicate body also gave up the struggle and completely softened. You just said that the dragon and phoenix and that technique were given to you by that girl, so have you practiced together? Feng Yuan thought of Yang Chen's words just now, and couldn't help but eat the taste. No, Yang Chen shook his head directly. That girl is too tender, I don't have much sexual interest in her. Besides, you still don't know my taste. Just love your type. Quote. Nasty, punks. Feng Yuan suddenly glanced at Yang Chen. 2 hours later, in the city lord's palace, Feng Yuan's white forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. Green onion jade fingers, drawing circles on Yang Chen's chest. Red lips exhale like a lamp. Brother Chen, let me tell you something. Yang Chen reached out and stroked her black and silky hair and said lazily. What's going on? I have it. Feng Yuan's cheeks were full of redness, and she said softly. Got it. What's up? Yang Chen didn't react for a while. Feng Yuan suddenly hit him on the shoulder and said without good air. What did you say? There's your bad seed. You're pregnant. When Yang Chen heard this, he sat up all of a sudden. HMPH, you don't believe it. Feng Yuan's jade nose wrinkled slightly. Directly took Yang Chen's palm and put it in his lower abdomen. You feel it. Yang Chen didn't care to feel the smoothness of his fingertips and hurriedly released a wisp of divine soul power into it. And then, eyes widened, because, in Feng Yuan's lower abdomen, there is really a breath of life. Moreover, that breath of life made him instinctively close. It's his blood. He's going to be a father again. Brother Chen, Feng Yuan whispered on the side, and the jade arm wrapped around Yang Chen's neck. The beautiful eyes are full of tenderness and intoxication. We're going to have children. You're going to be a father. I'm going to be a real mother too, Feng Yuan said, her eyes showing a maternal brilliance. Although raised Feng Qianing, but that's a righteous woman after all. Now in the belly is a biological child. She was going to be a real mother. Since Yang Chen crossed the robbery, another half a month has passed. The ice and snow ancient city also quieted down. However, in the past half month, a message gradually spread throughout the city lord's mansion. That is, the city lord seems to be pregnant with the child of his royal highness the sun. Although Feng Yuan has reached the transformation god quadruple realm, the ice phoenix bloodline in her body is also extremely rich. However, it still can't stop the morning sickness reaction. And, probably due to physical reasons, her morning sickness reaction was quite strong. Several core elders of the Feng family had seen it more than once, and their own family master covered his lips and vomited. So, after the publicity of several elders, the news that the city lord was pregnant with the child of the Xuanyan holy sun also spread. Feng Qianing was dressed in a white gauze dress, sitting cross-kneeled on the cultivation platform and was cultivating. Suddenly, the door was slammed open. Feng Qianing suddenly opened her eyes. Looked towards the door. The eyes were instantly cold. Long Tianyu, are you sick in your brain? The last time you suddenly pushed open my door, I didn't think about you. This time you're like this again. Feng Qianing's beautiful eyes were full of boredom. The body is really surging. She now finally understood why so many people in the family always troubled Long Tianyu. Now, even she wants to teach this guy a lesson. Qian Ning, I have something to ask you. Long Tianyu said in a deep voice. What's going on? Say it quickly, Feng Qianing said impatiently. At the same time, I was also thinking in my heart, what reason would be used to drive Long Tianyu, the dog skin plaster, out of this temple? During this time, she also proposed to let Long Tianyu move out. However, Long Tianyu always begged for nothing, various reasons to shirk. Say they're husband and wife. He also said that if he moved out, those Feng family members would definitely find him trouble. Feng Qianing was soft for a while, so he didn't insist. Now he pushed the door straight in again, completely annoying her. After today, Long Tianyu must move out of her palace. Qian Ning, let me ask you, is it true that my mother-in-law is pregnant? Long Tianyu stared at Feng Qianing with burning eyes. During this time, he heard about Feng Yuan's pregnancy several times. At first it didn't care, thought it was some rumors. After all, his mother-in-law is very self-respecting, arrogant, and a real iceberg beauty. It would be incredible enough to agree to marry Yang Chen's bastard. How could 127 be pregnant with his child? But today, he heard it with his own ears from the mouth of an elder of the Feng family. Feng Yuan's slut was pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard's child. Ordinary disciples pass it on, and it may also be a rumor. But these elders are not out of nowhere. He immediately exploded. Feng Yuan, the high-ranking mother-in-law, was a dream that had always been in his heart. Hearing Long Tianyu's words, Feng Qianing's expression first darkened. Then he hummed, is it true and how? Mother and his royal highness the holy sun have been married and married as a Taoist couple. Pregnancy is also a matter of course. You better worry more about your own affairs. What, really? Hearing Feng Qianing's affirmation, Long Tianyu's eyes immediately became hideous. The forehead is even more bruised. A wave of anger in his heart seemed to erupt. He swallowed his anger and became a son-in-law in the Feng family, so that one day he could conquer Feng Yuan's proud woman. But now, she was given by Yang Chen. Moreover, she was pregnant with a child. No wonder when he came out of the Forbidden Land, the first time he saw Feng Yuan, he felt more charming. It turned out that it was developed by Yang Chen's 8 eggs. Damn it, Long Tianyu only felt that his hair suddenly turned green. The whole person is green. Feng Yuan is the obsession in his heart, is forbidden. But now, she is pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard child. 8 bastards. Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'll kill you when I step on my horse. Crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Feng Yuan, you mean woman. Hold high on Lao Su and fight and kill at every turn. More than once in public to hoop Lao Su. Now he was played by Yang Chen. Also pregnant with his child. Slut, slut, dog men and women, I must kill you. Long Tianyu roared in his heart, hateful. At this time, Yang Chen, who was enjoying Feng Yuan's intimate massage service, suddenly sounded the voice of the system in her mind. Ding! Long Tianyu knew that Feng Yuan was pregnant, his mood collapsed, and Long Tianyu, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 1500 points, and the host obtained 1500 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. Viewer learned the news of Feng Yuan's pregnancy, and her mood collapsed. Plundered 1500 gas love points. Hee hee. This horse riding is really a bonus. You know that your mother-in-law is pregnant, or a child of the father. You must be excited now. Oblivious. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly laugh so weird? Feng Yuan noticed Yang Chen's perverted smile and immediately asked. Yang Chen got up from her lap. Nothing. By the way, Wanner, the news of your pregnancy seems to be known by many people now. Feng Yuan suddenly frowned slightly and said a little angrily. It's not that those old guys spread it on purpose. Everyone who is making trouble now knows it. I'm embarrassed to face those juniors of the family. What's so embarrassing about this? Yang Chen immediately hugged her in his arms, pretending to be dissatisfied. Is it that being pregnant with my child makes you very faceless? Ah, it's not Brother Chen. Feng Yuan hurriedly waved her hand. The expression was very nervous. How can I feel faceless? Actually, in Wanner's heart, it is very happy to be pregnant with Brother Chen's child. That is, we are not a generation after all. I am a friend of your master, but now I am pregnant with your child. It's a bit of a shame to say this. There must be a lot of people laughing at me now. Feng Yuan crouched in Yang Chen's arms and said in a low voice. This is also her biggest concern all along. After all, she has been cultivating for more than 1,000 years. When he was young, he even practiced with Zan Lingshuang and became friends. But now, she is pregnant with the child of Zan Lingshuang's apprentice. This is if he meets with Zan Lingshuang. Wouldn't that be embarrassing to death? Moreover, it is still unknown Zan Lingshuang's attitude towards this matter. After all, that woman was a standard female devil. Although there was a friendship when he was young. But I have basically not met in these hundreds of years. The feelings may have faded, just in case she thinks she has seduced her only precious apprentice. To break up her and Yang Chen, but what can be done? Don't worry, Wanner. No one dares to laugh at you. Whoever dares to laugh at you, I will kill him. Is it so ruthless? Hearing Yang Chen's comfort, Feng Yuan's expression relaxed a lot, and she couldn't help but laugh. What if your master laughs at me? My master. Hearing Feng Yuan mention his master, Yang Chen couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure of his master. Master Venerable asked himself to come and help Feng Yuan become the city lord of Ice and Snow Ancient City. As a result, Feng Yuan was pregnant with her own child. If this is known by the master, that scene will definitely be interesting. However, if the master jokes about Feng Yuan, the best way is naturally to make Shizun also pregnant so that she can't laugh at it. However, Yang Chen naturally couldn't say this. If he said it, Feng Yuan would definitely say that he was a big pervert. Then, a sword ray directly penetrated the hall prohibition and appeared beside Yang Chen. Although the sword radiance is small, it contains amazing sword intent. Even if Yang Chen's strength has now reached the transformation god realm. Still dare not underestimate this sword radiance. It's really said that Cao Cao has arrived. Yang Chen was a little helpless. Just after fantasizing about Master Venerable's transmission sword talisman arrived. Is it Zan Lingshuang? Feng Yuan felt the sword intent contained in the sword radiance, immediately recognized it, and immediately sat up. Hurriedly sorted out his long loose hair and wrinkled dress. Yang Chen removed the sword talisman and input a breath of true qi. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared in front of Yang Chen. Chenur, Wei Shi is heading to the Ice and Snow Ancient City, and he will arrive in a few days. The fourth elder has found some abnormalities in the falling snow mountain range, and the division needs to go and deal with it. After speaking, the faint figure directly dissipated. Yang Chen was a little surprised. The four elders found some anomalies in the falling snow mountain range. Master is coming to Ice and Snow Ancient City. Then, Feng Yuan said with some panic, Brother Chen, what should I do now? Your master is coming. It's okay. She came over. Can she still eat you? Zan Lingshuang is a moody female devil. You don't know how terrible your master is. If she knew about our relationship, she might have eaten me. Feng Yuan recalled the picture of training with Zan Lingshuang in the early years. The woman, promised, was murderous. One person and one sword, he has slaughtered many sects. Everywhere they went, corpses were strewn across the field. Haohui name, completely killed, although she has now reached the fourfold of the god of transformation. But Zan Lingshuang had already broken through to the refining void realm. The gap is quite large. If she thinks that her old cow eats tender grass and does something to her, she can't stop it. Don't worry, Wanner, it won't. Come, if you are afraid, eat me first. Looking at Yang Chen's playful expression, Feng Yuan immediately understood what he meant, and Yurong instantly blushed. Nasty, what a big badass. Snort, but still bow down. Yang Chen suddenly gasped. In the main hall, after several winds and rains, it gradually quieted down. Looking at Feng Yuan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Yang Chen's face was very satisfied. Crouched down and wiped the dirt from the corners of her mouth for her. The quadruple cultivator of the transformation god, the city lord of the Ice and Snow Ancient City, could do that kind of thing for him. Hee, it's a man who will be satisfied. Yang Chen walked out of the Feng Yuan dormitory hall and came to the palace where he was cultivating. Take out a piece of dragon-shaped jade pendant. It was Long Tianyu's piece of dragon blood jade. At this time, the dragon blood jade released a dull red light on it. A burst of dragon groans came from it. Yang Chen lifted the band. Suddenly, a red dragon reappeared. However, compared to the last time, the dragon's body is much smaller and its power is much weaker. The huge pupils looked at Yang Chen with a trace of fear. However, in his eyes, there is a radiance. Yang Chen immediately knew that this red dragon soul, which you recall the red dragon true soul, was not a dead thing but had its own consciousness. I won't hurt you. Maybe we can talk, Yang Chen said with a smile, trying to release his kindness. The red dragon soul in front of him, although he was extremely afraid of him. But that's more of a bloodline and soul fear. The dragon clan is a race that values bloodline very much. The Taiku divine dragon backbone in his body, the dragon power released, for the red dragon soul in front of him, the deterrent power is unimaginable. But this does not mean that the strength of the red dragon soul in front of him is not as good as him. On the contrary, even Yang Chen's current strength has reached the transformation god realm and has been qualitatively improved. But according to 247, in the red dragon soul, he felt a power that was even greater than him. You really won't hurt me. Suddenly, the red dragon soul spat out words. Although the voice is childish, it is clear. Yang Chen was suddenly shocked. This guy really has his own conscious wisdom and can even speak. Moreover, the voice that came out was a female voice. This dragon soul is a female dragon. Of course. We're the same race, Yang Chen continued to say with a smile. And also stepped forward, stretched out his palm, and stroked her huge dragon head. Although the red dragon soul body trembled, it did not retreat. After making contact with Yang Chen's palm, he seemed to feel his kindness. The fear in the dragon's eyes gradually dissipated. Your bloodline is strong, can you help me cast my flesh? Suddenly, the red dragon soul said, casting the flesh. Yang Chen looked slightly startled. Tell me where you came from. What is your relationship with Long Tianyu? The huge dragon eyes of the red dragon soul appeared a thought and then spoke. I am a dragon soul born in the dragon blood jade. Later, the people of the red dragon family found me. We made a deal, they provided me with essence blood containing the bloodline of the dragon clan, and I was responsible for improving the quality of their bloodline. As for Long Tianyu, I fell into a deep sleep, he woke me up again, I made an agreement with him, I am responsible for protecting his life, improving the quality of his bloodline, and he will provide me with essence blood in the future. So, you and the red dragon family are just cooperative relations. Of course, a touch of pride appeared in the pupils of the red dragon soul. The red dragon family is just some humans with the bloodline of the dragon clan. Vainly trying to improve the bloodline rate of their family and provide the blood of the true dragon through me. For them, I'm just using it. Saying that, the red dragon soul looked at Yang Chen, and his pupils gradually became respectful. The dragon blood on your body is of very high grade, and it even makes me tremble. When I forge my flesh, what I need is very high grade dragon blood. If you are willing to use your essence blood to help me forge my flesh, I'm willing to recognize you as Lord and serve you in the future. Recognize me as Lord, play for me in the future. Yang Chen's eyes condensed slightly, and he was a little moved. The strength of this red dragon soul cannot be underestimated. Before it was just defense, it could shatter Feng Yuan's attack. The true strength should be far above Feng Yuan. If you can work for him, you can be regarded as a helper in the future. Not bad, Yang Chen nodded and said, I can help you cast your flesh. However, I need to plant a mark in your soul palace first. Of course you can, the red dragon soul directly agreed. Yang Chen's palm was pressed against her huge dragon head, and the power of the nine-colored divine soul permeated into her dave. In her soul palace, a nine-colored dragon-shaped pattern condensed. As long as the red dragon soul wants to betray in the future. Yang Chen could detonate this divine soul power. The soul palace is the weakest point for all cultivators, including the dragon clan. Once detonated, even if the red dragon soul's strength is even stronger than him, it's also hard to bear. A moment later, Yang Chen released his palm. Master, you just need to drip the essence blood on my forehead, I can absorb it and then start shaping the flesh. Please, the red dragon soul said excitedly. Good. Yang Chen did not shirk. Directly from the heart, 5 drops of golden blood are absorbed. The golden light flowed, exuding a strong dragon power. Every drop of golden blood contains great power. 5 drops of golden blood dripped down on the red dragon soul dragon head. Suddenly, golden blood instantly submerged into it. The red light on the red dragon soul's body was rapidly dimming and gradually disappearing. Instead, golden meridians ran through the entire dragon body. Master, 5 drops of essence blood is too little. Give more, the red dragon soul said, with a strong desire in his voice. Yang Chen also saw it. These 5 drops of essence blood were only enough for her to outline her meridians. It is still far from forming a physical body. 5 more drops of sperm blood were removed. After the red dragon soul absorbed, flesh and blood began to appear on the body. However, only a third of the flesh and blood appeared. Master, it's still not enough. Give more, maid. Yang Chen cursed secretly in his heart. He regretted it a little at the moment. This guy is obviously a gold-swallowing beast. 5 drops of essence blood are only enough to condense 1/3 of the flesh and blood. In addition to flesh and blood, there are bones. How much does this cost? Alas, never mind. It's all come this far. Yang Chen sighed. Still endured the pain and continued to drip sperm blood. Finally, after dripping another 40 drops of essence blood, the red dragon soul finally completed the physical body shaping. Meridians, flesh and blood, bones, all condensed. The body flows with a crimson gold luster. Whoosh. A dragon roared. The dragon power that emanates is extremely strong. The hall trembled and threatened to collapse. The prohibition set by Yang Chen was also broken through by this purple gold light. With the red dragon soul of the flesh, the aura was obviously stronger. Yang Chen also felt a pang of shock. With such momentum, it is estimated that it has reached the 9th level of the transformation god realm, or even the peak. Although he was pale, he paid 50 drops of essence blood. However, it is worth it. After all, there will be one more super strong thug in the future. The crimson gold glow slowly contracted and dissipated. What appeared in front of Yang Chen again was a tall girl with a pair of small dragon horns on her forehead. The pupils appear crimson gold. The skin is snow white and radiates a crystal jade light. Long hair draped over the back, brutal waist is unbearable. Below are slender jade legs. Yang Chen's eyes were stunned. Intel, the girl said faintly. Master, all humans have to wear clothes, can you give me a dress? Yang Chen suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing and threw it to her. Thank you, master. Just for a moment, the girl put on her dress. A long yellow dress was worn on her body, with her tall figure and long hair that emitted a light golden light, quite a Sundaria and noble temperament. Like a dragon princess. What's your name? Yang Chen asked at this time. Name, the girl's crimson gold pupils pondered, and then said. Since I was born with consciousness, no one has given me a name. But in my memory, 2 words do always appear. Delicate. Linglong. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Then said, then let these 2 words be your name. In the future, you will be called Linglong. Yes, thank you master for the name. Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Then he stepped aside and began to look at his body. After a while, I opened my neckline and felt inside. After a while, I lifted my skirt and looked inside. Obviously very curious about the human body. Although consciousness has been born for more than 100,000 years, at this time, she has the mentality of a little girl. Dragon blood jade, Linglong. Yang Chen groaned slightly. According to ancient records, the birth of dragon blood jade has extremely strict conditions. There must be a strong true dragon blood to slowly form a piece of dragon blood jade. The 2 words Linglong should be the name of the owner of the true dragon's blood. But it doesn't matter anymore. Brother Chen, what happened? Then, an anxious figure flashed over. Feng Yuan's face was full of worry. Although Yang Chen arranged a prohibition to prevent the breath from leaking out. But after Linglong condensed his physical body, his aura soared, directly breaking through his prohibition. The breath leaked out and was sensed by Feng Yuan. That breath was much stronger than her. Worried that something was wrong with Yang Chen, she hurried over. Seeing that Yang Chen was okay, the worry on Feng Yuan's face gradually dissipated. Then, his gaze stopped on Linglong. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This is Linglong. The red dragon you saw before is her. I have helped her condense her body now, Yang Chen explained. So it is, Feng Yuan nodded. The beautiful eyes looked at Linglong, but the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Because, she felt a strong coercion in Linglong. It's not just about the gap in strength. In repression on the bloodline, facing the red dragon before, she didn't have such strong feelings. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen, found him pale. It was clear in my heart. It must have been this little bastard who used his own essence blood to help her condense her body. It's really reluctant. Linglong came over at this time and said. Master, there's one thing I have to tell you. There's the mark of the head of the red dragon family in the dragon blood jade, and I have already felt before that the current head of the red dragon family is rushing towards this place. It shouldn't be long before it arrives. What? Yang Chen was stunned when he heard this. The family of the red dragon family mainly came over. Is it for Long Tianyu? Linglong, what is the strength of the head of the red dragon family? Linglong thought for a moment and said, the red dragon family has a cultivator of the refining void realm, but Shouyuan is about to run out. The current head of the red dragon family is Long Tianyu's father, and he should have reached the half-step refining void realm. Half-step refining void, Yang Chen suddenly smiled. A half-step refining void, since it is here, then do not go. If Yor sees her father die here, oblivious, it must be very sad. At that time, the remaining thousands of chi luck points can also be plundered. By the way, end Yor's humiliating life. A day later. A tall shadow dressed in a Taoist robe appeared in the sky above the ice and snow ancient city. Zero asked for flowers. The breeze blew, and the loose Taoist robe suddenly clinged to the delicate body, outlining the graceful curves. HMPH, Jin'er's rebel disciple actually took matters into his own hands and married Feng Yuan. I really don't put me as a master in my eyes. I raised him with my own hands, and this kid has no offer to seek. This time we must clean him up and let him know how to respect the teacher. Also, how much this traitor can't think about it, and actually marry Feng Yuan. That old woman, but she has been cultivating for more than 1,000 years. Master's friend, she is not too old. Zhang Lingshuang's beautiful face was full of dissatisfaction. The news of the marriage between the holy son of Xuanyan sect and Feng Yuan, the city lord of ice and snow ancient city, had long been spread throughout most of the northern spirit domain. When those elders of the sect listened, they probably felt very faced. However, she, the master, was quite dissatisfied. The small tender grass cultivated by his own hands was arched by the old woman of Feng Yuan. Hateful, first find Chener's rebel disciple and teach him a lesson. Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes scanned the ice and snow ancient city and then locked Yang Chen's position. Then the figure flashed and flew directly over. Come to a large hall. Although there is a ban, but with her cultivation, she stepped directly and silently into it. Walked to a room. Zan Lingshuang was just about to push the door in. Suddenly heard Yang Chen's voice. Waner, don't worry, my master can't eat you. Even if she really wants to eat you, aren't you eating me now? Shish, listening to the sound in the room, Zan Lingshuang was confused. Waner, eat you, eat me, what are they? Chener, this rebel, gasped when he said something. What is wrong with the learning? Zan Lingshuang didn't understand a little. Directly kicked the door open. Bang, the door was slammed open. Zan Lingshuang looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. Feng Yuan, the old woman, knelt in front of Chener. And Chener, it's not the teapot spout she remembers. Ah, an exclamation. Feng Yuan, who returned to her senses, looked at Zan Lingshuang, who suddenly appeared at the door. On the white jade face, an astonishing red halo instantly rose. At this time, she couldn't wait to dig a crack and get in. When Zan Lingshuang saw this shameful scene, she really wanted to die. Unable to hold back any longer, he fled the room in a flash. Master, master, why don't you knock when you come in? Yang Chen was also helpless. When did this master of himself have this hobby? Zan Lingshuang also came back to his senses at this time. Suddenly, a flush and irritation surged on Qing's cold face. Chener, you're too unspeakable. How can it be, as in, 413, quote. Zan Lingshuang couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while. She had practiced for 1,000 years, and he had never seen such a shameful picture. Blah blah, stained her eyes. Zan Lingshuang directly turned around and walked out of the room. A moment later, Yang Chen came out of the room. After scanning the hall, he did not find Feng Yuan's figure. This woman should be ashamed. I don't know where it went. Looking at the tall and graceful back of the master, there was also a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Master, master, can't you just come in a day? Zan Lingshuang turned around and glared at Yang Chen with unkind eyes. Chener, you don't put the master in your eyes too much. Have you forgotten who raised you? Of course it's master. Yang Chen said immediately. Since you know, then you should understand that there are some things that you can only do with the permission of the teacher. The master let you come to Ice and Snow Ancient City to help Feng Yuan become the city lord, but didn't you marry her? Also, it's still like that. It's shameless. The more Zan Lingshuang spoke, the more angry he became. There was a wave in his chest. Raising his palm, he really wanted to teach him a lesson by slapped him hard on the butt like Yang Chen did when he was a child. However, think of the scene just now. She stopped moving. Her Chener is no longer a small teapot spout. In that way to hit him, it is not appropriate. HMPH. With a cold snort, her beautiful eyes glared at Yang Chen, which was regarded as a warning. What about Feng Yuan? Let her come out to meet Hansa. This old woman, thanks to Hansa thinking of helping her for the sake of past friendship, she dares to hook up with the only disciple of Hansa. Zan Lingshuang said indignantly. Master, Waner has been scared away by you. How can she see you now? Dissipate the gas, dissipate the gas. Cut. Zan Lingshuang suddenly pouted and did not have a good breath. Waner, it's a nice call. What a hem. Then, Linglong walked in from outside the hall. Master, did something happen? Seeing Linglong, Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned. Cashin Tenju. Chener, is she? Zan Lingshuang had already stepped into the realm of refining void, and he could see Linglong's cultivation at a glance. I was shocked. In the northern spirit domain, cultivators who could reach the transformation god realm were already rare. Although the major top forces have digital god cultivators, they are basically in the early and middle stages of the god of transformation. For cultivators who can reach the late stage of transformation god, the entire northern spirit domain is not even a handful. And the girl in front of her turned out to be a god tenfold. Moreover, just now, this girl also called Chener master. Master, this is Linglong. It is a dragon soul born in the dragon blood jade, and I use the essence blood on my body to help her condense her physical body. Yang Chen immediately introduced, the dragon soul born in the dragon blood jade. When Zan Lingshuang heard this, he took a deep look at Linglong and then pulled Yang Chen aside. Transmission. Chener, how did the dragon blood jade come about, do you know? No, Yang Chen nodded and said, it is only by condensing a large amount of dragon blood that it is possible to produce dragon blood jade. It does take a lot of dragon blood to produce dragon blood jade. Zan Lingshuang said seriously. However, if a dragon soul is born in the dragon blood jade, it will not only be the blood of the dragon clan, but there's a real dragon falling. The dragon body and dragon blood produce dragon blood jade, and the remaining dragon soul will enter the dragon blood jade, nourish in the dragon blood jade, and slowly give birth to a complete dragon soul. It can be said that this is a way for the dragon clan to continue life, which is equivalent to living a second life. But no matter what, this newly born dragon soul, as long as it does not fall, one day it will awaken the memories of the previous life. Awakening the memories of the previous life. Yang Chen's eyes were slightly stunned. I couldn't help but look at Linglong. The two words are the words that often appear in her mind. This should be her memory of her previous life. Zan Lingshuang continued. Dragon blood can produce dragon blood jade. The remaining dragon soul can live the second life. To reach this level, he must be a true dragon before his death, and his cultivation must be far beyond that of a master. Chener, you let her call you master. If you can keep suppressing her, or her memory can't be restored, that's all. But what do you think she would do if she completely revived her memories from her previous life one day? When the time comes, you will be in danger. Yang Chen's heart sank. The dragon clan, as a well-deserved overlord in the demon clan, is arrogant. If Linglong is really as Master Venerable said, the previous life was a true dragon who cultivated to the heavens. Then when she recovers her memory, it is really possible to do something to him. Moreover, even now Linglong, Yang Chen was a little unable to understand her mind. After shaping her physical body, her consciousness and wisdom have been significantly improved. Then, the hall suddenly trembled violently. What happened? Yang Chen was shocked in his heart and immediately walked out of the hall. In the city lord's mansion, many Feng patriarch elders and disciples were also stunned. The shock just now was not only the palace where Yang Chen lived. The entire city lord's mansion, and even the ice and snow ancient city, trembled violently. Moreover, in the north of the city lord's mansion, a white cold light appeared in the sky. It seems that Zanyu cold fire was born. At this time, Zan Lingshuang, who was beside Yang Chen, suddenly said, Zanyu cold fire. Yang Chen looked startled, hurriedly looked at her. Chanur, the fourth elder, found the Zanyu cold fire in the depths of the snow mountain range. For the master to come over this time is also for this. Zan Lingshuang explained. So it is. Yang Chen was immediately relieved. 3.5. Zanyu cold fire, rank 41 on the Xenofire list, was a little stronger than his Qinglian Tianyan. Moreover, Zanyu cold fire is an extremely special flame. It does not represent the hottest of the world, like ordinary fire. Zanyu cold fire is a flame that exudes a piercing chill. Extreme cold and blazing heat coexist on it. This is also the reason why its ranking is even higher than Qinglian Tianyan. Another strange fire was born. Yang Chen groaned. But in his mind, he couldn't help but think of an enchanting figure. After Yan, last time I said goodbye, I lost her tracks. I don't know if she left the northern spirit domain. Although for Yang Chen now, Yanho has no value to use. But after all, it is a woman who has gone for tat. The view from the cave is still vivid and unforgettable. Chanur, without further ado, you go with Master Wei. You have Qinglian Tianyan, maybe the probability of subduing Zanyu cold fire is greater. Zan Lingshuang said at this time. Yes, master. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. When a different fire was born, he naturally wanted to go. The falling snow mountain range, itself located in the extreme north of the northern spirit domain, snows all year round. Deep in the mountains, there is a world of ice and snow. The white cold light in the sky attracted many cultivators to come here. However, when they arrived, many monks stopped moving. For the cultivators of the ice and snow ancient city, the depths of the mountain range are very dangerous areas. In the falling snow mountain range, there are many demon beasts with ice attributes. Deep in the mountains, it is rumored that there is also the great demon of the Avatar. Once, 31 city lords of the ice and snow ancient city, relying on the cultivation of the transformation god realm, went deep into the depths of the falling snow mountain range alone, and as a result, they never returned. But even so, there were still some cultivators above the Yuan infant realm who had entered the depths of the mountain range. After all, the heavenly treasure was born, and not everyone can keep a cool head. Yang Chen followed Zan Lingshuang to a crater. The white cold light in the sky emanates from here. The whole volcano is covered in ice and snow. However, at this time, the crater has magma erupting. Seeing this scene, Tatsumi had to sigh at the magic of nature. The intersection of extreme cold and magma here is indeed a hotbed for the birth of mysterious cold fire. Sect Master. At this time, a white shadow flew from the side, landed in front of Zan Lingshuang, and bowed and saluted. Yang Chen looked at the other party. Dressed in a white dress, her posture is beautiful, and her cheeks have a coldness. This was the first time he had seen this fourth elder. Holy Sun, the cold voice sounded again. Yang Chen immediately bowed back. 4 elders. Last time, I had to thank the 4 elders for that sword, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to kill Lan Qingshan so easily. Last time, Yang Chen killed Lan Qingshan in the city lord's mansion. Although it seems to be overbearing, it is destructive. But he knew that with his strength at that time, although he could defeat Lan Qingshan. But without the sword of the 4 elders, Lan Qingshan was bent on escaping, and he really might not be able to stop it. The Holy Sun's combat power is unmatched. Even if I don't make a move, Lan Qingshan is not your opponent. The 4th elder said slowly. Okay Shui, you don't have to deliberately doubt him. This kid is floating very much now. Tell me about the situation inside. It's the sect master. The 4 elders bowed and said. Zanyu cold fire has been born, but because of its birth, it caused a riot in the underground volcano. Although this vicinity is icy and snowy, there is a network of fire mountains underground, gathering a large amount of magma. Moreover, because the fire mountains are intertwined and the geological structure is complex, the location of the Xuanyu cold fire cannot be determined now. So that's the case, it's a bit difficult. Zan Lingshuang frowned. At this time, Yang Chen's eyes surged with cash and looked towards the ground. Suddenly, through layers of ice, snow and earth and rock, Yang Chen saw a large area of magma. In the volcano in front of you, it's just a hole in this sea of magma fire. Sect Master, Holy Sun, what kind of means is this? The 4th elder was a little surprised when he saw Yang Chen's golden light and looked at the ground, as if he could see through the earth. Although Zan Lingshuang looked indifferent, but I was very angry in my heart. This traitor, now the means are really more and more. Even she, the master, was a little envious. Damn it. After you go back, be sure to interrogate him well. The magical power that Yang Chen unleashed, even he himself was not very clear. Because, since the gold in his blood became more and more intense, his eyes had undergone some abnormalities. As long as the power of the bloodline is used and concentrated on the eyes, everything can be seen directly. This may be the magical power of the primeval dragon. Now that the blood of the ancient divine dragon in his body became more and more concentrated, he activated this divine power. Therefore, Yang Chen named this divine ability Divine Dragon Golden Eyes. The golden light shines through the thick earth and sees the veins of magma underneath. Like rivers, they flow underground. Under this heavy snowy mountain, there's a magma country. After Yang Chen scanned for a moment, he finally found a white light at the confluence of 2 magma rivers. Found it. Yang Chen looked up excitedly. Forgot to withdraw the golden light in his eyes for a moment. The golden light shot directly on the body of the master. Suddenly, a white figure like mud and fat white jade appeared in front of Yang Chen's eyes. But in an instant, the whiteness was gone. Then, Yang Chen's arm hurt. Chanur, you're too presumptuous. Where did you just look? The master is your master, no big or small. As a cultivator of refining void, Zan Lingshuang was very intuitive. When Yang Chen's eyes swept over her, she detected a sense of peeping. Then the figure flashed directly and appeared next to Yang Chen. I pinched his arm hard. This traitor is really lawless. Even she dared to peek. It is impossible not to learn a lesson. Yang Chen also hurriedly withdrew the golden glow in his eyes at this time. I felt the pain in my arm, and I was a little glad in my heart. It's okay, it's okay. Fortunately, he was the only disciple of Master Venerable. If someone else dared to spy on Master Venerable like this, now the corpses would be several petals. He, the beautiful teacher, is definitely a ruthless character. During this time, Yang Chen heard about the various methods of Master Zun when he was young from Feng Yuan's mouth. In a fit of anger, Duzong destroyed the door, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. Master didn't do less, otherwise, Feng Yuan would not have been so afraid of her after hundreds of years. Seeing that Master Venerable was going to continue to pinch him, Yang Chen hurriedly said. Master, say the right thing, say the right thing. The disciple determined the location of Zanyu cold fire. Say it quickly. Zan Lingshuang didn't have a good airway. The beautiful eyes glared at Yang Chen fiercely again. This rebel can determine the location of the Zanyu cold fire, and the golden light in his eyes just now must have penetrated the earth. Even such a thick earth can penetrate. That just swept over her. Wasn't he seen by this traitor? Damn it, I'll settle accounts with him when I get back. You have to clean up this little bastard. Too presumptuous. Even the advantage of the master dares to take advantage. Master, Zanyu cold fire is under here. Yang Chen flew more than 10 miles ahead and stopped at a small hill. Zan Lingshuang didn't say much, flew directly into the air and took out a long sword. Split a few swords below. Suddenly, the ground was cut out of a hole more than 10 feet wide by the sword. Magma gushes out of it. Shui, you are here to watch the entrance of the cave. If anyone wants to go down, kill it directly. Chen'er, you go in with Master Wei. Subduing Zanyu cold fire may also have to use your power. Zan Lingshuang said to Yang Chen. Good. Yang Chen directly ran Qinglian Tianyan, wrapping around him and Zan Lingshuang. Then enter the cave entrance. Although the magma is hot, the high temperature is isolated from Qinglian Tianyan. The protective circle formed by Qinglian Tianyan was very small, and Yang Chen's body was close to Zan Lingshuang. Suddenly, a faint fragrance entered his nose. I couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. In my mind, I couldn't help but rethink the scenery I just saw. White and flawless, like mud and fat white jade, ravines, peaks and mountains. Although it was only a glance, it was directly engraved in his mind. Shish, suddenly, his arm was pinched violently. When he turned his head, he saw that the master was staring at him. Chen'er, what are you thinking? It's nothing, master. The disciple is thinking about how to help Master Venerable subdue the Zanyu cold fire. God, do you believe this yourself? Zan Lingshuang pouted and then said seriously. Shui was present just now, and I didn't mean to say it clearly. I warn you, I forgot everything I saw just now. Otherwise, you know the means of the master. Yes, master, rest assured, the disciple actually didn't see anything. Yang Chen hurriedly said. HMPH, Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly. If it were someone else, dare to peep at her like that. Whoever it is, die. However, it was the only disciple who spied on her. It can only be a warning. After all, this traitor was raised by her since childhood. After diving towards the magma for about 40 or 50 meters, a white light appeared in front of the 2 people. Around the white light, the magma appears red and black. The black one is naturally magma that has been cooled by the cold fire of Zanyu. Zanyu cold fire. Zan Lingshuang drank low. Her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Then directly run the true chi, condense a large handprint to cover the past, and grasp it in your hand. However, Zanyu cold fire seemed to be able to sense the danger approaching. Unexpectedly, he quickly wandered and dodged the true chi handprint. Moreover, it is still descending towards the magma. You even dodge. It is worthy of being a treasure born of heaven and earth. But today you want to walk away from the Hansa, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Zan Lingshuang directly left Yang Chen's fire protective cover. True chi formed a true chi shield around her, blocking the raging magma. Then he chased directly towards Zanyu cold fire. Master, Yang Chen also hurried to follow. Help Zan Lingshuang block the Zanyu cold fire that wants to escape. Alien fire has spirits and can detect danger. Moreover, the higher the ranking of the alien fire, the higher the spirituality. According to rumors, the top 10 xenofire on the xenofire list has wisdom that is not even inferior to humans. Although Zan Lingshuang was a cultivator over fighting voids and had great strength, he did not have the experience of subduing alien fire. In this magma world, her strength cannot be fully exerted. Here, however, is a hotbed of secluded and cold fire, like a fish in water. After encircling and blocking for a while, it was not successfully charged. Moreover, Zanyu cold fire is a relatively high-ranking alien fire. Nor can you directly use true chi to attack it. If so, once it causes a riot of fire. But that's trouble. Abominable. Zan Lingshuang can't do it. The void refining cultivator, the #1 powerhouse in the northern spirit domain, was helpless with a strange fire. Master, let the disciples try it. Yang Chen said at this time. Zan Lingshuang did not speak. Several cyan flames permeated Yang Chen's body, and then swam towards the Zanyan cold fire. Although he also has no experience in receiving alien fires. But we know that different fires have the nature to devour each other. Several cyan flames swam beside Zanyu cold fire. Zanyu cold fire suddenly stopped moving. Obviously, he was attracted by Qinglian Tianyan. Then, Zanyu cold fire suddenly rioted, directly wrapped a cyan flame. Hooked, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked slightly, and he began to control several cyan flames to swim towards his position. Zanyu cold fire also moved in their direction. Although Zanyu cold fire has spiritual intelligence, after all, it has just been born, and the spiritual intelligence is not too high, more, it is still the nature of different fire. Very good Chen'er. Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes turned happy. This rebel disciple, there are quite a lot of ghost heart eyes. Raise him up with a handful of an urine in vain. If you get the Zanyan cold fire and refine it, your strength will inevitably increase a lot again. At that time, he would no longer be able to stay in the northern spirit domain. It's time to go to Zhongzhou for a walk. Zanyu cold fire swallowed a cyan flame again, completely forgetting the danger. Came to a place more than 10 zhang away from Yang Chen and Zan Lingshuang. Seeing this, Zan Lingshuang was about to start collecting it. Suddenly, a red light took a step ahead of her and wrapped the Zanyu cold fire. How daring, find death. Zan Lingshuang was immediately angry. If you work hard, you will succeed. As a result, the praying mantis catcher yellowfinch is behind. Unexpectedly, someone has been hiding nearby and suddenly made a move at this critical moment. To rob her of her mysterious cold fire, Zan Lingshuang directly slashed over with a sword. The sword meng was divided into 6, showing a 6-in-1 trend, forming a prison Zhao Lihao prison, directly blocking the red light and trapping it in the sword meng's prison. Yang Chen was also surprised. Unexpectedly, in this underground magma, there were still people hiding. And neither he nor Master Venerable found out. This man's concealment tactics are evident. Death to Hansa. Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly and directly bullied him. Another sword slash came out. Kill the other party here. But at this time, a red light surged out. Unexpectedly, he directly broke through the prison of Jian Meng. Yang Chen recognized it. This red light was a red flame. And it is also a different fire. Moreover, this red flame can also mobilize the surrounding magma for its own use. The magma was mobilized by the red flames and formed several barriers, which could withstand Zan Lingshuang's sword radiance. An enchanting figure flashed in front of Yang Chen's eyes. Yang Chen was suddenly shocked, because this enchanting figure turned out to be. After Yan, are you able to walk? Seeing the red figure ready to leave again. Zan Lingshuang swung his long sword. The sword intent is endless. The power of the refining void realm was completely revealed at this moment. The entire magma world was all shrouded in Zan Lingshuang's sword intent. One after another, the fierce sword radiance also filled all directions. Poof, the sword directly cut through the magma barrier and slashed heavily on the red figure. The red flame in the magma world disappeared instantly. The other party was clearly hit hard. The figure was also completely revealed. The figure is enchanting, and the face is full of charm. Dressed in a red dress, she looks like a peerless demon G. It's just that at this time, there are a few drops of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. There is a touch of sadness. HMPH, if you don't measure your strength, you dare to take it with this bit of strength. Hand over Zhan Yu cold fire, this heat can leave you a whole corpse. Zhan Lingshuang stood with his sword in his hand and said coldly. However, Yanho did not answer. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking at Owano Yang Chen. Yang Chen immediately understood. This woman after Yan had already discovered him. However, he was more shocked in his heart, because, although Yanho was not the opponent of Shizun. But after all, Shizun was a cultivator of the refining void realm, and his combat power was extremely strong. But after taking Yan, it still wasted a lot of effort. Even if Yanho can rely on underground magma as a help, his own strength is at least in the middle of the transformation god or even the late transformation god. How long has it been since helping her reshape her body? She reached this level. This woman, it seems that she also had an adventure during this time. He is worthy of being the master of the Son of Destiny. He also has great luck. Senior Yanho, it's been a long time. Yang Chen stepped forward at this time and said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Zhan Lingshuang was suddenly shocked. Chener, do you know her? Yes, master. We Asai are old friends, we used to stitch each other. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. For tat, that seems to be the enemy, Zhan Lingshuang said lightly. Yang Chen, you don't talk nonsense and dirty words. Zhan Lingshuang didn't understand, but Yanho understood in seconds. After all, in the cave, she is the party. What the needles and stitches relative meant, she naturally knows. Senior Yanho, although we have friendship, but if you do this, it is not authentic. We wasted a lot of effort to lure Zhan Yu cold fire, you just come over and eat ready-made, is it appropriate? Hearing this, a flash of disdain flashed on Yanhu's coquettish face. This seed has come here before this mysterious cold fire matures. Besides, the heavenly material and earth treasure are ownerless things, and whoever gets it in their hands is who counts. Yang Chen, you won't fail to understand this truth. HMPH, don't talk nonsense, kill you and return to the original owner. Without waiting for Yang Chen to speak, Zhan Lingshuang said coldly. When the sword intent gathers, it is necessary to start again. Zhan Yu cold fire, she is inevitable. Senior Yanho, my master is not as talkative as me, you better hand over Zhan Yu cold fire honestly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here today. Yang Chen hurriedly said, HMPH, if the seed wants to leave, you may not be able to stop it. Yanho snorted coldly, quite proud. His hands were imprinted, and his body was filled with red light. The surrounding space was actually rippling. However, the spatial ripples only lasted for a moment, and Yanhu's coquettish cheek suddenly surged with a touch of redness, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the breath on her body instantly withered. God, seeing this, Zhan Lingshuang snorted coldly with disdain. Abominable. If it weren't for the monster in the belly of the seed, how would it be so? Yanho Dai frowned. Yang Chen had already come to her side at this time. Senior Yanho, give me the Xuanyu cold fire, I can guarantee that you will leave safely. What if it's Hansa? Yanhu's expression was a little provocative. Yang Chen's face suddenly sank, although she and Yanho stitched opposite each other. Moreover, he is also a nostalgic person. However, this does not mean that Yanho can do whatever she wants. Zhan Yu cold fire, she must hand it over. Senior Yanho, if you insist on doing this, I can only make a move against you. However, I still advise you to hand over the Zhan Yu cold fire. After all, you have not revenge, I think, you don't want to fall here, right? Yang Chen, you shameless bastard. Yanho suddenly gritted his teeth. Hearing this, and you don't want this tone, a wave of anger rose in her heart. At the beginning, Yang Chen, the bastard, used this method to coerce and lure her. So that she had to compromise. Promised to let him kiss fangs. As a result, this bastard was in the cave and did that kind of beast to her. She has been cultivating for thousands of years, and in the past, she was also a fire cultivator power, standing at the top of the world. But he was defiled by such a serious bastard. Abdominal also. Thinking of this, Yanho couldn't help but touch his lower abdomen. The eyes were full of blame, although sealing the little guy made him stop growing. However, every time I run my full strength, I have to be dragged down by this little guy. Alas, if it weren't for this little guy, he would have performed a spatial secret technique just now and left here directly. Yang Chen also noticed this subtle movement after Yanho. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, they stitched each other, and although it was a short time, it was also a few years. Yang Chen continued, Senior Yanho, you shouldn't have cultivated the 10,000 fire-burning heavenly determination. In this way, Zhan Yu cold fire is not necessary for you. Let's hand it over. Yanho suddenly looked startled. Looking at Yang Chen incredulously, how do you know that 10,000 fires are in the sky? Senior Yanho forgot. I'm Yanur's stepfather, quote. Naturally, Yanur told me, Yang Chen said with a smile. HMPH, Yanho snorted coldly, and the expression on his face changed. Although she did not cultivate the 10,000 fire-burning heavenly determination. However, Zhan Yu cold fire is also extremely important to her. If she could refine, then she had two kinds of alien fires. This can not only directly improve her own strength. It can also allow her to be close to invincibility in the same rank. If there is revenge in the future, there is also greater hope. Just give up like this, how can she be willing? Then. Zhan Yu cold fire, which was controlled by Yanho in his hands, suddenly became restless. White flames began to permeate, unexpectedly broke through the prohibition set by her. Abominable, drink low after Yan. She was seriously injured at this time, and the prohibition on Zhan Yu cold fire was also weakened a lot. The wisdom of this mysterious cold fire is already very high. You can detect her state at this time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she began to break out and broke through the prohibition set by her in one fell swoop. The Zhan Yu cold fire at this time was different from when he was evading capture just now. It has completely fallen into riots. White flames are being released like crazy. That's what worries me the most when I subdue the fire. Any kind of alien fire is the birth of heaven and earth, and the origin power contained in it is extremely strong. There are countless monks in history who have died under the outbreak of strange fire. Among them, the cultivators of the transformation god refining void also abounded. Even if Yanho has the red fire of the earth, he does not dare to raise it at this time. Yanho wants to run and reseal it with all his strength. But she knew it very well in her heart. In her current state, even if she desperately resealed Zhan Yu cold fire, she was also making a wedding dress for Yang Chen and his master. Instead of that, it's better. A fierce color flashed in Yanhu's beautiful eyes. Then directly loosen all prohibitions and throw Zhan Yu cold fire out for a distance. Losing the prohibition of Yanho, Xuanyu cold fire completely broke out, and white flames suddenly surged out madly. Instantly turned the entire magma world into a white sea of fire. HMPH, Yangchen, you forced me. When a strange fire breaks out, no one can take it away. Now it's up to whoever can find the alien fire origin first and refine it. Yanho snorted coldly, and the red fire of the center of the earth wrapped his body and directly entered the white flame. Zanling Shuang ran True Qi, formed 6 True Qi great handprints, divided into 6 directions, and wanted to reseal the Zanyu cold fire. Phew, phew, the white Zanyu cold fire surged wildly. Unexpectedly, Zanling Shuang's True Qi handprint was burned through. Abominable, Zanling Shuang was full of irritation. She was a cultivator who was a cultivator, and she couldn't seal a strange fire. Yang Chen immediately said, Master, the alien fire has fallen into a riot and completely erupted, and it is now difficult to seal. We must now enter the alien fire to find the origin of the mysterious cold fire. Only in this way can it be refined. I used Qinglian Tianyan to temporarily resist the Zanyan cold fire. Good. Zanling Shuang did not hesitate and walked directly to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen ran the Qinglian Tianyan, and the cyan flame wrapped the two of them, resisting the strange temperature of the Zanyu cold fire, and then directly rushed into the white flame. The origin of the Zanyan cold fire, Yang Chen did not know where. It is simply difficult to release the divine soul in the sea of white fire. As many divine thoughts as you release, how much alien fire can burn? You can only walk through it against the extreme cold and extreme heat of the mysterious cold fire. The power of the strange fire erupt is absolutely terrifying. Yang Chen also saw it for the first time. He could only mobilize Qinglian Tianyan with all his strength to resist. True Qi is rapidly depleting. If this continues, it won't be long before he has to quit. Yang Chen could only say to Zanling Shuang on the side. Master, you hold me tight, so that I can shrink the alien fire shield, otherwise my True Qi will be exhausted in a short time. Hug you. Zanling Shuang was stunned. Then he moved a little towards Yang Chen's side, shoulder to shoulder with him. Zero asked for flowers. Oh master, what are you doing like this? The area of the two of us is too large, and we consume too much True Qi. You better hold me tight. Yang Chen hurriedly said. It's really useless. Zanling Shuang had no choice but to stretch out his arms and hug Yang Chen's chest, and his body was also clinging to him. Suddenly, a soft touch hit. Close to the body of the master, Yang Chen had decided the figure of the master was really not covered. Even compared with the plump Feng Yuan, it is not too much. That is, the master often wore a loose Taoist robe. Otherwise, she is definitely a beautiful woman with rich and moving charm. Yang Chen ran the golden eyes of the divine dragon. However, he can only see through more than 10 zhang away. But even so, this is not a small advantage compared to Yanho. Finally, half an hour later, Yang Chen managed to find a white flame. The flame is small and seems to be extinguished at any moment. But it was clearly separated from the raging white flames around it. Yang Chen knew that this white flame was the origin fire of Zanyu cold fire. It's quite good at hiding yourself. If it weren't for Lao Su's good eyes, I really wouldn't have found you. Yang Chen flew directly over. Sensing Yang Chen approaching, 2 flame calves appeared under the white flames, and he was about to run when he pulled out his legs. If you want to run, it's not that easy. Although Zanling Shuang, who was lying on Yang Chen's body, was in the realm of refining void, with her powerful divine soul, in the sea of white fire, her eyes were also black. So, no small flames were found at all. Moreover, lying on Yang Chen, this apprentice. Feeling his broad back, as well as the rich masculine breath, a different emotion rose in her heart. From the time Chen'er was very young, he was brought to Zan Tianzong to raise him. All along, it has been protected by her, the master. But now, it is Chen'er who protects her. Her Chen'er has grown up completely. Zanling Shuang was lying on Yang Chen's back, although his body was surrounded by white fire, but there was a tranquility in his heart. I couldn't help but stick my head to Yang Chen's back. Master, Hearing Yang Chen shout, Zanling Shuang suddenly came back to his senses. A flush rose on her cheeks. Just now, he actually took the initiative to stick it on Chen'er's back. And, I enjoyed it. Zanling Shuang, what happened to you just now? You were the master who raised Chen'er and grew up. How can that, like that? If you were discovered by Chen'er, will you still have the majesty of this master in the future? What's wrong, Chen'er? Zanling Shuang asked. Master, I have caught the origin of Zanyan cold fire. Yang Chen said excitedly, and Zanling Shuang hurriedly looked at his hands. A flame with 2 small legs was struggling hard. However, a green lotus imprisons it in one of the 810. Although Zanyu cold fire is extremely powerful. The white sea of fire released did not even dare to go deep into it at will by Zanling Shuang of the refining void realm. However, it is precisely because it has released too much power, which has caused its origin flame to be quite weak. Was easily caught by Yang Chen using Qinglian Tianyan. This is the origin of Zanyu cold fire. Zanling Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Put aside the cluttered thoughts just now. Master, can the 2 Chens refine and fuse it? Yang Chen asked at this time. Zanyu cold fire broke out, releasing almost all of his power. The surrounding mysterious cold fire has been transforming back and forth between extreme cold and extreme heat. Yang Chen's True Qi was only enough to last for 2 hours. Moreover, ordinary cultivators refine different fires for as few days as many as several months. But that's when a different fire is normal. It is necessary to slowly find the origin of the alien fire and refine it little by little. In the process of refining, it is also necessary to prevent the outbreak of foreign fire. But at this moment, the Zanyu cold fire has completely broken out. Under the outbreak, the most difficult thing is not refining the origin of different fire, but finding the origin of different fire. 2 hours, that's enough, Zanling Shuang said confidently. Looking at the extremely weak alien fire origin in her hand, she even had the confidence to refine it in an hour. Okay, master, then you hurry, I will open up a safe space for you. Yang Chen said, Qinglian wrapped Zanling Shuang. It resisted the Zanyan cold fire for her, allowing her to concentrate on refining the origin. Chen'er, this kid has really grown up. Think about me as a master everywhere. Zanling Shuang looked at this scene, his eyes full of emotion. Although she did not have a different fire, she could hold out for a while by relying on her own strength. But Chen'er's kindness, he still don't want to shirk. After all, the feeling of being protected is so good. Yang Chen crossed his knees to the side, and the True Qi shield on his body broke through a hole. Suddenly, a stream of mysterious cold fire entered it. Shish, Yang Chen suddenly felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. It was like ice and flames covering the whole body at the same time. I have to say that Zanyu cold fire is indeed very powerful. It is worthy of being the 41st existence on the Xenofire list. With Yang Chen's current physical strength, he could already easily crush the cultivators of the transformation god triple with the strength of his physical body alone. However, in the face of Zhan Yu's cold fire, he was still a little overwhelmed. This is still a fire shield with only one opening. If the flesh is completely manifested in the sea of alien fire, I am afraid that in less than half an hour, I will be burned into coal or frozen into ice sculptures. Chen'er he. When Zhan Lingshuang saw Yang Chen's operation, he seemed to understand something. It turns out that Chen'er wants to use Zhan Yu cold fire to temper his physical body. This kid, it's quite crazy to cultivate, but let me this master see it so distressed. Zhan Lingshuang looked at it twice and couldn't bear to look at it again. Chen'er was raised by her since she was a child, and the biggest punishment for him was spanking. Moreover, there are countless cultivation resources, and he has suffered such torture. But she knew more deeply that Chen'er had her own path of cultivation. She, the master, cannot interfere at will. 1 hour later. The white flame was thoroughly refined into the body by Zhan Lingshuang. Then, the beautiful eyes opened, and there were 2 white flames dancing in her eyes. Then, the surrounding Zhan Yu cold fire began to frantically converge towards her body zero. At this moment, the Qinglian Tianying released by Yang Chen had no effect and directly dissipated. Because, at this time, Zhan Lingshuang had already refined the origin of Zhan Yan cold fire. It can be said that she is Zhan Yu cold fire. These mysterious cold fires that were released were returning to her body. But, it may be that Zhan Lingshuang was immersed in the joy of absorbing the alien fire, and did not pay attention, and the Zhan Yu cold fire that poured into her body directly turned the Dao robe on her body into ashes. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to these either. At this time, he was feeling the changes in his body. After the tempering of the hour just now, his physical body has improved considerably. The Zhan Yu cold fire was gradually absorbed by Zhan Lingshuang. The aura on her body was also rapidly increasing. The Zhan Yu cold fire all disappeared, and the magma world once again returned to a red color. It worked. Zhan Yu cold fire is worthy of being the 41st ranked alien fire on the Xuanyu fire list, and it actually made me directly break through the realm. Moreover, there is still a huge amount of energy in the body that has not been refined, and if it is all refined, the realm can be improved again. Now, with the sword path cultivation of the main seed, coupled with the Zhan Yin cold fire, it should also have the power to fight with the cultivators in the middle stage of the refining void realm. Good. Zhan Lingshuang opened her beautiful eyes, but saw that 1.6 Yang Chen was staring at her with wide eyes. Chen'er, what are you looking at? Isn't it shocking to be powerful? Don't be discouraged, it won't be long before you can reach the realm of a master. For Yang Chen's performance just now, Zhan Lingshuang, the master, was very satisfied. Chen'er, this child is still very filial. She had already decided to forgive him before repeated acts of disobedience. At this time, Zhan Lingshuang's eyes were full of the love of the master. Moved his jade legs and walked towards Yang Chen. Suddenly, Zhan Lingshuang saw a white light in Yang Chen's eyes and realized that something was wrong. Then bow your head, suddenly, directly stunned. She didn't even see her toes, but a little red. Ah! Zhan Lingshuang screamed, then quickly turned around. Chen'er, you are not allowed to look at it. Close your eyes. Saying that, Zhan Lingshuang directly took out a Taoist robe and draped it over his body. At this time, Zhan Lingshuang, even as a cultivator of refining voids, his Dao heart was as strong as iron. My heart couldn't help but thump. A burning heat rose on his fair cheeks, full of redness. She was actually naked in front of Chen'er just now. Moreover, I have not realized that I have been naked for so long. Damn it. Previously, Chen'er glanced at it with golden light. Now, he looked directly at it for a while. Will this master of himself still have the majesty of a master in front of that rebel disciple in the future? Zhan Lingshuang was secretly annoyed, then turned around. Was about to warn Yang Chen a few words, but he found that Yang Chen had disappeared. Sloppy, rebel disciple, count you as knowledgeable. Oh wait, Zhan Lingshuang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yang Chen hurriedly left the magma world. The scene just now was definitely not able to hang on to the master. Slipping away directly can be regarded as leaving a step for the master. However, master is really white. On the ground, when the 4th elder saw Yang Chen, he immediately stepped forward and said, Holy Son, Sect Master Shi, Master Venerable has refined the Zhan Yin cold fire, is absorbing the last energy, and will come out soon. Yang Chen explained, then asked, 4th elder, did you notice a strange aura coming out of the ground just now? Strange breath, probably not, the 4 elders affirmed. My divine soul has been shrouded in a radius of tens of miles, and no one has been found. Only the head of the Feng family and a few elders came over, but they also left. This way, Yang Chen was a little puzzled. Master Venerable refined the Xuanyu cold fire origin, and after absorbing all the Xuanyu cold fire in the magma world, he had already scanned the magma world with his divine dragon golden eyes. But no trace of Yanho was found, nor above the ground. Could it be that this woman had already left before Master Venerable absorbed the Zhan Yu cold fire? Forget it, don't think about her. The woman left just in time. Otherwise, when Master Venerable finds her, he will definitely attack her again. Yang Chen sensed that Zhan Lingshuang's aura was about to come out of the ground and immediately flew up. Sect Master, when the 4th elder saw Zhan Lingshuang, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Congratulations to the Sect Master for refining Zhan Yu cold fire. By the way, Sect Master, Feng Kai Saint's son suddenly left in a hurry for some reason. Is something happening in Ice and Snow Ancient City? Hearing this, Zhan Lingshuang suddenly pouted. What can the Ice Ancient City do? It was nothing more than Chen'er's rebel disciple trying to hide from her. Thinking of the scene just now, her face rose a blush again. Sect Master, that Phoenix City Lord also came just now, and he specifically asked me about you. You were also old friends back then, are we going to Ice and Snow Ancient City now? Zhan Lingshuang's brows frowned slightly, although she really wanted to take Chen'er's rebel disciple away from the old woman Feng Yuan. But wait 2 days, wait until the panic in her heart subsides. Find out what it's like to be a teacher again, after all, just now. Alas, Shui, the depths of the falling snow mountain range are your hometown, take the Hans of your clan. In the main mansion of the Ice and Snow Ancient City. Brother Chen, has your master returned to Zantianzong? Feng Yuan saw Yang Chen come back alone, and immediately stepped forward and asked, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. No, Yang Chen shook his head. Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly scanned the surroundings. Yu Rong was full of disappointment. I couldn't help but hit Yang Chen in the chest and said with disgust. It's all you, it has to be like that, I was still seen by your master. How will I face her in the future? Yang Chen immediately hugged her into his arms and played with the taste. Of course, face it generously. We're Taoists, it's normal to do that kind of thing. Besides, you're pregnant, and I'm here for the good of our baby. Nasty. Feng Yuan was disgusted, but looking at Yang Chen's gaze, it was as tender as water. The jade arm also wrapped around his tighter waist. Yang Chen couldn't help but hug her tightly. Feel the fullness of your body. But the scene in the magma world just now appeared in his mind. The ravines in the white are crisscrossed. It made him bloody and couldn't help but feel a little restless. Can't help but whisper in Feng Yuan's ear, "Waner." And at this time, in Long Tianyu's residence, a 583 red light talisman cut through the sky and came to Long Tianyu. Red dragon light talisman, it's my father's letter. Long Tianyu's originally gloomy face instantly surged with ecstasy. The hands form a peculiar handprint. The light talisman fell directly into his hand. Long Tianyu opened it. Suddenly, a burly figure appeared in front of him. Father will arrive soon. At the beginning, the family underwent a drastic change, and in order to protect you, my father sent you to the northern spirit domain. In these 20 years, you have suffered. Seeing his father's familiar figure and face, Long Tianyu only felt the tip of his nose sour. 20 years. How much humiliation he has suffered in these 20 years. Work as a son-in-law in the Feng family. Originally, you could also fantasize about Feng Yuan, the proud mother-in-law. But now, Feng Yuan, that slut, is pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard's child. The unattainable mother-in-law in his heart, pregnant with someone else's child. Yes, he was angry and sad when he thought about it. 20 years of humiliation instantly flooded my heart. Feng Yuan, this mother-in-law, it has always been a forbidden in his heart, and it is the dream that he is most obsessed with in his heart. It is also the driving force for him to be a son-in-law in the Feng family in the past 20 years, and he has suffered all the humiliation, but he can still persevere. But now, his high-minded, cold and arrogant mother-in-law is pregnant with Yang Chen's child. The motivation in his heart to insist was directly shattered. Slut. Usually I always have a high command for Lao Su, and I scold at every turn. But I was made big by Yang Chen's bastard. Matt, I want to return all the humiliation that your Feng family has inflicted on me in the past 20 years. Long Tianyu's eyes were fierce, and his eyes were blood red. Father is coming soon. With his father's powerful cultivation, once he arrived, he would sweep the entire northern spirit domain. At that time, the humiliation he has suffered in the Feng family will be returned to these bastards one by one. Yang Chen, that bastard, must die without a place to be buried. Zhan Tianzong, don't keep the chicken dogs. Ice and Snow ancient city, he wants to slaughter the city, and everyone who once knew that he was the son-in-law of the Feng family will die. Feng Yuan and Feng Qianing, he wants to bring back the Red Dragon family to ravage it well. Only in this way can the humiliation he has suffered in the past 20 years be washed away. How can the young master of the Red Dragon family in Zhongzhou be insulted by these garbage? The burly figure continued. That Red Dragon true soul in the Dragon Blood Jade should have awakened. You should also be recognized by that senior. 20 years have passed, and you return to the Red Dragon family with the blood of a true dragon and the family inheritance holy relic of the Dragon Blood Jade, then those elders of the family will definitely recognize you as the young patriarch. Wait for the father. The burly figure gradually dissipated. But Long Tianyu's heart sank, because the Dragon Blood Jade, a family inheritance holy relic, had been taken away by Yang Chen's King 8 Egg. But that's okay, as long as the father comes. Just snatch it back from Yang Chen's bastard. At that time, I must make that bastard kneel on the ground and call me 100 dear grandfathers. Long Tianyu thought hatefully. At this time, the door was suddenly kicked open. Feng Yunhai carried his hands on his back, tilted his head, and walked in with a proud face. Long Tianyu, cousin Qianing has already told you, let you move out immediately. Why do you still live here with a dead face? Do you think Ben Xiao's big foot is not happy enough to step on you? How many more times? Feng Yunhai looked at Long Tianyu with mockery. There were also a few Feng family disciples behind him. All looked at him with sneer. Seeing Feng Yunhai, Long Tianyu couldn't help but clench his fist fiercely. In this Feng family, if it is about the person he wants to kill the most. Except for Yang Chen, it's this bastard in front of him. More than once trampled him on the ground to insult. Damn, Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. I really want to punch Feng Yunhai in the face. But he held back. Now my father has not yet come. You have to endure it. After all, without the Dragon Blood Jade, with his own cultivation of the foundation building realm, no matter how talented he is not the opponent of these bastards. Feng Yunhai, Qianing and our husband and wife, this is a matter between our husband and wife, it's not your business, right? Long Tianyu said without humility. During this time, Feng Qianing didn't know why, and suddenly proposed to ask him to move out. Naturally, he refused. After all, he and Qianing are husband and wife, how can there be a reason to live separately? But unexpectedly, Feng Yunhai, the king bastard, actually came to the door. Husband and wife, quote. Feng Yunhai's face was full of disdain. Read violent novels, just go on Philo Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Long Tianyu, you don't take pictures with Bubble P. What are you? Is it true that cousin Qianing is your wife? My aunt has now reached the middle stage of transformation god, and most said that she is in the Ice and Snow ancient city, that is, in the entire northern spirit domain, she is the top cultivator. Cousin Qianing, as the young master of my Feng family, how can she live with this waste of yours? Also, cousin Qianing has already gone to report to the city lord and wants to break the marriage with you waste. You'd better quickly pack your luggage and prepare to be kicked out of the Feng family today. Haha, Feng Yunhai laughed proudly. Several younger brothers behind him also echoed. A waste, dog-like thing, has long dared to roll. That is, our Feng family is now a well-deserved top power in the northern spirit domain, how can there be such a redundant son-in-law? When this waste gets out of our Feng family, our brothers can have a good time playing with him on the street. Haha, looking at the few people in front of him laughing wildly. Long Tianyu clenched his fists. The forehead is bruised. His eyes were full of killing intent, but then, he put up with it. The corners of his mouth also outlined a touch of mockery. A swarm of damn ants. I don't know if the time of death is coming. The young master of his own Red Dragon family, why should he plan with a group of ants? And at this time, Feng Qianing put on a snow robe and came to Feng Yuan's dormitory. She has made up her mind. He wants to dissolve his marriage with Long Tianyu. Even His Highness the Holy Sun had the intention to maintain her marriage with Long Tianyu. She also has to withdraw from the marriage. Long Tianyu has been too much recently. It had already been several times in a row when he burst into her room. Although every time to make excuses that something happened. But did she really think she couldn't see through his mind? It is nothing more than wanting to take advantage of yourself. During this time, Long Tianyu had already consumed her only mercy. The main thing, it was every time she thought that because of the existence of Long Tianyu, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun gave up himself and chose to marry his mother. Wang Dejiao, there was a pang of regret in her heart. Why did you agree to your grandfather's deathbed request and marry Long Tianyu? If you don't say yes, maybe the one who accompanies His Highness the Sun now is himself. So now, she just wants to quickly dissolve her marriage with Long Tianyu. Feng Qianing came to the gate of the palace and walked directly in. The prohibition of Feng Yuan's palace was not defensive at all against her only daughter. Mother. Feng Qianing originally wanted to call out to her mother. But suddenly a strange sound came into the ears. Feng Qianing followed the voice to a room. Listen to a whining sound coming from inside. It seems that someone has been gagged. I want to speak but can't. Listen to the whining sound inside. Feng Qianing was suddenly a little puzzled, then walked to the door of the room. I was about to prick up my ears and listen carefully. Suddenly, the door was open. Feng Yuan was also shocked at this time. She didn't expect that her daughter was standing at the door. Okay. Her heart couldn't help but be full of happiness. Fortunately, I didn't make much noise just now. Qianning should not have heard anything. Subconsciously touching her lips, Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. Qianning, do you have something wrong? As soon as the words came out, Feng Yuan regretted it. Because of her voice, something was wrong at this time. Feng Qianning immediately asked, Mother, what's wrong with you? Why is your voice so hoarse? Thinking of the thrilling scene just now, Feng Yuan's cheeks rose a blush. Then hurriedly said, nothing, the weather is a little dry these days and my voice is a little hoarse. Oh, yes, Feng Qianning's face was full of doubts. Because, the ancient city of ice and snow is a city of ice and snow. The air is very moist, how can it be dry? Moreover, my mother is a monk who has transformed the gods into fourfolds. Can these factors still affect her? Sensing the doubts on Feng Qianning's face, Feng Yuan knew that the reason for saying 913 just now was too lame, and the blush on her face couldn't help but go deeper. I couldn't help but scold in my heart. The abominable little bastard has made Hansa miserable again. However, Feng Qianning did not get too entangled in this issue, but said, Mother, I am ready to break up my marriage with Long Tianyu. Huh, Feng Yuan suddenly looked slightly startled. Then he cleared his throat and said, you finally figured it out. It's long past time to dissolve my marriage with that trash. I don't know what your grandfather thinks, I have to marry that waste. I should have refused harshly, Feng Yuan said, suddenly frozen. In my mind, I can't help but have an idea. If he severely refused the marriage of Qianning and Long Tianyu back then. So, is it still possible for himself and Brother Chen? I'm afraid that the one who accompanies Brother Chen today is not himself, but Qianning, the girl. In this way, Long Tianyu's waste is not useless. It can also be regarded as indirectly contributing to his marriage with Brother Chen. Mother, Feng Qianning's shout made Feng Yuan instantly come back to her senses. I couldn't help but feel a scorching heat rising again. But looking at Feng Qianning's eyes, there was a touch of apology, and she couldn't help but caress her jade hand on her hair hanging down her shoulders. Qianning, you are your mother's only daughter. In the future, Ice and Snow Ancient City will still have you to inherit. It's also time to drive Long Tianyu's son-in-law away. Otherwise, the husband of the young city lord of the Ice and Snow Ancient City is a waste son-in-law, and he can't talk about it after all. Mother will summon the elders and expel Long Tianyu from the Feng family in public. Feng Qianning felt Feng Yuan's care, but her eyes were looking at her stomach. Can't help but poke with his hand. Mother, you are not the only daughter of me. There's another one here. Hee, you girl. Feng Yuan suddenly scolded with a smile. How do you know it's a daughter, in case it's a son? Mother, you forgot. The Ice Phoenix bloodline in our body is extremely special. Quote. As long as the mother awakens the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the chance that the next generation of heirs will be girls is much greater than that of boys. You girl knows a lot. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were full of soft colors. Jade Hand couldn't help but caress his stomach. She wished it had been a son. Because, giving birth to a son to Brother Chen, his position will be more stable. After all, the warmest love for a man is to bear a son for him. Then, young Chen walked out of the room with a kind smile on his face. Is Qianning here? Seeing him, Feng Qianning couldn't help but look in a trance. Then immediately bowed and said, Qianning has seen His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Young Chen suddenly waved his hand. Qianning, it's all a family, no need to be polite. You call my father, Uncle Yang can do it, yes. Feng Qianning nodded and said yes, but he did not shout out the word, AGCF. At this time, Feng Yuan said, Brother Chen, Qianning has already decided to dissolve the marriage with Long Tianyu, you won't object, right? Of course not. The conversation between the two just now, Young Chen heard it clearly. Long Tianyu's father is about to come to Ice and Snow Ancient City. At this time, Feng Qianning wanted to break up the marriage with Long Tianyu again. Oh, this proper plot line. At that time, it is bound to be another drama of pretending to be a slap in the face. In the council hall of the city lord's mansion, Feng Yuan finished freshening up and changed into a dark green palace dress. Outlined the plump and graceful figure. The long hair was pulled into a phoenix-style bun. The temperament on the body is a little more elegant and holy. Under the high platform, Long Tianyu knelt on the ground, and it was difficult to get up by Feng Yunhai's shoulders. Looking at Feng Yuan on the high platform who was like a peerless immortal, she couldn't help but scold angrily in her heart. Slut, after being pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard, I love to dress up more and more. Long Tianyu swallowed fiercely, and a flash of obscenity and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Wait until my father comes. Be sure to let my father nullify this slut's cultivation. Then let this slut wear a different palace dress every day. Let him ravage to his heart's content. This seat has decided to dissolve the marriage between Long Tianyu and Qianning, and expel Long Tianyu, the son-in-law, from the Feng family. From now on, my Feng family has no relationship with Long Tianyu. Feng Yuan said lightly, her beautiful eyes scanned Long Tianyu, full of pride and indifference, as if looking at an ant. But this contemptuous look made Long Tianyu's pupils gradually float with excitement. Father is coming soon, he's about to roll over, too. Feng Yuan's proud eyes once again stimulated the ambition in Long Tianyu's heart. Feng Yuan, you slut, I must make you kneel in front of me when I step on my horse and conquer you well. You wait for me, the head of the family is wise, Long Tianyu, this son-in-law, is indeed not worthy to continue to stay in my Feng family. Miss Qianning, as the only daughter of the head of the family, and even the young master of my Feng family and Ice and Snow Ancient City, how can she have such a waste husband? Not bad, Miss Qianning has awakened the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, and stepping into the god of transformation in the future is just around the corner, how can a look be worthy of dancing with the Phoenix? Several elders of the Feng family echoed one after another. In the main hall, there were even more sarcastic voices. No one put Long Tianyu, a waste son-in-law, in their eyes. At this time, a delicate voice suddenly sounded next to Yang Chen's ears. Master, he's coming, huh? Yang Chen raised his eyebrows. Look out of the temple. Just instantly, a dull, thunderous sound exploded in the hall. What a loach with a phoenix. Son of this throne, how can you allow this group of ants of yours to be so insulted? The voice fell. The Feng family elder who said that the Lochen phoenix directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Elder Yuji, the Yuan infant realm Feng patriarch directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This scene directly shocked everyone present. Then the crowd saw it. A burly middle-aged man wearing a red dragon robe stood beside Long Tianyu. Father, seeing this familiar figure, Long Tianyu couldn't help it anymore. His eyes were red, and his voice choked a little. 20 years later, I finally saw my father again. After 20 years of humiliation, he can finally be humiliated today. Don't cry, the burly middle-aged man said coldly. My son of the red dragon family, fight the world. As the son of my dragon Aohun, I can only shed blood, not tears. Yes, father, Long Tianyu said excitedly. My father is still as powerful and domineering as he was 20 years ago. The voice carries an invincible momentum. Long Tianyu stood up and walked in front of Long Aohun. 20 years. Where's Elder Zhang who is guarding you? When Long Tianyu heard this, his eyes suddenly darkened, and then he looked at Yang Chen on the high platform with resentment. Father, Elder Zhang was killed by that bastard. The great shame and humiliation suffered by the child are also given by him. Dragon blood jade was also taken away by this bastard. The child must cut him by 1,000 cuts to relieve his hatred. And these bastards here, they all want to die too. As if hearing the deep resentment in Long Tianyu's heart, Long Aohun patted him on the shoulder and comforted. It's okay, for the father comes, everything can be solved. A big ant is just a big ant, and he can kill it for his father. Saying that, Long Aohun looked at the high platform. But his gaze only swept over Yang Chen's body and swept directly over. Then stopped at Feng Yuan. Obviously, Feng Yuan, such a rich and graceful beautiful woman, is also a fourfold realm of the gods, which is even more attractive. At this time, Feng Yuan, who was the head of the Feng family, had a particularly gloomy face. The killing intent in the beautiful eyes gathered. An elder of the Yuan infant realm died in front of his eyes like this, and there was no corpse. As the head of the Feng family, how could she give up? Your Excellency is too presumptuous to kill my elder Feng. Feng Yuan said coldly. Presumptuous, haha. Long Aohun suddenly smiled. The laughter was like the roar of a dragon, and the roar was deafening. Some of the juniors of the Feng family's Jin and Foundation building realm knelt on the ground one by one with their heads shaken by this deafening laughter. Even the elders of the Yuan infant realm showed cold sweat on their faces, and they were very uncomfortable. A Yuan baby, an ant-like thing, kill it. Besides, insulting my son is a capital offense. Long Aohun's tone was extremely domineering, arrogant. Feng Yuan's face was full of frost. The body is really surging. Directly slap it out. Tru Chi instantly formed a large handprint and slapped it hard at Long Aohun. Break. However, Long Aohun only raised 2 fingers to the sky. The Tru Chi hand seal collapsed directly. What? Feng Yuan was shocked. Just now, she noticed that the strength of this person in front of her could not be underestimated, so that palm did not leave the slightest hand. However, she slapped it with all her strength, but the other party broke it so lightly. In this northern spirit domain, which is far away from Zhongzhou and has thin spiritual energy, it is really not easy to reach the 4th level of transformation god. He also has the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and the bloodline concentration is still so rich, he has already manifested the Ice Phoenix shadow on his body. Good. This seed can give your family a chance to survive. As long as you swear allegiance to my red dragon family, and you yourself marry this seed as a concubine, you and your family can be forgiven. Long Aohun glanced at Feng Yuan's plump and graceful Miaoman figure a few times, and a touch of coveting flashed in his eyes. Such a superb beautiful woman, even in Zhongzhou, is also very rare. And when Feng Yuan made a move just now, the Ice Phoenix shadow on her body loomed. And there is a light blue Ice Phoenix mark on the center of the eyebrows. This is all an external manifestation of the Ice Phoenix's bloodline being rich to a certain extent. These obviously attracted Long Aohun, but when Long Tianyu heard his father's words, he was immediately stunned. Feng Yuan is his forbidden body. Even if it's a father, you can't worry about it. But before he could speak, Feng Yuan said with a scowl on her face. Bastard, Hanzo wants you to die. As soon as the words fell, a phoenix sound resounded through the hall. On Feng Yuan's body, blue Tru Chi surged out. She herself directly turned into a blue ice phoenix. In the main hall, the temperature plummeted. The ground was instantly covered with a layer of cold ice. Very good, the bloodline strength has reached this level, and it can be transformed into the ice phoenix body. If this throne and you have an heir, the strength of the bloodline will definitely be extraordinary. Long Aohun looked at the blue phoenix that was swooping towards him, and his eyes were even more satisfied. This time he came to the northern spirit domain to pick up Viewer, and he originally wanted to send a subordinate at random. But fortunately I came in person. Otherwise, you wouldn't miss this peerless stunner in front of you. If you can subdue a phoenix with rich blood, it's not in vain. When the time comes, the dragon and the phoenix will meet. It's a beautiful thing on earth. Maybe he can also use this to break through the final barrier in one fell swoop and reach the realm of fighting the void. Long Aohun looked at the rushing blue phoenix and directly punched out. Lie down for Hanzo. Whoosh, the dragon groaned. This punch was powerful and heavy, as if combining the general trend of heaven and earth. Directly forms a crimson fist print. The sturdiness hit Feng Yuan's phoenix body. Bang, even if Feng Yuan turned into a phoenix form, it would be difficult to withstand this punch. Directly beaten and flew out. Falling to the ground, the blue halo flashed and turned back into human form. His face was pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How is that possible? Feng Yuan was really shocked this time. Turning into a phoenix form will increase both attack and defense. However, he couldn't even catch the other party's punch. Mother, Feng Qian saw the 980 shape and hurriedly walked to Feng Yuan's side and supported her. You are my son's wife in the northern spirit domain. Not bad, also with the blood of the ice phoenix. It's barely worthy of me. You and your mother marry into my red dragon family. This is also the creation of your mother and daughter. In the future, you can walk out of this desolate northern spirit domain and go to the land of Zhongzhou. Long Aohun's gaze scanned Feng Qianning's body a few times, and he nodded with satisfaction. Big, plump and graceful, dignified and noble. The small, tall and graceful, cold and beautiful. This pair of mother and daughter flowers is quite good, and it is the best in the world. If it weren't for the fact that the little one had already married Yuer, he wouldn't mind taking it all. The little northern spirit domain can actually give birth to such a superb stunner. Haha, this trip is not worthwhile. Long Aohun did not hide in the slightest, and directly laughed wildly. With his strength, if he was in Zhongzhou, he would not dare to do so. But in what he considered to be the desolate northern spirit domain, he considered himself invincible and could be fearless of everything. Damn bastard, Hanzo must kill you. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth, and she hated it in her heart. I want to strike again. But as soon as the Tru Chi was run, another mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His face turned a little pale again. After receiving a punch from Hanzo, it is already good that you are still alive. Honestly, accepting fate and concentrating on serving this seed in the future is your only way to live. Long Aohun said disdainfully. He was only one step away from refining the void realm. In the land of Zhongzhou, there were no less than dozens of late-stage and peak powerhouses who died at his hands. The Avatar quadruple is already good to be able to receive him with a full punch. Although the group of elders of the Feng family were angry at this time, they were afraid of the strength of Long Aohun in front of them, and they could only endure it with blindness. Long Tianyu looked at this scene. I couldn't help but feel a pang of joy in my heart. That's the benefit of being strong. Father alone can easily defeat Feng Yuan, a proud woman. It also silenced everyone in the Feng family. Long Tianyu walked to Feng Qianning's side with his head held high and said condescendingly, Feng Qianning, you can regret it now. Regret. Feng Qianning raised her head and stared at Long Tianyu with beautiful eyes. In his eyes, he was no longer tired of pity before. It's a thick killing intent. She did regret it. Regret not killing the bastard in front of you earlier. In the past 20 years, although Long Tianyu has been a son-in-law in the Feng family. But I don't treat him well. Whenever he was bullied by the children of the family, he would come to his rescue. But today, as soon as his father came, he brutally killed an elder of the Yuan infant realm and injured his mother. And she also asked her and her mother to serve their father and son in exchange for the family's livelihood. Hateful, ungrateful bastards. Feng Qianning clenched his silver teeth and stared at Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu naturally felt the anger and killing intent on her body. But he was not afraid in the slightest. If it was before, he would definitely have to explain it well. But now, father has already arrived, and powerful as Feng Yuan's mean woman, she is not her father's enemy. Haha, in this ice and snow ancient city, he didn't have to disguise and he didn't need to please anyone. Direct cold channel. I told you a long time ago that the northern spirit domain is very small and Zhongzhou is very large. My red dragon family, in the land of Zhongzhou, is also a well-known existence. Your Feng family has repeatedly humiliated me, and today, you will have to pay the price you deserve. Feng Qianning, if you are willing to serve me, I can let my father keep some bloodlines for the Feng family. Bah, you don't think about it. Feng Qianning's beautiful eyes were cold, and he said coldly. She would rather die than give in. On the side, an elder of the Feng family's peak infant couldn't help but exclaim angrily at this time. Long Tianyu, although you are my Feng family's son-in-law, my Feng family has also eaten and drank well and raised you for 20 years. You and your father treated my Feng family like this, isn't this revenge? Oh, bite the hand that feeds one. Long Aohun turned to look at the elder, a look of contempt on his face. Your Feng family dares to let my son be a son-in-law, it is a capital crime, and the Manchus should be cursed. Something like an ant, you also dare to bark in front of the sea. Die. Long Aohun's words fell, and he pointed out directly. Bang, a pillar of crimson light hit the elder directly. The flesh that was beaten to pieces. A blue Yuan infant hurriedly fled outside the hall. HMPH. Long Aohun snorted coldly. The ants at the peak of the Yuan infant, the means to save their lives are not bad. But still to die. As soon as the words fell, Long Aohun pointed out again. However, the crimson pillar of light was blocked by a stone tablet with a surging demonic energy. Bang, the stone monument was suppressed. Unexpectedly, the crimson pillar of light was crushed. Oh, Long Aohun was a little surprised. His eyes looked at Yang Chen on the high platform. He didn't expect that a heavy ant with a god could block his blow with 4.9. I underestimated this guy just now. That surging stone tablet is definitely a very powerful skill. Unexpectedly, in the desolate northern spirit domain, there are still such magical powers. This trip is indeed worthwhile. After capturing this ant, he directly searched for the soul. If he gets the magic power just now, his strength will definitely go further. Yang Chen stood on the high platform. The eyes playfully looked at the father and son below who were pretending. Now, the atmosphere is almost in place, and the hatred value is full. Their pretense should also be over. It's also time to send yours father on the road. Your Excellency, is it too domineering to kill Patriarch Feng at will? Yang Chen looked at Long Aohun and said lightly, overbearing. HMPH, this is how Hansa always acts. Since you have come forward, let's kill you first. Just take a breath of evil for me. Long Aohun's gaze was invincible. Even if Yang Chen blocked his blow just now, he didn't put Yang Chen in his eyes. A god is heavy, in his eyes, at best, is just a larger ant. Father, that's the bastard. This bastard, I must cut him by 1,000 cuts. Don't kill him directly, abolish his cultivation, I will torture him well. Seeing Yang Chen, Long Tianyu looked crazy. Long Tianyu, if it weren't for His Royal Highness the Holy Sun sparing your life several times, you wouldn't know how many times you died. You ungrateful bastard, Feng Qian said sharply. However, these words suddenly stung Long Tianyu. Feng Qianning, you're the same as your mother Feng Yuan, you're all slut. Do you also want to climb into Yang Chen's bed? Haha, you don't have a chance. I'm going to abolish Yang Chen's cultivation and have fun with you in front of him. Long Tianyu's eyes were full of hideous madness. What did you say on Horse 06? You bastard. Feng Qian's body trembled. At this time, Long Aohun punched out at Yang Chen. Whoosh, the dragon groaned. A crimson dragon appears. Brother Chen, be careful. Seeing this, Feng Yuan hurriedly reminded. Running true chi, he wanted to help Yang Chen resist this blow. Because she knew the power of this punch. Even if she manifested her phoenix true body, she couldn't resist it. But Yang Chen looked indifferent and just stood quietly. Behind him, a red gold figure appeared, and the same punch was thrown. Bang, two fists collide. True chi is crazy and turbulent. The entire hall collapsed directly and turned into ruins. What? Long Aohun was shocked. He hit with all his strength, but he was blocked. True chi dissipate. A dragon-horned girl stood in front of Yang Chen. The breath on his body is extremely strong. The crimson gold dragon aura surged around his body. Cashin Tenju. Long Aohun was unbelievable. In the desolate northern spirit domain, there are still such strong people. Looking at the dragon-horned girl, Long Aohun's eyes gradually showed a trace of doubt. Because, he always felt that the breath on the dragon-horned girl in front of him was somewhat familiar. Jerked. His eyes were round. You are the red dragon true soul in the dragon blood jade. Good. Linglong taps her head. Dragon blood jade loomed in her eyebrows. Ever since she had shaped her physical body, Yang Chen had given her the dragon blood jade. Dragon blood jade is formed by the dragon body and dragon blood of Linglong's previous life, and her current dragon soul is nourished and condensed in dragon blood jade. It can be said that the dragon blood jade is her mother. Long Aohun suddenly said in a deep voice, since the senior has shaped the body, why should he help this person? Could it be that the seniors have forgotten the more than 100,000 years of cultivation of my red dragon family? The cultivation of your red dragon family. Linglong's face was full of disdain. A group of humans with the bloodline of the dragon clan. Also worthy of raising this king. Could it be that King Fei didn't increase the bloodline strength of your red dragon family? Without King Ben, your red dragon family would be where it is today. At this moment, Linglong's face was full of dragon proudness. Unlike Yang Chen, although she used Yang Chen's blood to condense her physical body, she was a pure dragon clan. For the bloodline of the Red Dragon family, she looked down on it in her heart. My Red Dragon family has mixed bloodlines. Long Aohun suddenly had a gloomy look on his face. The pupils are glued. A bold idea arises in my heart. The Red Dragon true soul condensed the flesh, and that was a pure-blooded true dragon. If he devoured her, wouldn't the strength of his own bloodline be greatly improved? In this way, as long as he devoured her, he would be able to step into the realm of refining void immediately. Nice, good. Since you are ungrateful, then Hanzo will behead you today. Let you be the nourishment for the seed to step into the realm of refining void. Long Aohun's gaze was fierce. Fly straight up and seal your hands. Pillars of crimson light descended from the sky. In just a few moments, 36 pillars of crimson light were formed. It was like a prison that imprisoned Linglong and Yang Chen in it. God, Linglong didn't care at all, and said to Yang Chen behind him, read violent novels, just go on Filu Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Master, this divine power was still passed on to the ancestor of the Red Dragon family that I passed on back then. I didn't expect it to be used on me today. Saying that, Linglong directly turned into a red gold dragon. Whoosh, the dragon hovered, unstoppable, and directly shattered all the pillars of light. What? Long Aohun's pupils constricted. These 36 pillars of light were the divine powers of their Red Dragon family. In the past, when I fought against people, I was simply invincible and could suppress everything. But today, it's so vulnerable. Before Long Aohun could return to his senses, the red gold dragon was already rushing towards him. Not good. Long Aohun hurriedly wanted to dodge. However, it was still a little slower. The dragon's tail swept over him. Poof! Long Aohun was directly pumped out by this blow of the divine dragon's swing tail. Fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The invincibility just now is gone at this time. How is that possible? Long Aohun couldn't believe it. He was only one step away from refining the void realm. Ordinary transformation god tenfold is not his opponent at all. However, facing the red dragon true soul, he was seriously injured with just one blow. Yang Chen was also surprised at this time. He also did not expect that Linglong's strength was so strong. It seemed that the flesh formed by his primeval divine dragon essence blood had greatly improved her strength. Moreover, after shaping her physical body, her consciousness and wisdom were not as good as before. The combat instinct has improved significantly. Everyone in the Feng family looked excited. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person next to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Father, defeated. Long Tianyu stood in place. The eyes were stunned. His domineering and invincible father was defeated. How is this possible? When my father came to the Northern Spirit Domain, he should be invincible. Let's go. Long Aohun came directly to Long Tianyu's side and carried him to leave. Through the confrontation just now, he had already determined that he was not the opponent of the Red Dragon True Soul. The Red Dragon True Soul, which condensed the flesh, was like a pure-blooded true dragon. Even though the realm is lower than him, his combat power is extremely strong. 040. For now, only by breaking through the refining void can there be a possibility of devouring her. But, Long Aohun took Long Tianyu and just flew into the air. A white chain came directly from the sky. The white chain seemed to be formed by flames and wrapped directly around Long Aohun. Abominable. Break the Hanza. Long Aohun didn't expect that there were hidden powerhouses nearby. The Dao Red Dragon shadow burst out, wanting to crush the chain. However, when the Red Dragon Phantom touched the chain, it was directly burned into nothingness by the white flame above. What? Long Aohun could no longer keep his composure. I wanted to escape with Long Tianyu, but it was too late at this time. The white chain penetrated the Dao Red Dragon shadow and wrapped directly around him. Shish, Long Aohun's expression suddenly twisted. The flames above the white chains were both hot and extremely cold. His skin instantly opened and burned black. Abominable. This is a foreign fire. It's Zanyu cold fire. Long Aohun instantly recognized it. I couldn't help but say loudly. Who is the Taoist? In Shanai Zhongzhou Red Dragon Family Master Long Aohun. If Taoist friends let me go, there will be a great reward in the coming day. Long Aohun knew that the cultivation of the person who made the move must not be weaker than him. Plus the other party also has a strange fire. You can only pray with words. Huh, that's soft. Wasn't it quite arrogant just now? A mocking voice sounded. At the end of the chain, Zan Lingshuang dressed in a loose Taoist robe and walked slowly. In the sky, the white flame chain directly wrapped around the invincible dragon Aohun. No matter how long Aohun struggled, he couldn't break free at all. Moreover, white flames are still spreading along the body. He could only drop Long Tianyu from the air. Otherwise, as long as there was a trace of white flame spreading to Long Tianyu, then Long Tianyu would instantly turn into ashes. Zan Lingshuang walked in the void and walked slowly. The body exudes an extremely strong aura. Long Aohun was completely shocked. Refining void, you are a refining void cultivator. How is it possible? The Northern Spirit Domain is a desolate domain. How can a cultivator be born to refine the void? Long Aohun was unbelievable. He has been cultivating and fighting in the land of Zhongzhou for thousands of years, but he is still one step behind, and he has not been able to break through the refining void. However, in this desolate Northern Spirit Domain, a cultivator of refining void was born. Why can't the desolate domain give birth to a void refining cultivator? You can't reach it just because you're a trash, Zan Lingshuang said disdainfully. She has always been very proud of her talent. After all, it took more than 1,000 years to cultivate to the realm of refining void. Even in Zhongzhou, it was rare in ancient times. Long Aohun was only surprised for a moment, and then instantly calmed down. He clearly knew that the other party not only possessed the terrifying fire of Zanyu cold fire, but his cultivation was far superior to him. The flame chains wrapped around his body, he couldn't break free at all. If you want to escape, it is no longer possible. For now, only live with your life. So he hurriedly said, Taoist friends are extremely talented, and they can break through the realm of refining in the Northern Spirit Domain, and they are extremely admired below. If Taoist friends come to the land of Zhongzhou, their cultivation will definitely improve again in the future. At that time, Taoist friends can come to my Red Dragon family as a guest. In Shanai is the contemporary head of the Red Dragon family, my father is the ancestor of the Red Dragon family, and like Dao Yu, he is also a cultivator of refining voids. Long Aohun's soft and hard words just made Zan Lingshuang pout disdainfully. Then, he slapped it directly. True Chi condensed into a True Chi handprint in the air, which directly fanned Long Aohun's face. Snap! Long Aohun was only one step away from the refining void realm, and he had a red dragon bloodline and a strong physical body. However, he was still thrown out a mouthful of blood by this slap. The teeth were fanned off a few times. HMPH, what are you? Also worthy of being called Hanza Taoist. Zan Lingshuang's face was full of disdain. Bastards. Long Aohun felt the hot pain in his cheeks, and suddenly his forehead was bruised, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He has been cultivating for thousands of years and fighting in all directions. I have always fanned others, when have I been fanned? Moreover, in front of his own son, the face was shattered. Your Excellency, don't deceive people too much. Don't think that if you reach the realm of refining the void, you can ignore everything. My Red Dragon family ancestor has been breaking through the refining void for thousands of years. And among the allied forces of my Red Dragon family, there are also cultivators sitting in the void refining cultivator. If you join forces, your Excellency can only die here. Long Aohuan shouted in a deep voice. However, these words made a killing intent appear in Zan Lingshuang's eyes. Dare to threaten the Hansa. It's really looking for death. In Zan Lingshuang's eyes, 2 white flames jumped. With a wave of the jade hand, several flame chains appeared. It directly penetrated Long Aohuan's chest and abdomen. There was also one that penetrated directly from the Dragon Aurora Heavenly Spirit cover. Crimson blood instantly flowed out, constantly spraying and falling from the sky. Bastard, Hansa must kill you, Long Aohuan roared. The voice is hysterical. The roar shook the entire ice and snow ancient city. However, he couldn't break free from the flame chains at all. I could only let the flame chains penetrate my body, and blood continued to fall. This scene made the mood of a group of elders of the Feng family surging. Is that Sect Master Zan of Xuanyan Sect? It is worthy of being the #1 powerhouse in my Northern Spirit Domain, even if it is from Zhongzhou, it is not Sect Master Zan's opponent. Refining Void Cultivator, our Northern Spirit Domain has not produced a Void Refining Cultivator for nearly 10,000 years. Sect Master Zan is so beautiful, even if it is compared to our family master, it is not inferior. Be cautious, be cautious. This Sect Master Zan is not as talkative as our family master. The old man was a peer with them when he was young, but he knows her terrible. If she hears these words, it will only be worse than Elder Yuji's death. Crimson blood dripped from the sky onto Long Tianyu's cheeks. It made his cheeks scalding. At this time, Long Tianyu was completely stunned. His invincible father just now took him to raise his eyebrows and pretend madly. Now, someone pierced the body and head with flame chains, and blood was spilled wildly. Is this still his own invincible father? Long Tianyu noticed the killing intent gazes around him, and his heart suddenly trembled. The most important thing now is not that you can't get out of breath, but how to leave today. Just now, his father killed an elder of the Feng family and injured Feng Yuan. He even spoke wildly, calling Feng Yuan a slut, their father and son, but completely offended the Feng family. Now my father is penetrated by chains and cannot resist. Will the group of people of the Feng family still let themselves go? Chen'er, what is this person going to do? To die or to live? Zan Lingshuang said coldly at this time. After venting for a while just now, she now feels bored and doesn't want to continue wasting time. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. But his gaze was on Long Tianyu, who was in confusion. You say, do you think your father is dead or alive? Long Tianyu's heart sank. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, he only felt a deep weakness. Even if the father came, he was no match for this bastard. Hateful, feeling the gazes of everyone in the Feng family behind him full of killing intent. Long Tianyu knew it in his heart. Today, as long as his father survives, then Yang Chen will not kill himself, and everyone in the Feng family will not kill himself. Because the father is not dead, those bastards will throw rats. Conversely, if the father dies, even if Yang Chen didn't kill himself, those bastards of the Feng family wouldn't let him go. No, I definitely can't die. I have the blood of a true dragon, and I have unlimited prospects in the future, and I will become a generation of supreme. I must not die in this desolate Northern Spirit Domain. Leave the Green Mountain without worrying about firewood. As long as I live, there will be a day of revenge in the future. At that time, kill all these bastards again. Listen to the mournful roar of the father above. At this moment, Long Tianyu's heart was not flustered, but calm. Then, with a direct snort, he knelt down in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I beg you, spare my father. As long as I spare my father's life, let me do anything. Oh, Yang Chen looked slightly startled. Long Tianyu knelt directly to Wang Hao himself, which he was quite surprised. This kid also has the attribute of being able to flex and stretch. Brother Chen, you can't let that person go. Let the tiger return to the mountain, and the future troubles will be endless. If we let him leave and lead the cultivators of Zhongzhou to come in the future, our Northern Spirit Domain is likely to cause a catastrophe. And this bastard, just now, he killed an elder of my Feng family, and he still spoke ill of me. Feng Yuan hurriedly said. Her beautiful eyes were full of killing intent. Yang Chen looked at her somewhat pale face and couldn't help but caress. I didn't make a move just now, just to wait for this moment. Wanner, you're right, can't let him go. However, killing it directly is too wasteful. This guy has a red dragon bloodline in his body, and he is a half-step refining void realm, equivalent to half a dragon clan. It's better to refine it into a blood pill. First, it can help you recover from your injuries, and second, it can improve the strength of the Feng family. Refining into a blood pill. Feng Yuan looked slightly stunned. I couldn't help but glance at Long Aohuan, who was penetrated by flame chains in the air. Such a half-step cultivator of the void refining realm still had the blood of the red dragon in his body. Through the fight with the other party just now, she can also feel it. The red dragon blood in the opponent's body was quite rich. Although it cannot be transformed into a dragon body. But not much worse, it is indeed equivalent to half a dragon clan. If it is refined into a blood pill, it will definitely increase the strength of the Feng family by a large margin. Although the method of refining blood pills is somewhat vicious, it is also deserved to be used on this bastard. And Long Tianyu, when he heard that he was going to refine his father into a blood pill, his pupil suddenly shrank. Hurriedly said, Yang Chen, my father is the head of the red dragon family. If you refine my father into a blood pill, my red dragon clan will not let you go. Damn thing, is there something you have to talk about here? Feng Yuan raised her eyebrows and directly slapped it through the air. Long Tianyu was suddenly slapped with bloody teeth. The flesh and blood of half of the face were fanned. The white bones of the face are exposed. Long Tianyu fell to the ground and exhaled in pain with his cheeks. Because half of the face is missing 263, the voice is full of poignancy. Blood ran down the seams of the fingers. It looks miserable. Yang Chen was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Feng Yuan to be so ruthless. To repair Yuer, it has to be her mother-in-law. Brother Chen, since you want to refine the blood pill, then without further ado, let's start now. Good. Yang Chen nodded. Fly into the air and come to the side of the master. Master, this guy has a rich red dragon bloodline in his body. I want to refine it into a blood pill. You help me with the Zanyan cold fire. Help you, but the blood pill is divided into half of the division. Zan Lingshuang said directly. Master, what do you want the blood pill for? It's useless to you. Quote. Yang Chen was a little puzzled. HMPH. Zan Lingshuang suddenly snorted coldly and reprimanded. You traitor, have you forgotten that you also have a sect? I don't need it for the master, don't those disciples of the Xuanyan sect need it? What kind of soul soup did Zan Lingshuang pour into you? Net for her sake, quote. Yang Chen suddenly felt embarrassed, hurriedly said. What Master Venerable said is also that this blood pill is naturally divided into half of my Xuanyan sect, no, 2/3. HMPH, AICB, you still have a bit of a conscience. Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly and did not continue to say more. Instead, it began to run the mysterious cold fire. Refining this dragon Aohun into a blood pill, she also had this intention. After all, this half-step refining void realm waste can also be regarded as a half-dragon. It's a pity to kill it directly. Watching the white Zanyu cold fire begin to appear on the body of the master, Yang Chen couldn't help but think of the last picture in the magma world. The snow-white ravines crisscrossed, but let him not forget. I couldn't help but remind, Master, pay attention to the use of Zanyan cold fire this time. After all, there are quite a few people down there. Zan Lingshuang instantly understood the meaning of Yang Chen's words, and suddenly his cheeks were slightly hot, and he couldn't help but glare at him. Shut up, what a character for the master, the last time I used Xenofire was just the first time, and I have no experience. Also, you are not allowed to mention this matter in the future. Yang Chen smiled, then run Qingli and Tianyan, cyan flames pervaded. An ancient green lotus directly shrouded Long Aohun in it. Damn bastard, if you want to refine this seed into a blood pill, you dream. Long Aohun roared angrily, the red dragon phantom shadow surrounded his body, wanting to shatter the flame green lotus shrouded in his body. But, the flame chains were drawn directly from him. And then just for a moment, it pierced him hundreds of times. Long Aohun wailed in pain. The red dragon phantom dissipated directly. Blue and white flames filled the sky, enveloping Long Aohun in it. Damn bastard, release the Hansa, release the Hansa. My red dragon family will not let you go, Long Aohun roared angrily. But for a moment, the roar turned into a plea for mercy. Spare me, I promise not to set foot in the northern spirit domain from now on. I don't want to die. The voice begging for mercy became more and more poignant. The monks in the ice and snow ancient city who listened were horrified. Yang Chen could feel that the alien fire was refining the dragon Aohun little by little. Even if he was a cultivator of the half-step refining void realm, it can't resist the tempering of foreign fire. Moreover, there is also the help of Master Venerable, a cultivator who refining the void. However, even so, it took a full day of refining to completely erase Long Aohun's divine soul. Another 3 days passed. The red brilliance of the Dao shot out from the blue and white fire. It's a pill, Yang Chen said excitedly. This was his first time refining a blood pill. I didn't expect it to be done once. The flames dispersed. 50 crimson blood pills floated in the air. The dragon groaned. Above each blood pill, there was a red dragon phantom surrounded by red light dazzling. The fragrance of the Dan filled the entire city lord's mansion in an instant. Dan is done. Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were delighted. The faces of many Feng patriarchs on the side were filled with fanaticism. There are dozens of blood pills. His Highness the Holy Sun just said, improve the strength of their Feng family. Then these elders of the Yuan infant realm should be able to share one. A powerful cultivator who refining the void realm in half a step and contains the blood of the red dragon in his body, the blood pill refined must be extraordinary. If they take it, they can improve their cultivation by at least one level. Long Tianyu was slapped off half of his face by Feng Yuan, and he was not treated at this time. Instead, it was tied directly to a stone pillar. For these 4 days, the wind and sun were blown every day. The cultivators of the Feng family hated Long Tianyu to death one by one, and they tortured him in the past 4 days. It's so fragrant. Long Tianyu was confused, and he also smelled a danxiang. Did Qianning come to bring me pills to heal my injuries? Open your eyes with difficulty. What came into view was not the shadow of Feng Qianning. Long Tianyu followed the crowd's gaze and looked at the sky. The blue and white fires have dissipated. Dozens of elixirs emitting a crimson light were suspended in the air. Each one shines like a small sun. This is blood pill. Use the blood pill refined by your father. Father, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I'm going to cut you by 1,000 cuts. Long Tianyu understood and suddenly roared hoarsely. Yang Chen, who was sharing the loot with his master, suddenly sounded a mechanical voice in his mind. Ding, the host refined Long Tianyu's father into a blood pill. Long Tianyu's state of mind completely collapsed, plundering the son of heavenly destiny. Long Tianyu's luck value was 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Yang Chen was a little disappointed. Refining Long Aohun into a blood pill, Yang Chen naturally prepared with a good luck value to plunder Yuer. However, only 2,000 points were plundered. It seems that Yuer's remaining 3,500 chi luck points are not very good to plunder. Originally, after refining and killing Long Aohun, he sent his son on the road to reunite their father and son. Now it seems that Yuer can't die immediately. Glancing at Long Tianyu, who was tied to the stone pillar, half of his face was blurred with blood and flesh, and the white bones of Sensen were faintly visible. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth looked a curve. Yuer's remaining 1,500 chi luck points seemed to pass through Feng Yuan's mother-in-law. After all, Feng Yuan, the mother-in-law, is the real forbidden in Yuer's heart. Waner, this is 16 blood Dan. The others were taken away by my master. In the palace, Yang Chen handed 16 blood pills to Feng Yuan. Feeling the blood pill that exuded a rich fragrance in her hand, Feng Yuan's face could not hide her excitement. Brother Chen, thank you. With these 16 blood pills, Patriarch Feng's strength can be raised to a higher level. Tell me thank you. Yang Chen blamed. I couldn't help but slap her at the abundance to show her lesson. Nasty. Feng Yuan snorted and then snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Above the jade face, although it is a little rosy, it is full of happiness. After warming up for a moment, Yang Chen left the palace. Because when he was refining Dragon Aohun before, he noticed that Yanhu's aura appeared nearby for a moment. Yang Chen had once met her with needles, so he was more sensitive to her breath. And the woman should also have deliberately revealed her breath to him, probably to lure him over. In the palace, Feng Yuan sorted out the somewhat scattered palace dress that was rubbed by Yang Chen. The redness on her cheeks gradually subsided, and the confusion in her beautiful eyes slowly faded. Just about to walk out of the palace, suddenly, there was a fluctuation of true chi behind him. Feng Yuan turned around abruptly and slapped out a palm. Bang! Although he smashed the sword bang, he was still shocked back 4 or 5 steps. The true chi dissipated. Looking at Zan Lingshuang who was slowly coming, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes were suddenly stunned. Lingshuang, well, long time no see, although Zan Lingshuang has been here for a while. However, this was the first time the two of them had met alone. Feng Yuan also knew that Zan Lingshuang came to find her, it must be for her and Yang Chen's affairs. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he suddenly broke into the door like he gave Yang Chen a few days ago. I can't help but feel slightly hot on my cheeks. Feng Yuan, you are very good. This seat was kind enough to help you obtain the position of city lord, but you are good, you actually started the idea of this seat disciple. Do you know, this seat is just this one disciple. Zan Lingshuang said coldly. A hint of helplessness appeared in Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes. Although she was with Yang Chen, she was forced by this little villain at first. But then, it was her full will. She was even more enthusiastic than Yang Chen. So, she couldn't argue with that, can only whisper. Lingshuang, I know that you are angry with me in your heart, but I am sincere with Brother Chen. Brother Chen, Zan Lingshuang suddenly smiled. Such a shameful title, you are also embarrassed to call it. Do you know that you are more than 1,000 years older than Chen? It's not shameful. Me, Feng Yuan's cheeks turned red. Calling Yang Chen's little bastard Brother Chen is indeed more shame. But who made that apprentice like you? If I don't call, he will keep torturing me, alas. Zan Lingshuang walked in front of Feng Yuan. He glanced up and down at her body a few times. Seeing her dressed in a dark green palace dress, her waist was tightly wrapped around her waist, for fear that her figure would not show her appearance. The corners of his mouth hooked with a touch of disdain. Then said, Feng Yuan, although we have been gone for hundreds of years, you should not forget the temper and means of acting in this seat. Chen is young and ignorant, and may be temporarily attracted by your tricky appearance, but you should know in your heart that you can't go far. There are so many age gaps that it is destined to have a common language. And I, the master, don't agree either. I hope you can take the initiative to leave him. That's good for you all. Voluntarily leave him. Feng Yuan was stunned, and her beautiful eyes flashed a touch of gloom. Sure enough, Zan Lingshuang disagreed. She had actually thought of it a long time ago. However, it was impossible to separate her from Brother Chen. Feng Yuan was about to refuse. Suddenly, there was a surge in the stomach. Whoosh, Feng Yuan hurriedly covered her mouth. What's wrong with you? It's all in the middle of the gods, will your body still be uncomfortable? Zan Lingshuang has some differences, but looking at Feng Yuan's dry gagging look that wanted to vomit but couldn't vomit, her expression gradually froze. Feng Yuan, are you pregnant? Good. After Feng Yuan retched for a while, she raised her head and looked at Zan Lingshuang with her eyes level. For some reason, I was a little proud in my heart. It's been a while. Lingshuang, you are about to become a master. So, it's impossible for you to keep us apart. You. Damn it. Zan Lingshuang suddenly clenched his jade fist. Silver teeth clenched. Chen, this traitor. In Zan Tianzong, those women had given him several children. Now, even Feng Yuan is pregnant. Rebels, rebels. This seat is not prepared at all, it is the master of a few people. Yang Chen left the city lord's mansion and came to a courtyard in the ice and snow ancient city. Walk into it. An enchanting figure dressed in red robe stood quietly in front of him. A gentle breeze blows. The red robe was tightly wrapped around the body, outlining the enchanting and graceful body to the fullest. The red robe was only knee-high, and a pair of snow-white jade-like calves below were exposed in the air. A tie is tied around the waist, outlined a slender waist that cannot be grasped. Yang Chen stood back and watched quietly, but his mind couldn't help but recall the scene in the cave. I am also behind this enchanting figure. It's just that at that time, this figure was still very immature. Now, he already has the cultivation of the divine realm. HMPH, have you seen enough? Yanho snorted coldly. Senior Yanho, it's been several years since you left the Yan Mountain range, and you still have this demeanor. But the last time, 410, met in a hurry, the evening generation was still ready to catch up with you, why did you leave without saying a word? Yang Chen approached the past and said with a playful smile. Huh, Yanho turned around, and there was a little contempt on her enchanting face. If you don't leave, can't you wait for your master to come and kill me? Then this time Senior Yanho brought me over, so don't you worry that I will tell Master Zun and let her come quietly too. Yang Chen asked, if you bring your master over, then you won't be able to see the seat at this moment. Although your master has reached the realm of refining the void, his control over the divine soul is far less than that of the main seat. That's right, Yan Junior Jing is a fire cultivation power after all. Yang Chen nodded. He had no doubt about that, because in the novel, Yanhu's true strength is far beyond the refining void realm. Otherwise, he couldn't just rely on a wisp of remnant soul to exert the strength of the transformation god realm. Yang Chen, this time is looking for something to discuss with you. Yanho Junsei Road, you have now reached the realm of the transformation god, and in this northern spirit domain, you can also be regarded as the top cultivator. But the cultivation environment of the northern spirit domain won't help you much. Are you interested in traveling to Zhongzhou? Zhongzhou. Yang Chen frowned. During this time, he had heard the word Zhongzhou more than once. And he knows it too. The northern spirit domain is indeed a desolate domain. The land of Zhongzhou is the most wonderful place in this world. In the future, he will also go to Zhongzhou. However, Yanho asked him to go to Zhongzhou. This woman should have some kind of purpose, right? As if seeing the doubt in Yang Chen's eyes, Yanho explained. This seat also practiced in Zhongzhou back then, and the red heart earth fire was obtained from a fire domain in Zhongzhou. Back then, in that fire domain, in addition to giving birth to the red heart earth fire, it also condensed a piece of fire spirit chalcedony. However, the fire spirit chalcedony at that time was not fully formed, and the main seat was not taken away. Now that 10,000 years have passed, it should be completely formed. Although the fire spirit chalcedony is still in that fire domain, it will move all the time. With the current cultivation of the seat, it is impossible to determine the specific location. So, Hansa needs these eyes of yours. My eyes. Yang Chen was stunned. Then the eyes bloomed golden. I wanted to glance at Yanho. See if she has lost weight during this time, so that he can rest assured of this old man of the ancient road. However, Yanho knew the role of Yang Chen's pair of divine dragon golden eyes in the magma world before. Directly dodged and avoided. Yang Chen, you give this seat respect. Do you think this seat is your master? Can you watch casually? Speaking of this, the corner of Yanhu's mouth hooked a sneer. I have to say that your master's figure is indeed good. In that magma world, unfold in front of you. You are really a blessing. The relationship between your master and apprentice, G. What? Hearing Yanhu's ridicule, Yang Chen was suddenly shocked. At that time, in the magma world, Master Venerable collected the Zanyan cold fire. After Yan did not leave at that time, that scene, was she see? Yang Chen's pupils suddenly widened. Looking at Yang Chen's shocked expression, Yanho couldn't help but smile proudly. This seat has been cultivating the path of flame for 10,000 years, and there's a naked fire body, hidden in the magma, with your eyes, you still can't find it. However, fortunately, Hansa did not leave in the first place. If you leave, you won't see such a wonderful scene. But Hansa is fine, but you boy, you can feast your eyes. You, don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen drank 0. Huh, angry. Could it be that you still want to kill people? Yanho seemed to want to find the previous scene through this matter and laughed madly. Yang Chen could only change the topic and said, Senior Yanho, let's get down to business. You need my divine dragon golden eyes to help you find fire spirit Chalcedony. I can help you, but what can I get? Yanho also put away her smile. The fire spirit Chalcedony Hansa can divide you in half. You are also a fire cultivator. If you absorb the fire spirit Chalcedony, it will help you no less than fusing a different fire. Half fire spirit Chalcedony. Yang Chen groaned. He knows this kind of thing. Fire spirit Chalcedony is a holy relic that fire attribute cultivators dream of. The degree of preciousness was not even inferior to the Xuanting Saint Lotus obtained by Feng Yuan. After all, Yanho was a fire cultivator power, and the heavenly material and earth treasure that could be remembered by her were extremely ordinary. However, this fire spirit Chalcedony was not that important to him. Senior Yanho, although the fire spirit Chalcedony is good, it doesn't have much effect on the senior Yan. If it's only half of the fire spirit Chalcedony, traveling thousands of miles to Zhongzhou may be a bit unbearable. Not much effect. When Yanho heard this, he rolled his eyes fiercely. Yang Chen, don't use your ignorance to insult the fire spirit Chalcedony, okay? Once the fire spirit Chalcedony is born, don't say that you are a transformation god cultivator, even avoid refining cultivator, you must also desperately grab 4.5. Even if this seat only divides you half, it is enough for you to improve your qualifications and improve your cultivation by a large margin. It's someone else's business to rob others, but it's really not interested in it. If there is nothing else that attracts the senior Yanho, then the senior will leave. Yang Chen said lightly, so what do you want? Yanho was a little helpless. What do I want, huh? Yang Chen smiled. Yanhu's words led the conversation to regularity. His gaze swept over Yanhu's enchanting body. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth outlined a touch of playfulness. In fact, the things that the evening generation wants are also very simple, is just to revisit the old way. Revisited. Yanhu's expression was stunned, as if she was puzzled. But soon, she understood what it meant. His face instantly became gloomy. Bastard, Yang Chen, you dare to talk nonsense again. Believe it or not, this seed makes you unable to get out of here. A layer of red light appeared on Yanhu's body, and the fire loomed in her heart. It seemed to express the anger in her heart. In order to obtain the body-shaping pill, he reluctantly agreed to this bastard's request and let him kiss Fangs. But she didn't expect that in the cave, this bastard would do that to her. That's it, now he even offered to revisit the old place. Hateful, it's really deceptive. Senior Yanho, don't be angry. Yang Chen said lightly, it's just a casual mention in the next, if you don't promise, it's okay. Of course Hansa doesn't agree. Yanho said coldly. 10 inches but you still have to help with the help of this seed. This, Yang Chen looked embarrassed. Senior Yanho, you are a strong man. Zhongzhou is not a million miles away, and you refuse to agree to the conditions of the young generation, why should the young generation go? The friendship between the elders and the seniors of the Yanho is not deep enough to that extent. Bastard, go and die. Yanhu's beautiful eyes were full of anger, and she couldn't help it anymore, and directly slapped her palm towards Yang Chen. The naked earth fire gathered into a palm print, although the palm print was not large, the 5 fingers seemed to be connected by formation. Yang Chen immediately understood. Yanho is going to suppress him. Want to forcibly take him to Zhongzhou. Huh, Yang Chen chuckled, did not dodge, and directly slapped out a palm. Cyan flames pervaded. There was also a dragon grown in it. Bang, True Chi flame collision. Yanhu's flame palm was directly shattered by Yang Chen's palm. Both exercised restraint, though. True Chi did not rage with riots. Near the small courtyard, it just trembled violently and did not cause much damage. Seeing Yang Chen's palm directly diffuse his attack, Yanho suddenly looked shocked. Aren't you a god? You can actually hard connect the palm of the Hansa. It seems that Hansa really underestimated you. Yanhu's beautiful eyes were full of solemnity. She originally wanted to be surprised, and with her cultivation far beyond Yang Chen, she directly took him down with one move. Then forcibly took him to Zhongzhou and asked him to help him find the fire spirit Chalcedony. But I didn't expect that although this bastard only had the realm of transformation god, his strength was so strong. In his palm just now, there was a forbidden array, and even the cultivators of the 4 layers of the transformation god could not retreat with their whole body. But this bastard took it so easily. It seems that those rumors in the northern spirit domain are also true. During this time, Yanho practiced alone, but he has never left the northern spirit domain. Occasionally, I also heard various legends about Yang Chen, the Xuantian holy son. It is said that he defeated the avatar cultivator. When the Yuan infant was 10 heavy, he even killed 2 avatar god cultivators in succession. One of them is still the triple of the gods. These would have been unbelieved. I think it's just some people who spread the word falsely. After all, even with her insight in cultivating for 10,000 years, she felt that the Yuan infant 10 layers killing god triple was too bizarre. Before reaching the realm of the avatar god, he killed the cultivator of the transformation god threefold. This can only be done by legendary figures in ancient books. Yang Chen is a holy son of a small Xuantian sect. She was absolutely unconvinced, but now, the strength that Yang Chen burst out. But it is not weaker than the cultivator of the 4 layers of the gods. Moreover, this should not be his full strength yet. This bastard's talent is indeed extremely devilish. Even if it is placed in the entire land of Zhongzhou, it is a peerless Tianjiao that comes out once in 1,000 years. He, the senior Yanho, really underestimated the senior Yan. If you want to quietly suppress the elders, you can't do it. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Through the confrontation just now, he had a general understanding of Yanhu's strength. This woman should not have reached the late stage of Avatar God. However, the combat power is not weaker than that of the late Avatar God. But based on this alone, let alone want to quietly suppress him. Whether you can defeat him or not, it is still 2 words. Yanho stood quietly in place, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Chen, but did not speak. Something seems to be going on in my mind. After a long time, he spoke. Yang Chen, do you know what the seed obtained the fire spirit Chalcedony for? Of course, to improve strength. Yang Chen said lightly. HMPH, before the seed, he was a powerful fire cultivator, a figure standing at the top of heaven and earth, and if he wanted to improve his strength, there were many ways, and he could use it to beg you hear this bastard. Yanho said disdainfully, so what are you for? And this 270 has nothing to do with me, right? Yang Chen was a little impatient. What is this woman doing? God is mysterious. If it weren't for the fact that there were needles and stitches in the friendship, he would have gone straight away. Yanho gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes were a little hesitant, but in the end, she seemed to have made up her mind. Shen Shen said, the reason why Hansa wants to obtain fire spirit Chalcedony is for her. Saying that, Yanho pointed to his flat belly. Yang Chen's eyebrows were slightly raised, a little puzzled. In the magma world, he discovered this. Yanho seems to caress her stomach from time to time. But he didn't care at the time. But now, it points to the stomach again. And say for her, is it difficult? A bold idea flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Are you pregnant? Good. Yanho nodded, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen. So, this favor, you have to help me. Fire Spirit Chalcedony can help her improve her qualifications. I have to help you. When Yang Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth outlined a touch of playfulness. Senior Yanho, if the senior remembers well, the cave is different, it has been several years since then. So this child shouldn't have anything to do with the Junie, right? There is no spirit of selfless dedication. What did you say? Damn bastard. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yanho instantly became angry, and his voice was cold. It can be clearly seen that in the beautiful eyes, 2 red flames jumped. The breath on his body was no longer hidden, and began to climb step by step. It seems that he is ready to fight Yang Chen to the death. But soon, she just laughed at herself. The true chi surging in his body also dissipated instantly. Huh, this seed should have known long ago that you were just a scumbag. The loss of the main seed also came to find you on purpose. Well, let's go. This favor, this seed does not need your help. In addition, from now on, all the grudges between the two of us will be written off and will not owe each other. You helped Hansa reshape his body, and Hansa gave you what you wanted. See you again, if you dare to be half disrespectful, the seed will not be spared. After Yanho finished speaking, he turned his back straight. Only a cold and proud back remains. At this moment, it made Yang Chen stunned. Thought about it, Yang Chen looked at Yanhu's lower abdomen again. With Yanhu's arrogance, he should not lie to him. Moreover, he is also a cultivator of the Avatar God. Whether it is your own bloodline, you can know if you feel it. Moreover, some female cultivators with advanced cultivation can indeed suppress the growth of the fetus in the womb. This is not unusual. In order to provide a good congenital environment for the fetus, many female cultivators will suppress the growth rate of the fetus in the abdomen, and then seek a large number of natural materials and earth treasures to change the talent of the fetus. Yanho should also suppress the growth of the fetus in the abdomen. I want to find Fire Spirit Chalcedony to help the fetus improve its talents. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suddenly felt a little ashamed in his heart. Then, he walked to Yanhu's side. You're not rolling yet, what are you doing here? Yanhu's beautiful eyes glanced at him and said coldly. Get out of here, this kid has nothing to do with you. Hansa doesn't want to see you either. From now on, I will go to Zhongzhou and we will never see each other again. HMPH, Yanho snorted coldly, the face is full of stubbornness. After saying that, the red light on his body loomed and he had to leave directly. However, Yang Chen could not let her go, directly hugged her slender waist. You, damn bastard, let go of Hansa, Yanho scolded angrily. The voice is cold, however, Yang Chen didn't care so much and his hands directly covered her lower abdomen. Suddenly, a throbbing sound came. Yang Chen was instantly sure. The fetus in the womb is indeed its own bloodline. Bang, at this time, Yanho slapped his backhand on Yang Chen. Although I didn't use my full strength, I also had 4 or 5% strength. Directly took Yang Chen 4 or 5 steps back. Yang Chen, you'd better put respect on this seed. Even if the child of this seed has half of your bloodline, it would be naive for you to think that you can have something to do with this seed. Even if this seed comes to you for help, it is purely because he wants to use you. Yanho said coldly. The expression was full of pride and contempt. Yang Chen was also a little helpless at this time. He also did not expect that it was only once in the cave and Yanho was actually pregnant. Alas, this is really a bad fate. He is a young righteous leader and he actually has a child with Yanho, an old-timer who has lived for thousands of years. Woohoo! At this time, Yanho suddenly covered her red lips and gagged for a while. Abominable. Yanho cursed slowly and then hurriedly sat down cross-kneeled. Red true chi wrapped around the body. A moment later, Yanho opened her eyes again and returned to normal. Yang Chen, do you know why this seed is like this? Yanho said coldly. It's normal to vomit when you're pregnant. Yanho Sr. has been practicing for 10,000 years, don't you even know this? Nonsense. How could this not have been? Yanho glared at Yang Chen and then said. When Hansa conceived this child, he had just reshaped his body. And he was seriously injured shortly thereafter. As a mother, it is very rare to give this child. So, although this seed was once a fire cultivator power, and now he is also a transformation god cultivator, this child is extremely weak. Some female cultivators with superb cultivation can temporarily seal the growth of the fetus, and the sealing time can be more than 10 years at most. That's because when those female cultivators were pregnant, their cultivation was already quite powerful, and as a fetus born in the mother's body, it was extraordinary, able to withstand such a long period of sealing stagnation. But this kid, no. If the seal continues, this child is likely to become a stillborn. So this is also the reason why this seed is in a hurry to go to Zhongzhou to find the Fire Spirit Chalcedony, do you understand? So it is. Yang Chen nodded. When he probed just now, he also found this problem. Yanhu's cultivation is more than Feng Yuan. However, the fetus in the womb is too weak compared to the fetus in Feng Yuan's womb. Yang Chen, for the sake of the child, this seed can give you another chance. If you are willing to go to Zhongzhou with Hansa now, in the future, we can raise this child together. Yanho was silent for a moment and then spoke again. However, the cheeks that were originally full of cold pride floated a touch of blush. Raising children together, Yang Chen was slightly startled. Look at Yanho, only to find that her eyes were dodging at the moment. It seems that he does not dare to look directly at himself. Huh, female good-leazed person. Yang Chen smiled secretly in his heart. Senior Yanho, in fact, to go to Zhongzhou, there is no need to rush. Although this child is relatively weak, I have a way to increase the strength of her bloodline. In this way, you can continue to seal her growth, and we don't have to rush to Zhongzhou. Oh, can you increase the strength of her bloodline? Yanho looked slightly startled. Of course, after all, I'm the father of my child. Yang Chen said, reaching out and touching Yanhu's lower abdomen. Yanho was stunned and forgot to dodge. Feeling the warmth on Yang Chen's palm, he couldn't help but feel slightly hot on his cheeks and his body a little stiff. But in the end, he didn't turn sideways. Instead, he let Yang Chen's palm cover the lower abdomen. Yang Chen felt the fetus in the lower abdomen after Yanho, and his vital signs were indeed relatively weak. While in the cave, his cultivation had just reached the Yuan infant. And at that time, he had only refined Qinglian Tianyan, had not yet fused the divine dragon spine, and had not embarked on the road of physical cultivation. And Yanho, it has just shaped the flesh body, and there is hardly much cultivation. So this fetus is just a relatively ordinary fetus. If you were pregnant in October, then there's naturally no problem. However, Yanho sealed her growth progress. In this way, there are great requirements for the physical constitution of the fetus. How are you going to increase the strength of her bloodline? Feeling Yang Chen's palm moving on his lower abdomen, Yanho couldn't help but feel his heart beat a little faster and couldn't help but ask. Yang Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Yanho, and then said, "My physique now has improved a lot compared to when I was in the cave. When I was in the cave, although I refined Qingli and Tianyan, I still haven't had a strong fusion with Qingli and Tianyan. In the current physique, compared with the time of the cave, is no longer the same." When he heard Yang Chen mention the cave, Yanho couldn't help but recall that scene in his mind. Yang Chen was behind her. Do her 400. Think she's angry. Okay, just say what to do. Yanho was impatient. It's also very simple, just need to integrate my essence blood into the fetus so that you can increase the strength of her bloodline. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yanho suddenly frowned. That's your way. Do you know that the life of the fetus is very fragile? If the seed is not mistaken, you are a physical cultivator, and your physical body has also reached the realm of the avatar god. The blood chi contained in a drop of your essence blood is enough to melt a golden pill cultivator. How can a fetus withstand it? Yanho did not have a good airway. I thought Yang Chen could come up with some good ideas. It turned out to be such a bad idea. Directly knocked his palm off his lower abdomen. Senior Yanho, you don't understand this. One drop of my essence blood does contain a huge amount of blood chi, but Senior Yanho can strip the blood chi out of the essence blood, leaving only a trace of blood essence. This bloodline essence can strengthen the physique of the fetus. Moreover, because the fetus is my bloodline, our own bloodline is connected, and this bloodline essence will not have any rejection with the fetus. Yang Chen said seriously, the blood of the ancient dragon is endless. A drop of essence blood can improve the qualification of Feng Yunhai and allow him to activate the Ice Phoenix bloodline. It can also help the soul of the delicate true dragon and reshape the dragon body. Fetuses with their own bloodlines can naturally improve their physique, and they can be fused directly without refining. Really, the bloodline essence in a drop of your essence blood has such a strong effect. There was still some doubt and disbelief in Yanhu's beautiful eyes. Yanhu seniors used to be fire cultivation powers, and I believe that they also have a deep understanding of bloodlines in various physiques. You can feel it for yourself, Yang Chen said, directly taking out a drop of essence blood. The essence blood is golden in color, suspended on the tip of the finger, like a drop of golden crystal. Exudes a blood golden glow. A golden divine dragon shadow hovered, occasionally exuding a low dragon groan. This scene will be Yanho dumbfounded. His eyes looked at the drop of golden essence blood suspended on Yang Chen's fingertips. Enchanting cheeks, full of shock. Although it was only a drop of essence blood, the divine coercion exuded was beyond any physique she had ever seen in her memory. Moreover, above the dragon's blood, there is also a golden dragon shadow circling. Are you the body of a true dragon? After a long time, Yanho spoke. But the voice is also full of uncertainty. True dragon body. I don't know, maybe. Fused with the backbone of the Taiku divine dragon, although Yang Chen cannot be regarded as a pure-blooded Taiku divine dragon, his physique is by no means inferior to the so-called true dragon body. After all, Linglong was a pure-blooded true dragon in her previous life. However, he is still extremely jealous of his bloodline badge coercion. Yanho took the golden essence blood from Yang Chen's fingertips and looked deeply at it twice. Finally nodded. Just try it as you say. But if there is a problem with the fetus, Yang Chen, I will definitely not let you go. Yanho said coldly. Then he sat down cross-kneeled and began refining the golden essence blood. As a former fire cultivation powerhouse, Yanho naturally considered Yang Chen's words and believed a little. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the risk. The golden essence blood is refined in the body after being burned. During this period, the dragon groaned. A golden dragon phantom hovered around her. However, a moment later, the golden dragon phantom disappeared into Yanhu's body. An hour later, Yanhu's eyes opened. The joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Success, Yang Chen asked from the side. Yanho nodded lightly and stood up. In the lower abdomen, a golden light looms. Yang Chen pasted his palm to it. Yanho instinctively wanted to dodge, but didn't know what came to mind, and finally did not dodge but let his palm touch it. Feeling the strong vitality of the fetus, Yang Chen knew that it had indeed succeeded. The bloodline essence in his drop of essence blood was absorbed by the fetus. Today's fetus can be regarded as having a trace of dragon bloodline. Although thin, the physique has been substantially improved compared to before. Thank you. Yanhu's red lips opened slightly. Yang Chen said with a serious face. Senior Yanho, this is out. After all, this is also my child, and I, the father, should also do something for her. Saying that, Yang Chen gently stroked Yanhu's flat lower abdomen. Yanhu's body suddenly trembled. The fair cheeks instantly blushed. Although the true chi on his body fluctuated, it did not push Yang Chen away. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. Then, he took out 10 drops of essence blood that exuded golden glow. You, what are you doing? Yanho was a little puzzled. Senior Yanho, the senior knows that you hate me in your heart for blackmailing you in the cave at that time. But, after all, this is also my child, and I can't help but be responsible for her. These 10 drops of essence blood, you can refine it again after she grows to a certain stage and integrate the bloodline essence into it. Also, you only need to apply blood to your eyes, you can see through everything, which is equivalent to my divine dragon golden eyes. This can be regarded as some compensation for you. Yang Chen said in a heavy tone. However, hearing these words in Yanhu's ears made her heart tremble slightly. I couldn't help but take a deep look at Yang Chen. Then, he took another look at the position of his lower abdomen. Finally, whispered, you, in the future, don't call me Yanho Senior. Listening to Yanhu's whisper, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. Looked down at her, I saw Yanhu's gaze dodging a little, and finally looked at the ground. Above the neck, there is still a slight redness. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a playful touch at the corner of his mouth. It seems that his performance just now made Yanhu's predecessors very satisfied. Don't waste your painstaking performance. There are still gains. It's not called Yanho Senior. Then the elder will call you Yanho in the future. Yang Chen tried to say, well, you can, just call me Yanho. Yanho nodded slightly. Yang Chen's palm was still placed on the lower abdomen of Yanho. The body leaned forward slightly attached to Yan's back. This posture is no different from Yang Chen hugging her from Yan's back. Yanho naturally noticed it, however, she still did not push Yang Chen away. It's just that the blush on the face is a little more intense. Yang Chen, I had a great feud of life and death with my parents, and in the future, I must go to Zhengzhou. Will you go in the future? After a moment of silence, Yanho suddenly said. Yes, Yang Chen nodded. If you want to avenge your parents' life and death in the future, I can help you. You help me, huh? Yanho smiled when he heard this. Do you know what kind of person the enemy who killed my parents was? The Kunlun realm is vast and boundless, and a small desolate domain like the Northern Spirit domain is unknown. Like the dragon Aohun you killed before, I have also heard of the Red Dragon family, such a family with a refining cultivator, in the edge of Zhongzhou but barely among the ranks of first-class forces. And the enemy I am facing is the figure standing at the pinnacle of the land of Zhongzhou. With just one hand, you can destroy countless Red Dragon families. A cultivator of the refining void realm, in the northern spirit domain, it may be difficult to come out of one for 10,000 years, but in front of my enemies it is no different from an ant. Do you still dare to help me? Yanho said, turning his head to look at Yang Chen. But Yang Chen nodded seriously. Dare, even if your enemy is the great emperor or mortal king, I dare to help you. Who made you the mother of my child? Gut, brag about it. Yanho smiled disdainfully, but the delicate body, which had been keeping the last distance from Yang Chen, completely relaxed and stood with Yang Chen. Feeling the tender elasticity of Yan's back, Yang Chen couldn't help but tighten his arm slightly. Yanho let out a low groan. The delicate body was completely nestled in Yang Chen's arms. It seemed that he was also feeling the breath and warmth of Yang Chen's chest. When I go to Zhongzhou and find the fire spirit Chalcedony, I will give birth to the child. At that time, if I fail to take revenge and die, you will raise her well. Can't ignore her just because I'm gone, Yanho said, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Chen with hope. But, Yang Chen hugged her tightly, and then, woohoo! Yanhu's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. He slapped Yang Chen hard twice, trying to break free. But to no avail. In the end, it was still soft in Yang Chen's arms. In the small courtyard, spring is full of joy. On the willow trees in the courtyard, several orioles kept whispering. 2 hours later, a red figure flew out of the courtyard in a hurry, instantly disappeared into the void, and disappeared. Yang Chen stood in the small courtyard, looking at Yan's back as if fleeing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but skim. Although Yanhu's predecessor has been cultivating for thousands of years, he used to be a fire cultivator power, and now he is also a cultivator of the transformation god. However, the physical fitness is average. It's only been 2 hours. Alas, after getting dressed, Yang Chen left the small courtyard. City Lord's mansion. When Yang Chen walked in, he saw Long Tianyu who was tied to a pillar and exposed to the sun. I can't help but slightly hook the corners of my mouth. Long Tianyu also discovered Yang Chen at this time. Suddenly blinded, the forehead is bruised. Yang Chen, you fucking bastard. I will definitely cut you by 1,000 cuts when I step on my horse. Long Tianyu roared angrily. With too much force, the face that had been scabbed with blood directly cracked, and blood dripped down again. Mad, Long Tianyu, you waste, you dare to insult His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Are you impatient? Want to die early? The disciples of the Feng family who were in charge of guarding Long Tianyu on the side suddenly walked to his side. Snap, 0 for flowers 0. Opening the bow left and right, the two mouths directly slapped on Long Tianyu's face. Ah, bastard, I must kill you when I step on the horse and slaughter your Feng family. Wait for my ancestor of the Red Dragon family to come, your Feng family, you must not leave chickens and dogs. You dare to be ruthless. That Feng family disciple was suddenly anxious. Directly took out a leather whip and pumped it at Long Tianyu. At this time, Feng Yuan saw Yang Chen and hurriedly walked over. Brother Chen, Feng Yuan's voice was elegant, and her beautiful eyes carried an unconcealable joy. Just now I talked with Zan Lingshuang, and finally Zan Lingshuang agreed to her in Yang Chen's affairs. How can one not be happy? Gently holding Yang Chen's arm, Feng Yuan's originally happy face was a little stunned. Then, wrinkled his nose slightly. Suddenly there was some grudge. Brother Chen, you have the smell of another woman. And it's still thick. Yes, your nose is quite smart. Is it a dog? Yang Chen did not hide it. Instead, he held Feng Yuan in his arms. Nasty. Feng Yuan struggled, but soon he also snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Long Tianyu, who was tied to the pillar and beaten by the beating, saw Feng Yuan facing Yang Chen's posture of a little daughter. I only felt a wave of anger in my heart rushing straight to Tianlingdai. Ah, slut. Long Tianyu roared. This insult was naturally heard by Feng Yuan. Suddenly the face is not good looking. Smoke for Hansa. Don't draw 1,000 times today, don't stop. Yes, master. The disciple of the Feng family immediately answered. Ding, the host flirted with Feng Yuan in public. Long Tianyu's state of mind collapsed. Long Tianyu, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 500 points of luck, and the host obtained 500 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. Viewer's last bit of villain value is quite difficult to get. It seems that it still has to be fierce to make a big move. Tonight, I have to let you listen to a good show. In the palace, Zan Lingshuang stood with his hands in his hands. Seeing Yang Chen and Feng Yuan walking in tenderly, that couldn't help but frown, and her heart was a little unhappy. A disciple who worked hard to raise himself. But cheap Feng Yuan, this old woman. Chanur, the Xuanyu Cold Fire Master has been refined, and the matter in Ice and Snow Ancient City has ended. After 3 days, you and Master Wei will return to Zan Tianzong. Return to Zan Tianzong in 3 days. Feng Yuan suddenly stepped forward and said suspiciously. Lingshuang, is there something wrong? Walking in such a hurry. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and I still want to have a good conversation with you. Cut. Zan Lingshuang pouted and gave her a disdainful look. I knew in my heart that Feng Yuan actually wanted her to leave quickly. It's just that I don't want to let Chanur leave. 727. The seed cultivation has broken through the refining void and refined the Zanyan cold fire. It's also time to leave the northern spirit domain and head to Zhongzhou. Going to Xuandian sect in 3 days, the seed needs to explain a lot of things to Chanur. Moreover, the family of the seed has also sent people here, and there's not much time. Zan Lingshuang said inside, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Chen with a little reluctance. Your family? Feng Yuan raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. When she was young, she practiced with Zan Lingshuang, and she had heard Zan Lingshuang talk about it. Although Zan Lingshuang was cultivating in the northern spirit domain, he was actually from Zhongzhou. And the family seems to be very terrifying. Even the old sect master of Xuandian sect at that time was extremely jealous. Feng Yuan, you go out first, our master and apprentice have something to say separately. Zan Lingshuang glanced at Feng Yuan and said lightly. Okay, you guys talk. Feng Yuan walked out of the hall knowingly. Chanur, going to Zhongzhou for the division, in fact, the last thing you can let go is you. But fortunately, you already have the cultivation of the god transformation realm, so you won't worry too much about being a teacher. Zan Lingshuang said, raised his hand and caressed Yang Chen's cheek. In the eyes, Ling Li is not there, full of soft colors. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he first saw Yang Chen. At that time, he was still a bare-assed little ass. The little teapot spout is very cute. Decades of time, although it was only a flash in her cultivation career. However, these decades are the only tenderness in her life. Does master have to go to Zhongzhou? Yang Chen asked. Good. Zan Lingshuang nodded, sighed softly, seemingly full of helplessness. For the master to come from the Zhongzhou Dao Heavenly Holy Land, the Zan family is one of the inheritance ancient clans. Speaking of which, Zan Tianzong and the Dao Heaven Holy Land still have some origins. The founding ancestor of the Xuanyan sect is an elder of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. As soon as Master Wei stepped into the Yuan infant realm, he was identified by the Dao Heaven Holy Land as one of the 10 saint girl candidates. The Dao Heaven Holy Land requires every saint girl candidate to go to the desolate realm outside of Zhongzhou to experience cultivation and spread the cultivation code of the Dao Heaven Holy Land. That's how Master Wei came to the Northern Spirit Domain. However, now that the Dao Heavenly Holy Land has begun to identify the Holy Daughter, all 10 saint lady candidates are required to return to the Holy Land. The family behind the division also sent someone to pick up the division back. So it is. Yang Chen nodded. In the original plot, after he, the villain, was killed by Lin Yan, Zan Lingshuang, the master, began to avenge him. In the end, he was killed by Yanho Design, who had recovered a certain strength. Since then, the plot about Zan Lingshuang has come to an abrupt end. Unexpectedly, Master Venerable still has such a layer of identity. She is one of the candidates for the Holy Lady of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. Then, in the main hall, a burst of spatial fluctuations came, like the ripples of Dao water. Then, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. Dressed in a white moon robe, her posture is graceful, and she exudes an elegant and holy atmosphere. With a veil on his face, he couldn't see his true face, and he could only see a pair of eye-like eyes. The blue silk is pulled into a bun and the neck is slender. Look dressed, it's a beautiful woman. Ling Shuang, this is the disciple you accepted. The beautiful woman's voice is elegant, like an empty valley and a glorious orchid, exuding a sense of tranquility. Saying that, the beautiful woman took a step, and then crossed a distance of more than 10 zhang and appeared directly in front of Yang Chen. Shrink into inches. Yang Chen's eyes were stunned. Shrinking the ground into inches is a kind of space-type magical power. 0. In the cultivation world, only when the strength reaches the realm of refining the void, can the power of the void be used, which is also the power of space. And shrinking the ground into inches has a detailed record in ancient books. This kind of magical power seems simple and ordinary. In fact, it is very deep and difficult to cultivate. This woman in front of her must be extraordinary. At least, it is much stronger than she venerable. At a young age, he reached the level of incarnation. Hey, it seems to be physical cultivation, and have a different fire. Good, good. This kind of talent, even if it is placed in the Dao Heaven Holy Land, is a peerless Tianjiao that is difficult to produce in 1,000 years. Young man, would you like to accompany your master to the Dao Heaven Holy Land? The beautiful woman in the moon robe looked at Yang Chen and said. Going to the Dao Heaven Holy Land. Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. Zan Lingshuang on the side suddenly said impatiently. Second sister, Chen'er still wants to inherit the position of sect master of Xuanyan sect. How can he follow me to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land? Lingshuang, this disciple of yours is not simple. The talent is even higher than yours. Wouldn't it be a pity to stay in the desolate domain of the Northern Spirit Domain all the time? Besides, there are 9 people who are in the same saint sequence as you, and their strength is not inferior to yours in the slightest. If this disciple of yours goes with you, it will attract the attention of the Holy Lord and the elders. At that time, you will take over the position of the Holy Daughter, and you will have some more chips. Yang Chen 3.6 listened to the conversation between the two, and was really worried that Master Zun would pull him along. He doesn't really want to go to Zhongzhou now. After all, Feng Yuan was pregnant. And counting the time, Zhao Shuru should also be born. He hasn't done much of his father's responsibilities yet. But at this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in my head. Ding, the heroine's life has been detected. Zan Choyan. Closing square bracket. Friendly reminder, Zan Choyan is the son of heaven's destiny. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. Zan Choyan. The heroine's personality, master of the son of destiny. Is this the emergence of a new child of destiny? Yang Chen, what do you think? The beautiful woman in the moon robe looked at Yang Chen, and her voice was gentle and moving. Yang Chen suddenly said in a deep voice, Master, the disciple thinks that what the senior said is reasonable. As you said just now, there are a total of 10 saint lady candidates, presumably between them and Master Venerable. Master Venerable goes alone, and the disciple can't rest assured in his heart. It's better for a disciple to follow Master Venerable and help Master Venerable. Chen'er, hearing Yang Chen's touching words, Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes suddenly turned red, and the tip of his nose was slightly sour. The disciple who raised him with his own hands finally understood it. He had to take the initiative to protect his master. Zan Lingshuang reached out and touched Yang Chen's cheek, and said softly. But Chen'er, isn't your goal since childhood to become the sect master of the Xuanyan sect? And you and Master Wei both went to Zhongzhou, what should Zan Tianzong do? Master, you don't need to worry about Zan Tianzong's affairs. With the cultivation of the great elders, none of the top forces in the Northern Spirit Domain dared to take the initiative to find trouble. Moreover, in the hearts of disciples, although Xuanyan sect is important, how can it be compared with Master Venerable 11 inches? Moreover, Master Venerable is going to Zhongzhou this time to compete for the position of Holy Daughter, and if the disciples do not go, they will also worry about Master Venerable night and night. Yang Chen said sincerely. Chen'er, Zan Lingshuang's voice was a little choked. I couldn't help it anymore, and directly held Yang Chen in his arms. Held him tight. Master, woohoo. Yang Chen's voice was a little whimpering. Because he was a little out of breath because he was holding back. Previously in the magma world, he had already seen the majesty of the master. Now close to the feeling, it is really extraordinary. That is, the master usually dresses loosely. Otherwise, Feng Yuan could only be ashamed of herself when she saw it. Ahem. Soon, the beautiful woman in the moon robe on the side coughed heavily. Zan Lingshuang also came to his senses instantly. Looked down. Chen'er's head was actually pressed by himself. Ah, Zan Lingshuang's cheeks flushed, hurriedly pushed Yang Chen away. Lingshuang, you and your disciple are really master-apprentice affection. The moon-robed beauty had a playful look in her eyes. Zan Lingshuang's cheeks were hot, he took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and immediately explained. Second sister, Chen'er is just a child in my eyes. When I took Chen'er as an apprentice, he was still a little boy with his ass exposed. This kind of feeling, you don't understand. Yes, I don't understand. The moon-robed beauty did not refute, but just smiled gently. But looking at Yang Chen's eyes, it was a little strange. Then he said, since all your disciples have agreed, then let's go to the Dao Heaven Holy Land together. Lingshuang, the selection of the Holy Lady position is about to begin. I can't give you too much time to stay, we will leave in half a month. Our Zan family's status in the Dao Heaven Holy Land has begun to decline now, and we can only rely on you to obtain the position of a saint to fight for more sake for the family. Alas, the moon-robed beauty sighed, and the space fluctuated again, and the graceful figure disappeared directly into the hall. Zhan Lingshuang looked at Yang Chen's eyes a little evasive. I hated myself for being emotional just now. He even treated Chen'er like a child. He hugged him directly in his arms. This kid is not the little teapot spout he used to be. He is. Zhan Lingshuang's mind couldn't help but think of the scene when he just came to the ice and snow ancient city that day and broke into the door. Feng Yuan said to Chen'er. She could see it clearly. This bad boy has grown up completely. Now I can't figure out what I'm thinking. Chen'er, don't think about it. In the eyes of the master, you are a child. No matter what the scene, respect the teacher in your heart. No what? No, the disciple has always respected the teacher. Yang Chen answered immediately, but his eyes still swept without a trace. Master respects her, it's really material. Evening. Because Zhan Lingshuang gave 3 days, Feng Yuan naturally cherished it extraordinarily. Brother Chen, are you really going to Zhengzhou? Feng Yuan was lying on Yang Chen's chest, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. Really going, but don't worry, I'll be back soon. When the time comes, I will come to see you as soon as possible. Yang Chen caressed her long black and silky hair. Brother Chen, or else, I'll go with you. In this way, I can take care of you too. Feng Yuan said softly. After this time of getting along, she has completely been inseparable from the little villain in front of her. One day away, his mind is full of his figure, not to mention that he went to Zhengzhou. That must be measured in years. You better stay in Ice and Snow Ancient City. In the current Ice and Snow Ancient City, there's only one cultivator of the Avatar God. If you leave, there will be chaos here. Haven't you always aimed to revitalize the Feng family? Yang Chen looked at her and said. Feng Yuan lightly hit him on the chest. That was before. Now, it's time to target you. Marry a chicken with a chicken, marry a dog with a dog. You dare to scold me? Look, I can't teach you a good lesson. Yang Chen suddenly stood up abruptly. In the main hall, there was gradually a gentle voice begging for mercy. And at this time, Long Tianyu, who was tied to pillar 860, used all his strength to finally grind the rope off. The sky pays off. Long Tianyu, I'm finally free. No, I'm going to get out of here quickly. As long as I can return to the Red Dragon family, I will have a chance to take revenge in the future, and at that time, everyone here will die. Feng Yuan, Feng Qianing, you two slut, wait for me. Father, you are in the spirit of heaven, protect me. Long Tianyu's eyes were grim and he looked around. Ignoring the pain in his cheeks, he quickly flashed in one direction. After traveling for hundreds of zhong, Long Tianyu came to a palace. He didn't stay long in the city lord's mansion, and he didn't know the specific layout. Long Tianyu saw that the palace was not guarded or prohibited, so he hurriedly sneaked in. He was going to steal some healing pills. The injuries on his body were too severe. But as soon as he entered the hall, Long Tianyu heard a strange sound. Sometimes sharp, sometimes tactful. It is like the mournful cry of men on the verge of death. Long Tianyu's heart trembled at first, but then, he couldn't help but be curious in his heart and put his ear to it. Suddenly, I heard 2 words repeated over and over again. Brother Chen, hear the 2 words that are repeated and full of emotion in the room. Long Tianyu's face instantly turned green. Who is in the room, already breath out. Yang Chen, Feng Yuan, dog men and women, I will definitely kill you when I step on the horse. Feng Yuan, you slut, high in front of me, in front of Yang Chen, but so lowly. Slut, Long Tianyu cursed angrily in his heart. The teeth clenched, and a trace of blood flowed from the mouth. But in the end, he still didn't make a sound. It's just that the bruises on the face are getting more and more. Ding! Long Tianyu eavesdropped on the host's affairs, his mood completely collapsed, and Long Tianyu, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 1,000 points, and the host obtained a villain worth 1,000 points. Closing square bracket. Ding! Friendly reminder, Long Tianyu's luck value has reached 0, and the host cannot continue to plunder. Closing square bracket. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth looked slightly. Viewers' last 1,000 chi luck points finally arrived. Don't waste your own painstaking efforts to arrange this good show. Long Tianyu was able to escape, naturally it would not be because the sky had eyes. He arranged it with his own hands. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Feng Yuan said tremblingly. Looking at Yang Chen's suddenly playful smile, he was a little scared in his heart. I thought he had come up with some tortoise trick again. It's okay, Water. Go ahead. Yang Chen looked up at Feng Yuan and smiled. Nasty. Feng Yuan snorted. Long Tianyu did not leave immediately, but stood at the door and listened for half an hour. It wasn't until the hall was quiet that he returned to his senses. At this time, although Long Tianyu's face was still full of anger, he had an extra touch of meanness. Half an hour. He's ended up at least 5 times. Yang Chen, this bastard, is it a beast? Long Tianyu was extremely angry in his heart. But he was also a little calmer at this time. I knew I had to leave right away. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Wait. Feng Yuan, you slut, I won't let you go. One day sooner rather than later, I will let you live or die under me. Long Tianyu glanced at the room a few times with a grim look before turning to leave. But right now, a tall figure rushed into the hall. Long Tianyu, you are so daring. You even dared to escape. Moreover, he dares to be good at his mother's dormitory. Looking at Feng Qianing, who was staring at him coldly, Long Tianyu's heart sank. Qianning, after all, let's be husband and wife, let me leave, okay. Let you go. Hearing Long Tianyu's words, the corner of Feng Qianing's mouth hooked a touch of disdain. Long Tianyu, what did you do when your father came to injure my mother, and asked my mother to make him a concubine in order to let my Feng family live? You ungrateful scumbag. You haven't had the slightest cultivation over the years, although you are a son-in-law in my Feng family, but at least it can be regarded as a place to stay. I ask myself that all these years are worthy of you, but what about you? HMPH, if it weren't for His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, I'm afraid my Feng family would have become a slave of your father and son. You still want me to release you now, it's really delusional. Feng Qianing said coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. She now has no mercy for Long Tianyu, only disgust and hate. Strike directly, and a sword radiant swings out. Poof! Long Tianyu was directly slashed by this sword and flew out with vomiting blood, and fell heavily on the ground. Feng Qianing had the cultivation of the middle stage of the golden pill, and awakened the Ice Phoenix bloodline early. A casual sword is not something that Long Tianyu can compete with. Feng Qianing, I still regard you as my woman. You did this to me. Long Tianyu lay on the ground and roared lowly, his mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were grim. Feng Qianing said disdainfully, your woman, you deserve it too. Although we have the name of husband and wife, have you ever met me from beginning to end? Feng Qianing mocked mercilessly, and immediately completely shattered the illusion in Long Tianyu's heart. Ah, Feng Qianning, you slut. You and Feng Yuan are both slut. Long Tianyu cursed angrily, and his eyes were full of madness. Presumptuous, how dare you insult my mother? Feng Qianning directly swung his long sword. Long Tianyu's chest was cut out of a bloody hole. Blood flowed out instantly. Ah, Long Tianyu roared in pain. At this point, the door opens. Feng Yuan, who heard the movement, walked out. Qianning, what's wrong? Above Feng Yuan's jade face, there was still a red halo that had not retreated. On the forehead, there are also beads of sweat. The hair was a little messy, mixed with sweat on the forehead and cheeks. Even the voice was a little trembling. Mother, Long Tianyu wanted to escape, but I found it. He actually slipped into your hall. Fortunately, I came in time, otherwise this bastard would have fled, and then our Feng family would be in trouble. Hearing Feng Qianning's words, Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes first flashed a flash of panic, and then Dao Killing intent flickered. She was with Brother Chen just now, but she was here. Moreover, because Brother Chen was about to leave the Northern Spirit Domain for Zhongzhou, she did not have a silk milligram system. That movement must have spread through the room to the main hall. I was too excited just now, and I didn't use my soul to sense the vicinity. I don't know when this dog thing sneaked in. This dog thing, maybe it overheard. Damn it, Qianning, kill him directly. I'm sick when I see this waste. Feng Yuan said coldly, looking at Long Tianyu, who was full of blood and had a hideous face. His beautiful eyes were full of boredom. Feng Yuan, you slut. It's not good for Lao Su to be high and proud, but he is happy under Yang Chen's bastard crotch. Your voice just now was so loud. Brother Wanchen, you really don't want to be faceless. Slut. Long Tianyu knew that he would not be able to live today, and he also let go and directly cursed. I want to vent all the suppressed anger in my heart. Feng Yuan's face suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. This damn dog thing, still heard. Death to Hansa. Feng Yuan waved her hand and shouted, got it. A Truchi handprint directly turned Long Tianyu into a pool of blood mud. The shouting also stopped abruptly. HMPH, I don't know the so-called dog thing, it should have killed you a long time ago. Feng Yuan's voice was indifferent, as if she had killed a dog. At this time, Yang Chen, who was lying on the jade bed, naturally heard the movement outside. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. You are, serve the father. Before you die, you can still listen to a good show. Moreover, he still died at the hands of his mother-in-law, who was in his heart. In this way, you can be regarded as a little mist on the Wangguan road. Oblivious. At this time, the system sounds. Ding, the host designed to kill Long Tianyu, the son of destiny, and get a villain gift pack. Closing square bracket. Is it open? Open Ren. Ding, the villain gift package is successfully open, and the host obtains the physique sun god body. Closing square bracket. Well, Heliosaurus. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly narrowed. Is the reward of the system this time so exciting? Yang Chen had read the records of the sun divine body in ancient books. This is a legendary Xeon physique. It represents the extreme yang of the world, so it is called the sun god body. Born close to the Sun Avenue, he is the darling of flames. Compared to the body of the true dragon, which is also a supreme physique, it is much stronger. As Zan Lingshuang said, the founding ancestor of the Xuantian sect was an elder of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. Therefore, although Xuantian sect was located in the desolate domain of the Northern Spirit Domain, there were many ancient books about the entire Kunlun realm in the sect. According to legend, a sun god was born in the Kunlun realm 100,000 years ago. After his cultivation reached the supreme realm, he ascended and left the Kunlun realm. When it ascends, the sky is 2 days. The light of the sun divine body shone on the entire Kunlun realm. Legend has it that the sun god body is also the only figure in the history of the Kunlun realm who collected and fused all the alien fires. Even if they are fire cultivators, most of them only possess one kind of alien fire. Like the 153 heavenly fire burning after Yan, you can rely on fusing different fires to improve the grade of the exercise, which belongs to the other category. However, the sun god body can rely on its own sun origin to directly contain all alien fires. Become a true flame master. I really have to thank you for my father. Your death is worth it. Don't worry, with the sun god body, to the young, the courage is abnormal, and the father can take better care of your mother-in-law. Boom, system, fusion. Yang Chen's words fell. A burning heat suddenly rose in the body. In the place of the Dentian, a cloud of golden origin liquid appeared out of thin air and began to merge into his bloodline. Shish, Yang Chen only felt a tearing hot spread throughout his body. In the blood meridians, golden flames appeared. Then, golden flames began to emanate from the inside out. Wisps of golden flame overflowed from Yang Chen's pores. Directly transformed BDCB him into a golden burning man. The 10,000 years cold jade bed under him was just a wisp of golden flame falling on it, and it immediately melted into a water stain. Feng Yuan outside also sensed something was wrong at this time. Hurriedly rushed into the room. Looking at Yang Chen, who was like a burning man, he suddenly said anxiously. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? It's okay, Wanger. My physique is beginning to awaken. You protect the Dharma for me, don't let people disturb me. Good. Feng Yuan nodded hurriedly, then walked out with Feng Qianning. The prohibition of the main hall was open. With the fusion of the origin of the sun god body, Yang Chen felt as if there was a volcano in his body which would erupt at any time. The sun god body is so strong. My physique has been strengthened by the backbone of the divine dragon, and it is no longer weak to the body of a true dragon. But now, under the strengthening of the sun god body origin, it has obviously improved a lot. Moreover, the divine dragon backbone changes the physical constitution, while the sun divine body changes more as the true chi quality in my body. At this time, the sea of true chi in Yang Chen's body had turned into a golden ocean. Above the ocean, there is a golden sun. Exudes a sparkling golden glow. It was as if endless flames would be released at any moment. The true chi in his body had been qualitatively improved. And at this time, outside the main hall, a golden sun suddenly appeared, suspended in the sky. The night sky, which originally belonged to the stars and moon, was now filled with bright golden light. The entire ancient city of ice and snow has turned into daylight. What is the situation? Why does the sun suddenly appear and the night becomes day? Feng Yuan was a little puzzled. Could it be that this is related to Brother Chen? Before he could figure it out, Zan Lingshuang's figure appeared beside her. Feng Yuan, what's wrong with Chen'er? This vision must have been caused by him. Lingshuang, Brother Chen said that his physique has awakened, let us not disturb him. Feng Yuan hurriedly said, worried that Zan Lingshuang would rush in directly and disturb Yang Chen. Physique awakening. Zan Lingshuang frowned. Being able to trigger the vision of heaven and earth, turning the sun and the moon upside down, Chen'er's awakened physique must be extraordinary. This rebel disciple didn't know to tell me, the master, in advance, but he explained it to Feng Yuan, an outsider. HMPH. Zan Lingshuang's face was a little ugly. But she didn't doubt it too much, because Yang Chen had told her before, he had a great opportunity to change everything. And at this time, in the sky far away from the ice and snow ancient city, space fluctuated, and a beautiful woman in a moon robe appeared out of thin air. The breeze blew, and the white moon robe was tightly wrapped around the body. The graceful curves are perfectly outlined. Autumn water-like beautiful eyes look at the golden sunrise in the sky. The sun is in the sky, against the yin and yang. The extreme yang qi is so rich, it must be a supreme yang physique. Is it the extreme yang overlord, or the pure yang holy body? But no matter which one, it can become a peerless Tianzhao in the famous epicenter state, and is also qualified to compete for the position of the holy son of my Dao heavenly holy land. Ling Shuang, this disciple of yours is really not ordinary. However, my sister, I have to say sorry to you in advance. Such Tianzhao, with your style, is not a good thing to be his master. It's better to let him worship me as a teacher and be taught by me. In this way, my Yu body can also absorb the supreme yang qi in his body. Yin and yang are in harmony to prove the avenue. The golden sun in the sky lasted for 5 days before gradually dissipating. During this time, the snowy mountains have 2 days during the day. The golden sun hangs high in the evening, still bright as day. Many cultivators in the ice and snow ancient city had already begun to kneel down in the sky of the golden yang, and in their opinion, it was a vision that only a saint had when he came to the world. The golden sun dissipated, and the night struck again. The stars and the moon are in the sky. Everything returned to normal. At this time, Yang Chen's eyes opened, and among his pupils, there seemed to be 2 rounds of golden sun, shining. After these 5 days, he has completely fused the sun god body. Although the realm has not broken through, it is still a god. However, the momentum on his body has been significantly improved. Raise your hands, with a divine brilliance. Chenur. Zan Lingshuang walked into the hall and immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Chen was fine. Then came some complaints. Your rebel disciple physique awakening also does not say hello to the master in advance. I see that you are less and less a teacher in your eyes. I'm settling accounts with you in the future. I told you before that you would leave in 3 days, and you were in retreat for 5 days at once. Prepare to leave now, don't delay, otherwise there won't be much time to return to Zan Tianzong. Master Wei has summoned the 7 great elders and the 2 Taisheng elders to let them all get out of the customs. Master, do you want to leave now? Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a soft heart when he saw Feng Yuan walking into the hall. His face was full of reluctance. Originally, it was said that for 3 days, he could accompany Wanner and the child in his belly. But he fused with the sun god body and retreated for 5 days. Master, don't you shine your hair. The disciple still has something to say to Wanner. What's going on? Zan Lingshuang asked casually. But when he turned around and saw the reluctance in Feng Yuan's beautiful eyes, he immediately understood. Cut. Zan Lingshuang pouted. What can be said? It is nothing more than the broken things of men and women. Okay, let's go as soon as dawn. After saying something impatiently, Zan Lingshuang turned and left. Brother Chen, Feng Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself directly into Yang Chen's arms. The voice was a little choked. The reluctance in his eyes seemed to turn into thousands of strands of love and entangle Yang Chen. Wanner, don't worry, it won't be long before I come to pick you up. During this time, you will raise the fetus with peace of mind. Give birth to our child. Add a companion to Qianning too. I listened to your brother Chen. I will always be waiting for you in ice and snow ancient city. Feng Yuan groaned, and her jade arm hugged Yang Chenhu's waist tightly. It seems to be integrated into his body. Feng Qianning on the side looked at this scene, and there was some envy in his eyes. When she saw Yang Chen's big hand caressing her mother's back, her cheek suddenly rose a blush. Slightly bowed to Yang Chen, he hurriedly left the palace. She was already thinking about what would happen next. A few hours later, the sky is getting brighter. Zan Lingshuang came to Feng Yuan's palace with an impatient look. Prepared to take Yang Chen away by force. On Zan Tianzong's side, she still has a lot of things to deal with. She, the sect master, suddenly left, and had to give a good explanation to several great elders. Chenur, a traitor, thinks about those things day by day. It's really out of the ordinary. Zan Lingshuang had just walked into the palace. I was immediately stunned, because a sharp and gentle voice came into her ears. It suddenly made her cheeks rise with a scalding heat. This traitor, it's been all night, and it hasn't stopped. Fortunately, this seed can take the opportunity to bring him to Zhongzhou, otherwise, let him stay with this old woman Feng Yuan every day, and he will be sucked dry by her earlier. Also, Feng Yuan, this old woman is also a cultivator of the transformation god, and her will is far beyond ordinary people, but now she is. Is this kind of thing so exciting? 2 hours later. Yang Chen and Zan Lingshuang came to a snowy mountain outside the ice and snow ancient city. Zan Choyan is still dressed in a moon robe, wrapped in a graceful body. Turn around slightly. The breeze blows and stirs the veil. The snow-like cheeks and high bridge of the nose were revealed. The moon robe is also clinging to the delicate body, outlining graceful curves. Yang Chen's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he keenly captured the scene. It can trigger the vision of heaven and earth, and rebel against the yin and yang day and night. Chenur, what you awaken should be a supreme yang physique. Zan Choyan didn't seem to notice Yang Chen's eyes, and said softly, with an elegant voice. Above this empty snowy mountain, there is more ethereal haunting. Chenur, Zan Lingshuang suddenly frowned slightly, and couldn't help but say. Second sister, what physique Chenur awakens is his secret. Even my master doesn't know, so don't ask more. Also, you can call him Yang Chen. Yang Chen, Zan Choyan suddenly smiled playfully. Lingshuang, we are sisters. Your only personal disciple, if I, the elder sister, call him Yang Chen, wouldn't it be too distant? Since you don't want me to call him Chenur, then I'll call him Xiaochen. Xiaochen, what do you think? Xiaochen, Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. The word small has nothing to do with him, especially now that he has fused the sun god body. To just reach the sun, the courage is extraordinary. A round of golden yang in his body exuded the aura of endless blazing sun. However, he did not think too much. After all, the beautiful woman in the moon robe in front of her is not just the sister of the master. He is also the master of the Son of Destiny. This time he went to Zhongzhou, he went to her. There's never anything wrong with building relationships first. Of course you can. Senior Zan can call the late generation like this, it is an honor for the late generation. Yang Chen looked respectful. Hearing this, Zan Choyan reminded. Xiaochen, this seed is your master's own sister, it is too outrageous for you to call me senior. Let's just call Master Aunt Hansa. After all, Hansa is also your elder. Senior aunt, elder. When Yang Chen heard this, he immediately smiled. His eyes glanced at the beautiful woman in the moon robe in front of him, and he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He found that this beautiful woman in the moon robe suddenly had a much better attitude towards him. Could it be that it was because he awakened the sun god body? As soon as she was wrapped in a moon robe, could it be that she had something special to do with the sun god body? Yang Chen's gaze looked at Zhang Chuyan's beautiful eyes like on water. But I found that this beautiful woman was also looking at herself with a smile. In his eyes, there seemed to be a bright full moon rising. Moreover, the round of golden sun in his body seemed to tremble. Hiss, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little afraid. This beautiful woman must not be hitting my body, right? Xiao Chen has been staring at Senior Ant, what is he looking at? Zhang Chuyan's elegant voice sounded. Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses. No, nothing, it's that the eyes of the Senior Ant are very big and beautiful, and the little nephew can't help but look at it twice. If you were presumptuous, please forgive the master. It's okay. Zhang Chuyan smiled lightly, seemingly not caring at all. Although he was veiled, he couldn't see his true face. But just this smile, combined with those autumn-like eyes, has infinite beauty. Seeing that the two were almost wrapping each other, Zhang Lingshuang on the side was a little impatient at this time. Second sister, have you made the space array connecting the ice and snow ancient city and the Xuantian sect? I'm going to return to Zhan Tianzong right away and explain some things. Otherwise, if the matter is not explained, I will not go to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land with you. Don't worry, I have already made the space array. Zhan Chuyan said, with a wave of his jade hand, a jade formation platform emerged. On the formation platform, there were engraved formation patterns, flowing spatial fluctuations. A ray of moon white light surrounds it. In the middle of the formation, a light gate is formed. It seems that two worlds can be connected. Space array. Yang Chen's pupils were slightly startled. Previously, in the secret realm of the City Lord's mansion, that stone tablet was also a spatial means to connect the ice and snow ancient city and the ice and snow small world. However, that stone tablet was left by an ice phoenix tens of thousands of years ago. That ice phoenix can open up a small world on its own, and its strength must be terrifying. But this beautiful woman in the moon robe can also make a space array. This strength is also extraordinary. As if seeing the surprise in Yang Chen's eyes, Zhan Chuyan said softly. Xiao Chen, Senior Ant has been cultivating in space for thousands of years, carving space arrays, spanning thousands of miles from heaven and earth, but it's just a gesture. If you want to learn, Master can teach you. Your master has been cultivating in the northern spirit domain since she reached the Yuan infant realm, and this time back, the family has prepared all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures for her to rapidly improve her cultivation. So after your master returns, you will always be in cultivation. During this time, you can follow your master to cultivate. Yes, then the little nephew will thank the Senior Ant. Yang Chen bowed his hand. HMPH, sycophant. Zhan Lingshuang snorted coldly and said impatiently. Second sister, hurry up and open the teleportation. Good. Zhan Chuyan nodded his head lightly and shot a light talisman against the jade formation. Suddenly, the jade array shone brightly. Above the light gate, strong spatial fluctuations flow. A black hole slowly emerged. This space array is my temporary production and can only be used once. Xiao Chen, Lingshuang, the three of us will enter together. If there is a succession, the last entered will not be able to teleport. You two take my hand. Zhan Chuyan said slowly. Yang Chen naturally held her jade hand. Suddenly, a soft and tender touch came, like mud and fat white jade, cold and tender. Yang Chen was a little surprised. The master is old enough. Her sister is definitely older, but this hand is so delicate. Even 28 girls are far inferior. Without waiting for Yang Chen's reaction, Zhan Chuyan pulled him and Zhan Lingshuang into the light gate. Suddenly, Yang Chen only felt that the sky was spinning for a while. Open your eyes again. What catches your eye are familiar mountain palaces. Zhan Tianzong, arrive. More than 100,000 miles away, but it only takes a moment to cross the space. Is this the means of space? Chen'er, you accompany your Senior Ant around the Xuantian sect, and you must quickly explain some things to the elders for your master. And refine the teleportation lightsaber and repair some formations of the sect. After Zhan Lingshuang finished speaking, he hurriedly flew towards the Xuantian sect master peak in the distance. Xiao Chen, your palm is so hot. Yang Chen was about to release the palm holding Zhan Chuyan's jade hand, but she held it backhanded. And at the same time, at the meeting of the palms of the two colors of true qi, one gold and one white, were actually intertwining with each other. With such a quality of true qi, it seems that this kid has really awakened an incredible physique. Even if it's not the pure yang holy body, it's definitely not much weaker. Such a supreme yang physique can help the body of the dark moon of the seed to turn into a bright moon holy body. At that time, I, Zhan Chuyan, can't help but be able to make up for the defects of my physique, and I can also break through the shackles of the refining void realm in one fell swoop. Various thoughts appeared in Zhan Chuyan's heart. After this moment of interweaving of true qi, she had completely determined that Yang Chen's physique was a supreme yang physique that was not inferior to the pure yang holy body. Can help her dark moon body make up for the defects. Master, let's palm here. Yang Chen's face was puzzled. Zhan Chuyan smiled and said, Xiao Chen, the highest yang qi in your body and the yu qi in Senior Ant's body have become entangled. That's a good thing. Listening to Senior Ant's words, in less than half an hour, the true qi in your body will increase significantly, which is worth months of hard practice. The defect of Zhan Chuyan's dark moon body is the original coldness in the body. This is a congenital defect. It is also a characteristic of the physique. It was also because of this that she could cultivate extremely quickly, and she had cultivated to the peak realm of refining void in less than 2,000 years. However, the deficiency brought by it is that the origin of the body of the dark moon is cold, and it has extremely strong restrictions on breaking through the realm. The last time she crossed the calamity, she died 9 times in her life. If you forcibly break through this time, you will fall under the heavenly calamity. Only by transforming the body of the dark moon into the bright moon holy body and making up for the origin defect can we survive the heavenly tribulation. And transforming into the bright moon holy body required at least a pure yang saint body level supreme yang physique to neutralize the coldness in the origin of her dark moon body. Yang Chen's cultivation was in the transformation god realm, neutralizing the origin chi of a peak cultivator of refining the void, and naturally benefited a lot. In just half an hour, the true chi in his body increased. Indeed, as Zhan Chuyan said, it is worth months of hard practice. But at this time, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host and Zhan Chuyan are in skin contact, the origin chi is intertwined for half an hour, the host plunders the son of destiny, Xiaodong Chi luck is worth 1,000 points, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Xiao Chen has been staring at Senior Ant, what is he looking at? Zhan Chuyan's elegant voice sounded. Yang Chen suddenly returned to his senses. No, nothing, it's that the eyes of the Senior Ant are very big and beautiful, and the little nephew can't help but look at it twice. If you were presumptuous, please forgive the master. It's okay. Zhan Chuyan smiled lightly, seemingly not caring at all. Although he was veiled, he couldn't see his true face. But just this smile, combined with those autumn-like eyes, has infinite beauty. Seeing that the two were almost wrapping each other, Zhan Lingshuang on the side was a little impatient at this time. Second sister, have you made the space array connecting the ice and snow ancient city and the Xuantian sect? I'm going to return to Zan Tianzong right away and explain some things. Otherwise, if the matter is not explained, I will not go to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land with you. Don't worry, I have already made the space array. Zan Chuyan said, with a wave of his jade hand, a jade formation platform emerged. On the formation platform, there were engraved formation patterns, flowing spatial fluctuations. A ray of moon-white light surrounds it. In the middle of the formation, a light gate is formed. It seems that two worlds can be connected. Space array. Yang Chen's pupils were slightly startled. Previously, in the secret realm of the City Lord's mansion, that stone tablet was also a spatial means to connect the Ice and Snow ancient city and the Ice and Snow small world. However, that stone tablet was left by an ice phoenix tens of thousands of years ago. That ice phoenix can open up a small world on its own, and its strength must be terrifying. But this beautiful woman in the moon robe can also make a space array. This strength is also extraordinary. As if seeing the surprise in Yang Chen's eyes, Zan Chuyan said softly. Xiao Chen, senior ant has been cultivating in space for thousands of years, carving space arrays, spanning thousands of miles from heaven and earth, but it's just a gesture. If you want to learn, master can teach you. Your master has been cultivating in the northern spirit domain since she reached the Yuan infant realm, and this time back, the family has prepared all kinds of heavenly materials and earth treasures for her to rapidly improve her cultivation. So after your master returns, you will always be in cultivation. During this time, you can follow your master to cultivate. Yes, then the little nephew will thank the senior ant. Yang Chen bowed his hand. HMPH, sycophant. Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly and said impatiently. Second sister, hurry up and open the teleportation. Good. Zan Chuyan nodded his head lightly and shot a light talisman against the jade formation. Suddenly, the jade array shone brightly. Above the light gate, strong spatial fluctuations flow. A black hole slowly emerged. This space array is my temporary production and can only be used once. Xiao Chen, Ling Shuang, the three of us will enter together. If there is a succession, the last entrant will not be able to teleport. You two take my hand, Zan Chuyan said slowly. Yang Chen naturally held her jade hand. Suddenly, a soft and tender touch came, like mud and fat white jade, cold and tender. Yang Chen was a little surprised. The master is old enough. Her sister is definitely older, but this hand is so delicate. Even 28 girls are far inferior. Without waiting for Yang Chen's reaction, Zan Chuyan pulled him and Zan Lingshuang into the light gate. Suddenly, Yang Chen only felt that the sky was spinning for a while. Open your eyes again. What catches your eye are familiar mountain palaces. Zan Tianzong, arrived, more than 100,000 miles away, but it only takes a moment to cross the space. Is this the means of space? Chen'er, you accompany your senior ant around the Xuanyan sect, and you must quickly explain some things to the elders for your master. And refine the teleportation lightsaber and repair some formations of the sect. After Zan Lingshuang finished speaking, he hurriedly flew towards the Xuanyan sect master peak in the distance. Xiao Chen, your palm is so hot. Yang Chen was about to release the palm holding Zan Chuyan's jade hand, but she held it backhanded. And at the same time, at the meeting of the palms of the two colors of true qi, one gold and one white, were actually intertwining with each other. With such a quality of true qi, it seems that this kid has really awakened an incredible physique. Even if it's not the pure yang holy body, it's definitely not much weaker. Such a supreme yang physique can help the body of the dark moon of the seed to turn into a bright moon holy body. At that time, I, Zan Chuyan, can't help but be able to make up for the defects of my physique, and I can also break through the shackles of the refining void realm in one fell swoop. Various thoughts appeared in Zan Chuyan's heart. After this moment of interweaving of true qi, she had completely determined that Yang Chen's physique was a supreme yang physique that was not inferior to the pure yang holy body. Can help her dark moon body make up for the defects. Master, let's palm here. Yang Chen's face was puzzled. Zan Chuyan smiled and said, Xiao Chen, the highest yang qi in your body and the yu qi in senior ant's body have become entangled. That's a good thing. Listening to senior ant's words, in less than half an hour, the true qi in your body will increase significantly, which is worth months of hard practice. The defect of Zan Chuyan's dark moon body is the original coldness in the body. This is a congenital defect. It is also a characteristic of the physique. It was also because of this that she could cultivate extremely quickly, and she had cultivated to the peak realm of refining void in less than 2,000 years. However, the deficiency brought by it is that the origin of the body of the dark moon is cold, and it has extremely strong restrictions on breaking through the realm. The last time she crossed the calamity, she died 9 times in her life. If you forcibly break through this time, you will fall under the heavenly calamity. Only by transforming the body of the dark moon into the bright moon holy body and making up for the origin defect can we survive the heavenly tribulation. And transforming into the bright moon holy body required at least a pure yang saint body level supreme yang physique to neutralize the coldness in the origin of her dark moon body. Yang Chen's cultivation was in the transformation god realm, neutralizing the origin chi of a peak cultivator over fighting the void, and naturally benefited a lot. In just half an hour, the true chi in his body increased. Indeed, as Zan Chuyan said, it is worth months of hard practice. But at this time, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host and Zan Chuyan are in skin contact, the origin chi is intertwined for half an hour, the host plunders the son of destiny, Xiaodong Chi luck is worth 1,000 points, and the host gets 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Kiss for a moment, Lin Xilan let go of Yang Chen. Shanggong, Xilan misses you so much, Lin Xilan whispered in Yang Chen's ear. There's a lot of affection in the voice. Yang Chen also hugged her a little tighter. Wow, 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 at this time, a baby cry sounded. Lin Xilan was suddenly stunned, and suddenly thought of Zhao Shiru behind her. I couldn't help but blush with shame on my cheeks. Just now, I only cared about telling the thoughts in my heart, but I ignored that Shiru was still in the hall. Didn't he take the initiative to see it by Shiru? In the future, I will definitely have to be teased by her. Lin Xilan immediately hurriedly broke free from Yang Chen's embrace. What's wrong, ma'am? Yang Chen was puzzled. Shanggong, you better accompany Shiru more. When Tian'er was born, your father was not there. Still marrying the beautiful Phoenix City Lord in the Ice and Snow ancient city. Lin Xilan said, and couldn't help but lightly hammer on Yang Chen's chest, expressing his dissatisfaction in his heart. Then, he hurriedly walked to Zhao Shiru's side. He held Yang Tian, who was crying, in his arms. Oh, Tian'er doesn't cry or cry, the lady will take you to play. Lin Xilan said and walked out of the hall. Ruer. Yang Chen walked to Zhao Shiru's side. Looking at this former Empress Dowager Liang, he wanted to embrace her in his arms. But she pushed it away. HMPH, go and accompany the Phoenix City Lord of yours. Zhao Shiru snorted coldly and turned her back directly. Yang Chen was suddenly a little helpless. When he left the Yang Palace, he saw Zhao Shiru's little temper during that retreat for half a year. It can only be said that people's personalities are different. Zhao Shiru was relatively jealous and tantrums among the three. But that's about it. The easier it is to lose your temper, the easier it is to coax. Yang Chen directly hugged her. Zhao Shiru broke free twice and gave up. Shun lay in his arms. All right, I apologize to you and Tian'er. I'm in Ice and Snow Ancient City, and the reason why I married Feng Yuan is also out of helplessness. I haven't come back, it's because I have to face a half-step refining Void Realm cultivator. Half-step refining Void Realm. Hearing these 4 words, Zhao Shiru suddenly turned around and said with some worry. Then you're not hurt, are you? No. Feeling her concern, Yang Chen immediately hugged her tighter. Hands caressed her smooth back. Softly said, fortunately, Master Venerable went and killed him. Otherwise, it's really dangerous. HMPH. When Zhao Shiru heard this, she snorted. The petite body was nestled in Yang Chen's arms and said coquettishly in his mouth. You, the father, haven't held your son yet. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. No hurry, hug again in 2 hours. Let's study and give birth to a younger brother or sister for Tian'er first. A moment later, Lin Xilan, who was holding Yang Tian outside the hall, listened to the faint voice coming from the hall. Suddenly, my cheeks became hot. Looking at Yang Tian, who looked innocent, she felt that it was a sin to continue to stay here and let Xiao Yang Tian listen to this kind of silence. So, he hurriedly walked into the distance. Watching Yang Kai, the 3 little guys played with the toys Yang Chen brought them. 5 days later, Zan Tianzong held a ceremony for the succession of the new sect head. The new sect master is naturally Yang Chen. Zan Lingshuang had already decided to go to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land in Zhongzhou to participate in the Dao Heaven Holy Land Holy Daughter campaign. No matter what success or failure is, her future cultivation focus will be placed in Zhongzhou. Therefore, he passed the throne to Yang Chen, the Holy Son. Because of the lack of time, only a succession ceremony was simply held. The only forces participating were Zan Tianzong and some surrounding sects. After the ceremony, Yang Chen followed Zan Lingshuang to a forbidden place in the back mountain of Xuanyan sect. Death to trespassers. On a stone tablet, 4 large characters are engraved. The font is vigorous and the pen is walking the dragon snake. Yang Chen just glanced at it and he felt that his eyes were a little tingling. Suddenly I was curious. With his current cultivation, he has reached the realm of Avatar God. A stone tablet could actually make his eyes tingle. Zan Lingshuang discovered this and said, Tian'er, this stone tablet was left by the founding ancestor of Xuanyan sect. Even if his old man is in the Dao Heaven Holy Land, he is a core elder level figure. The stone monument left behind is extremely extraordinary. The master brought you here because he wanted you to accompany the master into the forbidden land and take something. Take something? What? Yang Chen was a little puzzled. A dignified look appeared on Zan Lingshuang's beautiful face. Before Master Wei came to the Northern Spirit Domain, Patriarch Zan secretly told Master Wei that when that elder left the Dao Heaven Holy Land, he took away a holy artifact Yin Yang Mirror. If the master can bring this holy artifact back to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land, it must be a great accomplishment, and it will be of great help to fight for the position of the Holy Daughter. However, the holy weapon has a spirit, even if it reaches the refining realm for the master, it is difficult to collect it, Li Qian's. But Tian'er, you're different. You have a relationship with this holy weapon. I'm related to the Hallows. Yang Chen suddenly looked startled. This was the first time he had known this. Zan Lingshuang looked a little tangled, but finally said. Do you know why Master Wei took you as an apprentice? It's because Master Wei saw your face on the Yin Yang mirror back then. Speaking of this, Zan Lingshuang hurriedly said. But Tian'er, don't worry. The master personally raised you as an adult, and his feelings for you have long surpassed all Chen. In the heart of the master, Mo said that the Yin and Yang mirror is for the master's own life, and it is not as important as you. Zan Lingshuang said, and the jade hand caressed Yang Chen's cheek. Beautiful eyes, full of tenderness, raised Tian'er with his own hands. Watch him grow from a bare-assed little ass to a man who stands tall. The feelings in this cannot be compared with a holy weapon. If it weren't for the greater hope of competing for the position of the Holy Daughter in the Heavenly Holy Land, she wouldn't want to say this to Tian'er. Worried about affecting his position as a master in his heart. Hearing Zan Lingshuang's words, Yang Chen's heart was full of doubts. Master Venerable saw his figure in the Yin Yang mirror, so he took him as an apprentice. If so, could it be that he has some special origin as a villain? Although he had doubts in his heart, but feeling the tenderness in the eyes of the master in the atmosphere at this time, Yang Chen immediately said with a serious face. Master, rest assured, the disciple can understand. Fortunately, Master Venerable saw the disciple in the Yin Yang mirror, and this is the fate between our master and apprentice. If there is no Yin Yang mirror, maybe the disciple will not meet the master. In Tian'er's heart, the weight of Master Venerable is more than everything. Hearing Yang Chen's sincere words, Zan Lingshuang's heart was suddenly full of emotion, and her beautiful eyes were a little moist. Tian'er, Zan Lingshuang's voice choked, he couldn't bear it anymore, and directly hugged 037 and stopped Yang Chen. This time, Zan Lingshuang did not take Yang Chen into his arms again. Because through this time, she also found that Tian'er was already a man, not a small teapot mouth. This master himself, it is somewhat inappropriate to hold him into his arms again. Master, you, feeling the plump softness clinging to his body, Yang Chen's blood suddenly became a little restless. However, Zan Lingshuang whispered in his ear, Tian'er, don't talk. Let Master hug you well. Since you grew up, Master Venerable hasn't hugged you much. Well, okay, Yang Chen was helpless. It could only be held by Zan Lingshuang. After all, it was quite comfortable to be clinging to the body by the figure of the master who was felt everywhere. Zan Lingshuang's cheek was pressed against Yang Chen's chest, and the powerful heartbeat could be heard. It's like Hongjiang Dalu. The sound of blood flowing is like the roar of a river, rolling and roaring. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Tian'er's physical body was so strong. No wonder Feng Yuan's old woman was reluctant to fall in love with Tian'er. Thinking that the disciple she had raised was actually arched by the old woman of Feng Yuan, she felt a little unpleasant in her heart. So I couldn't help but eat the taste. Tian'er, in your heart, is master really the most important? Yang Chen was slightly startled, and then affirmed. Of course, what about how it compares to Feng Yuan? And Feng Yuan, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly evoked a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect that my murderous beautiful master would also ask such a question. Alas, what a woman. However, this kind of problem is not difficult for Yang Chen. It's okay to see people talk about people, and to Helen talk about ghosts. Of course it's master. Even if all of them add up, there is no teacher respect. Yang Chen's tone was very affirmative. God, you traitor, you are quite good at slippery tongue, it's strange for the master to believe in you. Zan Lingshuang pouted. Although his tone was full of disdain, the arm holding Yang Chen whose waist was tighter. Obviously satisfied with his answer. A moment later. Zan Lingshuang let go of Yang Chen, his cheeks were a little red, and his beautiful eyes glared at him. You traitor, I have told you several times, you must respect the teacher. You are actually a teacher, Yang Chen was a little helpless when he heard this. He also wants to respect his teacher. However, you hold so tightly, your body is close to it. This is a normal man, and he will react. Besides, your figure is so foul. Alas, it is so difficult to be a disciple. Zhan Lingshuang did not speak again, but waved his hand at the stone tablet jade on the side. The stone tablet suddenly emitted a Taoist mysterious light. Finally, the dark light converged to form a vortex of light curtains, exuding dense spatial fluctuations. Impressively, this stone steel has the same function as the one in the forbidden land of the ice and snow ancient city. It is also the formation hub sent by the launch space past CJEI. Yang Chen followed Zhan Lingshuang into it. Open your eyes again. It's a pale blue sky, but the surrounding land is full of desolation. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in this small world is quite thin. Not even as good as the outside world, Zhan Lingshuang on the side said. This small world was opened up by the founding ancestor of the Xuanyan sect, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Back then, this small piece of heaven and earth was extremely rich in spiritual energy, and it was a cultivation holy place of Xuanyan sect. But with the passage of time, the spiritual energy in the small world has gradually thinned. Zhan Lingshuang said, and took Yang Chen to a black hall. The hall is magnificent and majestic, more than 100 feet high, and the hall body is dark and cold, as if it was made of cold iron. Walk into it. Black and white light fill the entire hall. The black light is cold, white light is hot. When the two rays of light converge and intersect from time to time, they will form a yin and yang taiji, which is mysterious and abnormal. This is yin and yang qi. Yang Chen was a little surprised. He had refined a yin-yang combined Dao flower before. Have a certain understanding of the qi of yin and yang. However, the yin and yang qi here is deeper and richer than the yin and yang flower. Even the Qinglian Tianyin and divine dragon blood in his body began to stir at this time. Yes, it is indeed yin and yang qi. To be exact, the sun and the Taiyin qi. Zhan Lingshuang on the side said in a deep voice at this time. The yin-yang mirror is a holy weapon, rumored to be forged from the radiance of the sun and the essence of Taiyin. When Master Wei came here, although he did not receive the yin-yang mirror, he also absorbed a lot of Taiyin qi, not only improved his own Dao foundation but also successfully broke through the realm and entered the realm of refining void. Chenur, the sun qi here, you can absorb it, it will benefit you infinitely, and it can be regarded as a chance. Yang Chen nodded, did not hesitate, and sat down directly cross-kneeled. His current physique is the sun divine body, and these sun qi are a great supplement to him. The white light in the hall was pulled by Yang Chen and began to converge towards his body. Shish, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth twitched violently. Because the sun qi had just entered the body, it was quickly intertwined with Qinglian Tianyin. Like a catalyst, the cyan flame instantly surged. Moreover, the blood of the divine dragon in the body was stimulated by the sun qi and also began to roar. The rumbling sound of blood flowing resounded throughout the hall. A golden dragon phantom loomed on Yang Chen's body. Boom, Yang Chen lost his mind, and Qinglian Tianyin instantly gushed out, directly turning his clothes into ashes. The angular body was suddenly naked in front of Zhan Lingshuang's eyes. Zhan Lingshuang glanced at a certain part of him, and suddenly his cheeks were slightly red. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall the scene where the old woman who broke Feng Yuan in the ice and snow ancient city knelt on the ground and gave Chenur that. I couldn't help but say, this little scoundrel has really grown up. Yang Chen absorbed the sun qi into his body. This is indeed a rare opportunity for him. His current physique is originally the sun god body. For the sun qi released by the yin-yang mirror, it can be directly absorbed. The qi of the sun travels through the body, although the scorching heat is abnormal and the meridians are like fire. But he was also exercising and sharpening his physical body, making it stronger. In the end, all the sun's qi converged on the golden sun above the sea of true qi. The golden sun became more and more dazzling, and the golden light was abnormally blazing, forming golden flames one after another. The raging golden flames overflowed from the sea of true qi and traveled through the meridians of Yang Chen's whole body. Under the golden flame, even Qinglian Tianyin became much dimmer, swept away by the golden flame. Yang Chen was suddenly a little surprised. The origin fire of the sun divine body turned out to be so strong. Qinglian Tianyin became so docile in front of him. Boom, the aura on Yang Chen's body suddenly increased. Breakthrough, Avatar Duo. Yang Chen was a little excited. For other fire cultivators, the qi of the sun needs to be carefully absorbed, slowly refined, and even the slightest carelessness is in danger of destruction. However, his sun divine body is of the same origin as the sun qi, and can be directly absorbed and transformed into his own cultivation. This is also the horror of the sun god body. Golden flames covered Yang Chen's whole body, making him look like a round of golden yang. The sun qi in the hall frantically converged towards him. Zhan Lingshuang on the side looked at this scene, his face full of shock. At first, she absorbed the Taiyin qi, but carefully absorbed a small amount and immediately stopped. At that time, she was still a half-step cultivator of the void realm. But Chenur dared to absorb the sun's qi so crazy. Could it be because of Chenur's awakened physique before? Zhan Lingshuang thought of the vision of the sun that appeared in the sky at that moment. Xian physique, naturally close to the qi of the sun. For the qi of the sun, it can indeed be absorbed in a big way. That's how it should be. Zhan Lingshuang thought of this and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Yang Chen was too hasty and absorbed too much sun qi at once. Because once the solar qi is absorbed too much, it is likely to form a backlash. At that time, not to mention improving cultivation and strengthening physical fitness, it would be good to save your life. But Yang Chen's current physique is the supreme yang physique, so it's different. This time to bring him over, regardless of whether the collection of the yin-yang mirror was successful or not, the sun qi alone was also a great opportunity. A few hours passed. In the main hall, with the rapid decrease of the sun qi, the black Taiyin qi lost the symbiotic entanglement of the sun qi and began to gather on its own. Finally, it converged into 3 black droplets, suspended in the air, exuding a cold glow. Taiyin water. Zhan Lingshuang's eyes were delighted. Hurriedly took out a jade vial and carefully absorbed it. The water of Taiyin is extremely precious and has various wonderful uses. Even in the Dao Heavenly Holy Land, the water of Taiyin is a precious thing that can be encountered but cannot be sought. In Zhongzhou, the birth of every drop of Taiyin water is enough to cause a bloody storm. Even the behemoths of the Holy Land level have to participate in the competition. Lonely yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not last. The yin and yang qi between heaven and earth often exists in a state of convergence and symbiosis. Only in some extreme places will only the qi of Taiyin or the qi of the sun appear. It will take tens of thousands of years before it is possible to reach the concentration of condensed into the water of the Taiyin. Just like here, the yin-yang mirror has been hanging here for hundreds of thousands of years, accumulating a large amount of Taiyin qi. Now Yang Chen has absorbed all the sun qi, leaving only the Taiyin qi. This converged into 3 drops of Taiyin water. Its preciousness is evident. These 3 drops of Taiyin water are a happy accident. With these 3 drops of Taiyan water, as long as this seed is refined, it is possible for the physique to reach the ultimate yin body. By then, becoming a saint will also have a greater certainty. Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes were full of joy. If the physique is upgraded to the highest yin body, plus there is a mysterious cold fire, then her combat power is enough to be invincible at the same level. When the time comes to become a saint, it can be said that the opportunity is great. At this time, the golden flame on Yang Chen's body had faded. Sitting cross-kneeled on the ground, he was studying his rapidly improving cultivation. His realm has been upgraded from the transformation god duo to the transformation god quadruple again. Most of the sun chi in the body is stored in the golden sun. Although his sun divine body can directly absorb the sun chi and transform into his own cultivation. However, if you absorb too much, although you can quickly improve your cultivation, it will also lead to unstable foundation, which is not conducive to future cultivation. Therefore, Yang Chen chose to seal these sun chi. After stabilizing the cultivation of the transformation god quadruple realm, it was slowly absorbed. In just a few hours, he has been promoted from the first layer of the transformation god to the 4th layer of the transformation god, and this kitchener is too perverted. I'm afraid it won't be long before his cultivation can catch up with me, a master. Damn it, Zan Lingshuang was a little helpless. The ascension of each realm of the avatar god realm often takes more than 100 years or even hundreds of years. Even with her talent, it took 100 years to go from the 1st to the 4th level of the transformation god. But now, it only took a few hours. At this time, Yang Chen's true chi converged, opened his eyes, and stood up. Master, when Yang Chen saw Zan Lingshuang, he immediately smiled slightly. Then he walked over. However, Zan Lingshuang's eyes were round, and his gaze was staring at a certain part of his body. Master, what do you see? Yang Chen followed her gaze and lowered his head. Suddenly, his expression was startled. Then, hurriedly turned around. Master, why don't you remind me? Yang Chen's voice was a little helpless and complaining. Originally, Zan Lingshuang was still a little embarrassed in his heart. However, hearing his complaining tone and the action of hurriedly turning around, afraid that she would see it, he was immediately very dissatisfied in his heart. This rebel, she, the master, raised him single-handedly. Can't even look at it twice. Feng Yuan, that old woman is. Thinking of Feng Yuan, the old woman held it in her hand and played with it. And himself, the master who raised him, just looked at it, and he disliked it like this. Zan Lingshuang was a little indignant in his heart. This traitor really raised him in vain. However, how did that little teapot spout look so terrifying now? Thinking of this, Zan Lingshuang couldn't help but glance at his arm. In the main hall, as the aura of the Taiyan sun dissipated, a black and white mirror appeared. The mirror is suspended in the middle of the main hall. The white side, like the sun, shines brightly. The black side is like a bottomless pool, and at a glance, it seems that it will sink into it. Seeing the yin and yang mirror, Zan Lingshuang temporarily put away the thoughts in his heart and said positively. Chen, 177, this is the yin yang mirror. Quote, Master Wei stepped into here decades ago, originally wanted to take it away, but was unsuccessful, but above the yang side, I saw your figure. Yin and yang are symbiotic, perhaps, it takes 2 people who belong to yin and yang to make a joint move before it can be refined. You turn the origin yang chi in your body, intertwine it with the origin yin chi of the master, and then cover the yin yang mirror together. Good, Yang Chen nodded. He sat cross-kneeled with Zan Lingshuang crossed. A golden glow emerged from the body. Hot, sacred. What a pure origin chi. In terms of the purity of the origin chi alone, Chener's victory is more than double. Zan Lingshuang was surprised in his heart. Her Lesian body is already quite close to the yin physique. Even in the Dao Heaven Holy Land, it is also among the top physiques. Otherwise, she would not have been identified as one of the 10 candidates for the Holy Virgin. However, when his own origin yin chi was intertwined with Chener's origin yang chi, it was extremely thin and mixed. Could it be that Chener's physique is stronger than the pure yang holy body's Xian physique? This kid, there are more and more secrets now. No, I, the master of the venerable, must find time to interrogate him properly. Zan Lingshuang glanced at Yang Chen twice, and then concentrated on controlling the origin chi. Origin chi is the innate foundation of cultivators and is extremely important. Only when refining a holy weapon such as the yin yang mirror can you use the origin chi to resonate with it. The 2 origin chi of yin and yang are covered on the yin and yang mirror. Suddenly, the yin yang mirror also released the black and white Taiyan sun chi. They begin to blend with each other to form a Tai Chi pattern. Very good. This time the yin yang mirror did not resist in the slightest. It seems that this seat's idea is correct. The yin yang mirror really needs 2 people who belong to yin and yang to refine at the same time and take charge together. And these 2 people must also trust each other, and the interweaving of the origin chi must be close relatives. Zan Lingshuang already felt that he had some involvement with the yin yang mirror. As long as her origin chi and a wisp of divine soul power enter the yin yang mirror, in the future, she will be the owner of this yin yang mirror. A few hours later, the origin chi released by Yang Chen and Zan Lingshuang had all been integrated into the yin yang mirror. Above the yin yang mirror, the white sun chi and the black Taiyan chi shrouded Yang Chen and Zan Lingshuang respectively. Yang Chen's brows suddenly frowned slightly, because lines of ancient words and patterns appeared in his mind. It was an exercise, yin and yang towering heavenly skill. Yang Chen carefully comprehended it. I was shocked. Because, this exercise turned out to be a double cultivation exercise. Yin and yang merge. Through the operation of this exercise, you can actually transform your true chi into the chi of Taiyan and the chi of the sun. This is truly terrifying, because the chi of Taiyan and the chi of the sun are extremely precious things in the cultivation world, they can be encountered but not sought. And this exercise can be continuously mass-produced. The Taiyan sun chi produced by the cultivator through the combination of yin and yang originally originated from his own true chi, and it was easier to absorb and refine it. In the long run, not only can the strength be rapidly improved, but also the quality of true chi can be strengthened and the physical foundation can be improved. This double cultivation technique is more mysterious and abnormal than the dragon and phoenix yin and yang dafa. Especially for him, because his sun god body can directly absorb the sun chi, there's no need to refine it at all. It's just that all he has in his hands is the yang chapter. The yin chapter should be in the hands of the master. The light dissipated, and Yang Chen couldn't help but look at Zan Lingshuang. Master, yin and yang towering heavenly skill, you should have obtained the yin chapter. Zan Lingshuang's face turned slightly red, and then nodded. Yang Chen hurriedly said, Master, give me the yin chapter. What for? Zan Lingshuang's brows frowned slightly. You forgot, I have several wives, if they cultivate, then their strength will definitely increase rapidly in the future. Yang Chen was a little excited. Fortunately, he still has tens of thousands of villain points on his body, and if he wants to improve his strength, he can consume villain values to improve. But Lin Xilan's daughters, the improvement of strength can only follow the rules. Especially Lin Xilan, now it is just a foundation building realm. The gap between the 2 Yuan infant cultivators and Cold Rain Smoke Zhao Shuru is a bit big. However, hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Zan Lingshuang's originally somewhat flushed face instantly became cold. Don't give. Yin-Yang towering skill, only those who are in charge of the Yin-Yang mirror can cultivate. Even the Dao Heaven Holy Land has not recorded this exercise, which shows the degree of preciousness. Also 5.8, I warn you that the Yang chapter in your hands must not be passed on. If you violate the master's order, you will be severely punished. After Zan Lingshuang finished speaking, he turned around directly. Yang Chen was a little confused. What is this doing, master? Yin and Yang towering heavenly gong is such a heaven-defying exercise, you can only look at it with your eyes but you can't cultivate it. If you are in charge of one article alone, you can't cultivate it all. She doesn't spread the story. I can't go and practice with her, right? Hiss. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suddenly gasped. His gaze glanced at the graceful back of Master Venerable. Could it be that he wants to be a rebel disciple of the master and a jockey who contempts the ancestor? At this time, Zan Lingshuang, although the surface was indifferent. But my heart was full of panic. He and his disciples were in charge of the Yin and Yang chapters of a double cultivation exercise. It's a shame to think about. This rebel disciple also wanted to let himself take out the Yin chapter and cultivate for his women. Bah me, the rebel thinks beautifully. Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly in his heart and then looked up at the suspended Yin and Yang mirror. Jade hand outstretched. The Yin Yang mirror seemed to have sensed her call and suddenly fell straight towards her. Hallow's Yin Yang mirror. Looking at the simple mirror in his hand, Zan Lingshuang's beautiful eyes were a little excited. There were also few holy artifacts in the entire Dao Heaven Holy Land. And the Yin Yang mirror is the most mysterious of them. Bringing it back to the Dao Heavenly Holy Land must be a great accomplishment. And in the future, in charge of the Yin Yang mirror, with the holy weapon in hand, she can be said to be invincible at the same level. Then, the originally calm space in the hall suddenly rippled layer by layer. Then, there were dark cracks. The hall forged by 10,000 years of cold iron is constantly shaking, and it may collapse at any time. 29 inches not good. This space is opened up with the Yin and Yang mirror as the node. Now that the Yin Yang mirror has been collected, this space is no longer stable and is about to collapse and break. Chenur, we must leave quickly. Zan Lingshuang looked serious. Space collapsed, and the power was not underestimated. Even if she was a cultivator of void refining, she could already use the power of space. But compared to the level of space collapse, her little space means did not work at all. If you don't leave in time, once you are pulled into the void world by the broken void, even if you are a cultivator of the void, there will be no life or death. Zan Lingshuang hurriedly pulled Yang Chen towards the outside of the hall. Behind him, the pale blue sky shattered like a mirror, replaced by a thick pitch black. The hall made of cold iron was instantly cut into dozens of pieces, all engulfed in darkness and nothingness. In front of the teleportation table, the light flashed. Yang Chen and Zan Lingshuang appeared in front of the stone tablet of Zan Tianzong. At this time, the stone steel was already full of cracks. The surrounding space fluctuates wildly. Phew, it's risky. Zan Lingshuang took a deep breath. There were waves in the chest. Space is shattered, the world is destroyed. This is the first time she has seen such a scene. At this time, a beautiful woman in a moon robe slowly came from a distance and came to them in the blink of an eye. Lingshuang, what's wrong? What a violent spatial fluctuation. Here, is it a small world? Zan Choyindai's brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes stared at the stone tablet. It seems that a small world is broken. Lingshuang, the shattering of the small world is extremely dangerous. If there is not enough space attainment, even if a cultivator is involved in the spatial turbulence and void world, it will definitely be a dead end. You two, don't talk to me in advance, and take Xiao Chen to take this risk. Xiao Chen, your master must have obtained some good things at such a big risk. Come, talk to your senior aunt. Zan Choyin's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen. The ion waves were rippling, and the water was shining. Before Yang Chen could speak, Zan Lingshuang on the side said lightly. Second sister, this is a matter within our Xuanian sect. It's not convenient to tell you. Also, this is the forbidden place of the Xuanian sect, and only previous sect masters can come here. Forget it. If you don't say it, don't say it. Zan Choyin was not angry, but just smiled. Then his gaze fell on Yang Chen again. Hey, Xiao Chen, your realm has been raised to the 4th level of Avatar. At this time, Zan Choyin noticed the change in Yang Chen's cultivation, and was suddenly a little surprised. In just a few days, he was promoted from the 1st layer of the Avatar to the 4th layer of the Avatar. It seems that in that broken little world, there is really a rare opportunity. Pity, the small world has completely collapsed and shattered. Even if she delves deeply in the path of space, she does not dare to easily step into it. Oh, it's just a fluke. In the future, the little nephew will also have more guidance from the master and to practice. Yang Chen bowed slightly. Only the two of them could understand the words spoken. Xiao Chen, then you should be closer and closer to your master. In the remaining few days, I have time to take my senior sister around Zan Tianzong. Zan Choyin smiled. The blue silk pulled up and matched her dragging moon robe wrapped in a graceful figure. The breeze blows, and the beauty is full of style. After saying a few more words to Yang Chen, he took a step forward, shrunk into inches, and disappeared directly in place. HMPH. Don't look, everyone is gone. Zan Lingshuang snorted coldly, his face slightly cold. Chenur, in the future, you have to be careful with her, you can't get too close to her. Be careful, she swallows you, not even bone dregs left. Huh, Yang Chen looked slightly startled. This second sister is not so holy on the surface, don't be deceived by her appearance. Grew up following her since she was a teacher, and I know her person. If she knows that we have obtained the holy weapon of the Yin Yang mirror, we are likely to snatch it. In the face of sufficient interests, she will not talk about sisterhood. So you must remember, don't mention the Yin and Yang mirror to her. Zan Lingshuang looked at the direction Zan Choyin left, and said in a deep voice. Worried that Yang Chen would tell Zan Choyin the news of obtaining the Yin Yang mirror. Master, rest assured, disciples remember. Yang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. This beautiful lady is indeed indistinguishable from the holiness of appearance. If it is really holy, how can he be like a bad ant, to coax the origin Yang Qi from 507 his master and nephew? Another few days passed. On the peak of the sun. The cold rain smoke lay on Yang Chen's chest, breathing deeply, and above his forehead there were fine beads of sweat. The green silk was stained with sweat, as if it had just been bathed. The originally white jade face now has a rouge-like red halo. Brother Chen, can't you really take me with you? The voice of the cold rain smoke was full of resentment. Yang Chen was a little helpless. Yuyan, this time I went to Zhongzhou, mainly to help Master Venerable obtain the position of a saint, and all kinds of battles are indispensable. If I bring you, it may be inconvenient. Besides, my master's temper is very smelly, and it is extremely difficult to get along with. When I gain a foothold in Zhongzhou, I will come and pick you up when the time comes. Yang Chen's palm roamed her smooth and delicate back and said comfortingly. When Lang Yuyan heard this, he sighed helplessly. Then, hands down, Yuyang, you are. Yang Chen was a little surprised. The coal-brained smoke looked up, and his cheeks were even more flushed. Sister Len and Sister Ru have children, I also want one. After speaking, the coal-brained smoke was slightly lowered. Yang Chen suddenly gasped. Happy times are always short. After staying with Lin Xilan and the women on the Holy Sun Peak for more than 10 days, it was also the day to leave. During this time, Yang Chen did not rest once. He even said that he hadn't closed his eyes for more than 10 days. Accompany Yang Kai and a few little guys to play during the day. In the evening, often after falling asleep tiredly from cold brain, Zhao Shuru came over. After Zhao Shuru fell asleep tiredly, Lin Xilan came over again. Finally, Lin Xilan also fell asleep, and as a result, a few little guys began to call his father outside to come out to play. Alas, that is, Yang Chen's current realm has reached the realm of transformation god. The physique is also extraordinary. Otherwise, you really can't stand it. However, these 10 days are not only plowing, but no harvest. The stomach that had been silent in the cold rain smoke finally moved. He is going to have children again, and he is going to be a father again. Xuantian sect on the Tongtian Peak. Zhan Chuyin took out a white jade array platform. Exudes bursts of spatial fluctuations. The material of the white jade array platform is extraordinary, flowing with white fluorescence, and the rune formation engraved on it is more mysterious and complex than the last time. Yang Chen stared at it for a moment, and found that Yuanshan was a little tired. Seeing this, Zhan Chuyin immediately said, the northern spirit domain and the land of Zhongzhou are a million miles away, and there's a vast sea area in the middle, and there's no space for each other to teleport the great array. Ordinary people come and go, can only fly, in vain time. This space array platform can span a million miles away and directly reach Zhongzhou. Xiao Chen, the Tao of space is an extremely mysterious and complex of all the Tao of cultivation. Space formations, inscriptions, and the requirements for the power of the Yuan God are extremely high. If you want to learn, Master can teach you slowly in the future. Zhan Chuyin said and winked at Yang Chen. It's just that there's a little resentment in his eyes. Because she had absorbed Yang Chen's origin chi before and refined it thoroughly, she went to the Holy Sun Peak to find Yang Chen. As a result, I listened to a good play outside the main hall. This little guy is worthy of the supreme Yang physique. The combat effectiveness turned out to be so strong. Brother, looking at the jade platform that exuded the aura of space, Jinger was a little scared, shouted weakly, and then grabbed Yang Chen's arm. This time to the Dao Heaven Holy Land, although Yang Chen did not bring Lin Xilan's daughters, he brought her with him. Because Jinger possessed a pure spiritual holy body, now as she grew up, her physique also completely awakened. The horror of the pure spirit body also began to appear. Now Jinger, it can be said that between one breath and one inhale, he is automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into his own cultivation. And the physique is extremely pure, without the slightest dirt, like the darling of heaven and earth. This kind of physique, even in the Dao Heaven Holy Land, is also a supreme physique. Continuing to stay in Zhan Tianzong was a waste of her physique. Zhan Chuyin's beautiful eyes smiled, and the jade hand touched Jinger's head. Jinger don't need to be afraid, the spatial attainment of the senior sister is very high and the spatial teleportation array is very safe. Saying that, he looked at Zhan Lingchuang again. A small northern spirit domain is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Xiao Chen's supreme yang physique is just that, there's even such a pure spirit holy body as Jinger. If you were born in the Dao Heavenly Holy Land 8,000 years ago, I'm afraid that the position of the holy daughter now already belongs to her, and you don't have to be so busy. The pure spirit Eucharist has entered the ranks of the Eucharist. Even compared to the pure yang holy body, the supreme yang physique is not inferior in the slightest. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the pure spirit saint body is extremely fast, and there is basically no realm bottleneck. If he cultivated for 1,000 years, his current realm would definitely be above Zhan Lingchuang. Hearing this, the corners of Zhan Lingchuang's mouth skimmed. I know that the second sister is connotating herself. But she didn't bother to compare her talent with a girl. Besides, this is still the sister of his own disciple. Second sister, hurry up and open the teleportation. Time has been delayed for a long time, Zhan Lingchuang said impatiently. Zhan Chuyin smiled slightly, then the jade hand waved a ray of light, and the teleportation array suddenly lit up, and layers of space ripples pervaded, and finally formed a spatial light gate. Yang Chen took Jinger's hand and walked into it. Then, there was a whirlwind. 2 days later, after a spatial transfer, they came to the Dao Heaven Holy Land. The turquoise space shattered abruptly. The figures of Yang Chen and several people appeared directly in the sky. Who is visiting my Dao Heavenly Holy Land? Perhaps sensing spatial fluctuations, a thick voice mixed with majestic true chi sounded, and coercive pressure fell instantly. Yang Chen's heart froze. Because of this coercion, even he felt a lot of pressure. This must be a cultivator of the void refining realm. Moreover, it will not be as simple as in the early days of refining. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing gold armor appeared in front of Yang Chen. Seeing Zhan Chuyin, he immediately handed over his hand. It turns out that Lord Zanfeng is back. Disrespect, disrespect. The golden-armored middle-aged man said, his gaze resting on Zhan Lingchuang. Hands off, I've seen Lingchuang Fairy. Senior brother Jin, the millennium is gone. Zhan Lingchuang also gave up slightly. I haven't seen it for 1,000 years, Lingchuang Fairy still remembers the name under it, and it is an honor to be under it. This time the battle for the position of the Holy Lady, congratulations to Lingchuang Fairy in advance. Oh, thank you. Zhan Lingchuang smiled slightly and did not say much. Who are these two? At this time, the middle-aged golden armor looked at Yang Chen and Jinger. This is my disciple and his sister, Zhan Lingchuang explained. It turned out to be a disciple of the fairy. No wonder he has the cultivation of the fourfold transformation of gods at a young age, what a young talent. The golden-armored middle-aged man smiled slightly at Yang Chen and complimented. At this time, Zhan Chuyin took out a flying spirit boat, carrying a few of them towards the vast mountain peak and sea of clouds. Mountains over 10,000 feet high. Clouds of aura condensation gathered halfway up the mountain. Cranes and birds hover in the air, spreading their wings and flying. Brother, the heaven and earth aura here is so rich. Even richer than Zhan Tianzong. Jinger on the side stood on the deck of the Lingzhou, shook her dizzy little head, and then said. Her pure spirit body was very sensitive to the perception of heaven and earth Reiki. Yang Chen nodded. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here is indeed much richer than that of Zhan Tianzong. Jinner, it has been 1,000 years since I left the Dao Heaven Holy Land for my master, and this time when I come back, I will visit many elders and some relatives and friends. You go with the teacher. After the flying boat traveled some distance, Zhan Lingchuang said. She wanted Yang Chen to go with her, so that she could expand Yang Chen's network and facilitate her cultivation in the Dao Heaven Holy Land in the future. Second, she will be busy during this time, and she can also find a stable senior for this rebel to take with her. Otherwise, Jinner has been staying with her second sister Zhan Chuyin. She was a little worried. I always feel that the second sister looks at Chen'er's eyes Nomos as a little wrong. However, Yang Chen shook his head. Master, you better go by yourself. I just experienced space teleportation, my head is a little groggy, and I want to go to my aunt's place to rest. You, okay. Zan Lingshuang glared at Yang Chen helplessly. This traitor is now becoming more and more disobedient. Then he directly flashed and disappeared on the spirit boat. Xiaochen, is your head really groggy? Zan Chuyin laughed a little playfully on the side. The flying boat shuttled through the sea of clouds, the breeze blew, and the moon robe was clinging to the delicate body. The plump and graceful figure was immediately perfectly outlined. If it is usual, even if you practice hard for 100 years, you will not be able to reach such a situation. Chuzai's voice was full of joy. From the Yuan baby 1 weight, it was directly upgraded to the Yuan baby 7-fold. It only took a month. This realm-breaking speed is also too exaggerated. Chushi got up and put on a purple long skirt to cover the Snow White. He couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen with disgust. During this time, Brother Chen, the scoundrel, destroyed dozens of her long dresses. Yang Chen's face showed a hint of playfulness, walked to Chuzai's side, reached out to stroke her soft blue silk, and said with a smile. Sire, in the future, if we continue like that, the speed of your breakthrough will still be very fast. Hate Brother Chen. Chuzai's face turned red and he lightly slapped him on the shoulder. This month, not a single day left her idle. Yang Chen also did not expect that the sun god body and the star purple body had dual cultivation attributes. It was also because of this that he was able to stabilize the sun chi in his body so quickly. Moreover, at this time, 917 he also broke through the realm one after another, from the 7th layer of the god of transformation to the 10th layer of the god of transformation, and stepped into the peak realm of the god of transformation. Moreover, because of the destruction of his body by the sun star core, his physique has also improved a lot. Originally, his physical realm had been stuck in the 4-fold of the avatar god. Through the tempering of the sun star core, his physical body had made a big breakthrough, reaching the 7-fold level of the transformation god. The advancement of physical cultivation is more difficult. It takes various opportunities to hone the physical body in order to improve the body. Yang Chen now even wanted to make the sun star core go berserk again, and then use this method to raise the physical realm again. Although the current solar star core contained less energy, it was still no problem to help his physical body reach the peak of the avatar god. You can try this thing later. Then, outside the cave, a figure came slowly. It was Xiaodong. Looking at the cave where the formation was still intact, Xiaodong's face was particularly gloomy. It's been a month, and the dog man and woman haven't come out yet. Are they ready to live in it for the rest of their lives? Chu Shi, you slut. Yang Chen, how cool is that bastard to you? You actually stayed with him inside for a whole month. Xiaodong's face was full of jealousy. This month, he will come over every day to see if the two people inside have come out. But as a result, every time it made blood drip from his heart. Every time he came, he could hear the intermittent chirping of orioles from the cave. Not to mention, when he was away, it's been a month. Chuzai's slut had long since turned into the shape of Yang Chen's bastard inside and out. Damn dog men and women, you two better die inside. Xiaodong cursed angrily in his heart. This month, he was not without gains. On a mountain peak not far from here, he found an ancient cave mansion. And gained its heritage. Now his cultivation has not only reached the 7th heaven of Jinden. It is also the practice ACDE left by that senior. Gluttonous devouring heavenly work. It can devour the origin and cultivation of the monk. Devouring the origin can turn him into a gluttonous demon body. The gluttonous demon body was a divine body level physique, which was much stronger than his pure Yang Saint body. In devouring the other party's cultivation can directly improve his cultivation realm. This exercise is simply against the sky. As long as he succeeds in cultivation, in the future, he must crush Yang Chen's damn bastard into 10,000 pieces. Let Chu Shi, a slut, live in regret for the rest of his life. Xiaodong thought hatefully, and in his eyes, a gluttonous giant beast emerged. However, he immediately covered it up. Then, a stream of light came from the sky. The light dissipated. A plump and graceful back is revealed. A moon robe, blue silk high. It exudes a faint moonlight. Full of holiness, nobility. It's like the moon god coming to earth. Just a back, it makes people's eyes hot and their hearts are surging. Zan Choyan, this old slut, really broke through the convergence realm, and the thunder tribulation didn't kill her. After reaching the realm of conformity, the temperament on the body is actually more holy and noble. I don't know, I really think this old lady is some kind of holy fairy. It's actually just a shameless old slut who gets along with the junior. Xiaodong cursed angrily in his heart, but the next few words of Zan Choyan made him almost vomit blood. Xiaodong, haven't Yang Chen and your sister come out this month? These two people, really, don't know moderation. Yang Chen's little bastard is okay, can Chu Shi bear it? Ah, slut, Xiaodong roared in his heart. Zan Choyan's words can be said to have poured salt on his wound mouth. However, he knew that at this moment, he could not show any dissatisfaction. Otherwise, once he provokes Zan Choyan, an old slut, his own life will not be saved. Wait, when I cultivate gluttony and devour the heavens, the first thing is to kill Yang Chen, and the second thing is to crush you old slut in the crotch and ravage. Xiaodong could only think angrily in his heart. Over and over again, I fantasized about tearing the white moon robe to shreds. Then, the formation light curtain, which had not changed, suddenly produced dow ripples. Then, two figures walked out of it. It was Yang Chen and Chu Shi. As soon as Yang Chen came out, his eyes were attracted by Zan Choyan. Zan Choyan, who had broken through the realm, exuded a more holy temperament at this time. That layer of faint moonlight, combined with the white moon robe, made her like a goddess in the moon. Congratulations to the master for breaking the realm and merging away, and the demeanor is even better than in the past. Yang Chen congratulated, but his gaze was wandering back and forth on Zan Choyan. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene of the two people treating each other frankly in the cave before. That touch of whiteness really made him unforgettable for the rest of his life. When he injected energy into Chuzai's body before, that whiteness still appeared in his mind from time to time. The stimulation for him can be imagined. HMPH. Zan Choyan noticed Yang Chen's presumptuous eyes and couldn't help but snort softly. But did not interrupt him either. This little bastard had seen her all over the cave before. Not bad for these two eyes. Zan Choyan's gaze stayed on Chu Shi at this time. Full of surprise. Yuan baby Shichi, how did you break through so many realms in a month? Zan Choyan was surprised, because a month ago, Chu Shi was only in the realm of the Yuan infant. Master, me, Chu Shi wanted to explain. However, thinking of the way to break through one after another, his face couldn't help but blush. It's hard to talk about. Senior and junior sister Chu Shi naturally has her own chance, so don't ask more. Yang Chen said at this time, relieving Chu Shi. Zan Choyan's beautiful eyes widened at him. She is not stupid, naturally she can see that the reason why Chu Shi broke through so many realms, 80% is from this little bastard. At this time, a light talisman rushed to the edge of the sky. Zhang Chuyan's jade hand reached out and directly squeezed the light talisman in his hand. The divine soul glanced at it and then said to Yang Chen. It's a letter from the Holy Lord. Ask if you little bastard is safe. HMPH, you have a big face. When I met with the Holy Lord, I was remembered. Zero asked for flowers. Zhang Chuyan said in a strange tone. Holy Lord, Yang Chen's mind suddenly saw that blurry figure in that pair of jade-like palms. Master, don't joke. It is estimated that Chinger has not seen me for a long time, and has been arguing to see me, so the Holy Lord will ask you. Cut. Zhang Chuyan pouted. Okay, it's time for us to return to the Holy Land. Now that this seed has broken through into the Harmony Dao realm and turned into the bright moon holy body, it's time to fight for something in the Holy Land. Zhang Chuyan said, and an ambitious light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Senior Aunt, you don't want to compete with my master for the position of Holy Daughter, do you? Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little worried. Cut. How can you claim to the position of a saintly woman? What this seed wants, HMPH, you don't understand after telling you. I know in my heart that I think of your master. Zhang Chuyan snorted coldly, stopped speaking, walked to the side and began to arrange the spatial teleportation array. Yang Chen was a little confused. This beautiful woman, why did her tone suddenly become cold? I just mentioned a mouthful of masters. Wouldn't she be jealous of her performance? Zhang Chuyan's strength has reached the convergence realm, and his grasp of the power of space is obviously stronger. In just a few moments, a spatial array was arranged. The light lit up, and bursts of space rippled. Chu Shi glanced at the cave behind him with some complicated eyes. She and Brother Chen lived here for a month without shame and irritability. Suddenly left, and a little reluctant. And inside, there was also a lot of long skirts that she had been torn apart by Brother Chen. Everywhere in the cave, there are traces of her and Brother Chen. Yang Chen sensed Chu Zai's expression, so he added a layer of enchantment at the mouth of the cave. Okay, Zaire, no one will come in here in the future, and when we have time in the future, we will come here to remember the memories of 580. Quote. I hate you, Brother Chen. Chu Shi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, glanced at Yang Chen and then snuggled into his arms. Zaire, Brother Chen. Xiaodong on the side heard Yang Chen's address to his sister, and a touch of resentment suddenly surged in his heart again. Chu Shi, you slut. Dog men and women, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. The space fluctuated. Several people appeared again and had already arrived at the gate of the Daoshan Holy Land Mountain. The distance of hundreds of thousands of miles crossed in an instant. This method is really terrifying. Zhang Chuyan noticed the exclamation in Yang Chen's eyes, and couldn't help but say a little proudly. Now that the strength of the seed has reached the convergence realm, the mastery of the power of space has also increased several times. If it weren't for the great array of guardian sect in the Holy Land, and the spatial structure was solid, the seed could be directly teleported to the Yu Peak. Looking at the entire Zhongzhou, there are few people who can surpass the main seed in the way of space. Master Ant is powerful. Yang Chen gave a thumbs up, and then said with a smile. That little nephew will have to ask his master more in the future. HMPH, you have been under this name since you stepped into Yu Peak, the key is that you have consulted. Zhang Chuyan gave him a blank look. Yang Chen suddenly said with some helplessness. The little nephew also wants to ask the cultivation of the Tao of space, key master Ant you every time. Shut up, Zhang Chuyan hurriedly interrupted him. The beautiful eyes glared at him with some embarrassment. This little bastard doesn't have a door to talk to. When Yang Chen saw her like this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of water. The master is still the same senior Ant. He did not turn his face on him because he had broken through to the convergence realm, because he had no use value. You can still play together as happily as before. She is still a teacher. He is still a little nephew. Oblivious. Chu Shi, you go back to Yu Peak first. Hansa and Yang Chen are going to the Dao Heavenly Temple. Zhang Chuyan said something to Chu Shi, and then directly grabbed Yang Chen's arm, took one step, and disappeared in place. On the peak of the moon, Xiaodong, the sun star core is now in my star eyes. I can help you heal the origin of the pure young holy body. Without further ado, let's get started. Chu Shi said to Xiaodong. Although this younger brother now makes her less and less disliked, it is her own brother after all. If it can help him condense his origin, she will naturally do it. However, Xiaodong gave her a cold look. No need. Xiaodong really doesn't need to condense the origin now. Because, his scattered origin had been devoured by his own gluttonous heaven-devouring skill. Moreover, now his physique, because of devouring the scattered origin and some of the origins left by that senior, the strength of his physique is not much inferior to the holy body. And, it can continue to get stronger. In the future, it will evolve into a gluttonous demon body comparable to the divine body. At that time, I will shave Yang Chen's bastard in front of you. Xiaodong's heart was fierce. Look at a valley not far from Yu Peak 0. It was called Fallen Valley. It was the burial place of countless Dao Heavenly Holy Land elder disciples. The reason why he returned to the Dao Heaven Holy Land this time was also for this place. Here, however, there are many corpses buried. Although there were no funeral items, he did not need them either. What he wanted was the physical origin that remained in those corpses. As long as his gluttonous heaven-devouring skill has enough origin, he can quickly evolve into a gluttonous demon body. Sister, I'll ask you one last time. If you were to choose between Yang Chen and me, who would you choose? Xiaodong suddenly asked at this time. Chu Shi looked startled. Xiaodong, my sister and brother Chen really love each other. Okay, I know. Xiaodong's eyes were gloomy. Directly interrupted Chu Zai's explanation. Cursed in my heart, slut, I'm going to make you regret it sooner or later. Let you kneel in front of me with Zhang Chuyan, an old slut, and repent. Xiaodong, you don't always have so much hostility towards brother Chen, if it weren't for him. Woohoo. At this time, Chu Shi originally wanted to persuade Xiaodong not to always be hostile to Yang Chen, but suddenly, his throat was dry and gagging. Inside the stomach, it seems that acid water is about to rush up. 4.3 She hurriedly bent over and covered her mouth. What's wrong with you? Xiaodong asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Suddenly there was a pang of nausea, and my stomach seemed to be pantothenic acid. Strange, I have already reached the Yuan infant sevenfold realm, how can I still have this symptom? Chu Shi was also a little surprised. However, hearing her explanation, Xiaodong's face gradually became gloomy. Disgusting, retching. This stepping on the horse, could it be that the sister is pregnant? Pregnant, bastard, Xiaodong roared in his heart. Both fists couldn't help but clench. His face instantly turned hideous. His gaze was fixed on Chu Zai's stomach. The dogman and woman were in the cave for a month. Doing that kind of thing, this month has hardly stopped. Pregnancy, not surprising. Chu Shi, you slut. Yang Chen, I sound Nima, I will definitely smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces when I step on the horse. Xiaodong's heart was full of anger. Originally, my sister changed into the shape of Yang Chen's bastard this month. But now, she is pregnant with his sinful seed. Xiaodong looked at Chu Zai's lower abdomen, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. A hoarse low roar faintly sounded from the body. On the body, a black glow emerged, faintly gathering into a gluttonous shadow. This momentum startled Chu Qi on the side. Hurriedly took a few steps back, and the purple qi on his body was pervasive, protecting his body. What do you want to do? Why is the breath on your body radiating a cold darkness? What's wrong with you? Hearing Chu Zai's voice, Xiaodong suddenly came back to his senses. Hurriedly suppressed the gluttonous giant O3 beast in his heart. I was so excited just now that I almost exposed myself. Now his strength is only in the golden pill realm, so he must be for Baran. It is absolutely not possible to expose the cultivation of gluttonous heaven-swallowing skills. But in my heart, I really hate it when I think that my sister is pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard. Ding! Xiaodong found out that Chu Qi was pregnant, his mood collapsed, and he plundered Xiaodong's luck value of 2,000 points, and the host obtained a villain value of 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen, who had just entered the Dao Heavenly Temple, heard the sound of the system at this time, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a touch of playfulness and surprise. Chu Qi is pregnant. Although he had been output uninterrupted for a month, he was pregnant, which was still a little unexpected to him. And, now there is a reaction. That means that I was pregnant almost the first time. It seems that junior sister Chu Qi is also fertile. However, junior brother Xiaodong found out that his sister was pregnant. Why be so sad? After all, you're going to be an uncle. Oblivious, in the temple of Daotian, as soon as Yang Chen entered, Junior saw him and hurriedly ran over. Brother, the little girl threw herself directly into his arms. Brother, it's been a month, I thought something happened to you. Junior choked up. What can my brother do? This month, my brother has improved his cultivation a lot. Okay, don't cry, Junior. Yang Chen comforted Junior a few words. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, in the main hall, a cold snort sounded. Yang Chen followed the voice. I saw a handsome young man who was a little enchanting, looking at him with a gloomy face. Beside him, there was also a woman. The face is beautiful, the city is beautiful. Both of them had fair faces and exuded a jade-like brilliance. The temperament on his body is even more holy than Zhan Choyan. Junior wrinkled her nose at this time and whispered. Brother, I don't like him, but he is the nephew of Master Venerable, and he has been pestering me all this time. Oh, hearing this, Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. His gaze glanced towards the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord on the high seat of the hall. This strange young man is her nephew. Then that is to say, this demon youth is also a jade beauty race. No wonder he looks so handsome and enchanting. However, this guy wants to hit Jinger's idea. If so, then don't blame yourself for being unkind. Holy Lord, at this time, Zhan Choyan, who was beside Yang Chen, bowed. Yes, this time you went to the meteorite mountain range. It can be regarded as an indirect harvest of an opportunity, helping you reach the convergence realm, and since then, my Dao Heavenly Holy Land has added another 8 power. This is the Yukong seal you asked for earlier, and the seed counts when he speaks. The Dao Heavenly Saint Lord's voice was light and ethereal. As if it is close at hand, as if it is far away. As soon as the words fell, a silver square seal appeared in midair. With the appearance of the square seal, the surrounding space was like a wave of water, rippling layer by layer, spreading to the entire hall. Seeing this silver square seal, a touch of surprise appeared on Zhan Choyan's jade face. Hurriedly stepped forward and took it in his hand. But at this time, the demon young man spoke. And, the Yukong seal is a space holy weapon, and it is also one of the Junzan holy artifacts of my Dao Heavenly Holy Land, and it was once on a par with the Yin Yang mirror. Although the Lord of Yu Peak has reached the convergence realm, isn't it too rash to give her the Yukong seal based on this alone? Moreover, since the return of the holy daughter Lingshuang Fairy, the style of the people of the Zhan family has also become more arrogant and domineering, and now the major elders and peak lords of the Holy Land have a lot of complaints about the Zhan family. Nephew is worried that if he gives the Yukong seal to the Lord of Yu Peak again, I'm afraid that the major elders of the Holy Land will be dissatisfied. Hearing this, Zhan Choyan suddenly stopped. The beautiful eyes glanced at the enchanting youth unkindly. Yuzun, what do you mean? The Yukong seal is a space holy weapon. In this heavenly holy land, is it possible that there are still people who have more spatial attainments than this seed? Now that the main seed has broken through the realm, how can you not take charge of the Yukong seal? Could it be that you think that you can take charge with your attainment in the path of space? As Zhan Choyan shouted, ripples of space appeared in front of the enchanting youth. The demon youth was immediately forced to take a few steps back. Presumptuous. At this time, the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord drank deeply and stood up. All the spatial ripples in the hall disappeared and returned to normal. And Yukong Yin also resuspended on the high platform where she was. Chu Yun, what Zuner said is not unreasonable. The people of your Zhan family have been acting too domineering lately. If you give the Yukong seal again, the rest of the elders will inevitably have whispers. The Dao Heavenly Saint Lord said, and walked down from the high platform 283. Now that the Holy Lady of the Holy Land has been decided, the position of the Holy Sun has always been vacant. Saint Zhan Lingshuang is in charge of the Yin Yang mirror. In the future, the Holy Sun must also have a corresponding holy weapon. Yukong Yin, let the future Holy Sun be in charge. Holy Lord, the future Holy Sun, shouldn't it be your nephew Yuzun? Zhan Choyan endured his anger and said in a deep voice. Who the future Holy Sun is, this seat does not know. This seat has decided that after half a year, the Holy Sun Great Contest will begin. All cultivators under the age of 1500 in the Dao Heaven Holy Land can participate. The first one is great, and he is established as the Son of God. Lord of Yu Peak, what do you think? The Dao Heavenly Saint Lord was in a fog, unable to see the expression on his face, but his voice was still ethereal, and he didn't know whether he was happy or angry. And as she walked slowly, the aura revealed on her body gradually increased. Yang Chen suddenly felt his shoulders sink, and the true chi in his body seemed to be about to stagnate. The layer of fog that shrouded the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord, at this time, as her momentum bloomed, the fog began to drift. Inadvertently, a pair of jade-like palms and a touch of snow white on the neck were revealed. Through that snow-white skin, Yang Chen judged that this Heavenly Saint Lord was not an old woman who only maintained her palm, but a standard beautiful woman. Lord of Yu Peak, what do you think? As the Dao Heaven Saint Lord slowly approached, Zhan Choyan only felt a rushing pressure rushing towards him. It's just that this pressure, even if she has broken through to the convergence realm now, is still difficult to resist. His face couldn't help but turn pale. The strength of the Holy Lord. It's really terrifying. No wonder grandfather, as a great elder, had to stoop under her for 4,000 or 5,000 years in the Dao Heaven Holy Land. And she can see it at this time, today as a bureau against her. To put it bluntly, Yukong Yin didn't want to give it to her at all. It was just that he used the mouth of the Jade Venerable to say the meaning of the Holy Lord. Moreover, the Holy Sun Dabi, only 1,500 monks under the age of 1,500 can participate. Wouldn't that be clearly for her nephew Yuzun? Zan Choyin was forced to endure anger in her heart. She has been thinking about this Yukong seal for a long time. Originally, I thought that if the strength reached the convergence realm, it would be obtained. But now, damn it, the Lord of Yu Peak, the Holy Lord has already spoken. Can it be that you still have different opinions? Isn't it, you and the Zan family don't put the Holy Lord in their eyes anymore? HMPH, although your Zan family is an ancient clan that created the Dao Heaven Holy Land, the ancestor of my Jade clan is the founding ancestor of the Dao Heaven Holy Land. Today's Dao Heaven Holy Land is still my Jade clan who has the final say. Yuzun said coldly. In the face of such a powerful figure as Zan Choyin, he was not afraid at all. You can't find death. Zan Choyin was already suppressing the anger in her heart at this moment. Yuzun also dared to provoke her. Is it really true that Zan Choyin is a bully? What's more, his Zan family is not afraid of the Jade clan. Boom. Zan Choyin did not use spatial means, but a bright moon rose behind him. Bright moonlight sprinkled the entire hall, squeezed towards Yuzun. HMPH. Yuzun snorted coldly. The white jade light on the body shines. The whole person is like incarnated jade, crystal clear, brilliant and bright. On his body, a divine aura emanated. It is like a god in the dust, and all living beings are to worship. Body of the Holy Spirit. Zan Choyin exclaimed. Good. Zan Choyin, what if you turned into the bright moon holy body? In front of my Holy Spirit body is no more than Earl. Break it for me, Yuzun pointed out. The holy divine radiance condensed into a spear and directly pierced the bright moon that was coming towards him. Yang Chen's eyes condensed slightly. Through Yuzun's shot just now, he could also see it. This guy's strength is probably around the middle of her fighting. It is far from Zan Choyin's strength. However, his physique seems to be extremely special. There seems to be a kind of suppression of the bright moon Eucharist. This can shatter the bright moon with one blow. This surprised Yang Chen. Because the bright moon holy body is already a holy body level physique. Alright, Zuner. At this time, the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord drank lightly and then said. The determination of this seat has been decided. Half a year later, the Holy Sun Dabi. The one with the first strength will be established as the Holy Sun, and in the future, he will lead the young generation of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land, and the Yukong Yin will also be in charge of it. Yang Chen could see that Zan Choyin's face was very ugly at the moment. It's no wonder that when did the Lord of the Dark Moon Peak be so depressed. Even when he tried his best to take advantage, he was also half pushed. Unlike at this moment, he was completely bullied by the two aunts and nephews in front of him. Ding, it has been detected that Xiao Dongqi's luck value has been less than 5,000, and he is no longer the child of destiny, and now a new child of destiny has been detected. The analysis is as follows. Closing square bracket. At this time, in Yang Chen's mind, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. A new son of heavenly destiny has been detected, Jade Venerable. Closing square bracket. Features, carrying the body of the Holy Spirit, the purest bloodline of the Jade beauty race for hundreds of thousands of years flows in the body, and after 600 years of cultivation, he has entered the refining void realm, and in the same rank, he has not met an opponent, determined to walk out of his own invincible road, and named himself Jade Zun. Closing square bracket. There are two heroines who belong to Yuzun, the son of heavenly destiny, his aunt Yorong and his cousin Yuxuan. Closing square bracket. Note, Yuzun has a deep possessiveness for his cousin Yuxuan. He was raised by his aunt Yorong, and he has an extraordinary desire to protect his aunt Yorong. Current gas luck value, 30,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well. Hearing the systematic Monojiao voice in his mind, Yang Chen was suddenly stunned. The new child of destiny, Jade Zun, junior brother Xiaodong is not dead, and a new son of heavenly destiny has emerged. The pace of Zhongzhou is fast. However, determined to walk out of the invincible road, there is no opponent in the same rank. Is this guy an invincible male protagonist? And Yu has a face. This should be the name of the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord. Jade has grace, and tolerance is great. I don't know if this Dao Heavenly Saint Lord is worthy of his name. Oblivious, Yang Chen's eyes looked at the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord with some playfulness. However, his gaze was detected by Yuzun. Presumptuous. Yuzun drank coldly. He had already seen Yang Chen unhappy. A wilderness boy who came out of the northern spirit domain was actually valued so highly by his aunt. He also gave him one of the only 3 Dao Heavenly Orders in the Dao Heaven Holy Land. Chinger, his aunt's own disciple, even called him brother and was very affectionate with him. This made him very unhappy with Yang Chen. Now, this kid dared to look at his aunt with that kind of disrespectful look. They were all men, but he knew very well where Yang Chen was looking at his aunt just now. Can't bear it. Today must give this kid a little color. Yuzun's eyes closed and then opened them sharply. A divine soul power shot out from his eyes. The divine soul power instantly turned into countless 803 sharp swords, surging towards Yang Chen from all directions. Every sword is mixed with holy brilliance, as if it can purify everything in the world. He wanted to use the divine soul attack to subdue Yang Chen with a surprise move. Made, Yang Chen cursed secretly in his heart. He just glanced at it, but he couldn't see anything through the clouds. There's something wrong with this stupidity, right? It's not your own mother again. Can't you look at your aunt? At the beginning, Yunur and Howard listened to the good drama starring Lao Su, and they were not as excited as you. You are so impatient now. What if you listen to the good drama starring me and your aunt in the future? Not alive then. Xiaochen, be careful. Zan Choyin drank low at this time. Hurriedly wanted to help. However, a step has already been over. The divine soul sword rain had already wrapped Yang Chen ADFD from all directions. However, in the face of Yuzun's divine soul attack, Yang Chen did not have the slightest fear. A 9-colored divine soul energy emerged from his eyebrows. It turned into an energy shield and directly wrapped him. Boom! Divine soul swords in all directions slammed into the 9-colored energy shield. But it didn't break it. At this time, a golden flame appeared on the energy shield. Directly burned all the divine soul swords into nothingness. What? The divine soul sword rain is formed by the divine soul power of the Jade Venerable. It was directly burned clean by the golden flame released by Yang Chen. Suddenly made his face pale. The loss of divine soul power was too much, and the Genshin was traumatized. Abominable. A junior, how come? Yuzun couldn't believe it. A junior in the transformation god realm was already very unexpected when he resisted his divine soul attack. He could even burn his divine soul power in an instant. How is this possible? The divine soul power he lost just now would take at least a year or 2 to recover. Damn it. HMPH, a cultivator who refining the void quadruple used the divine soul secret technique to sneak up on the cultivator of the transformation god, but he was injured. Hee, what a shame. This kind of person is also worthy to be the holy son of my Dao Heavenly Holy Land. The first one in this seat is not convinced. At this time, Zan Choyin on the side seized the opportunity and mocked a few words. You, good boy, Hansa underestimated you. Yuzun's face was gloomy. Ding, the host burned part of the divine soul power of Yuzun, causing his Yuan god to be injured, and his invincible state of mind was shaken, plundering the son of heaven's destiny. Yuzun's luck value was 1000 points, and the host obtained 1000 villain points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth suddenly evoke a hint of playfulness. This plunders 1000 points of gas luck. This invincibility is too easy to shake. It seems that the invincible son of heavenly destiny is easier to deal with than the traditional son of destiny. Although his cultivation improved rapidly during this time, his Yuanshan cultivation has not fallen, and the nine-colored Lingling has released divine soul energy and has been improving and nourishing his Yuanshan all the time. And his divine soul power is composed of 9 energies such as thunder flame, which is quite powerful. Coupled with the golden flame of the sun god body, it also has a strengthening effect on the burning of the divine soul power. Yuzun had just attacked him with the divine soul secret technique, wanting to take him down in an instant. I really shot myself in the foot. Zuner, Yang Chen is a noble guest of my Jade clan, how can he do it at will? The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord reprimanded at this time. And he just now. Yuzun wanted to explain, this bastard just blasphemed your aunt with his eyes. Okay, however, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord directly interrupted him. Since Yang Chen is fine, this time the seed will not worry about you. In the future, I must get along well with Yang Chen, and I must not commit it again. Yes, my nephew knows. Although Yuzun said that he knew, his eyes were still full of hostility when he looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was also a little surprised. This Heavenly Saint Lord should have discovered his playful eyes just now. However, now she has learned a lesson about her nephew, who is still traumatized for her. This beautiful woman, what the, Yang Chen, this time let the Lord of Yu Peak bring you, is the main seat looking for you. Come with Hansa. Saying that, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord turned around and walked towards the back hall. Yang Chen followed, the back hall of the Tao Heavenly Temple. The figure of the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord in the mist stood in front of Yang Chen. I can't see my face clearly, and I can't see my figure clearly. But because of the closer, Yang Chen could smell a faint fragrance. This fragrance is different from the fragrance of flowers and plants. It is a fragrance similar to that of heaven and earth. It smells pleasant. Yang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash a faint golden light. Presumptuous. Sharply, a low drink. Then, Yang Chen's eyes sting. Yang Chen, you are too presumptuous. Feng Kai didn't think about you in the main hall, and now you dare to use the secret method to peek at this seat. Do you want to die? Tao Heaven Saint Lord's voice was a little cold. Yang Chen felt that his body was covered by killing intent. It's as if it will disappear at any moment. But soon, the intention dissipated. If there is a next time, it will not be spared. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord said coldly. Then the jade-like palm stretched out. You take out a drop of essence blood and hand it to the Hansa. Hearing this, Yang Chen looked slightly startled. I don't know what the essence blood of the main disciple of the Holy Spirit is for. Hansa needs to be tested. It won't hurt you. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord was a little impatient. Yang Chen did not continue to ask and took out a drop of essence blood. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord looked at the drop of essence blood that was as brilliant as a golden gem, which exuded a strong divine aura. The voice couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is divine blood. It seems that your physique is not a holy body, but a divine body. Hansa really didn't guess wrong. Yang Chen, this seed will not ask you what kind of physique you are, but this seed has a favor and needs your help. Oh, Yang Chen was a little surprised. The Heavenly Saint Lord, just releasing his own coercion, forced a strong woman like Zhan Choyin to break the strong man who swallowed his teeth into his stomach. Want him to help. I wonder what the Saint Master Disciple is doing to help. Yang Chen asked. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord did not answer directly, but opened his mouth and said. Feng Kai is in the main hall. The woman standing next to Yuzun, named Yuxuan, is the first beauty of our Jade clan, and she is also the top of the list of Tao Heaven Holy Land fairies. What do you think of her? Yuxuan, top of the fairy list. Yang Chen smiled. It's beautiful indeed. Deserve to be at the top of the fairy list. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord said in a deep voice at this time. Yang Chen, if the seed wants your help, it has something to do with her. It's not a secret, my Jade clan is called the Jade Beauty clan, but after the Holy Spirit, like the Zhan family, they are all ancient clans who created the Tao Heaven Holy Land together. Since the establishment of the Holy Land, my Jade Beauty clan has been intermarried internally in order to ensure the purity of the Holy Spirit bloodline in my body. But after all, millions of years have passed, and the bloodline of the Holy Spirit handed down by the ancestors of the Holy Spirit has finally thinned down after thousands of generations. In the past tens of thousands of years, ordinary people without the bloodline of the Holy Spirit have been born one after another in the clan. Zero asked for flowers. Therefore, we urgently need a strong physique to help my clan revive its bloodline. And since the first time the seed saw you, I found that the bloodline aura on your body is relatively close to my clan's bloodline. So, Hansa wants to borrow your bloodline for use. Borrow my bloodline for use. Yang Chen was a little confused, and couldn't help but ask. I don't know the Holy Lord, how do I borrow it? The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord said directly. It's simple for you, you and Yuxuan can give birth to a few heirs. Giving birth to an heir. Yang Chen's eyes widened. Good, you don't suffer a loss in this matter. Yuxuan is the top of the fairy list, her reputation is far and wide, and the male cultivators who adore her are unknown. I, the Jade Beauty clan, have never married outsiders. If it weren't for the strength of your bloodline, I'm afraid I wouldn't have this opportunity. Hansa has already said to Yuxuan, she has no objection. After you go out, walk around with her more, get acquainted first. The tone of the Tao Heaven Saint Lord looked like Yang Chen had taken advantage. This made Yang Chen very unhappy, although Yuxuan is beautiful. But he's also handsome. Moreover, his bloodline, how can it be said that he borrows it? Even if you want to borrow, why do you need Yuxuan to borrow it? Aren't you also a woman? Can't you borrow? I don't think you're old. But, these words Yang Chen naturally only dared to mutter in his heart. If you say it directly, it is estimated that you will have to be buried in the Tao Heavenly Hall today. Although I think it is very good to let the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord personally borrow his own bloodline. However, he had to find out the specific situation of the Jade clan first. Look at his bloodline, whether it is irreplaceable. Holy Lord, that Jade Venerable is the body of the Holy Spirit, which is even stronger than the Bright Moon Holy Body. Why don't you let him multiply and strengthen the bloodline of your Jade clan? Yang Chen asked at this time. Although the Jade Venerable is the body of the Holy Spirit, the bloodline is also the most powerful in my Jade clan for more than 100,000 years. However, the bloodline of Jade Venerable, 440, is more like the last return of light of a race, and his Holy Spirit body is also formed by the use of the secret method of my race. Although the bloodline is powerful, it is difficult to pass it on. Quote. What my clan needs now is a fresh divine breath, that is, the bloodline of the Yuan dynasty. Tao Heavenly Saint Lord said slowly. So it is. Yang Chen gradually understood the current predicament of the Jade Beauty in his heart. Although the physique of the Jade Zun is strong, it is only an acquired bloodline, which belongs to the strength of returning to the light. It is difficult to strengthen the group, and it is difficult to inherit. What they need is the body of the beginning of the Yuan, that is, the first generation of bloodline. Moreover, it must be a divine body, because they need the divine breath inside. In this way, his sun god body cannot be said to be completely irreplaceable, but it is not easy to find a replacement. After all, the land of Zhongzhou, although there are countless Tianzhou. But the top Tianzhou is also the holy body level. The divine body is basically difficult to produce one in 100,000 years. In this way, Yang Chen was also a lot more bold. Holy Lord, I don't know if the Yuxuan fairy is the body of the Holy Spirit. Yang Chen asked again. Yuxuan is naturally not. To form the body of the Holy Spirit, you need to have enough bloodline strength, and use the secret method of our race, to form, even if it is my race, only two have appeared in the past 100,000 years. This is the Chinese Eucharist, do you think it's a wild vegetable on the side of the road? In the air, quote. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord's voice was a little mocking. He then explained, most people in the world only have a vague understanding of the holy body, and feel that as soon as the holy body comes out, it represents the top of the world's physique. In fact, the holy body is also divided into 3 grades according to its own strength, upper, middle and lower. Like Zan Choyin, the bright moon holy body transformed from the body of the dark moon is the weakest lower grade holy body. And Qing'er's pure spirit holy body is a middle grade holy body, even close to the upper grade holy body. And above the superior holy body is the divine body. So it is. Yang Chen nodded. This was the first time he had known this. Previously, it was only known that the Eucharist belonged to the top constitution. Unexpectedly, the Eucharist also has a specific grade. It is no wonder that after the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord knew that Qing'er was a pure spirit holy body, he immediately accepted her as a personal disciple. It turned out that Qing'er's girl's pure spirit holy body was already close to the top grade holy body. Holy Lord, you just said that the Jade clan has only produced 2 holy spirit bodies in 100,000 years. I don't know who the other one is. Yang Chen asked seriously. In fact, he already has the answer in his heart. The Tao Heavenly Saint Lord was obviously silent for a moment before he said. The other person is Hansa. It turns out that the Holy Lord still has such a powerful physique, no wonder he can control the Tao Heavenly Holy Land and become a giant in Zhongzhou. Yang Chen immediately complimented. Oh, Les, if you cultivate for 1,000 years, your achievements will definitely surpass this throne. The voice of the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord, along with Yang Chen's compliment, was also a little less majestic and more easygoing at this time. Yang Chen followed the trend and asked, the Holy Lord has been cultivating for thousands of years, I wonder if there are heirs. As soon as these words came out, the clouds and mist around the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord's body fluctuated significantly. Then, the temperature in the hall dropped sharply. Presumptuous, a cold drink, a layer of ice slag directly appeared on Yang Chen's body. Although he is a sun god, he has just reached the sun. But at this moment, the true chi seemed to be frozen. But within a few breaths, the ice residue disappeared. The cold aura on the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord gradually dissipated. The clouds and mist fluctuated, as if the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord was taking a deep breath to calm his mood. It's just a pity that you can't see how up and down her neck rises and falls with her breathing. However, the name is Yu Yorong, and I believe that the scale will not be small. Finally, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord said coldly. Since the Hansa stepped into the path of cultivation, he has been alone, where did the 0.1 air come from? This kind of boring question, don't ask it again in the future. It turns out that the Holy Lord has no son. Yang Chen suddenly looked surprised. Then he was full of doubts. Since the Holy Lord has no heirs, then the Holy Lord is so powerful in cultivation and bloodline, why should the Jade Zan Fairy be responsible for strengthening the Jade bloodline, instead of the Holy Lord yourself? If you give birth to an heir, the strength of the bloodline will definitely be far better than that of the Yuxuan Fairy. If you give birth to an heir, the strength of the bloodline will definitely be far better than that of the Yuxuan Fairy. Yang Chen said this. Suddenly, a feeling of death enveloped my heart. It was as if he would be in a different place in the next second. It was his instinctive instinct. It's not good, this beautiful woman has a killing heart. Just played. Yang Chen regretted it a little. After all, the contact time with this beautiful woman is relatively short, and I don't know her specific temper. Then, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord stretched out a crystal jade finger and pointed it at Yang Chen's eyebrows. Do you really think that you are important and that Hansa will not kill you? I didn't think about you a few times before. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson, you won't have a long memory. The words fell. The crystal jade finger released a jade white light. Yang Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the soul palace. This woman actually wanted to break through the barrier of his soul palace and enter it. Yang Chen wanted to resist. However, in the face of a unified Dao realm powerhouse, his resistance was somewhat weak. In the soul palace, Yu Bai's soul energy turned into a beautiful shadow. A jade white dress. The green silk is high, the figure is beautiful, and the body is rich and moving. Skin is jade-like with a radiant glow. The face is beautiful, and it is dignified and elegant. The temperament on the body exudes a noble majesty. At this moment, Yang Chen could also be regarded as seeing O3's true appearance. However, he was not in the mood to appreciate it at this time. Because, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord obviously condensed a Yuan God doppelganger, and his hands were rapidly sealing. Marks flew out from the fingertips. Maid, Yang Chen suddenly cursed secretly. Is this woman so vicious? This was to place a mark in the soul palace in his mind. In the future, she only needs one thought, and she will accept her punishment herself. You can even control yourself and control your life and death. This is a proper soul seal. Just said a few words casually, as for. Holy Lord, arrange soul seals for disciples. If such evil cultivation methods are passed on, are you still qualified to be the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord and take charge of the Holy Land? Yang Chen Yuanshan shouted in a deep voice while trying to destroy the mark she had arranged. This seed has no intention of controlling you, it's just that you little bastard is too presumptuous. To teach you a lesson, by the way, let you obediently serve the powerful bloodline of my Jade clan. Don't worry, this soul seal only exists for 10 years, and after 10 years, it will automatically dissipate. This seed can swear against the heavenly Tao. Yu Yorong said lightly. 10 years, maid, not for a day. Yang Chen cursed secretly in his heart. A look of madness appeared on his face. He was also angry. Is it really true that Yang Chen is a bully? How can he be willing to be controlled by others for 10 years? In that case, how else to put on a good show for you Zun? No, Zuner. Holy Lord, you forced me. Perhaps, you came just in time. I can just try it. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked a touch of coldness. And then, above the Yuan God, 9-colored rays of light burst out. Lightning, flames, frost, darkness, and so on, are intertwined. 9 colorful pores emerged from a corner of his soul palace. 9 colored rays of light emanated, causing his Yuan God to release his divine soul power to increase by a large amount. Yu Yorong was suddenly stunned. This is 9-colored ling. You kid, you still have such a treasure. No wonder you can easily wipe out Zuner's divine soul attack just now. Hansa underestimated you. The 9-colored porridge, even in Zhongzhou, is a rumored holy relic. Perhaps the growth period of Jukai Porya is not too long in Zhongzhou. However, every time it adds a color, it needs to cross a thunder disaster. The thunder tribulation is stronger and stronger every time. Colorful can be said to be the limit of 9 colorful porridges. Because in the ancient books, you can also see the records of colorful Porya. 8 colors that only appeared in ancient times. As for Jukai, it is even more a legendary existence. Such soul treasures are unbelievable in the soul palace of a small transformation god cultivator. This kid is worthy of being a sun god body, and he is really an atmospheric carrier. Yu Yorong's beautiful eyes flashed with fire. If she gets this 9-colored porridge, her cultivation will definitely break through again. Moreover, when Zhouling reaches 7 colors, it not only contains pure divine soul power, but also contains luck to cross calamity. If you take it, then you will have a greater confidence in surviving the thunder calamity. Yangchen, the seed can remove the soul seal, and today's affairs will not be calculated with you. Even, in the future, all the resources of the now heavenly holy land will be at your disposal. As long as you lend that 9-colored porridge to the seed. 9 colorful Lingling for you. Yangchen smiled when he heard this. This beautiful woman is really greedy. Unexpectedly, he stared at his 9-colored porridge. Holy Lord, you still don't have to worry about 9 colorful Ling, you better care more about yourself. Although you are in the Harmony Dao realm, you are now, but in my soul palace, this is my home field. You can come, but can you leave? Yangchen said in a deep voice. Then, there was a low drink. Heavenly demon prisoner soul. The words fell. The 9-colored divine soul energy directly formed a prison, imprisoning the rich and moving figure of Yorong inside. Huh, just you. Want to trap Hansa too? This Yuan god doppelganger is condensed by half of the Yuan god of the seed. Do you think that with your 10-fold cultivation of the transformation god, even in your soul palace, you can be worth half of the Yuan god of the main seed? Yu Yorong showed disdain. Although Yuan enters someone else's soul palace, he will be subject to restrictions everywhere. The Yuan god of the void realm cultivator entered the soul palace of the cultivator of the transformation god realm, and was killed back, although such examples were endless. But he is in the realm of the same way. Moreover, it is still the pinnacle of Edo. It was not at all comparable to Yangchen's 10-fold Yuan god. Break the Hansa. Jade has a wrong crystal finger sliding. Dozens of Yuanshan swords slashed towards the prison. These dozens of Yuanshan swords were more than 10 times more powerful than the 10 times and 100 times more powerful that Jade Zunshi had exhibited just now. However, the sword of the divine soul was cut above the prison. But it just rippled. Prison, not moving. What? Jade Yorong's dignified and majestic face was full of surprise at the moment. Look at the prison. At this moment, the original 9-colored divine soul energy turned into dark black after turning into a prison. The dark black iron pillars resembled ancient magic pillars, and it seemed that the ancient 717 inscription was engraved on them. Above the inscription, a ghost light emanated, and a heavy force of imprisonment spread out. From the top and bottom 4/6 to the bearing, layer by layer. Squeeze her in the center. This makes her a Yuan god power, at most she can only exert 3%. Abominable. What a thick power of captivity seal. And specifically for the power of the divine soul in the Yuan god. Yangchen, you actually have such a secret technique. Hansa really underestimated you. This was the second time that Yu Yorong felt that he underestimated Yangchen. This kid is far from as simple as she seems. However, even so, it can't trap Hansa. Break the Hansa. Yu Yorong can't sit still. Genshin once again condensed several attacks. Sword, Flame Dragon, Frost Spear. Stronger every time. It shook Yangchen's soul palace with a tremble, but he still didn't break the prison around him. Abominable. The powerful figure standing at the top of Zhongzhou will actually be imprisoned by a junior of the Avatar god. Yu Yorong secretly cursed in his heart. Yangchen looked at her angry look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Heavenly Demon Prisoner Soul. It was a kind of magical power that he cultivated on the Heavenly Demon Stone carving. Specifically targeting Genshin attacks. Today, Yu Yorong came in, which just gave him a chance to perform. However, it seems that this magical power is very powerful. Yu Yorong was helpless at the moment. The power of the Heavenly Demon Prisoner Soul obviously exceeded Yangchen's expectations. The Heavenly Demon Stone carved 36 styles, each of which is a heaven-shattering ghost and god technique. He comprehended this type of Heavenly Demon Prisoner Soul, and it cost him a full 4,000 chi luck points. It can be said that he spends the most chi luck value among the Heavenly Demon Stone carving divine powers he cultivates. However, the harvest is also the greatest. After all, Jade Yorong is a powerful Dao realm. Moreover, it is very likely to reach the peak of the Edo realm. After all, she just released her coercion to make Zan Choyun's beautiful woman submit. Half of the power of the Yuan god, even in his soul palace, it was not something that a cultivator with 10 layers of transformation could deal with. Not even a one-size-fits-all enemy, but relying on the magical power of the Heavenly Demon Prisoner Soul trapped her. It can be seen that this kind of magical power is against the sky. Boom! Yu Yorong struck another heavy blow, and the bright flames burned violently, condensing a bright spear and stabbing hard towards the prison demon pillar. However, the prison has not been broken. It's just a ripple. And more dark runes were stimulated, further strengthening the power of the captive seal. Yangchen, you are really a good means. Avatar cultivator can actually trap this seed. Well, this time you win. You will remove the prison, and Hansa will leave. Yu Yorong said at this time. Hearing this, Yangchen suddenly smiled. Holy Lord, you forcibly broke the disciple's soul palace and wanted to plant the soul seal. Now that I win, let the disciple let you leave. Do you think it is possible? So what do you want? Yu Yorong looked at Yangchen with some warnings. Don't forget, there are still half of the Yuan god outside the seat, and they can kill you at any time. Yes, Yangchen Han didn't care. Do you think that half of the Yuanshan outside you have not taken action? HMPH, although the Yuan god and the doppelganger are transmitted for 1,000 miles, but in this prison of mine, it is cutting off all your contact with the outside world. If you are outside, my cultivation will not reach this step, but you want to enter my soul palace, Also, my physical body, the half of the Yuan god outside you will not be destroyed, on the contrary, it will be well protected. After all, if you destroy my physical body, it will help you Jade Beauty race raise your bloodline. Yu Yorong looked stunned. I didn't expect Yangchen, this kid, to be so thoughtful. And this divine soul prison that trapped her turned out to be so strange. Not only did she lose her hands, it can even block the transmission between the Yuanshan body and the Yuanshan doppelganger. You know, her Yuan god doppelganger, but it took 1,000 years to cultivate a metamystic technique of the Jade race, and it condensed and gathered half of the power of the overall Yuan god. Between him and the Yuan god body, even if they are thousands of miles apart, thoughts can be transmitted to each other in an instant. Even the spatial barrier can't block it, but he was blocked by Yangchen, the kid Shishi divine soul prison. Where did this kid get this anti-heavenly method? Even the soul hall had never heard of such an evil technique. So what do you want? After Yu Yorong was silent for a moment, he asked in a deep voice again. The disciple showed such a means, naturally he must ensure his personal safety in the future. For example, what if the Holy Lord forcibly takes this 9-colored porridge in the future? There is also the metamystic technique performed by the disciple. What if you are also red-eyed? The seed can swear to heavenly Tao that I won't hit you with these things in the future. Jade Yorong pointed to the sky and made a gesture of bowing. However, Yang Chen smiled disdainfully. Even if it is a heavenly Tao oath, it is not impossible to violate it. Besides, if you don't rob it, you can let the other elders rob it. Holy Lord, don't use this trick of chewing words. My request is very simple, you just need to let me engrave a mark in your Yuan Shen and I will release you immediately. What, you want to engrave a mark in this Yuan God? You are so daring. Hearing Yang Chen's words, a touch of mockery and anger suddenly appeared on Yu Yorong's dignified and holy yes. There was a violent rise and fall in front of him. Yang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This scale is indeed worthy of the two words. The sea is inclusive and there is room for greatness. However, after all, this is only her Yuan God doppelganger, not the body. The Genshin doppelganger was cultivated by her own mind. But he still maintained this figure. It can be seen that Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman, is quite proud of her own scale. Yang Chen, you are so daring. Engrave a mark in the Hanzi Yuan God. Will the Hanzi be subject to you everywhere in the future? After the cultivator realm reached the realm of the transformation God, the importance of the Yuan God became more and more prominent. Physical destruction, as long as the Genshin exists, will not die. It can be said that the more advanced the realm of cultivators, the greater the importance of the Yuan God. Engraving a mark in the Genshin is also a means of controlling the other party. If it detonates the imprint, then this Yuan God, even if it is not directly destroyed, will also suffer from public creation. Although his Yuan Shen was just a Yuan Shen doppelganger, it was absolutely impossible for Yu Yorong to agree to Yang Chen. She is a powerful existence at the peak of the Tao, and the Tao heart is as strong as iron. It would be better to die than to control his Yuan God in the hands of others. If so, her Tao heart will not be frustrated, and in the future, what will she break through? It seems that the Holy Lord is unwilling. In this case, the disciple can only forcibly suppress the Holy Lord's Yuan God doppelganger. At that time, you can still engrave the imprint. Yang Chen said coldly, then the hands are sealed. The black prison suddenly shone brightly. The power of the captivity seal released by the prison continued to increase. Countless ancient inscriptions formed chains that shuttle back and forth. Yu Yorong could only dodge back and forth, prevent getting caught up in chains. However, due to the increasing strength of the captive seal, her Genshin Power 7 continues to weaken. In this way, I am afraid that it will not be long before she will be controlled by the chains. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Abominable. Jade Yorong clenched his silver teeth. I didn't expect that a peak power of the Edo was actually planted in the hands of a junior. I was really careless before. Unexpectedly, he was so confident that he directly broke through Yang Chen's soul palace barrier and entered his soul palace to imprint his soul seal. Who would have thought that this kid would have such means? Yu Yorong Jingyingdai's brows furrowed. Finally, a touch of determination and coldness flashed in his eyes. This kid doesn't know how to accept it, so bear her anger. Although performing this secret technique will cause her Yuan Shen to be injured or even directly shattered, it is better than being controlled by this little bastard. Moreover, with that 9-colored porridge, maybe she can also take the opportunity to break and stand up and go further. With the jade has a face, the palm of the crystal is printed back and forth. The jade white divine radiance on his body gradually became dazzling. Finally, the jade white divine radiance condensed into a divine shadow. The phantom seemed to be in the chaotic void, unable to see the face clearly, only revealing a lonely back. Transcendent peerless, it was like the immortal emperor coming to the dust, and the god king came into the world. All living beings are to worship. Break the Hanza. As Yu Yorong drank lowly, the phantom quickly grew. In Yang Chen's soul palace, his head was above the sky and his feet were on the ground. There seems to be chaotic air flowing around the body, and everything is destroyed and born in it. Boom, this time, the heavenly demon prison trembled. Subsequently, the originally solid magic pillar appeared out cracks. The phantom body emitted 1,000 divine light and punched the prison. Bang, large pieces of magic pillars began to break. There are 4 sides of the prison, one of which is directly broken. The shattered stone pillars and runes that emitted a glow floated throughout the soul palace. The divine light shadow seemed to have exhausted its energy at this moment and dissipated with it. Yu Yorong's face was extremely pale, and his breath instantly withered. After performing this forbidden technique, at this moment, she only felt that an extreme sense of weakness came from the depths of Yuan Shen, and several subtle cracks appeared on her arms. It was a sign that Genshin was about to shatter. This Yuan God doppelganger of hers will not be nourished for 1,000 years in the future, and I am afraid that it will be difficult to recover. Abominable Junior, actually forced Hanza to this extent. Yu Yorong gritted her teeth and looked at the 9-colored porridge suspended above Yang Chen's head. The figure moved and appeared directly in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you damn thing, you actually want to engrave a mark in this Yuan God, If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use value, this seed would have killed you now. But don't think about it in the future. This 9-colored porridge, just pay the interest you pay. Yu Yorong said a few words coldly, and then went directly to get the 9-colored porridge suspended above Yang Chen's head. Boom, at this moment, Jukai Ling suddenly emitted a dull light. The 9-colored light filled it, directly wrapping Yang Chen and Yu Yorong in it. Moreover, the bodies of the two were close to each other face to face. Yang Chen suddenly felt an astonishing touch coming from his chest. As soon as he came into contact with Yang Chen's Yuan Shen, Yu Yorong groaned. Yang Chen couldn't help but show amusement. This beautiful woman is quite sensitive. Although it is only a metagod, it is sealed with the body and mind, representing all the sensations of the physical body. But that's normal. After all, she had been cultivating alone. Counting the age, how can this beautiful woman be 3,000 or 4,000 years old? Hiss, empty for 3,000 or 4,000 years, it is no wonder that it is so sensitive. Understandable, understandable, abominable, mess with stuff. Get out of the way. His own Yuan Shen was actually attached to Yang Chen, and the strange numb feeling born at the moment of contact made Yu Yorong feel angry in his heart. She wanted to break free, but at this moment, Yuan Shen was extremely weak, and she was on the verge of fragmentation and dissipation, and she simply did not have enough strength to break free. Yang Chen, is it a ghost you did? You bold bastard, you even dared to take advantage of the cheapness of the seed. Do you want to die? Yu Yorong roared coldly. The pale face was full of anger at this time. If it weren't for the lack of strength, she would have shot Yang Chen out a long time ago. Since she stepped into the path of cultivation, no one of the opposite sex had ever been able to come into such close contact with her. Even his nephew Yuzun, who was favored by him, was only held by her hand when he was a child. But now he and Yang Chen, the bastard, stuck together in this posture. This is something she absolutely cannot endure. Feel the squeeze elasticity on your chest. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl. Holy Lord, this is really none of the disciples' business. It's completely that the nine-colored Porya has changed. But the Holy Lord, they are all Yuan gods, and they are not true bodies, so why bother so much? Besides, the disciple hasn't disliked your old cow arch and tender grass. You're not at a loss, are you? Messing with things, you really can't find death. Yu Yurong was troubled by Yang Chen's words, and the dignified jade face was even a little fierce. The phoenix eyes burst with murderous intent. The jade white light on the body bloomed. It is necessary to forcibly beat Yang Chen out of the nine-colored light. But abruptly, a low groan, the jade white light on Yu Yurong's body directly dissipated. Moreover, there were fine cracks in the Dao on the body. Holy Lord, you'd better not use the power of the Yuan God, otherwise this Yuan God doppelganger will be completely shattered. When the time comes, if you want to recondense, it will be troublesome. Yang Chen reminded, bastard, Yang Chen, after the main seed goes out, I must kill you and smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in Han's heart. Yu Yurong glared at Yang Chen and roared with low teeth. She is a celestial holy lord, a giant of Zhongzhou, an existence admired by thousands of people, and how noble her status is. First he was trapped in prison by Yang Chen, and now he was so blasphemous. Only by killing him can you vent the hatred in your heart. Yu Yurong's face turned frosty. The phoenix eyes were full of anger and killing intent. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, although there were also some bold men who wanted to harass her. But without exception, either the head is different, or the bones are broken, and the grave grass is several meters high. After becoming the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord, she was even more powerful, holding a holy place, being admired by thousands of people, and was one of the most noble people in the land of Zhongzhou. At some point, she began to cover her face. Even the elders of the Holy Land Convergence Realm could hardly see her true body. But now, he was so blasphemed by a junior. How is she not angry? Although it is only a Yuanshan doppelganger, this Yuanshan doppelganger is no different from herself. Yang Chen, can't you control the nine-colored ling? After a moment of silence, Yu Yurong forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Although she and Yu Yurong, this beautiful woman, were so closely together, the touch is very crisp and sour. However, above Yang Chen's Yuan God, he still released the Tao Divine Soul ripple and rushed towards the nine-colored ling above his head, wanting to control and stabilize it. But in the end, nine-colored ling still violently released a large amount of nine-colored light and trapped the two of them in it. Yang Chen said helplessly, I really can't control it. I don't know what's wrong with this nine-colored ling, it's always been more docile. Now I can't even control me, the master. HMPH, what a trash. Yu Yurong scolded angrily. However, she also saw at this time that this nine-colored ling was indeed not controlled by Yang Chen. After a moment, both of them also calmed down. His eyes began to look at the nine-colored porridge suspended above his head. The divine shadow that Yu Yurong summoned just now exuded a large amount of divine soul energy. It can be said that Yu Yurong, the Yuan God at the peak of the Dao realm, almost all of his energy was released in his soul palace. Moreover, it was all absorbed by the nine-colored porridges. Nine-colored porridge can not only release divine soul energy, but also absorb it. At this time, it was obvious that too much divine soul energy had been absorbed, and some variables appeared. A moment later, a leaf that exuded golden divine radiance slowly emerged from the nine-colored porridge. 10th leaf. The 10th leaf actually appeared. Yang Chen and Yu Yurong were both stunned by the scene in front of them. 9 colorful porridges, a leaf grew again. The 10th leaf was formed. 10-colored ling, how is this possible? Yu Yurong on the side couldn't believe it. The 9-colored porya is already a legendary thing, and it has not appeared in the land of Zhongzhou for hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years. Moreover, 9 is the number of poles, and the treasures of heaven and earth are insurmountable. Porya 9 colors should be the ultimate. But now, the 10th leaf has been formed. It became a colorful porridge. If this is spread, those old guys in the land of Zhongzhou who have never dared to cross the calamity or even failed to cross the calamity may be able to set off a bloody storm again. 9 colors of porya have the effect of going against the sky. 10 colors, what a treasure in the world. Above the 10 colorful porridges, the golden light covered the light of the remaining 9 leaves. The divine radiance fell, covering both Yang Chen and Yu Yurong's bodies with a layer of golden light. This is the power of light. Yu Yurong's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. Their jade beauty race is the descendant of the Holy Spirit born in heaven and earth, and they are naturally close to the light and can control the power of light. Bathed in the golden divine light, Yu Yurong felt that his soon-to-be shattered Yuan God was healing rapidly. Moreover, the perception of the way of light is also rapidly increasing, faintly, as if capturing the true meaning of light. This, Yu Yurong was suddenly stunned. But then, there was ecstasy in the phoenix eyes. Because this golden divine radiance is not a simple power of light, but the legendary innate light origin. Innate light origin, only when a big world is born, the first light is bright, and there is a chance to give birth to an innate light source. Like a different fire, is the formation of the flame origin of the big world. The innate light source is the light source of a big world. However, there are many ways to fire. There is only one source of light. I don't know how many times more precious than a different fire. This, how can she not be ecstatic and excited in her heart? This source of light is too important to her. Even, it is more important than the entire jade beauty race. I didn't expect that the moment the 10 colored porridges produced the 10th leaf, they actually formed an innate light origin. Miao Ji, I didn't expect this opportunity to get this opportunity. After absorbing this innate light origin, it won't be long before this seed can successfully cross the tribulation and set foot in the fairyland. Yu Yurong looked at the 10 colorful porridges suspended above her head, and her eyes were full of fire. Today, although Yang Chen's messy things took advantage of a lot. But compared to the supreme opportunity in front of you, those are insignificant. Yu Yurong hurriedly sealed the seal, and began to absorb the light origin that surrounded his body. But she suddenly found that those innate light origins did not enter her body much, but were frantically converging towards Yang Chen. Zero asked for flowers. The convergence speed is extremely fast. In a few breaths, it entered 1/10 of Yang Chen's body. And Yang Chen, at this moment, the golden light on the Yuan God shined. But his eyes were closed, as if he had lost consciousness. Quote exclamation mark quote. What are you, also worthy of absorbing the innate light origin? Yu Yurong suddenly cursed angrily. With such a precious thing as the innate light origin, a big world will only be born. Being absorbed by Yang Chen was really a violent thing. At the moment, she has slightly recovered her strength. He stretched out his finger and nodded towards Yang Chen's eyebrows. She came up and directly used the killing move, to directly collapse Yang Chen's Yuan God into nothingness. In that way, the innate light origin can only converge on her. If she didn't have the innate light origin, whether to kill Yang Chen, she was still a little hesitant. But at the moment, nothing is more important than this supreme opportunity. Bang! Jade pointed at Yang Chen's eyebrows, but it was not the same as the direct shattering of the Genshin she expected. Above Yang Chen's Yuan God, a layer of ripples rippled. Then, the golden light bloomed at the ripples, and her jade fingers actually merged into Yang Chen's eyebrows. Her Yuan God and Yang Chen's Yuan God began to merge. This, Yu Yorong was shocked. I hurriedly wanted to pull out my finger. However, the power of that fusion is quite large. And, almost instantly, a tingling sensation swept through the body. Ah, Yu Yorong could no longer suppress it, and a coquettish moan came out of his mouth. On the dignified jade face, a surprising blush appeared. This is Duenshin fusion double cultivation. Damn it, this is impossible. Hanzo would rather die, no, and will not agree. Yang Chen, you bastard, hurry up and wake up for the seat. Yu Yorong tried her best to resist this fusion force, and even if a fine crack appeared above the Yuan Shen again, she didn't care. But still did not break free of the fusion suction. Moreover, the numb feeling that went straight to her soul made her Yuan Shen tremble uncontrollably. So that her strength could not play 3%. In the end, the two Yuan God fusions were entangled. In the silent space of the Soul Palace, a yellow bird chirping willow sounded from time to time. The golden light divine radiance converged on Yang Chen, and the excess entered the jade Rong Yuan God. And at this time the outside world, Yu Yorong's true body was still wrapped in a cloud of mist. Looking at Yang Chen, who had no expression in front of her, her dignified face under the clouds was full of doubts. Strange, does it take that long to lay a mark? Moreover, why can't this seat sense the Genshin doppelganger? What can cut off the communication between the Hanzo Genshin and the doppelganger? Forget it, even if a cultivator with 10 layers of transformation into a god, even if he masters some means, it is absolutely impossible to threaten this throne. That Yuan God doppelganger, but half of the Yuan God power of the seat, is comparable to the body. Let's wait. 590, Yang Chen Soul Palace. There was silence at the moment. Even the occasional oriole chirping fell silent. There is only a golden glow, which is radiating radiance. The golden glow was like a blister, wrapping Yang Chen and the Yu Yorong you mentioned in it. The Yuan God of the two had come out of the deep fusion state just now, but they were still holding each other tightly with their arms intertwined. The 10th leaf of the 10-colored Poryai has grown thoroughly. Although the golden light was much dimmer, it was still brighter than the other 9 rays. Snap! At this point, the blisters break. Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The golden light in his eyes was brilliant. Compared to just now, Yuan Shen exuded a divine aura, like a fairy in the dust. The golden divine light is contained, and the temperament is more holy and sacred than the jade with a face. Unexpectedly, a blessing in disguise. Innate light origin, this thing is very awesome when you hear the name. When he fused the innate light origin just now, although he lost control of the Yuan God, his consciousness was still clear and he could perceive everything that happened around him. It was clear that he heard the words innate light origin from Yu Yorong's mouth. Moreover, this beautiful woman also wants to exclusively. Even want to kill yourself, but it failed, and I put myself in it. Thinking of the crispy taste that hid the depths of his soul, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth outlined a curve. This feeling, to be honest, was the first time in his life. Compared to the feeling when he and Chu Shi were in the cave before, it was much more numb. At this time, Yang Chen's memory also had a lot of things that did not belong to him. Most of these things are Yu Yorong's cultivation perception and some magical cultivation methods. Although the dual cultivation of Yuan Shen will not give birth to new life, it is deeper than physical. Because, among the Yuan God, there are too many secrets in all the memories of the monks. Even the closest Taoist couple can't do the step of Yuan Shen double cultivation. Yang Chen was suddenly a little worried at the moment. Because in his memory, there is a systematic existence. If Yu Yorong knew about this beautiful woman, I am afraid. Yang Chen's eyes couldn't help but flash a killing intent. This beautiful woman hasn't woken up yet, it's better. Anyway, she is not a good person, and she wanted to kill herself just now. You want to kill Hanzo. As soon as this thought arose, Yu Yorong suddenly opened her eyes, and her voice was cold. Yang Chen was stunned suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he secretly hated himself for hesitating and missing the best opportunity. Hurriedly said, how come? Lend 100 dares to a disciple, and the disciple will not dare to do anything to you. HMPH. Yu Yorong snorted coldly, and then asked coldly. What did you know from Hanzo's memory just now? It's nothing, it's all some cultivation perceptions, and more than a dozen magical secret techniques of the Jade Clan. If the Jade Clan's secret technique cannot be passed on, the disciple can swear that he will never practice in the future. Yang Chen said seriously. Seeing that Yu Yorong's expression relaxed a little, he couldn't help but ask. I wonder what the Holy Lord saw from the disciple's memories. As soon as these words came out, a blush appeared on Yu Yorong's originally somewhat cold white face. HMPH, it's all some unbelievable pictures. There are even your master in Zanchoyan, bah, what a beast. The heart is so filthy, it is simply inferior to a beast. Yu Yorong's voice was full of disgust and disgust. But a wonderful feeling suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's heart. This beautiful woman didn't lie just now. Could it be that after the dual cultivation of Yuan Shen and God, there can still be such a relationship between each other? No wonder she didn't show much doubt when she just said that she just saw the cultivation perception. But that's not bad, at least 90% sure that 5.4 Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman did not obtain her two important secrets. Just some of those kinds of images, although she found that she remembered the white figures of the two elders, Master Zun and Zanchoyan. Somewhat perverted, however, this is nothing compared to the discovery system. Other than that, this beautiful woman has been empty for 3 or 4,000 years, can she withstand it when she sees so many exciting pictures? The corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but evoke a hint of water. Ding, the host and the jade have wrong Yuan Shen double cultivation, there is a fate connection between each other's Yuan Shen. The luck value of the Yuzun Chi of the Son of Heavenly Destiny is 2,000 points, and the host obtains the villain value of 2,000 points. Closing square bracket. Well, hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Yang Chen couldn't help but look startled. Unexpectedly, he and Yu Yorong, a beautiful woman Yuan Shen double cultivator, also plundered Yuzun 2,000 Chi luck points. It was a bonus, not bad. At this time, Yu Yorong spoke coldly again. Yang Chen, do you think this seed wants to kill you? Well, hearing this, Yang Chen looked stunned, hurriedly stepped back some distance. The body flashed with a black glow. The heavenly demon prisoner's soul can be cast at any time. If this beautiful woman did it, he wouldn't mind imprisoning her again. Although she also has hidden means to break through the heavenly demon prison. But at most, the two of them fought again and lost both. HMPH. Seeing his defensive look, Yu Yorong snorted with disdain. She wanted to kill Yang Chen in her heart. She was a heavenly saint lord, the power of the peak of the Tao, but O3 was only blasphemed by Yang Chen, a junior. Moreover, the two of them also cultivated the Yuan God double. Some memories were even exchanged with each other. Such humiliating things can only be washed away by killing Yang Chen and letting him disappear. But, after she woke up just now, she began to feel the innate light origin in the Yuan God. It turned out that she absorbed less than a tenth of it. Most of them were absorbed by Yang Chen's messy things. Although 1/10 of the innate light origin is also precious, it is also of infinite use to her. It can help her feel the light, survive the thunder calamity, and set foot in the fairyland. However, the role of the innate light origin is not only that, it is also very beneficial to the cultivation after stepping into the fairyland, and the more you absorb, the stronger the power of light will be exerted. If he killed Yang Chen, 9/10 of the source of light would directly dissipate, which would be a pity to think about. Moreover, after the Yuan double cultivation, she felt that she and Yang Chen had established some kind of deep connection. The murderer's intent on her is always difficult to fully mention. Abominable. Yu Yurong secretly hated in her heart. The jade white divine radiance on his body is constantly floating. I really want to kill Yang Chen directly at all costs, and I have 100. But in the end, there was still no shot. Yang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yu Yurong did not make a move, otherwise, this matter would really be difficult to solve. He can also fight with her in the Soul Palace and lose both. However, there is still half of her Genshin outside. I can't stay in the Soul Palace all the time, and Yu Yurong did not continue to strike at the moment, which means that her willingness to kill herself is not strong. Or rather, the heart is entangled in this matter. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. It seems that the Yuan double cultivation just now is still somewhat effective. This beautiful woman's killing intent towards herself in her heart was stunned and wiped out a lot. If she comes twice more, it is estimated that she can also be called Brother Chen in the future. Yang Chen, this seed cannot kill you. However, you need to transfer half of the innate light origin you got to the Hansa. Also, today's events cannot be known by a third person, otherwise the seed will definitely crush you to ashes and make you destroy it. Hearing this, Yang Chen quickly nodded and agreed. Holy Lord, rest assured, the disciple must be tight-lipped. HMPH, Yu Yurong snorted coldly and looked at the 10 colorful porridges suspended above his head. In this 10-colored porridge, you should pay attention to hiding it in the future so as not to attract the scourge of killing. There are many old monsters waiting to cross the robbery in Zhongzhou. If they know about it, they will definitely desperately come to rob it, and even the Holy Land and the main seat will not be able to protect you. Well, the disciple knows. Yang Chen nodded. Then, his face was strange. Read violent novels, just go on Filu Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Holy Lord, were you concerned about the disciples just now? Shut up, is Hansa free to care about you? If it weren't for the fact that you have some use value, you would have died a long time ago. Yu Yurong glared at Yang Chen fiercely. This bastard thing really gave him some die and dared to open a dying shop. Will the Heavenly Saint Lord care about him? Let him protect this colorful porridge, just for his own use in the future. The jade white divine radiance on Yu Yurong's body gathered, directly breaking through Yang Chen's soul palace barrier in the layer of dark runes that had not yet dissipated. Just now, it was also this layer of dark runes that blocked the connection between her Yuan God doppelganger and her body. Outside, Jade Yurong's Yuan doppelganger directly entered the clouds. Yang Chen's originally godless eyes were filled with divine light again. Moreover, there was a divine light temperament flowing all over his body, as if he was about to feather. However, he looked at Yu Yurong who was in the clouds and mist in front of him, but his eyes couldn't help but be a little wary. The main body of this beautiful woman's Yuan God does not know if there will be other ideas. As if sensing what he was thinking, Yu Yurong said coldly. Don't worry, although the Hansa Genshin is divided into a subject and a doppelganger, he only has one mind. The words just now are the words of this seed now. Yu Yurong 313 said, and the clouds and mist on his body fluctuated. And then it gradually dissipated. It revealed a plump and graceful figure and a dignified and noble jade face. It has a mature and seductive side, but also loses the majesty of a long-standing position. Moreover, compared to the radiant Yuan state, the jade skin at this moment has a bit more condensed essence and jade-like snow-white delicateness. Although it is less holy, it adds a bit of abundant beauty. How did the Holy Lord remove the clouds and mist? Yang Chen was puzzled. Hansa is willing, use you to be nosy. Yu Yurong snorted coldly. The reason why she removed the clouds and mist was entirely because she saw in Yang Chen's memory a lot of fantasies about her appearance and figure in the clouds and mist. Is there room for greatness? Bah me. At that time, the seed gave this name, which was the first beauty in the entire Zhongzhou land at that time. That's why the name is good. This mess actually broke in that direction. Instead of letting this mess think about it, it is better to show your true face directly. Anyway, there's no difference with Genshin. Yang Chen came to the Dao Heaven Hall. Seeing him come out, Jing'er immediately ran over. Brother, why did it take you so long to come out? Did Master Venerable teach you some magical secret method? The little girl said with a curious look. Yang Chen couldn't help but touch her head. Jing'er is so smart. The Holy Lord has taught me many things. We had an in-depth exchange. Jing'er smiled and begged. Brother, Master promised me before, I can go out for half a month. I want to go back to Yu Peak with you. Yang Chen touched her face and nodded in agreement. Jing'er has been cultivating for several months in a row, and with her increasingly lively and active personality, it is estimated that she has already had enough. Yu Yurong, that beautiful woman, holds her own status as a Holy Lord, and naturally will not play with her little girl. Then he could only take her back to Yu Peak. In the main hall, Yu Xuan has not left. Dressed in a white palace costume, her skin is as clear as jade, and her body exudes a holy and noble temperament, like a goddess in the 9 heavens. At this time, Yu Xuan stood quietly, and it could be seen that she was tall and slender with jade legs. The waist is slender and unbearable. The curvature under the neck is obvious. The top of the fairy list was indeed deserved. Brother, senior sister Yu Xuan is good to me. Master Venerable is busy during this time, and senior sister Yu Xuan instructed me to cultivate. Moreover, she is still the top fairy on the list of fairies, the most beautiful fairy in the Holy Land. Jing'er said at this time. Yang Chen suddenly said. Fairy Yu Xuan, I've been tired of taking care of your sister during this time. Junior brother Yang has seen outside. Yu Xuan smiled slightly. It was like a holy light blooming. It's a little more beautiful than Chu Shi. Jing'er is a pure spirit holy body, naturally close to my clan, and a disciple of her aunt, it is appropriate to instruct her to cultivate. If junior brother Yang is okay these days, it's better to come with me and go to my Jade clan as a guest. There are also several elders of my Jade clan who are very interested in junior brother Yang and want to meet you. Thank you fairy for your kindness, but let's wait for another day, I will definitely go when I have time. Yang Chen politely refused, gave a few polite words, and left the Dao Heavenly Hall with Jing'er. Although Yu Xuan is the top of the fairy list, the first beauty of the younger generation. But the temperament on her body did not meet Yang Chen's taste. Cold and laced, borrowing his blood to give birth to a son, this matter still has to be jade and graceful. Moreover, Yuan Shen has both cultivated it, do you still care about that little thing in the flesh? Come to the Yu Peak. Jing'er was extremely happy. It's all talk and laughter along the way. Brother, practicing in the Tao Heavenly Hall in Master Venerable is really boring. Every day in addition to cultivation or cultivation. I miss Sister's Island and those little guys of Jiao are a little. Or let's go back to Zantianzong. Qinger held Yang Chen's arm and muttered. Yang Chen was also a little helpless. Feel the soft elasticity of your arm swaying back and forth. This amazing touch made his blood a little restless. The anger that had come into contact with Yu Yorong just now was suddenly hooked. He could only withdraw his arm from Qinger's embrace and press it on her shoulder. God, the little girl seemed to sense Yang Chen's intentions and couldn't help but skim the corners of her mouth. When he came to the small courtyard, Yang Chen saw that Chu Shi was helping him take care of the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Brother Chen, you're back. When Chu Shi saw Yang Chen, his beautiful eyes were suddenly full of tenderness and honey, and he quickly ran over. Brother Chen, when Qinger heard this title, her little nose suddenly wrinkled. After staying on the Holy Sun Peak for so long, she naturally knew what this title meant. My brother is so abominable. I wasn't even allowed to hug just now. Now he is so close to this Chu Shi. HMPH, you've only known each other for a few days and you've developed to this extent. Chu Shi also noticed Qinger at this time, and a soft smile suddenly rippled on her beautiful face, and she smiled at Qinger. Qinger, you're back too. HMPH. Qinger wrinkled her nose, snorted softly, and walked directly into the wooden house on the side. Brother Chen, Qinger Shi. Chu Shi was a little puzzled. Sister-in-law is this dissatisfied with herself? It's okay, leave her alone, the little child has a tantrum. Yang Chen said and hugged Chu Shi into his arms. The palm of his hand roamed her back, feeling the tenderness of her fingertips. Brother Chen, I have good news for you, Chu Shi said a little mysteriously at this time. Yang Chen naturally knew what she was going to say, but he still looked puzzled. What's the good news? Chu Shi leaned into his ear and whispered. I have it. You have it. What do you have? Yang Chen was still puzzled. Chu Shi suddenly hit him on the shoulder. Scoundrel, what did you say? Of course it is, there's your little scoundrel. After Chu Shi finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel shy in his heart and directly lay on Yang Chen's chest. It turns out that there are children. In that case, wouldn't junior brother Xiaodong be an uncle? Yang Chen's tone was playful. Junior brother Xiaodong is going to be an uncle, and another son of heavenly destiny, Yuzun, has also come out, and he must also prepare to send junior brother Xiaodong on the road. Chu Shi hummed at this time. This is the two of us, what are you doing at this time? It's not because I thought Wang Nojiao that if we have a child, junior brother Xiaodong will become an uncle, maybe he will reduce some hostility towards my brother-in-law. So, that's it. It's a pity to move him little, alas. Chu Zai's eyes hesitated, but he still didn't speak. Because after Xiaodong found out that she was pregnant, it seemed that her hostility towards brother Chen deepened. Sire, let's go to the room. Yang Chen hugged Chu Zai's shoulders and walked towards the wooden house with some impatience. Nasty, can't you take a break? Chu Shi muttered helplessly, but still obediently followed Yang Chen into the room. A moment later, Qinger's wooden house. The little girl listened to the movement next door with a sad face. Yang Chen's room, a white divine light loomed over him. Exudes a strong divine aura. In the past few days, he has been comprehending the innate light origin integrated into the Yuan God. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to cultivate the Jade Clan's secret technique obtained from the Jade Rong Yuan God. Those several Jade secret techniques are all about the power of light. If you practice normally, it will take at least decades to cultivate to a great extent. However, he possessed Jade Yurong's cultivation perception, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In a few days, there was a small achievement. The innate source of light is only possible to form when the first light of a big world is born, and there's only one at most one big world. No wonder Yu Yurong, that beautiful woman, cares so much. This thing is much more precious than a strange fire. Yang Chen felt the majestic power of light contained in the Yuan God, and suddenly he was a little reluctant. If he gave half of the beautiful woman of Yu Yurong, what a pity. The innate light origin was mixed with his sun god body, and there was no conflict at all. Flame light is a relationship of mutual existence. Moreover, the innate light origin is in the Yuan God, which is equivalent to giving him a strong guarantee for the Yuan God. If there is a realm advanced person who wants to destroy his Yuan God, even in existence at the level of Yu Yurong cannot do it. After these few days of cultivation, he had gradually become familiar with the 870 use of the power of light. If he fought with Yu Yurong in the Soul Palace again, he was sure that he would completely take down Yu Yurong's Yuan God doppelganger. On Yang Chen's two fingers, two rays of light, one golden one white, appeared. The golden light resembles a flame and burns. White light is a beam of light, radiating radiance. Yang Chen fused the two rays of light together. Boom. The two kinds of golden and white energy instantly became furious. An aura of destruction gradually emerged. The surrounding space was rippled layer by layer, as if it was about to be shattered. Yang Chen was a little surprised. These two forces fused together, and the power turned out to be so much stronger. And there is also a strong aura of destruction, which seems to destroy everything in the world. Could it be that the fusion of the power of flame and light will give birth to the attribute of destruction? If that's the case, that's great. These two forces are combined with pure Yuan Sword Dao. Strongest and strongest, mighty and domineering, this lethality is simply unimaginable. Yang Chen's eyes were full of joy. Unexpectedly, a simple attempt turned out to have such a miraculous harvest. This is just a little bit of the power generated by the fusion of the energy of the Sun God Yan and the light divine radiance. Add. If you go all out, the effect. Gee, this trick can be used as a whole card for yourself in the future. Phew, Yang Chen dispelled the golden white destructive energy, ended the retreat, and walked out of the room. Qinger's girl came over to let herself accompany her, but as a result, she was in retreat for 7 or 8 days in a row, and the little girl must be angry now. Outside in the yard, on the table is a table of delicacies, with a stone pot in the middle, steaming hot. Qinger was eating happily with chopsticks, obviously eating very happily. Seeing Yang Chen walk out of the wooden house, Qinger first stuck out her tongue at him and made a complaining grimace, and then hummed softly. The hot pot made by Sister Chu Shi is delicious, do you want to eat it? Sister Chu Shi, Yang Chen walked over. There are many ingredients in the hot pot, and they are indeed full of color and aroma. Moreover, all of them are precious elixirs and spirit birds. These ingredients, even if you put an insole in it, is fragrant. Brother Chen, you're out of customs. Chu Shi came over with a plate at this time. Come and try my craft. This is my secret recipe. Yang Chen picked up the chopsticks and clamped a piece, and the taste was indeed good. Looking at Qinger's mouth full of oil, Chu Zai's sister Chu Shi shouted. Yang Chen couldn't help but glance at Chu Shi. It seems that she was not idle during this time, and bought Qinger, the little girl, with food. In the end, she is a little girl, and her heart is not yet mature. In the early hours of the night, the moon hangs high. Yuyu Peak is named Yuyu, not entirely because Zan Choyan is the body of Yuyu, but more, on Yuyu Peak the full moon is unusually bright. Bright moonlight poured into the courtyard. After Chinger's girl had eaten and drunk, she pulled Yang Chen to chat for a while and then entered the room. In the courtyard, Chu Shi snuggled in Yang Chen's arms, quietly listening to his heartbeat, enjoying the world of two. Brother Chen, do you want our child to be a boy or a girl? Chu Shi sniffed the breath emanating from Yang Chen's body, and his voice muttered. Yang Chen couldn't help but put his palm on her flat lower abdomen. As long as you gave birth to it, it doesn't matter if it's male or female. Yang Chen said softly. This kind of question is so familiar to him. After all, Lin Xilan, Zhao Shiru, and even Feng Yuan had asked him like this. The hot breath in his mouth blew on the tips of Chu Zai's tender ears, and coupled with this perfect answer, he couldn't help but make Chu Zai's cheeks blush and slightly hot. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around Yang Chen's neck. Then, full of shyness in his ears, Brother Chen, you are so good. I missed you, missed me. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Chu Shi knows the taste of this food, and it has only been 8 days, and he misses him. He reached out and patted Chu Shi lightly on the head. Hey Brother Chen, it's still outside, Chu Shi suddenly snorted. This action, she naturally understands in seconds. It's okay, there's no one again, Chinger has also entered the room. Obedient, Zaire, nasty, I really can't help you. Chu Shi was helpless and bowed his head, and at this time. Outside the small courtyard, under the moonlight, a black figure slowly walked in. The body is thin and the temperament is arrogant. The moonlight shone on the face, revealing his appearance. It was Xiaodong. The inside of the fallen valley is worthy of being the burial place of the elder disciples of the Tao Heavenly Holy Land, and this time I actually devoured 7 or 8 spirit body origins. Although the effect is far inferior to the pure young saint body that devoured me in the first place, victory contains a lot of true chi in it, which can help me improve my strength. In just 8 days, I have reached the Yuan infant triple realm. HMPH, at this speed, it won't be long before I can reach refining void and even conforming to the Tao. At that time, the first thing will be to scrape Yang Chen's bastard alive. Xiaodong thought fiercely. His eyes looked at his sister's courtyard not far away. It was pitch black. When I saw my sister, I was not there. Xiaodong's gaze looked at Yang Chen's courtyard again. Sniffed his nose. It's so fragrant. Could it be that my sister is cooking for Yang Chen? Slut, for so many years, you have not been too lazy to cook for me, and now you are pregnant and rushing to be a nanny. Xiaodong secretly hated in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but be curious in his heart and walked towards Yang Chen's small courtyard. He wanted to see what the dog man and woman were up to. Small courtyard entrance. Xiaodong tiptoed. Having cultivated the gluttonous heaven swallowing skill, he is now extremely clever in controlling his breath. Because, the person who created this divine skill thought that the strength of the cultivator must have advanced by leaps and bounds. If it is perceived, difficult to explain, it is likely to be exposed. Thus, the creator recorded a magical ability to converge the breath in it. Now, as long as his cultivation realm and his own aura were not actively released, even a cultivator of the convergence realm would be difficult to detect. Coming to the gate of the small courtyard, Xiaodong looked sideways. Suddenly, his eyes froze. Then, the forehead burst out. Clench your fists. His face instantly turned hideous. Under the moonlight, Chu Zai's slut was actually giving Yang Chen. Ah, Xiaodong roared low in his heart. I really want to slap it directly. But, he finally held back, because he knew it was useless. This kind of thing, not the first time to do it. It's not the first time he's bumped into. Now Chu Zai's slut is even pregnant with Yang Chen, the bastard's evil seed. Moreover, if he made a move, he would leak his strength. It took a few days to reach the triple of the Yuan baby. It wouldn't be good if it aroused Yang Chen's bastard's alertness. Damn it, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. One day sooner rather than later, I will cut you by 1,000 cuts. You wicked seed, I will also smash him into meat in front of you. Quadruple A, Xiaodong roared in his heart, and at this time. The voice of the system sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host and Chu Shi discussed life under the moon, and are witnessed by Xiaodong. Xiaodong's state of mind collapsed, plundering Xiaodong's luck value of 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Well, Yang Chen was suddenly a little surprised. Junior brother Xiaodong witnessed. When did junior brother Xiaodong come? Why didn't I find out? Yang Chen's divine soul power was released. Outside the small courtyard, I saw a sad and indignant back, slowly leaving. It was Xiaodong. Strange, Xiaodong's body, how can there be a dead chi? Yang Chen was a little surprised. He now has a Yuan god fusion of innate light origins, and his perception of some demonic chi is extremely keen. On Xiaodong's body, although his appearance looked normal, he could detect that a dead aura loomed on Xiaodong's body. It's just that he basically covered it up. Without careful perception, even he almost didn't find out. Xiaodong this guy, could it be that he also practiced magic skills like Ynur? If so, then my brother-in-law will be annihilated. Rattle, Brother Chen, are you swollen? At this time, Chu Shi said vaguely. It's okay, suddenly remembered something. Zaire, you're busy. Yang Chen said with a smile. Nasty, Chu Shi gave him a blank look. A few days later, Yang Chen was eating hot pot with Chu Shi and Chinger in the small courtyard. Chinger, this girl, has obviously eaten this bite since the last time. In order to please her sister-in-law, Chu Shi did it for her again. At this time, a moon-robed figure suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Master, when Chu Shi saw Zhan Choyan, he immediately got up. Zhan Choyan looked at the steaming hot pot on the table and couldn't help but pout. Secretly cursed in my heart. This little bastard has been very moist all day, and he doesn't care about what happens outside. Xiaochen, you come with the Hansa, I have something to say to you. Zhan Choyan said in a deep voice and walked out of the small courtyard. Zero asked for flowers. Yang Chen didn't ask much, because he knew that this beautiful lady's mood must be very unhappy during this time. Most likely it was that Yukong Yin who made trouble. Zhan Choyan was hospitalized. Xiao Chen, after the Hansa left that day, what did the Holy Lord say to you? Zhan Choyan stood under a contemplation tree. A moon robe dragged to the ground, and his figure is plump and graceful. Snow white and jade, not fat powder, but overwhelmed by the country. It's just that at this moment, there's less smile and more sadness on your Rongshui's face. Under your feet is a field of fallen leaves, and behind you are sultry autumn colors. The combination of people and scenery looks like a sad autumn beauty. Little bastard, don't look. Let's get down to business. What is going on in your head every day? A few days ago, you and Chu Shi were two people. Really, I didn't want to talk about you. Zhan Choyan saw Yang Chen's gaze wandering on him, and suddenly had no good airway. Master, you, alas, you are like this, people dare not continue to live in your Yu peak. Yang Chen was also taken aback by Zhan Choyan's words. Unexpectedly, this old woman would choose to peep. This method is also too bad. HMPH, you think that Hansa is too rare to see, and it stains Hansa's eyes. Zhan Chuyin glared at Yang Chen when she heard this. She also inadvertently scanned Yang Chen's courtyard with divine soul power. As a result, I saw such a shameful scene. This little bastard couldn't help but defile her eyes in her Yu Peak. Her Yu Peak has always forbidden the love of men and women. Any violation shall be preached from the Holy Land. It didn't matter if Zhan Chuyin saw him and Chu Shi doing that kind of thing in the moonlight. After all, none of them are outsiders. We have been honest with each other. Just don't let Chu Shi know about this. Otherwise, with her shy personality, it is estimated that she will never do that kind of thing with him in that environment in the future. Yang Chen did not continue to wrestle with Zhan Chuyin about this issue, but walked up to her and said, "After you left that day, the Holy Lord told me that she felt that I was extremely talented and had an unlimited future, and that she would give me her niece Yuxuan and let me have several heirs with her." Hearing this, Zhan Chuyin immediately laughed and said, "Be serious, Yuxuan is a person who almost became a saint, and her strength is only one step away from refining the Void Quadruple. If it weren't for your 943, Master Venerable holding the Yin-Yang mirror in his hand, he would have lost to her. Moreover, Yuxuan is still at the top of the fairy list, and the cultivators who adore him in Zhongzhou can circle around the Dao Heavenly Holy Land dozens of times. Yu Yorong, that old woman will be willing to match Yuxuan, the pearl of the Jade Clan, to you, this little satyr." Master doesn't believe it. Yang Chen was a little helpless. No one believes the truth these days. The Holy Lord said that the bloodline of their Jade beauty race is becoming more and more exhausted, and they need my divine blood to help them improve their bloodline. That's why you want Yuxuan to give me an heir and give birth to an heir with me. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Holy Lord. When Zhan Chuyin heard his words, he couldn't help but look slightly startled, and his eyes were slightly thoughtful. Because she had heard her grandfather say before that the bloodline of the Jade Clan had indeed begun to thin. It has been millions of years since the establishment of the Dao Heaven Holy Land. The Jade tribe is inherited from a Holy Spirit, and the blood of the Holy Spirit flows in the body, which is also the foundation of the strength of its race. According to legend, when the Dao Heaven Holy Land was founded, the ancestor of the Jade Clan was a veritable founding ancestor in the first generation of Holy Lords. And for a long time after that, the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord was all from the Jade Clan. But after all, millions of years have passed. Moreover, unlike their Zhan family, the Jade Clan constantly marries with the outside world Tianzhou, and can continue to strengthen its own bloodline. For millions of years, it has been passed down for thousands of generations, and now the blood of the Holy Spirit of the Jade Clan has begun to thin. If this is the case, it would make sense to let Yuxuan marry Yang Chen. After all, although Yang Chen's little bastard is horny, his own physique bloodline is indeed the top. Yu Yorong Shuwei has reached the peak of the convergence Dao, although he may not be able to detect that Yang Chen is a sun divine body, but he can definitely see that his physique is extraordinary, far superior to ordinary holy bodies. Use his bloodline to help the bloodline of the powerful ethnic group of the Jade Clan. It's not impossible, either. However, if this is the case, how many can Yuxuan give birth to alone? At that time, will it be difficult to give this little bastard a large number of Jade beauties? Make him a stallion that sows seeds. If so, this little bastard, must be very happy. Thinking of this, Zhan Chuyin didn't know why, and suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. Yang Chen sighed at this time. Alas, when the Holy Lord talked to me about this, I was originally extremely moved, but I thought that my master might not agree, so I prevaricated. Unexpectedly, the senior aunt didn't believe it at all, alas. I already knew that I directly promised the Holy Lord to be the son-in-law of the Jade Clan at that time. After all, the Yuxuan fairy is as the master said, is indeed pouring over the country, holy as a fairy, and the top of the fairy list is a Taoist couple, and his face will be brightened when he says it. It's a pity, Yang Chen said, with a look of regret, he couldn't wait to beat his chest. God, Zhan Chuyin snorted lightly, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at him. Even if the Holy Lord gives you Yuxuan, but whether you promise it or not is your own business, how can this seed not agree? You regret it now, and you can't complain about the head of the throne. Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Master forgot, you promised to be a little nephew. So, of course, you need to agree to this matter. After all, you are in front of you are considered a sister. And in case you and Yuxuan have a feud, there may be a discord in the future, so. Shut up you, little bastard. Zhan Chuyin suddenly scolded and interrupted him. This little bastard has no door to talk to. What sisters and sisters? According to his algorithm, could this disciple of Chu Shi still be regarded as her master's sister? Moreover, it seems that he has not completely agreed to be the Taoist of this little bastard. This little bastard is now starting to rank herself among her women. It's abominable. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, Zhan Chuyin said positively. It doesn't matter if the Holy Lord will match Yuxuan to your main seat. After all, there are so many you little bastard women. It doesn't matter if you add one or two, and it can also stabilize your position in the Dao Heaven Holy Land. But now that the Holy Land is about to compete with the Holy Sun and decide the position of the Holy Sun, you little bastard has been leisurely staying at the Yu Peak. Aren't you interested in these? Holy Sun Dabi. When Yang Chen heard Zhan Chuyin mention this, he immediately guessed her true intentions. Master wants me to participate as well. Good. Zhan Chuyin nodded lightly and said in a deep voice. Holy Son and Holy Daughter, the future Holy Lord will be selected from these two, and the probability of the Holy Son inheriting the position of Holy Lord will be greater. Before Yu Yorong, that old woman had been pressing the position of the Holy Son, until now, her nephew Yu Zun, using the Jade Clan's secret method to cultivate the body of the Holy Spirit 4.2, and stepped into the four realms of refining void. This began to hold the Holy Sun great competition. Zhan Chuyin said, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The title of the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord for Yu Yorong also became an old woman. Obviously, Yu Kongyin did not give it to her, which made her extremely dissatisfied in her heart. This beautiful woman and aunt are quite vindictive. However, although Yu Yorong is very old, she is not related to the old woman. Not only is it not stained, but there is also a big tolerance. Master, if the little nephew says something disrespectful, even if it is you, it is inferior. Rattle, the Holy Lord of this generation is from the Jade Clan, and if the next generation of Saint Lords is still from the Jade Clan, then not only our Zhan family, but also the remaining elders of the Holy Land will also have a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Dao Heaven Holy Land is the Holy Land of all Holy Land cultivators. And the Jade Clan has always regarded the Dao Heaven Holy Land as their private property, HMPH, now their own bloodlines have been thinned, but they still want to rule the Dao Heaven Holy Land from generation to generation, ridiculous, not measuring their strength. Zhan Chuyin said, her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen, and she said seriously. Xiao Chen, although you only have the tenfold cultivation of the transformation god, if you talk about the realm, it is far from the Jade Venerable. However, your existence is very special. Although you are a disciple of Ling Shuang, you are not exactly from our Zhan family, and you are not much different from those disciples who worship the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. In the origin, the other convergence realm elders of the Holy Land are extremely satisfied with you. A cultivator who is not from several ancient races of the now Heaven Holy Land can become a holy son, which is more in line with their interests. Even if you are no match for Jade Venerable, only O3 requires you to show enough talent, such as cross-border battle with the refining Void 1 heavy cultivator. In this way, Senior Ant can guarantee that those core elders will definitely go all out to elect you as the Holy Son of the Holy Land. At that time, several great elders will join forces to balance this Holy Lord of Yuorong, the position of the Holy Son, that is, yours. Zhang Chuyin looked at Yang Chen for a while. Yang Chen knew her true purpose. After making such a big circle, it was nothing more than allowing himself to obtain the position of the Holy Son, and then handing over the Yukong seal to her. This beautiful woman's obsession with Yukong Yin is really deep. Xiaochen, what do you think of the analysis of the senior sister just now? Zhang Chuyin asked at this time. Yang Chen nodded. Makes sense. Unexpectedly, although the master has always been obsessed with cultivation, she still has such attainments in the art of power and strategy, and she is well versed in the way of checks and balances. Zhang Chuyin raised her eyebrows slightly, looking a little proud. There is also some anticipation. If Yang Chen, this little bastard, became a holy son, he would not only be able to obtain the Yukong seal. You can also hit Yuorong's old woman's face hard. Yukong Yin has been thinking about her for thousands of years. When her cultivation reached the void refining realm, Yuorong promised her that as long as her cultivation reached the harmony Dao realm, she would hand over the Yukong seal to her to take charge. But when she reached the realm of conformity, she changed again. He also threatened her to compromise. Is it really true that Zhang Chuyin is a bully? Xiao Chen, since you also think it makes sense, after half a year, the Holy Son will also participate in it. Senior Ant has also reached the realm of harmony Dao now, although she is not a core elder, but in this heavenly holy land, there is also some weight in words, and I will fully support you at that time. Zhang Chuyin said, patting Yang Chen heavily on the shoulder with a gesture of encouragement. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Senior Ant, what you said is very reasonable, but I'm afraid the little nephew can't promise you. Zhang Chuyin looked stunned, frowned and asked. Why? Yang Chen said helplessly. Ant, you forgot, the master of the little nephew, but the same. Quote. If the little nephew becomes a holy son, won't that life be out of order? At that time, how should the little nephew get along with the master? What's in this? Zhang Chuyin suddenly pouted and said unimpressed. The way of cultivation, the one who reaches it first. Could it be that because your master is currently refining the void realm triple cultivation, you won't be able to exceed this realm in the future? Your current realm has reached the 10th level of transformation god, and you have the strength to fight with the cultivator of the refining void realm, and you are fully qualified to become a holy son. Moreover, with the force of this level of the Dao Heaven Holy Land, some elders often live for 3 or 4,000 years, and 3 or 4 generations of disciples appear at the same time, which is very normal. Historically, there are many holy sons and saints who are not in the first generation, but this does not affect. Xiaochen, you don't need to care. Yang Chen still shook his head. No. I'm different from Master. Master doesn't know something. I was raised by Master Venerable, and the relationship is not just as simple as Master and apprentice. If I become a holy son and get along with Master Venerable in the future, I will definitely be very uncomfortable. Moreover, if it is the same as the Master, it is really disrespectful. In our Xuanyan sect, this is the act of deceiving the Master and destroying the ancestor. You brat. Zhang Chuyin was suddenly a little annoyed. Secretly cursed in my heart, he hugged his master at every turn, and bumped into the Hanzo Lung several times. Moreover, he insisted that this master of the seed be your Taoist couple, and all kinds of advantages were taken. Now you have begun to tear out the elders and children, respect and humble, and deceive the ancestors and destroy the ancestors. Does this little bastard care about the elders and the young? At this point, others may believe him when they look at his image as a humble gentleman, but she, the master who has treated him honestly, does not believe it at all. This little bastard, on the outside is the image of a refined gentleman, but inside, bad oil, a belly of intrigue. In the ice and snow ancient city, Feng Yuan, the head of the Feng family, is still Ling Shuang's friend, and he can also be regarded as his elder, and he is not the same. This kid has always refused to agree, and he must be holding back something bad. Little bastard, just say it directly. How did you agree to participate in the Holy Sun contest and become a Holy Sun? Zhang Chuyin said directly. 293 inches this, master, little nephew is really embarrassed. The little nephew also knows that the senior sister needs this space holy weapon to cultivate the way of space. But, alas, the little nephew has always received the education of respecting the teacher and respecting the Dao in Zhan Tianzong, and for decades, this kind of thinking has long been deeply rooted in his heart. If you want to break the shackles of thought in your little nephew's heart, you can only use the same way to let your little nephew break it in advance. Yang Chen suddenly came out with a nonsensical sentence, which made Zhang Chuyin a little incomprehensible, and couldn't help glaring at him. Little bastard, you make it clear. Yang Chen thought about it and said a little embarrassed. What the little nephew means is that if the master can let the little nephew feel this feeling of not caring about the elder and the young, perhaps the little nephew can break the shackles of respecting the master in his heart and strive for the position of the Holy Son. Let you feel this feeling of not caring about the elders and children in advance. Zhang Chuyin said. Gradually, the doubt on his face froze. She instantly understood the purpose of this little bastard. Speaking of which, after pretending for so long, this little bastard is beating her idea. Damn it, Zhang Chuyin really wanted to slap Yang Chen on the face at this moment. You know, if this little bastard can respect the teacher, the sun can come out in the west. Speaking of which, after sparing such a big circle and pretending to be innocent for so long, in the end he still wanted to take advantage of her. HMPH, little bastard, Hanzo knows you didn't hold back your fart. Don't talk nonsense. After half a year, you will give this seed to participate in the great contest of the Holy Sun and win the position of the Holy Sun. If not, let's see how the Hanzo cleans you up then. Zhang Chuyin glared at Yang Chen with some annoyance. She was so angry because of the matter of Yukong Yin. This little bastard is good, and he is still in the mood to tease her here. During this time, every time he absorbed the sun chi in his body, he hugged together, and in the cave, he was even more honest with each other, and he didn't take advantage of it enough. What does Senior Ant mean is to allow the little nephew to feel in advance that he does not care about the dignity and humility of the elder and young? Yang Chen asked beside her, and his tone was also a little playful. During this time, there was no need to provide Zhang Chuyin with the origin chu, which made him miss that feeling quite a bit. Shut up, you also have the face to raise the 4 words of childhood, dignity and humility. Do you little bastards care about this? Zhang Chuyin gave him a fierce look. Senior Ant, if you say this, it will make the little nephew very sad. Yang Chen sighed helplessly, and said in a heavy tone. Senior Ant, in fact, with our relationship, Yukong Yin, I don't need you to say more, I will definitely do my best to help you take it over. Even without the support of those elders, I am not afraid at all. He said this half-truth. If Yuzun was not the son of the invincible heavenly destiny, he wouldn't bother to care about it. After all, eating hot pot with Chu Shi at home, wouldn't it be very cool to communicate deeply about life in the evening? But now, with Yuzun, the invincible son of heavenly destiny, Yang Chen naturally had to find a way to plunder his chi luck value. Moreover, invincible life is more dangerous. He is not like Xiao Dong, who needs a long time of obscene development to grow up and compete with him as a villain. The Jade Venerable himself has the cultivation of refining the void fourfold, and it is said that he is invincible at the same level. Therefore, the villain himself must interrupt his invincible path as soon as possible. Yukong Yin should also be regarded as a chance for Yuzun. The opportunity of the son of destiny, how can he not take it as a villain? As for giving it to Zhang Chuyin after taking it, it was just a matter of convenience. But hearing his words, Zhang Chuyin couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. In the beautiful eyes like on water, the eyes are a little complicated. A little surprised, a little disdainful, and a little touched. Little bastard, what you said, is it true? Of course it's true. The master is in the heart of the little nephew, but it is different from other people, even if it is Chu Shi, it is far inferior. Otherwise, why does the little nephew stay here at Yoyo Peak all the time? Also, senior aunt won't really think that the little nephew's IQ is not enough, and I don't know the importance and influence of origin chi on cultivators. But even so, didn't the little nephew still provide the master with a steady stream of origin chi? To be honest, this has also had a big impact on my little nephew's sun divine body. Yang Chen stared at Zhang Chuyin's watery beautiful eyes and said seriously. At this moment, he suddenly found that this beautiful lady's eyes were a little evasive, and it seemed that she did not dare to look at him. Moreover, in the beautiful eyes, there is less coldness and more tenderness and emotion. It is really not easy for the Lord of Yu Peak, who is decisive to kill, to show this demeanor. Don't waste your hard work. Hee. Emotions should now be pulling into place. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth hooked slightly, and he walked behind Zhang Chuyin. The palm stretched out and hugged her slender but fleshy waist. Little bastard. Zhang Chuyin noticed his movement and immediately drank lightly. But the body did not resist much. After a symbolic struggle, he let Yang Chen hold him in his arms. Suddenly, the plump back and Yang Chen were close together. All this seems natural. Under the concentrating tree, with a plump figure, a beautiful woman in a moon robe, Gu Jiao Jiao, was held in the arms of a handsome young man. The breeze blows, and the leaves of the contemplation trees fall one after another. Floated on the two, this scene is full of beauty. However, although this scene is beautiful, if it is seen by the elder disciples of the Tao Heaven Holy Land, it is estimated that their jaws will drop in shock. Because, Zhang Chuyin, the Lord of Yu Peak, is a ruthless person who steps on a lot of corpses. Now, he was actually held in the arms of a young monk. The point, not the slightest resistance. Time flies quickly. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen has basically been practicing in retreat. Since he decided to participate in the great contest of the Holy Sun and seize the position of the Holy Sun, he would definitely take advantage of this half a year to improve his strength. He asked Chu Shi to take out the sun star nucleus in the starry eyes. Use the sun star core to repeatedly temper and polish the flesh. Although his physical body was hit hard one after another, his physical body cultivation had also been elevated to the 10 heavy realm of transformation god, and he was only one step away from refining the void realm. The sea of true chi in the body has also reached the critical point of the 10 layers of the transformation god. With the reinfusion of the sun's chi, boom, the aura on Yang Chen's body suddenly became disordered. Then the sea of true chi began to expand rapidly. Then, on the Yoyo Peak, a sudden explosion of thunder. The originally cloudless sky was instantly covered with black clouds. Golden thunder shuttles through the black clouds, like a golden dragon swimming. Thunder appeared on Yang Chen's body, and he had been locked by the thunder tribulation. This thunder calamity came quite quickly. Yang Chen rushed out of the wooden house and headed to the top of Yoyo Peak. The scope of the thunder tribulation in the refining void realm is extremely extensive. If it is in the small courtyard, I am afraid that the entire 487 living area of the disciples of the surrounding Yoyo Peak will be destroyed by the thunder tribulation. Moreover, Chuzai's belly has grown bigger, and now the child is nearly 7 months old. If heavenly thunder scares his son, it will not be good. Boom! At the top of the Yoyo Peak, the golden thunder suddenly slashed down, like a golden thunder pillar, running through the heavenly dome in the earth. Moreover, the thunder fell one after another, making the golden thunder pillar seem to be solid, and it did not disperse, straddling the heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated by golden thunder. The disciples of Yoyo Peak who were cultivating felt the terrifying heavenly thunder at the peak, trembling and frightening one by one. Zhang Chuyin put on a moon robe and walked out of the wooden house. Looking at the golden thunder pillar that was almost condensed into substance, the jade face could not help but be full of solemnity. This little bastard's thunder tribulation turned out to be so terrifying. It is worthy of the sun god body. HMPH, it's better to chop him to death, save the Tao heart of the main seat. Zhang Chuyin couldn't help but take a sip, but the worry in the beautiful eyes could not be hidden. The figure flickered and came to the edge of the peak thunder tribulation. Although it is in the Holy Land, no one will mess around. But just in case, she still released her own harmony realm aura to prevent someone from taking the opportunity to interfere with Yang Chen's robbery. The range of the thunder tribulation, although it is only at the peak of the Yoyo Peak. However, this golden thunder shocked many powerful cultivators in the entire Tao Heaven Holy Land. One after another ancient figures walked out of the cultivation cave mansion. What a strong thunder calamity. This is the transformation god tenfold breakthrough refining void. I don't know, I thought that my Tao Heavenly Holy Land was going to produce another Tao power. Thunder tribulation is from Yoyo Peak. Is it the little guy who obtained the pure young ancient sword and is called Yang Chen? That kid was still in the middle of the transformation god before, and he was about to step into the refining void realm so soon. The thunder tribulation is so powerful, it can be seen that its realm is solid, and there is not the slightest vanity, although this is a good thing, but can this kid resist this kind of thunder tribulation? In the temple of Daoshan, Yu Yorong's phoenix eyes opened, looking at the golden thunder pillar running through the heavens and the earth at the top of the distant Yoyo Peak, and her beautiful eyes were also full of surprise. However, she was not worried about Yang Chen, because she knew that there were 10 colorful pores in the soul palace of that messy thing. Helping him survive this thunder calamity was completely easy. And, this Yang Chen looks really extraordinary. Such a thunder tribulation is even more powerful than when cousin Yuzun broke through the realm of refining void back then. Looking at the golden thunder in the distance, a flash of color flashed in Yu Xuan's eyes. Then, she said a little helplessly, "It's a pity, my aunt wants to bring the two of us together and be a strong bloodline for the Jade clan, but the senior brother young Ada doesn't seem to be interested in me." Yes, Yu Yorong was slightly surprised. I couldn't help but think of the scene of double cultivation with Yang Chen you mentioned. In Yang Chen's memory, although she did not gain anything of value. For example, the kind of prison power he cultivated did not see. However, he saw a lot of his imagination of his Tao Heavenly Saint Lord. What is big and what is childlike and huge? It can be said that this bastard is far more interested in her as a holy lord than Yu Xuan. Even in his heart, he very much hoped that he, the Tao Heavenly Saint Lord, would give birth to a powerful Jade bloodline with him. Shuiner, my aunt arranged for you and Yang Chen to marry a Taoist couple and give birth to an heir before, which was somewhat hasty. If you don't want to, don't force it, your aunt can arrange for another woman. After all, there are countless beautiful women of our Jade clan, and it is too cheap to match you to him. Yu Yorong said slowly, although there is no possibility of messing with Yang Chen. But after all, he had practiced with that bastard Yuan Shen twice. Even each other's Genshin has some strange connections. If Shuiner marries him, so in the future, how should her aunt face it? However, Yu Xuan said uncharacteristically, Aunt, I feel that the more so, the more I need to marry her personally. Yang Chen broke through the realm refining void, and the thunder tribulation was strong here, which shows that his talent is even stronger than that of the cousin of Yuzun. If we don't draw him to our Jade clan, then in the future, even if cousin Yuzun becomes a holy son, will he be able to sit on the position of holy son? Our Jade clan now not only needs a strong bloodline, but also needs to marry with the outside world Tianzhao. My niece didn't understand my aunt very well at first, but since she was defeated by Zan Lingshuang, she has become more and more aware of her aunt's helplessness. Now our Jade clan is not the heyday of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yu Xuan said with a serious face. He is bent on helping his aunt revive the Jade clan and share the pressure. Yu Yorong couldn't help but be a little confused. This girl, who had discussed this matter with her before, looked reluctant. Now she didn't want her to marry Yang Chen and have children, so she rushed up again. You're going to marry Yang Chen's bastard and have a son. Isn't that Hansa also his aunt? This little bastard has a perverted penchant for some elders. Thinking of this, Yu Yorong couldn't help but get goosebumps. Golden thunder slashed heavily on the body. Even with Yang Chen's current physical strength, his body was instantly scorched black. Because of this thunder calamity, not only his own cultivation to break the realm and refine the void, but also his physical body, he is also breaking the realm. Two thunderstorms in one, naturally powerful, pure white light divine radiance flows around. Yang Chen's scorched skin that was split by golden thunder began to recover quickly. The power of light has a very strong healing effect. Recovering from his injuries was faster than his sun god body and divine dragon bloodline. Boom, as soon as the flesh body recovered, another thunder descended. Then, the thunder is falling faster and faster. The golden thunder pillar running through the sky dome above Yang Chen's head turned into a golden thunder sea around his body. This time, the power of the heavenly tribulation was also beyond Yang Chen's expectations, and Heavenly Dao didn't seem to want him to survive. It may also be that the Heavenly Dao detected his current strength. After all, the sun god body, the divine dragon bloodline, and the innate light origin. Each of these things can shape a peerless Tianzhao. Together, even the Heavenly Dao must be jealous and descend the thunder tribulation to wipe out such existences. However, the thunder tribulation is powerful though. But it still didn't destroy Yang Chen's physical body and Yuan God. Yuan Shen has the protection of the innate light origin, and there are 10 colorful forages that can absorb heavenly thunder and reduce damage for him. The flesh, on the other hand, has no protection, directly bathed in the sea of thunder. Thunder tribulation, for physical cultivation, is a great supplement. Refining the flesh, there is nothing better than Ray. For a long time, the golden thunder pillars and golden thunder seas that ran through the heavenly dome gradually dissipated. The clouds cleared and the sky cleared again. It worked. Zan Choyan's figure flashed and appeared at the peak. Looking at Yang Chen, who was bathed in light and radiance, the worry in his beautiful eyes gradually dissipated. This little bastard is really faithful. The thunder pillar and golden thunder sea that ran through the heavenly dome just now seemed to be extinguished. If she encountered a thunder tribulation of this intensity when she broke through the refining void realm, she would definitely not be able to survive it. To be precise, there should be no cultivator who can cross the thunder calamity. At this time, on Yang Chen's body, the light gradually dissipated. It reveals bronze skin that looks like it has been polished from heaven, where strength and beauty coexist. Little bastard, don't hurry up and put on your clothes to cover up. Zan Choyan scolded at this time. However, his gaze inadvertently looked at a certain part of Yang Chen, with a touch of amazement in his eyes. Yang Chen bowed his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This look from his aunt made him very proud. Master, our relationship, besides, you haven't seen it. Yang Chen didn't care, and walked in front of Zan Choyan. Shut up, little bastard, no big or small. Zan Choyan's cheeks rose with a blush and glared at him. At this time, sensing that several breaths were approaching Yu Peak in the distance, Yang Chen hurriedly took out a piece of clothing and put it on. These breaths should all be old guys from the Dao Heaven Holy Land. He doesn't have a hobby of being naked in front of these old guys. In case someone in it is not in an abnormal orientation, seeing him as a giant in the world, it will be difficult to deal with it in the future. Putting on the white shirt, Yang Chen once again regained his image as a gentleman. Elegant, gentle, like a fairy in the dust, there's even a touch of divine brilliance on the body. Zan Choyan's eyes were in a trance, and then she pouted. This little bastard is really a well-dressed beast. It is clear that the bad oil in his heart exudes the temperament of a humble gentleman. In the future, I don't know how many women will be deceived by him. Xiao Chen, why did the power of light flow in your body just now? Moreover, it is so rich, it is purer than many cultivators of the Jade clan. Zero ask for flowers. Oh, read violent novels, just go to Philo Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Zan Choyan asked at this time. There was some doubt in her beautiful eyes. Although the power of light has a miraculous effect on recovering injuries, among the Jade clan, only a small number of cultivators can use it, and they still have to practice hard for many years. But how long had Xiao Chen only come to the Dao Heaven Holy Land? Moreover, he himself did not have the Holy Spirit bloodline of the Jade clan. Yang Chen groaned slightly, and then said, didn't the little nephew say that? The Holy Lord attaches great importance to the little nephew, and has taught me the secret techniques of the Jade clan and the light divine radiance she has cultivated herself, so that I can cultivate. And you have to give Yu Xuan to me. Jay, will Hansa believe you? Zan Choyan looked incredulous. If the master doesn't believe it, forget it. Yang Chen said lightly, he can only use this statement to prevaricate Zan Choyan. After all, the innate light source is the greatest treasure of the world. Yu Yorong warned him several times not to tell anyone. If he told Zan Choyan, in case you had a sense of it. At that time, with the old woman's means, it is estimated that Zan Choyan will still be in danger. Therefore, Yang Chen naturally couldn't tell him honestly. That old woman, is she really so nice to you? If it's really so good to you, what are you still doing in my Yu Peak? Go to the Dao Heavenly Temple. Quote. But Yang Chen's statement made Zan Choyan's tone instantly colder a little, and the taste became strange. Yang Chen suddenly looked startled. However, in just an instant, he understood why Zan Choyan, a beautiful woman, suddenly changed her face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then walked up to her side, and his tone was a little playful. Master, what's wrong with you? Are you angry, or are you jealous? You, presumptuous, little bastard, who will eat your vinegar? Zan Choyan suddenly glared at Yang Chen fiercely. Being poked in the center, the white jade face could not help but float a blush. Master Ant is not jealous, why is that sour tone? Yang Chen continued, is there a Hansa? HMPH, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. A few elders are coming, get serious. If you are seen, this seat will not spare you. Zhang Chuyan felt the aura of several elders approaching, and immediately hurriedly warned. The blush and anger on his face also faded in an instant, and he returned to his unprecedented calm and indifference. Yang Chen suddenly gave a thumbs up. I have to admire the superb acting skills of this beautiful woman. 840, and several elders discussed how to seize the position of the Holy Sun, and Zhang Chuyan was in charge. Yang Chen returned to the small courtyard under the pretext of needing to consolidate his cultivation. Brother Chen, seeing that Yang Chen was safe and sound, Zhu Shi suddenly hurriedly threw himself into his arms. Okay. Yang Chen comforted a few words and looked at her stomach. In the past 6 months, he has been in a state of retreat. Although he and Zhu Shi lived in the same courtyard, they often did not see each other once a month. Speaking of which, his father is also quite irresponsible. Sire, take me to accompany you and our children. Yang Chen stroked Chu Xi's tender back and said softly. Zhu Shi choked, the jade arm wrapped around Yang Chen's neck. After lingering for a while, Zhu Shi said shyly, Brother Chen, Sire missed you. Missed me. Yang Chen naturally knew what this thought meant. Between the Taoists, they are obviously hugging together, and they think, then they can only go further. But, Yang Chen looked at Chu Xi's stomach. Sire, the child is already old. We still are, Yang Chen said, rubbing Chu Xi's long black and silky hair. Then, the two walked into the wooden house. 7 days passed. Dao Heaven Holy Land, Holy Sun Dabi also began. Babel Peak. It is the main peak of the Dao Heaven Holy Land, and it is also the peak where the Dao Heaven Temple is located. Xuantian sect's Tongtian Peak is also named from this. After all, the founding ancestor of the Xuantian sect was an elder of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. However, compared to the Tongtian Peak of the Xuantian sect, the Tongtian Peak of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land was even more majestic. It is more than tens of thousands of zhang high and thousands of miles in radius. From a distance, it looks like a stone pillar connecting the heavenly dome and the earth. Perhaps the name of Tongtian also comes from this. At this moment, the peak of Tongtian is extremely lively. A figure with a vast aura descended. It was naturally extraordinary to be invited to participate in the Dao Heaven Holy Land Saint Sun Great Competition. Even if it is not at the Holy Land level, it is also an ancient clan sect on the side of Megatron. This martial arts arena of Tongtian Peak is suspended in the void. Surrounded by several stone platforms, connected by chains and martial arts arenas, it is full of a sense of simplicity and solemnity. Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in my Dao Heavenly Holy Land Saint Sun competition. Yumo is very grateful. At this time, Yu Yorong appeared above a stone platform and said slowly. Although the tone is polite, it is full of majesty that has been in a position for a long time in the coercion of the Peak of Edo. At this moment, even those who came as guests bowed and saluted in unison. I waited to see the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord. Yu Yorong was still in the clouds and mist, and he couldn't see his figure clearly. There is a mystery in the powerful, and the pressure is extremely high. However, Yang Chen felt that this beautiful woman's gaze stayed on him from time to time, as if she wanted to see through him. This made him very unhappy in his heart, and he couldn't help but secretly scold. Maid, what to see? Could it be that after becoming a Yuanshan double cultivator, you can't think of me? On the martial arts arena, Yu Zhong stepped in the air and stood in the center of the martial arts arena. His face is like jade, handsome and extraordinary. The body is full of divine brilliance, as if under the heavenly gods. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him. To be precise, all the forces who came to watch the great competition of the Holy Sun all wanted to see the demeanor of the Jade Venerable. After all, Yu Zhong's reputation has always been great. Nephew of the Holy Lord, the body of the Holy Spirit, invincible in the same rank. Jade Zun did not disappoint them either, and several cultivators in the early stage of refining the Void Realm were defeated by him within 3 rounds. Clean, completely crushing posture. This time, Yu Zhong's opponent was a refining Void Realm sword cultivator, and his strength had reached the 4th level of refining Void. As soon as it appeared, it caused a lot of discussion. It's Dugu Wuxian, I didn't expect him to break through to the refining Void quadruple. Yang Chen was wondering who this person was, when an ethereal and elegant voice came from behind him. Turn around, a tall and holy figure walked beside him. The skin is like jade, and the face is absolutely beautiful, like the 9 heavenly goddesses in the dust. Yang Chen could clearly see that the gazes of almost all the male disciples on the stone platform were focused on his position. It turned out to be the Yushuan fairy. Yang Chen smiled slightly. Junior brother Yang only crossed the Thunder Tribulation Realm refining void a few days ago, so are you going to prepare to participate in the Holy Sun contest today? Junior brother Yang's future is limitless, even if he doesn't become a Dao Heaven Saint Sun. In the future, all the resources of the Dao Heaven Holy Land can still be all open to senior brother Yang. Moreover, my aunt should have said to junior brother Yang, let us do marry 1.4, this point, I am willing. As long as junior brother Yang gives up participating in the Holy Sun contest today, we can consummate the marriage tomorrow, and, my Jade clan, accompany 10 immortals of the Divine Realm as servants. Hearing Yushuan's words, Yang Chen suddenly showed his face. This top of the fairy list, is it to lure him to give up the Holy Sun Dabi? It doesn't count his own marriage, and he also marries 10 Transformation God Realm immortals. Who did he see Yang Chen? Isn't he a covetous woman? I want him to give up participating in the Holy Sun contest, unless, Yu Yorong, a beautiful woman, is married. Yushuan fairy said and smiled. You are the top of the fairy list, how can you marry so rashly? Moreover, to participate in the great contest of the Holy Sun in the next, I can't help myself, it is completely the order of the Master Ant, sending people under the fence, I have to do it. Yang Chen had a helpless expression. Yushuan walked in front of him at this time. A faint fragrance washed into the nose. The tall figure is not even much shorter than Yang Chen. Under the neck, a clear bulge tells that the slender waist bears extra weight. This point is more similar to her Aunt Yorong. There's room for greatness. Participating in the great contest of the Holy Sun is entirely voluntary by junior brother Yang. I just mentioned it casually, junior brother Yang doesn't have to be embarrassed. Yushuan did not dwell too much on this issue. It gives people an easygoing feeling of light clouds and breeze. Then, he introduced Yang Chen to Dugu Wuxian, who fought against Yu Zhong. Junior brother Yang has only been in the Holy Land for a short time, so he should not know much about some characters. This Dugu Wuxian is a personal disciple of the second elder. He himself is from the Zhongzhou Sword Pavilion, and his brother Dugu is invincible, and they both have extremely high kendo talents. But he didn't want to compete with his brother for the position of Sword Sun, so he left the Sword Pavilion and switched to the O3 Heavenly Holy Land, becoming the second elder's personal disciple. Yu Zhan said, in the martial arts arena, Dugu Wuxian and Yu Zhong also fought for more than a dozen rounds. Suddenly, a slaughtering sword intent rushed straight into the sky. Around the martial arts arena, countless spirit swords trembled and sounded. A blood-red giant sword that was completely condensed with sword intent faintly emerged. This sword intent should be at the sword 7th perfection level. Unexpectedly, Dugu Wuxin comprehended such a powerful sword intent in the void refining realm quadruple. It really lives up to the name of Kendo Tiandao. Cousin Yuzun this time, I'm afraid I'm going to give it his all. Yu Xuan was a little surprised. However, he was not worried about Yuzun. As she said, Yuzun has not yet exerted her full strength. His sword 7 complete, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. During this time, he also had some understanding of Kendo. Kendo, according to the strength of the sword intent, is divided into 9 levels. Kendo 1 Heavy Heaven to Kendo 9 Heavens. It is commonly known as Sword 1 to 9 Swords. Each heavy day is divided into 4 levels, beginner, small, large, and complete. Generally speaking, a sword cultivation in the middle of the refining void realm can reach the level of Sword 7 Xiaocheng, which is already quite good. When he was in the Meteorite Mountain range before, his attainment in the sword path should be in the 7 great achievements of the sword. This was also the fundamental reason why he could easily cut through the 3 avatar god Tenyin puppets. However, his current sword intent has reached the 8th sword intent. On the stone platform around the martial arts arena, because they felt Dugu Wuxin's sword intent at the 7th level of sword, many veteran cultivators were shocked. However, this shock soon turned into dismay and incredulity. Because Jade Venerable was full of jade white brilliance. The bright light divine radiance condensed into a piece of light armor and a long spear. The armor was draped over Yuzun's body, and the spear was held in his hand. At this moment, Jade Zun seemed to incarnate as a god of light and war. Break it for me, a low drink. The spear stabbed out. The dazzling light bloomed in an instant. The blood-red giant sword suddenly shattered. Poof! Dugu Wuxin was directly pierced through the chest by a shot. The spear was unabated and directly nailed Dugu Wuxin to a stone pillar on the edge of the martial arts arena. Blood instantly stained the spear of light. This scene made the dozens of powerful cultivators in the audience all look stunned. A Kendo Tianjiao, who refined the void quadruple and cultivated Kendo to the perfection of the sword 7, was defeated by the destruction and decay. On the stone platform, the other teachings who came to watch Dabi had solemn faces. In their hearts, they secretly measured whether the Holy Son and Holy Daughter in their sect could resist this shot from the Jade Venerable. The several elders of the Dao Heaven Holy Land looked at each other. It was obvious that the strength of the Jade Venerable exceeded their imagination. Xiaochen, Yuzun has begun to show invincibility, things have changed, you still don't want to participate in the war. The defeat is small, if it damages the Dao heart, it will be trouble. Yang Chen received a message from Zan Choyin at this time. The gaze looked towards the stone platform on the right. Zan Choyin was sitting next to a beautiful woman with a veil and was talking with her. According to Yu Xuan's introduction just now, that masked beauty was an elder of the ethereal immortal palace. The relationship with the Zan family is not shallow, so it was received by Zan Choyin. Junior brother Yang, the magical power that cousin Yuzun exerted just now was created by an ancestor of the Jade clan, and it is called. Yu Xuan said slowly on the side. Although she is known for her coldness, she usually does not communicate with the opposite sex. Even if it is her cousin Yuzun, she only speaks a few words and rarely talks so eloquently. However, in the face of Yang Chen, the reason for this. First, he wanted to win him over and marry him, help the Yu clan to strengthen their bloodline and reduce the pressure on his head. Second, it was on Yang Chen's body that she could feel an extremely close aura of light, as if facing the origin of light. But at this time, Yuzun on the martial arts arena saw the two who were talking. Suddenly, a wave of anger rose in his heart. During this time, he also heard some rumors. Said that her aunt intended to give her cousin to Yang Chen and let the two of them marry. Now, my cousin is even more smiling at him and talking with him very happily. Such a gesture of enthusiasm, even for him, has never appeared. 280 inches damn stuff. Quote. Yuzun clenched his fist and his face was gloomy. He and his cousin childhood sweetheart grew up together and practiced together. In his heart, his cousin had long been his inner Taoist. How can you give rations to others? If this bastard dares to infiltrate his cousin, he must die. Even if it's an aunt, she can't keep him. Perhaps her aunt wanted to give her cousin to Yang Chen because she wanted to win him over and consolidate the status of the Jade clan. But he is confident that he will be invincible in the world in the future and suppress the world's Tianjiao. Why marry? With him alone, the Jade clan can prosper. Yuzun stretched out his hand and shook it, and the bright spear that nailed Dugu Wuxin to the stone pillar suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear was stained with Dugu Law's blood, and it was a bit desolate and domineering, pointing directly at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I heard that you have the support of several great elders, and you are also coveting the position of the Holy Son. With such good intentions, why is it now a shrunken turtle? If you really want to become a Holy Son, come and fight against this throne. This seat is here, we must fight the Holy Land Tianjiao and suppress all disobedience. Let's fight. Yuzun pointed his gun at Yang Chen, and his voice was full of wild and domineering. At this moment, the audience fell silent. Everyone's eyes followed the Jade Zun spear and looked in Yang Chen's direction. He is Yang Chen, refining void, will it be the opponent of Yuzun? The previous Thunder Tribulation was the most terrifying refining Thunder Tribulation that this seed has ever seen in his life. If this person grows for another 300 years, he may be able to surpass the Jade Venerable, but now, he is too young. Yuzun, this is not ready to give him a chance to grow, he will break his Dao heart now. If he fights, with his cultivation of refining the void, he is definitely not the opponent of the Jade Venerable, and if he does not fight, the Dao heart will be damaged. Yuzun's hand is a little vicious. Maybe it's because I saw Fairy Yu Xuan and Yang Chen walking so close, and I was angry. I wonder if the Holy Lord will stop it. On the stone platform around the martial arts arena, everyone was talking about it. Some of the other sect powerhouses who came to watch the battle, although they didn't know much about Yang Chen, they all showed an interested expression at the moment. Dao Heaven Holy Land, Tianjiao compete with each other, this is naturally what they're happy to see. Several elders summoned the Heavenly Saint Lord, hoping that she could stop Jade Venerable's invitation to battle. However, Yu Yorong sat on the throne of the Holy Lord and did not say a word. Yang Chen, come to fight. Yuzun drank again. The sound was like thunder, mixed with fighting intent and anger. Yu Xuan Fairy, you saw it, in the next, there is nothing to do. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Yu Xuan frowned, secretly cursed Yuzun in his heart. Such an invitation to battle, regardless of victory or defeat, Yang Chen will have a gap with the Jade clan. Moreover, with such a target for foreign Tianjiao, how would the cultivators of the Holy Land view the Jade clan in the future? I am afraid that after this battle, those elders who remain neutral will gradually distance themselves from the Jade clan. Yang Chen stepped out and appeared in the martial arts arena. Yang Chen, the gap between you and the Jade Venerable realm is too large, this battle point can be reached. The great elder shouted in a deep voice at this time. I have always respected my opponent when I am at war, but I don't have the habit of keeping my hands. If you are worried about getting hurt, you can directly admit defeat. Yuzun snorted coldly. Senior brother Yuzun, just make a move. Yang Chen said lightly, although Jade Zun was a refining void quadruple, and also strongly defeated a Kendo Tianjiao of the same rank. But that alone wasn't enough to make him back off. Moreover, the invincible son of destiny, the villain himself, must interrupt his path of invincibility. If it is only a point, the blow to his invincibility is not enough. Very good. A sneer appeared on Yuzun's face. Then, above the spear, light bloomed. The dazzling light of light is like a great sun falling. Some of the weaker cultivators on the surrounding stone platforms couldn't help but close their eyes. Damn, Yuzun, this is going to strike with all his might. He wants to take the opportunity to kill Yang Chen. HMPH, if Tianjiao appears in the Holy Land, the Jade Clan will be wiped out, and the Heavenly Holy Land is just a private weapon of the Jade Clan. Some elders spoke coldly. Many people's hearts are a little heavy. Yuzun's gun, together with Du Guwushan, who was refining the void fourfold, could not catch it. Not to mention Yang Chen, who had just stepped into the refining void realm. This is obviously to take the opportunity to kill him. At this time, Zhang Choyan, who had been watching the movement on the stone platform, couldn't help but fluctuate with a burst of chi on his body. Her beautiful eyes are full of worry. Chuyun, I've never seen you so worried about someone. Who is this little fellow? At this time, the beautiful woman of the ethereal immortal palace sitting next to her couldn't help but be curious. Hearing this, Zhang Choyan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. However, she acted well and quickly regained her composure. This little guy is Ling Shuang's disciple, and he can be regarded as my junior nephew. However, since I came to Yu Peak, I have been following me to cultivate, and I also treat him as my own disciple. So it is. The beauty of the fairy palace nodded lightly. But in his eyes, a trace of doubt flashed. Because, the panic in Zhang Choyan's eyes just now, she clearly saw it. With Zhang Choyan's personality, his own disciples don't care, would they care so much about his sister's disciples? Moreover, when asked by himself, he also showed a flustered posture. The beautiful woman of the immortal palace couldn't help but be interested in Yang Chen and began to look at him. Yang Chen, catch this shot from this seat, you are qualified to compete with this seat for the position of Holy Sun. Don't let Hansa down. Although he said this, Yuzun had already made up his mind to use the shot, and Yang Chen was the result. Dare to hit her cousin's idea, this bastard must die. Death to Hansa. Yuzun drank coldly in his heart. The spear stabbed out. The light divine radiance directly turned into a dragon of light and rushed straight towards Yang Chen. This martial arts arena can withstand attacks below the Edo realm. But at this moment, with the appearance of the light dragon, on the martial arts arena, the light curtain of the Dao formation appeared. This is too powerful, which stimulates the protective formation of the martial arts arena. Zhang Choyan sat up abruptly from her seat. The power of the surrounding space fluctuated. But the beautiful woman of the immortal Zhao palace beside her hurriedly grabbed her. Chuyun, Holy Sun Dabi, outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Moreover, the seat looks at that little guy, and it seems that there is no panic. You're concerned about it. The beautiful woman of the fairy palace fell. In the field, an earth-shattering sword intent rushed straight into the sky. This moment, everyone's spirit swords were trembling and ringing. Including some convergence realm powerful cultivators, the spirit sword was actually trembling. What a strong sword intent. This sword intent, this is the realm of sword 8. In the field, a powerful cultivator exclaimed, and the sound spread throughout the martial arts arena. Kanhachi, the 8th heaven of sword Dao, even a sword cultivator of the convergence realm may not be able to comprehend such sword intent, but it has been comprehended by cultivator who has just entered the refining void. Those who can reach the realm of the 8th sword above the sword path are all famous figures in the middle of the state. In the past few thousand years, the sword cultivators who have stepped into the realm of the 8 swords, the lowest cultivation, are also in the late stage of refining, and they are the sword pavilion masters of the year. Unexpectedly, the Dao Heaven Holy Land actually has such a sword Dao Tianjiao. This person is much more evil than Du Guwushan demon. With the discussion of a powerful monk, Yang Chen on the martial arts arena, 2 fingers together. Although the pure young ancient sword was not taken out. But at this moment, he himself seemed to be a sword, an indestructible sword. Jun, a loud sword roared, and 10,000 swords roared in unison. Golden flames erupted from Yang Chen's body. Combined with the sword intent, a golden giant sword was instantly formed. Chop, Yang Chen drank low, fingers waved like swords. Although the light dragon is condensed by the light god, it is divine and powerful. But under the golden giant sword burning with the sun god flame, it was directly cut off. Whoosh, faintly, the light dragon even let out a mournful groan. The huge dragon body was destroyed by sword intent and flames in just an instant. And as Yang Chen took a step forward, the infinite sword intent pointed directly at the Jade Venerable at this moment. Jun, a sword sound seemed to explode from the void. Poof, although the sword intent was invisible, it broke through the bright armor on Yuzun's body in an instant. Directly let a mouthful of blood spurt out, and the figure withdrew to go for more than 100 zhong. What a strong sword. Just one sword, cut off the Jade Venerable all out ADDE blow. Moreover, with the sword intent alone, he broke the light armor on Yuzun's body. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's good if Yang Chen is also refining the void quadruple, but he is refining the void 1. Cross the triple realm and defeat a holy spirit body with an invincible posture. Even the sword intent of the sword 8 realm can't be so perverted. Many cultivators in the field looked at each other, even though they were all cultivators at the peak of refining and even the Dao realm, they were also a little incomprehensible at the moment. After all, Yuzun was already the top Tianjiao in the entire Zhongzhou. They thought that among the sects, it was difficult to find someone comparable to Jade Venerable. But at this moment, such a peerless Tianjiao with an invincible posture was defeated by someone across the triple realm. So how evil should this Yang Chen be? Is the sword 8 realm so powerful? At this time, a black-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. That is indeed the sword intent of the sword 8 realm. However, it's not a newcomer to sword 8, but sword 8 Xiaocheng. That sword intent should be the pure young sword Dao of the pure young Venerable back then. This son's attainment in the Kendo is not inferior to the Hansa, even if it is superior. It's really the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave, making this old bone ashamed of me. The black-robed old man's voice was low, and it was even mixed with a sense of loneliness. Janba Xiaocheng, refining void has comprehended the realm of sword 8, and has also reached the Xiaocheng realm. The land of Zhongzhou, actually produced such a sword Dao demon. This sun's sword path can actually be compared to the giant mountain sword master. The Dao Heaven Holy Land is worthy of being passed down for millions of years, and the foundation is indeed profound. With this sun here, in the future, Zhongzhou sword Dao, I am afraid that I will see the Dao Heavenly Holy Land. No one doubted the black-robed old man's words, because he was one of the 6 great sword masters of the sword pavilion, and he had been in the sword 8 realm for more than 2,000 years. He is a famous Kendo sage in the land of Zhongzhou. Phew, seeing Yang Chen show such earth-shattering sword intent, and broke the bright dragon of the Jade Venerable with one sword, Zhang Chuyin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen, and a little anger flashed, and she couldn't help but secretly scold in her heart. This little bastard, it's really deep. This seed really underestimated you before, and actually comprehended the sword intent of the Sword 8 realm, and it is still the Xiaocheng realm. Even if the Hansa is above the sword path, it is only a beginner to the Sword 8. The beautiful woman of the Immortal Palace on the side, her beautiful eyes were also full of surprise at this moment. Sword 8 Xiaocheng, this kind of sword intent, the entire Zhongzhou land, not many people have reached. Those who have reached it are all famous senior cultivators. However, the beauty of the Immortal Palace was shocked, but also full of doubts. Because, Zhang Chuyin's reaction was too unusual. She knows Zhang Chuyin very well, but she knows that Zhang Chuyin is relatively cold in her heart and rarely really cares about others. Moreover, her demeanor just now looked a little disgusted. Is this Yang Chen really just her junior nephew? The relationship between them is probably not so simple. On the martial arts arena, the bright armor on Yuzin's body was shattered, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. The face is full of disbelief. Sword 8 realm. One sword broke my strongest blow. How is it possible? This can't be. Yuzun roared low in his heart. Since he embarked on the road of cultivation, he has always defeated his opponent strongly, and he has been invincible all the way. Even her aunt said that when she was young, she did not have such combat power as herself. He is the body of the Holy Spirit. It is the thickest bloodline of the Jade clan in 100,000 years. They should fight to the end of their lives and walk out of their own invincible path. However, in the Dao Heaven Holy Land, he was defeated by a junior with a heavier fighting void realm and a sword. Yu Dai looked up and looked around, as if he could see everyone laughing at him indescribably just now. Especially, when she saw the surprised expression on her cousin Yushuan's face and the ripples in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Yuzun felt like a knife in his heart. The cousin's gaze was not on him. Rather, on Yang Chen's body. Damn it. Ding, the host defeated Yuzun with a sword. The invincible Dao heart of Yuzun was seriously damaged. The luck value of Yuzun, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 2,000 points, and the host obtained the villain value of 0 points. Closing square bracket. Ding, the host shows peerless talent. Yushuan's favor for the host has greatly increased, and he was detected by Yuzun. Yuzun's state of mind was seriously damaged, and the luck value of Yuzun, the son of heavenly destiny, was 2,000 points, and the host obtained 2,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. System sounds sounded one after another. Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. There was some sigh in my heart. Good fellow, worthy of being the invincible son of destiny. Interrupting his path of invincibility, he actually received so many rewards. Plundered a full 4,000 chi luck points at once. Yang Chen looked at Yuzun. In fact, Yuzun's strength is not weak. The sword just now, it seems that he just made a sword. But in fact, it was his strongest sword. His sword intent is Xiaocheng of the Sword 8 realm. And only one step away, you can enter the realm of Sword 8. With the blessing of this sword intent, plus his sun god flame. It can be said that it is the strongest and can kill and burn everything. Only then did he seem to lightly cut off the light dragon that Yuzun cast with one blow with a sword. As for breaking through his armor of light, it is a secret technique recorded by Pure Yang Venerable in the Pure Yang Sword Codex. It is called the Sword Drawing Heaven technique. This secret technique can condense its own sword intent to attack. Back then, Pure Yang Venerable, when none of the true Qi Yuan gods could use it, used this secret technique to kill the three Harmony Dao powers only with his own sword intent. Of course, the sword intent of Pure Yang Venerable was definitely much stronger than him. However, with his sword intent close to the 8 levels of the sword, it was naturally not a problem to break through the bright armor of the Jade Venerable. Senior brother Yuzun, are you alright? The victory and defeat have been divided. I still have an appointment with Yushuan Ferry, so I will leave first. Yang Chen arched his hand at Yuzun, showing a kind smile, and then turned and walked towards the stone platform where Yuzan was. However, this smile, in the eyes of Yuzun, was a naked mockery of him. He also had an appointment with his cousin. Bastard, Hanzo wants you to die. Yuzun roared lowly, and a vicious killing intent flashed in his eyes. His Jade Venerable Holy Spirit body, refining the void quadruple, was injured by sword of a cultivator who was refining the void in the other. This is a great shame. Only by killing this bastard can he calm his Dao heart. In order to re-establish their belief in invincibility. Talent, so that the cousin belongs only to herself, and will not become the shape of others. On Yuzun's body, several fine cracks were opened, from which a large amount of blood leached. Blood burned fiercely, and the jade white light bloomed wildly. His own momentum climbed rapidly. Die. Zero asked for flowers. Yuzun let out a low roar. Once again, a spear of light condensed and pierced Yang Chen. This time the attack was unpretentious, but full of killing intent. Xiaochen, be careful, Zhang Chuyin hurriedly reminded her. Although Yang Chen turned his back to Jade Venerable at the moment, his divine soul perception kept watching him. After all, that's what he wants. There are not many opportunities to make wool, he needs to make it a few more times. Moreover, he wanted to completely shatter the invincible Dao heart of the Jade Venerable. Turned sharply, one punch blasted, there is no true chi and no kendo is used. Just a punch, the sturdy slammed into the bright spear that Yuzun stabbed. Bang, the spear full of killing intent was directly broken into two. One of the spears pierced into Yuzun's chest, nailed him directly to the stone pillar on the edge of the martial arts arena. Blood flowed down the stone pillar, looking even more miserable than the solitary lawlessness just now. Ding, the host punched Yuzun into a serious injury, completely shattered the invincible heart of Yuzun. Yuzun's state of mind collapsed, fainted, plundered the son of heaven's destiny Yuzun chi luck value of 1,000 points, the host obtained villain value of 1,000 points. Closing square bracket. The system sounds. Yang Chen couldn't help but look slightly condensed. The invincible heart of the Jade Zun was shattered, and he plundered 1,000 chi luck points. It seems that it is a little difficult to plunder his chi luck value in this regard. Yang Chen looked at Yu Yorong who was sitting on the stone platform. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of this beautiful woman's peerless appearance in the great grace. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked. It seems that if you want to plunder the luck value of Yuzun in the future, you have to start with her aunt. Rattle. The Jade Zun was nailed to the stone pillar of the martial arts arena by the broken spear, and blood flowed down the stone pillar, staining the stone pillar red. This scene made many cultivators in the martial arts arena stunned. Physical cultivation, he is still a physical cultivator. At this time, a powerful monk exclaimed, Yang Chen's punch did not use any true chi, let alone attach to the sword Dao. It's just a simple punch. However, it directly destroyed the Jade Zun's murderous blow. Moreover, it was nailed to the stone pillar. The power of this punch is not inferior to the sword just now. This kid is also too terrifying. Even the Dao heavenly ancestor back then, at such a realm, I'm afraid it's far inferior. Yuzun himself is definitely the top Tianzhao in the entire 750 Zhongzhou, but unfortunately, I met him. Quote. I see that Yuzun has fainted at this moment, maybe his Dao heart has also been completely shattered under this punch. But if you attack behind your back, you can't blame others. Many monks talked about it. Some other sect powers, looking at Yang Chen's eyes, were full of solemnity and jealousy. Because, even Yuzun couldn't catch this punch and sword. Not to mention those disciples under them. Under one punch, it may be directly wiped out. If the sun cultivates for another 1,000 years and reaches the convergence realm, I'm afraid that even these powerful powers of the unified Dao will hardly be their enemies. Then, Yu Yorong, who was originally sitting on the high platform, appeared next to Yuzun. The jade hand poked out from the cloud and caressed the jade Zun. The jade white light divine radiance covered the jade venerable. Suddenly, the spear nailed to the jade chest dissipated. The injuries on Yuzun's body are also healing rapidly. Send the jade venerable back to the clan realm. Yu Yorong ordered a jade clan elder, and then the clouds and mist fluttered and appeared in front of Yang Chen. Holy Lord, Jade Venerable has been defeated, and the position of Holy Sun should be succeeded by Yang Chen. Please Holy Lord canonize Yang Chen as my Dao Heavenly Holy Land Holy Sun. At this time, the great elder said in a loud voice. As soon as these words came out, the other elders also echoed in unison. Yang Chen's refining void defeat of the Jade Venerable of refining void quadruple shows that the talent is peerless. Please Holy Lord canonize Yang Chen as my Dao Heavenly Holy Land Holy Sun. Originally, these elders saw the Jade Venerable display of invincibility and defeated Dugu Wuxian, who was also a refining void quadruple with a crushing posture. In his heart, he felt that it was too reluctant to let Yang Chen, a cultivator who had just broken through the realm and entered the refining void, compete for the position of Holy Sun. But I didn't expect that Yang Chen, this kid, was so devilish. Facing the Jade Venerable who was 3 realms higher, it only took one sword to defeat him. With a punch, he nailed it to the stone pillar. This kind of combat power talent, under the gaze of more than 10 other sect powers, if the Holy Lord does not canonize him as a Holy Sun, then it is impossible to say. Even if the Holy Lord wants to give the position of the sun to his nephew, he must also consider the impact. What's more, there were several of their elders who put pressure. Yang Chen is indeed extremely talented, and he is the only candidate to be canonized as a Holy Sun. However, after all, he is still the sect master of the Xuanyan sect of the Northern Spirit Domain, and it has only been 1 year since he entered the Holy Land, and this matter needs to be considered in the long run. The words of the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord fell. The great elder then said in a deep voice. Holy Lord, although Yang Chen has been in the Holy Land for a relatively short time, he has been cultivating with the Holy Daughter since he was a child, but he is not in Zhongzhou. Moreover, the Xuanyan sect was created by an elder of my Dao Heavenly Holy Land, and it is the same origin as the Holy Land, not to mention that elder is still the ancestor of the Jade clan. The Holy Lord needs to plan for the long term. Could it be that he has already decided on a candidate? Great elder, is this questioning the seed? Jade Yorong is in the clouds. The voice is faint. I don't know whether to be happy or angry. But as his voice fell, the great elder snorted. The tall figure took a few steps back. Poof, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. This scene directly made everyone in the martial arts arena stupid. Great elder of the Heavenly Holy Land, mighty in the middle state for thousands of years. This is a great power in the late stage of the convergence realm. Compared to many Holy Land dynasty lords, it is not inferior. You reached that state. The great elder stared at the martial arts arena, his expression full of surprise and a trace of trepidation. The dozens of Edo powerhouses present also stood up with shocked faces at this moment. That realm is called the Crossing Tribulation. After reaching it, you only need to cross the Heavenly Tribulation to ascend to the immortal realm and become a true immortal. Crossing the Robbery realm, there is also a title. The world respects him as his holiness. Once the pure young venerable of Megatron state, the remnant star venerable, were all in this realm. In today's Zhongzhou land, the power of Hidao stands proudly in the world, dominating one side, and in the later stage of Hidao, he can even control an ancient sect at the level of a holy place. The venerable who crossed the tribulation realm, but he hadn't appeared for a long time. Perhaps some ancient holy places have hidden old monsters that have reached this realm. However, most of them are running out of oil and do not dare to cross the catastrophe. And this Dao Heavenly Saint Lord is different. After less than 4,000 years of cultivation, he had already reached the tribulation realm, and now he was in the prime of life. When he was young, he was not only the first beauty in Zhongzhou, but also defeated cultivators of the same rank, invincible for an era. Even the current Lord of the Sword Pavilion, the Nether Sect Lord, and the Great Qin Emperor Lord, these people 4.0 things in the Middle Earthquake state were all defeated by their hands back then. Amazing as her, maybe it won't be long before she will cross the immortal 3 tribulations. Once past, he is a true immortal. Yang Chen was also a little surprised at this time. Unexpectedly, Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman actually broke the realm. It seems that the innate light origin of Yicheng really has a great effect on her. However, this is fine. When you reach the realm of tribulation, the heavenly calamity is inevitable. Then Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman must be even more coveted for the other 90% innate light origin. In this way, the bargaining chips on your own are higher. The seed cultivation has gained a little, and accidentally broke the realm. Elders, do you still have any objections to the words of the seed? Yu Yorong said lightly, announced to the world that she has now entered the realm of calamity. Moreover, a strong coercion shrouded several elders. Suddenly, even a powerful cultivator of the Harmony Dao realm couldn't help but sink at this moment. Several elders looked at each other. They all shook their heads helplessly. Now the Holy Lord has reached the tribulation realm. It was simply not something that a few of their elders could balance. Oh, for didn't you see that the great elders were spitting blood from their mouths? What the Holy Lord said also makes sense. I will obey the Holy Lord's judgment. Several elders bowed and said, abominable, a bunch of wallheads. Zan Choyan, who was sitting next to the beautiful woman of the immortal palace, frowned at this moment and couldn't help but secretly scold in her heart. Chu Yun, the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord has reached the tribulation realm. If she insists on not giving the position of Holy Sun to Yang Chen, the seed will not be able to do anything. After all, compared to the peak of the Hop Dao, the strength of the tribulation realm can be qualitatively improved. Moreover, after all, this is a matter within the Dao Heaven Holy Land, although this seed is from the Zan family, but now, after all, is a person from the ethereal immortal palace, and many things are not good to forcibly interfere. The beauty of the fairy palace also said at this time. Zan Choyan sighed, secretly complained in my heart. It wasn't because they saw that Yu Yorong had reached the tribulation realm, and they were all scared. However, it doesn't matter if Xiao Chen can't become a Holy Sun. With the talent he shows now, it will not be difficult to surpass Yu Yorong in the future. Even if she couldn't get the Yukong seal, Yang Chen had such a talented combat power, and she was happy in her heart. After all, this little bastard, but hers, master and nephew. In Zan Choyan's heart, she couldn't help but think of the scene where the two hugged under the tree before. At the same time, a bold idea also rose in my heart. With the speed of this little bastard's breakthrough, I'm afraid it won't be long before his strength catches up with himself. At that time, if he moves again, what will he do? Can you still sternly reprimand and refuse like before? Seeing that several elders directly gave in and did not dare to have any more objections, Yu Yorong hid in the phoenix eyes under the clouds, and a touch of disdain appeared. Then, his gaze looked at Yang Chen. The reason why she was able to break through the realm was naturally because of Yang Chen's mess. The innate light origin has an extremely great effect on her, which can be said to reshape her foundation Dao Bone. Let her comprehension of the way of light, in only half a year, not lose the income of the past 1,000 years. This is what broke the border in one fell swoop, and this is only less than 1/10 of the benefits brought by the innate light source. If she obtains half of the innate light origin, or all of it, in the future, even if your tribulation becomes a true immortal, you will also be a powerful existence among true immortals. In the future, even higher realms are expected. Thinking of this, Yu Yorong was not ready to continue wasting time. With a wave of his hand at Yang Chen, the figures of the two disappeared directly into the martial arts arena. In the temple of Daoshan, Yu Yorong stood in front of Yang Chen, and the clouds and mist on his body gradually dissipated, revealing a graceful figure. A white palace dress, blue silk held high behind his head. Above the stunning jade face, it is full of dignified and holy. Perhaps because 413 has been in the top position for a long time, now he has broken through the tribulation realm, and his temperament is more noble. Yang Chen's gaze swept and couldn't help but sigh. Being able to see the true body of the heavenly Saint Lord up close and directly, for now, it should be only him. However, Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman covered her body with clouds and mist, which is also a correct choice. After all, with her stunning appearance, if she was not covered by clouds and mist, she would inevitably become a frequent visitor to countless elder disciples. Beautiful woman, holy lord, who can stop this identity charm? No matter how strong she is, she can't control people's thoughts. Yang Chen, if you want to become a holy son, it's not impossible. However, you must agree to all the conditions that this seed has proposed before. Yu Yorong looked at Yang Chen with phoenix eyes and said lightly. Yang Chen's expression couldn't help but be slightly startled. The conditions that the Holy Lord said, in addition to half of the innate light origin, but also use the blood of the disciple to help you give birth to an heir, the disciple agrees. Presumptuous. Yang Chen, are you really looking for death? When Yu Yorong heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Yang Chen only felt a pressure descend on his body. His bones crackled all over his body, as if they were about to shatter. It's the disciple who lost his words, it's helping your jade beauty race to give birth to an heir, not helping the Holy Lord give birth to an heir. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth skimmed and said immediately. This beautiful woman is worthy of being a robbery cultivator, and her strength is really terrifying. Just releasing the coercion, it was so powerful, he almost couldn't bear it. It was no wonder that those elders just now wrote on the wall. HMPH. Yang Chen, you'd better be careful when talking to the seed in the future and pay attention to your identity. Although Hanzo won't kill you now, there are means to clean you up. Let you live better than die, you can still do it. Yu Yorong warned coldly, if it weren't for the fact that this bastard thing was somewhat useful, he would have been slapped to death earlier. The holy son Dabi, who interrupted her elaborate planning, did not care and dared to speak obscenities in front of her. Is it true that she is good at talking? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yu Yorong began to get to the point. As soon as the jade hand turned over, a silver seal appeared. The surrounding space suddenly rippled layer by layer. This Yukong seal is a space holy weapon. The holy weapon, in fact, the real name is the immortal weapon. Each piece is forged from a true immortal, but because the person in charge of the immortal weapon is generally a Zhengzhou Holy Land level force, it is also called a holy weapon. Ordinary Holy Land level forces, there may only be 2 or 3 holy weapons, but my Dao Heavenly Holy Land has 6 pieces. The 2 holy weapons, Yin Yang Mirror and Yukong Seal, rank in the top 3 among them, are both very powerful existences. You are the lord of the Yin Yang Mirror and the Yang Mirror. Its role should be very clear. Not only has the power of the Titan Sun, but also captures a touch of heavenly machine and predicts the trajectory of fate. Yu Yorong said slowly. Yang Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. Capture a touch of heavenly machine, predicting the trajectory of fate. He couldn't help but think of what Master Zun had said that she saw his figure in the Yin Yang Mirror, and only then did she take him as an apprentice. It seems that this is the Yin and Yang Mirror that captures a trace of heavenly opportunity and predicts the trajectory of fate in advance. This alone is enough for this Yin and Yang Mirror. However, there's him in the fate trajectory of the Master. But the 2 are in charge of the Yin Yang Mirror together as Titan and Sun. In the end, he also obtained the Yin and Yang Heavenly Gong, a double cultivation exercise. Is this trajectory of fate a master-apprentice relationship? Could the Master have been mistaken at that time? As for this Yukong Seal, it is said to be condensed from a corner of the Great World. There are endless space rules in it. The degree of preciousness is no less than the Yin and Yang Mirror. Especially for cultivators who major in the power of space, is a supreme treasure, such as Zan Choyin. If the seed guessed well, you should not be much interested in this Yukong Yin, it is completely Zan Choyin who wants it. Yu Yorong said, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Use your own origin chi to help her transform into the bright moon holy body, break the realm and merge the Tao, and now help her obtain the Yukong Seal. Hee, Yang Chen, are you so lustful? Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly said positively. Holy Lord, don't talk nonsense, insult people's innocence. The Lord of Yu Peak is the disciple's senior sister. A disciple only has admiration for his master, so why is he lustful? Huh, Yu Yorong chuckled, full of disdain, too lazy to argue with Yang Chen on this issue. She could see the pictures in the memory of this chaotic Yuan Shen clearly. Zan Choyin's naked Snow White, the memory of this mess is quite deep. Is this called only admiration? Yang Chen, the Yukong Seal Hanzo can give it to you, let you dedicate this courtesy. However, this throne now wants the innate light origin of Issei. Yu Yorong said in a deep voice at this time, Issei's source of light. Okay Jiao, now, of course now, well, since the Holy Lord wants it, of course the disciple will give it. Seeing Yang Chen agreeing so cheerfully, Yu Yorong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he faintly felt that there was something wrong with the tone of this bastard just now. Without waiting for her to think about it, Yang Chen continued. But Holy Lord, the origin of light is among the disciples Yuan Shen. When we pass it on, the Yuan Shen will still be in close contact. At that time, if the same thing happens to the Yuan Shen double cultivation again, you cannot complain about the disciples. Yuan Shen double cultivation. Hearing this, Yu Yorong couldn't help but frown. The last time in Yang Chen's soul palace, trapped by the 10-colored link, the scene of the 2 Yuan Shen double cultivation came to mind. Think of that numbness that goes straight to the depths of the soul. Yu Yorong couldn't help but look slightly hot. The last time she got Yi Chen's innate light origin, it was precisely because the Yuan Shen was close together that she used Yang Chen's Yuan Shen as the medium to transmit into her Yuan Shen. But it is precisely because of the close contact of the Yuan Shen and the transmission of the innate light origin that led to the dual cultivation of the Yuan Shen of the 2. If you do it again, it is really possible that the Yuan Shen double cultivation will happen again. Abominable. Yu Yorong secretly cursed in his heart. This was previously ignored, but if she gave up like this, how could she be willing in her heart? That's the innate source of light. It's just that in less than 1%, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. If you get half, today, after 683, I can't imagine it. Holy Lord, it seems that it is difficult for you to make a decision. It's better like this, you first hand over the Yukong seal to the disciple and then think slowly. Actually, the disciples are also very resistant. After all, the Yuanchen double cultivation may also exchange memories. The last time you saw all the private things of the disciple suffered a loss. Yang Chen said helplessly. Hearing his words, Yu Yorong suddenly said coldly. Shut up, you. The secret techniques of my Jade clan to exert the power of light are all secret that are not passed on, and they have been learned by you bastard, and you are cheap and sell well. Besides, who can look at your private things? Dirty Hansa's eyes. Quote. Yu Yorong said, and made up his mind in his heart. The innate light origin, she must get. This is not only about whether she can survive the 3 tribulations of the immortals and become a true immortal. It is also related to the cultivation after the true immortals. Only a big world can give birth to an innate source of light. This kind of heaven and earth are rare, can be encountered but not sought. Even if it is a true immortal, it will be extremely red and fight for it. Anyway, I have practiced with this bastard once before. Not bad 2 more times. Although the dual cultivation of the Yuan God is deeper than the physical intercourse. But those who cultivate the Tao, as long as the Tao heart is strong, can be fearless of everything. Any combination of 2 cultivations is an illusory appearance, like a dream bubble, and it is difficult to shake one's own Tao heart. Yang Chen, the seed has made up its mind. The innate light origin of that layer, the seed wants it now. The main seat of the Tao Heaven Temple has been closed. No one can come in. Yuan can come out. Yu Yorong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Yang Chen was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this beautiful woman was so coveted for the innate light origin. I'd rather get the Yuan double cultivation. However, there is no problem in giving her 1 or 2% innate light origin. However, when Genshin comes out, it won't work. Holy Lord, you better enter the disciple's soul palace. You don't trust Hansa. Yang Chen smiled and did not speak. Trust is there between them. If her own Genshin Izuku Afak comes, and this old woman takes the opportunity to engrave the mark, then it will be a big trouble. After all, only by using the advantage of the soul palace can he compete with her Yuan Shen. HMPH. Yu Yorong snorted coldly, and then a jade white light appeared directly and rushed into Yang Chen's eyebrows. In the Palace of Souls, Yu Yorong Feng stared at the white divine radiance emitted by Yang Chen Yuan Shen with his expression full of surprise. I didn't expect that in just half a year, you would have comprehended the innate light origin to such an extent. Fighting against Zuner, I'm afraid you haven't used your full strength yet. Although Yu Yorong's tone was flat, his heart was full of shock. Although Yang Chen's dog thing is a mess, his talent is really terrible. Over time, it will not be difficult to surpass yourself. It is indeed most appropriate to abandon the relationship of the Jade clan and pass on the position of the Holy Sun to him. After all, he would become a Tao Heavenly Saint Lord in the future, and he would also be able to carry forward the Tao Heaven Holy Land. However, as the head of the Jade clan, she must also consider the Jade clan. If this bastard wants to become a Holy Son, he must marry the Jade clan, become the son-in-law of the Jade clan, and give birth to an heir. The Holy Lord is wrong. In the next place, it is only slightly stronger than senior brother Yuzun, and it is just a loss. It's a fluke to win, Yang Chen said with a smile. He really didn't use his full strength at the time. For example, the fusion of the light divine radiance and the sun divine flame will produce a more powerful destructive power. If he used it in combination with the sword intent of the Sword 8 realm, then Yuzun estimated that it was not a serious injury but directly gone. But that doesn't make sense. After all, he doesn't have 2 strong backers now, and it's better to hide a little. Gut, Yu Yorong pouted. Then he said, don't talk nonsense, let's get started. What kind of posture are we going to stick together? Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. Then it depends on the Holy Lord, what posture do you like? Do you prefer a disciple to come from the front or from behind? Let's come from behind, Hansa. Presumptuous. Yang Chen, are you really looking for death? Yu Yorong originally thought that contact from behind could be less occupied by this messy thing a little cheaper. But suddenly perceived the hidden meaning in his tone. Although she has always been practicing alone, after all, she has also spent more than 4,000 years, and she also understands many words. As Yu Yorong drank coldly, Yang Chen only felt that Yuan Shen was enveloped by a sense of tearing. The light then pervaded, suppressing this sense of tearing. Holy Lord, why are you suddenly angry? The disciple didn't say anything, just asked whether you were in contact from the front or from behind. After all, the transmission of the innate light origin is to be close to the Yuan God. Do you want to be crooked and misinterpret the meaning of the disciple? Yang Chen said with an innocent look. Yu Yorong glared at him coldly, but did not continue to say anything. The Yuan Shen attack released just now was easily diffused by this messy thing. Immediately, she knew that in this soul palace, she couldn't help him. Don't talk nonsense, let's start quickly. But Yang Chen, this seed warns you, you better not fight any ghost ideas, otherwise, even if this seed in your soul palace has nothing to do with you, but out of the soul palace, this seed has the means to clean you up. Yu Yorong warned and closed his phoenix eyes. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth twitched. And then, walking behind Yu Yorong, his arms wrapped around her plump and slender waist, and his body was pressed against her back. Shish, a startling touch came. Yang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Jade has a large tolerance in front, and the back is also not to be underestimated. Yang Chen, you'd better be honest with this seed. This seed is not Zan Choyin, you can take advantage at will. Also, immediately start transmitting the innate light origin. As Yang Chen pasted it, Yu Yorong Yuan Shen visibly trembled. His voice was low and cold, but he couldn't see the expression on his face. Holy Lord, rest assured, the disciples only have admiration for you in their hearts, and they don't lose much to the master. How dare they blaspheme? Disciple, this is the beginning. Yang Chen's words fell, and a trace of innate light origin exuded dazzling light divine radiance from his Yuan God. The white divine light wrapped the 2 of them, as if it was a round of dawn, illuminating the entire soul palace space extremely brightly. Through the close contact of the Yuan God, the innate light origin began to slowly cross into the Jade Rong Yuan God. Yu Yorong's originally closed phoenix eyes suddenly opened. Feeling the innate light origin that crossed into the Yuan God, he couldn't help but shout. Yang Chen, why is the transmission speed so slow? At this speed, even if it is transmitted for half a month, it will not be able to transmit the innate light origin of Yi Cheng. Yang Chen suddenly said with some helplessness. Holy Lord, the disciples also want to hurry. However, after all, this is not the initial time, the innate light origin has already been integrated into the disciple Yuan Shen. And after the disciple's comprehension, it is more and more compatible with the disciple's Yuan God. The disciple is now a student to pull it out and cross it into your Yuan Sheng. That's pretty good at that speed. Although holding Yu Yorong from behind, this plump beautiful woman feels very good. But Yang Chen would not have deliberately slowed down the transmission speed for such a little enjoyment. Now pulling the innate light origin out of the Yuan God is really slow. HMPH, it's really better for the seed to directly refine your yuan god, then it will come faster. Yu Yorong said something cruel in a cold voice, but he did not continue to urge Yang Chen. Because she could feel that Yang Chen was not lying, and this bastard thing had comprehended the innate light origin to such an extent in the past half a year, it would definitely not be easy to withdraw now. It's abominable. Yu Yorong wanted to give Yang Chen 2 mouths a backhand to vent his anger. But she held back. In this messy soul palace, even if she is now a robbery cultivator, she can't help him. If it really presses him, it will be difficult to pick a pick. After all, the innate light origin is in him. Killing and not being able to kill, controlling and not being able to control it, it's really infuriating. The two maintained a one-in-one posture for 3 days. Above the jade wrong Yuanshan, a violent Yuanshan fluctuation suddenly came. If Yang Chen hadn't hugged her waist tightly, he would have been rushed out by this Yuanshan fluctuation. Innate light origin, this seed finally has a full amount of 1%. Although it is only just a full 1, the effect on this seed is surprisingly large, directly allowing the seed Yuanshan to break through a heavy realm. Yu Yorong's tone couldn't hide the excitement and joy. But at this time, it may be because of the violent fluctuations of the Yuan God just now, Yang Chen suddenly found that some of her Yuan God was actually fusing towards his Yuan God. What followed was a tingling that went straight to the depths of the soul. Ah, Yu Yorong let out a low groan. Then he scolded angrily. Yang Chen, what the hell are you doing with this bastard? Looking at Shang Yu Yorong with angry eyes, Yang Chen immediately said. Holy Lord, it's not me doing ghosts. This is caused by that Yuanshan fluctuation you just had. Yu Yorong's beautiful eyes also noticed that his shoulder area was merging into Yang Chen Yuanshan at this time. Immediately understood. It must have been his Yuanshan breakthrough realm just now, and the sudden fluctuations of Yuanshan made his Yuanshan power and Yang Chen's Yuanshan power intertwined again. This triggered the fusion of Genshin. Yu Yorong's eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of panic. 800. If the Yuanshan fusion is not stopped and cannot be separated immediately, then it will be the same as the last time, and the Yuanshan double cultivation will be repeated. Yu Yorong hurriedly wanted to break free. However, the numb feeling that went straight to her soul made her Yuanshan powerless for a while. Yang Chen, you bastard, don't hurry up and let go of the main seed. Jade has a cold drink. Yang Chen was also a little helpless at the moment. He really wanted to let go of the beautiful woman Yu Yorong and block the fusion of Yuanshan. However, the Yuanshan of the two had begun to fuse at this moment, and the suction force was very strong. Moreover, the innate light origin is also crossing from his own Yuan God into the jade wrong Yuan God, and there is also a strong suction force between them. The fusion of the Yuan God of the two of them is not active, but a strange fusion in a passive state. At this moment, he really couldn't break free. Yang Chen could only say helplessly. Holy Lord, the disciple tried his best, but he really couldn't break free. This fusion force is not under my control at all. What a waste. Yu Yorong scolded angrily, but soon the phoenix's eyes widened. Because, with the fusion of the two Yuan Gods, the transmission speed of the innate light origin was actually accelerated several times. Can the Yuanshan fusion also speed up the transmission of the innate light origin? Yu Yorong said secretly in her heart. However, she didn't have the energy to think about it at the moment. Because, the Yuan God of the two, at this moment, with the deep fusion, has gradually lost its original real form, turned into pure Yuan God power, and fused with each other. The numbness that went straight into the soul generated by the fusion of the Yuan God made the strong Dao heart that Yu Yorong had always been proud of was instantly broken. At this moment, it was difficult for her to stay conscious. In the silent soul palace space, a yellow bird cry sounded from time to time, pleasant and melodious. I don't know how long it took. In the soul palace, the two intertwined Yuan God forces gradually separated. The jade white power of the Yuan God gathered together, and gradually revealed the graceful figure of Jade Yorong. The pure white power of the Yuan God gathered into Yang Chen's handsome and elegant figure. Yang Chen's eyes were closed, and he sat cross-kneeled, his body wrapped in white divine light. After the fusion of Yuan God just now, he once again had a lot of memories in his mind. However, the main fragment is still Yu Yorong's cultivation memories. However, this is of high value to him. Because these cultivation memories of Yu Yorong are not only cultivation methods, but also her perception of various divine channel methods. Yang Chen only needed to absorb all his memories to directly possess Yu Yorong's understanding of various divine channel methods. This saves him a lot of time. The secret techniques of the power of light that he had cultivated before were because of the cultivation perception of Jade and Wrong, so it only took him a short time to cultivate. This time, it may be that the Yuanshan blending time is longer, and the cultivation memory of Yu Yorong is much more than the last time. Moreover, Yang Chen also discovered a secret of Jade and beauty. This beautiful woman, hundreds of years ago, obtained a piece of Taiyin divine Jade that had already given birth to spiritual wisdom. Therefore, she refined that spiritual wisdom and fused herself with that piece of Taiyin divine Jade. In other words, Jade Yorong is now regarded as the body of the first Holy Spirit. The physique is not generally strong, almost not weak. Yang Chen couldn't help but pout 1.2. This beautiful woman, obviously her own bloodline is so strong, but she does not want to give birth to a few children and strengthen the bloodline for the group, but has always pinned her hopes on her niece. Don't you feel too selfish? Moreover, the sun god body is equipped with Taiyin divine Jade, if an heir is born. That talent is terrible. Taiyin divine Jade, only in places where the Taiyin Chi is extremely strong, after hundreds of thousands of years of compression, it is possible to be born. According to legend, the yin-yang mirror was forged from a piece of Taiyin divine Jade and a piece of sun divine Jade. Even in the holy vessel, it is an extraordinary existence, and it has the mysterious function of predicting the heavenly machine. The Holy Spirit born of heaven and earth is generally such a heavenly material and earth treasure, after an unknown number of tens of thousands of years of cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and finally combining with a trace of heavenly Tao, gradually producing spiritual consciousness. The body of the original Holy Spirit is extremely powerful, and it is not much inferior to the divine body. Yu Yorong, this beautiful woman, is also worthy of being the heroine. 07 There are also such earth-shattering opportunities. The Taiyin divine Jade, which gave birth to spiritual wisdom, is not only a divine Jade but also a life body. Jade Yorong fused it and stole the heavenly machine, then it was equivalent to becoming the body of the first Holy Spirit. If she gives birth to an heir and continues her bloodline, she can completely create another Jade beauty race by herself. Unfortunately, this beautiful woman is selfish and unwilling. Yang Chen also understood at this time why it was very easy for his Yuan God and Jade Yorong Yuan God to blend together after they came into contact. The Taiyin Sun is originally born of Yin and Yang. The body of Jade Yorong is reflected in the Taiyin divine Jade, and the Yuan God will also be disturbed by the Taiyin divine Jade to some extent. In close contact with his Yuanshan, once the Yuanshan fluctuates, it is naturally easy to mingle, thus entering the state of Yuanshan double cultivation. Yang Chen, why didn't this seed get the slightest memory of you? What did you use? At this time, Yu Yorong walked up to Yang Chen in question. Opening his eyes and looking at the beautiful woman Saint Lord with a plump posture and an exaggerated curve under his neck in front of him, Yang Chen said without blushing and without a heartbeat. Holy Lord, the disciples have not obtained your memories either. It seems that this time the Yuan double cultivation did not have a memory exchange. It should be that without the influence of the 10-colored Lingling, it will not lead to the exchange of memories, and the Holy Lord you already have the cultivation of crossing the tribulation realm, and the memory protection among the Yuan gods should be more solid. Is it? But how does this seed have a feeling that you are lying? Quote. Yu Yurongfeng stared at Yang Chen with her eyes. To Yuan double cultivation, the Yuan of the two is undoubtedly more deeply involved. She had a faint feeling in her heart that Yang Chen's bastard thing did not tell the truth. Yang Chen hurriedly suppressed all the fluctuations in his heart and said with a firm face. The disciple didn't lie. If the Holy Lord doesn't believe, the disciple can't do anything. Yu Yurong was still suspicious, but Yang Chen looked at her frankly, his eyes were sincere, without the slightest wave. The reason why Yu Yurong did not peek into his memory was because he had cultivated a secret method. Yin and Yang towering heavenly gong, as an extremely profound double cultivation secret method, naturally takes into account the step of Yuan double cultivation. Everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. No matter how close people are, they can't peep at will. Therefore, the sage who created the Yin and Yang towering heavenly gong created a secret method to cut off the memory peeping during the dual cultivation of the Yuan Shen. This secret method, Yang Chen had just practiced not long ago. This time it just came in handy. It seems that the secret method works very well, and Yu Yurong, this beautiful woman, did not peep at him at all. And he peeked into Yu Yurong's memory. All kinds of magical cultivation perceptions, and there is also an unknown secret. However, Yang Chen did not apologize in the slightest, but felt that it should be taken for granted. Because, Yu Yurong is more than 4,000 years old. 283 and his Yuan double cultivation, proper old cow eats tender grass. It is only possible to compensate him in this regard. HMPH, I'll believe you once. Yu Yurong and Yang Chen looked at each other for a moment, and did not notice that his expression showed clues. Finally, he could only snort softly, turned around and said. The innate light origin has now obtained nearly 1.5% of the seed, which is still less than 2%. Yang Chen, continue to transmit. Continue transmission. Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. Holy Lord, we have just blended with the Yuan God for 2 days, the disciple realm is low, and the Yuan God is already a little lacking. You are now middle-aged, energetic, demand, no, unlimited energy, disciples cannot compare with you. Yang Chen, you shut up for the seed. Yu Yurong's phoenix eyes suddenly glared at Yang Chen. Hanzo warns you, you use less filthy words to take advantage of Hanzo less. The seed has been cultivating for more than 4,000 years, and I can't hear anything. Next time, don't blame Hanzo for being ruthless. Although he warned with a cold face, Yu Yurong's emotions were very complicated at the moment. When the Yuan God fused before, the numbness that went straight into the depths of her soul directly broke her consciousness. So, she had no idea how long the process lasted. Unexpectedly, it lasted for 2 days. Thinking of blending with Yang Chen, a junior Yuan for 2 days, she felt a bad taste in her heart. There was a bit of anger, a bit of killing intent, and even a little shyness. Suppressing the heavy emotions in his heart, Yu Yurong looked at the 10 colorful porridges suspended in Yang Chen's soul palace. With a direct step, he appeared next to 10 colorful Ling. Yang Chen's heart suddenly tightened. I was worried that this old woman would take the opportunity to snatch the 10 colorful porridges. Holy Lord, the 10-colored Lingling has now produced the 10th leaf. As long as you leave the disciple soul palace, you may attract the thunder tribulation of the 10th leaf. If you want to borrow the 10 colorful porridge to cross the tribulation, it's best to wait for a while. Yang Chen said in a deep voice. When he crossed the thunder tribulation before, he had not used the 10-colored porridge to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. On the one hand, he really didn't need it. Crossing the thunder tribulation was an unattainable opportunity for physical cultivation, and he could temper and polish his flesh. On the other hand, it is because every leaf that grows a colorful porridge will cross a thunder calamity. Yang Chen was worried that once he took out the 10-colored porridge, he would lead its thunder tribulation out. That's when it's troublesome. Don't worry, this seed is just absorbing some of the pure energy of the 10-colored porridge to deal with the 3 tribulations of the immortals. Yang Chen, you can even absorb the origin chi by Zhan Choyan. Can't this seed use some Shikailing's energy? Yu Yurong's phoenix eyes glanced at Yang Chen coldly. Sitting directly cross-kneeled under the 10-colored Ling, he began to absorb the 10-colored energy, and he was not polite at all. Yang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But there are also some doubts in my heart, because, Yu Yurong, this beautiful woman's tone just now. Comparing Zhan Choyan, how does it sound like a faint vinegar? Could it be that it is because of the dual cultivation of Yuan and the different emotions in his heart? Gee, this does not seem impossible. After all, the fusion of the Yuan and the gods goes straight to the soul. Moreover, twice, this time for 2 full days. The taste of it, even he can't resist it. What's more, Yu Yurong is such a beautiful woman who has been empty for 4,000 years. If this is the case, then the matter of strengthening the bloodline for the reproduction of the Jade clan can also be put on the agenda. A few hours later, Yang Chen walked out of the Dao Heavenly Hall. Outside the Dao Heavenly Hall, Qinger was cultivating, wielding the spirit sword in his hand. Seeing Yang Chen come out, his eyes immediately lit up, he threw the spirit sword aside, and hurriedly ran over. Brother, in the past half a year, Yang Chen has basically been in retreat, and even Chu Shi, who lives in a courtyard, has not seen him several times, let alone Qinger. The little girl threw herself directly into his arms and hugged him hard. Yang Chen couldn't help but frown. The 18 changes of the female university, in just half a year, Qinger has changed a lot. The small face is a little less immature, and the front of the body is a little broader. I don't know if it's because I have been with Yu Yurong, the master, for a long time. I actually have some of her characteristics. The sea is inclusive, and there is room for greatness. However, this time Qinger held Yang Chen and did not choke up and complain that he hadn't come to see her for a long time. Instead, he looked excited and proud. Brother, you are too powerful. That Yuzun, I have long seen him unhappy. HMPH, it is said that he has an invincible posture and is invincible at the same level, but he was defeated by his brother's punch. Brother, you know what? Now many people in the Holy Land say that brother you are the strongest Tianzhao in the history of the Holy Land, and it is no surprise that you will be the Holy Sun in the future. Quote. Qinger's big eyes full of spiritual energy flashed with adoration. Holy Sun Dabi, she also went to watch. I saw with my own eyes the scene of his brother defeating the invincible Yuzun. The elder brother is truly invincible at the same level, unparalleled in the world. Brother, you have been practicing in retreat for half a year. I haven't seen you for a long time. I want to go back to Yu Peak with you to live for half a month. Qinger was excited for a while, and then shook his arm back and forth again. Okay, go back and let your sister Chu Shi make you food. Yang Chen touched her head and nodded in agreement. Then, without a trace, he withdrew his arm from her embrace. This girl really treats his brother as an outsider. And at this time, on the peak of the moon, in Zhan Choyan's small courtyard, 2 beautiful women with plump bodies are sitting opposite each other, enjoying tea. Combined with the fallen leaves of the name god tree Xiao Xiao Jiao, the autumn is full of autumn and the scenery is extremely beautiful. The beautiful woman of the immortal palace took the teacup, and the veil was lightly raised, revealing half of her cheeks that were as white as snow. Take a sip of tea, and then slowly say, Chu Yun, it's really rare that you can transform the body of the dark moon into the bright moon holy body. The body of the dark moon not only has a lack of physique, that is, the state of mind, but also has defects, lonely and cold, which is also the reason why it is difficult to step into the realm of the Tao. However, the seat looks at you now, the previous lonely state of mind seems to make up, and you can't help but turn the origin into a circle, and the lack of your mind into a circle. Chu Yun, you tell the truth, do you have a Taoist couple? Still, Chu Yun, or you, have a Taoist couple. Hearing this, Zan Choyun's body trembled slightly. The teacup in his hand shook, and the tea spilled from it. Sister Yin, you, what do you say? How could I have a Taoist partner? Zan Choyun hurriedly denied it, but in his heart, Yang Chen's figure appeared at this moment. Half a year ago, it was also under this contemplation tree, the fallen leaves were bleak, and the two hugged each other quietly. Damn, the existence of this little bastard will only mess with the Tao heart of the Hansa. A sword light appeared in Zan Choyun's heart, cutting off all the chaotic thoughts. Not really, if not, why are you so flustered? I'll just ask casually. The beautiful woman of the fairy palace smiled in her eyes and quipped. But in his heart, he confirmed his guess. In Zan Choyun's heart, there must be the shadow of 100 men. In this man, Ba Chang is the little guy named Yang Chen. And her own master and nephew, no wonder she denied it so flustered. After all, her behavior is a solid old cow eating tender grass. The beautiful woman of the fairy palace did not continue the topic, but changed the conversation and talked about other things. Yang Chen took Qinger and left from Tongtian Peak. After the previous battle with Yuzun, his prestige had already resounded throughout the Tao Heavenly Holy Land. Some of the monks he met along the road, after seeing him, all bowed and saluted. Some cultivators who were thousands of years old at every turn are senior brothers when they speak, and some even directly address the Holy Sun. Qinger held her little head high, very proud, a look of honor. Coming to the top of Yuyu Peak, Yang Chen did not go to see Zan Choyun immediately, but returned to his small courtyard first. In the small courtyard, Chu Shi was strolling among the flowers, and when he saw Yang Chen, his face was immediately overjoyed, and he hurriedly trotted over and threw himself into his arms. Brother Chen, Saint Sun Dabi, Chu Shi naturally also went. When she saw Yang Chen facing the invincible Jade Venerable, her heart really jumped out. But fortunately, his brother Chen is an even more enchanting Tiantao. Across the three realms, you can also defeat each other strongly. At that time, she stroked her belly and told the child. Look, this is your father, and you will follow his example in the future. The child in Chuzai's stomach has been 7 months, and her stomach has naturally bulged early. However, this did not make Chuzai's figure bloated. Instead, it added a touch of maternal brilliance to her. Yang Chen couldn't help but hug her, his palm caressing her back. Chuzai's beautiful eyes were as tender as water, and she was obviously emotional. But she noticed Qinger, who was staring at the two of them fiercely, and suddenly her cheeks were slightly red, and she hurriedly pushed Yang Chen away. Then smiled at Qinger's sister-in-law. Qinger is also back. Do you want to eat hot pot? Sister Chu Shi will do it for you. Quote. Qinger glanced at Chuzai's bulging belly, and finally said, read violent novels, just go to Philo Novel Network. Closing parenthesis. Think, but Sister Chu Shi, I can help you. Soon, the heat of the stone pot rose, and the aroma in the small courtyard was overflowing. The moon is gradually rising. Bright moonlight spills into the courtyard. Qinger ate very happily, and her small mouth was greased. However, after eating and drinking, Yang Chen signaled her to go back to her room to sleep. Qinger pouted, obviously not very happy, but in the end, I had no choice but to do so. There were only two of them left in the small courtyard, and Chu Shi suddenly became a lot more bold, snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, and quietly enjoyed the time between the two. A moment later, the lights in Qinger's room went out. Chu Shi leaned over to Yang Chen's ear and whispered. Brother Chen, I miss you so much these days. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. Looking at the pulse and affection in Chuzai's eyes, he naturally knew how to solve this thought. Sire, after all, the child is older, we are still. Yang Chen said, gently stroking his palm on Chuzai's soft hair. Chuzai's face suddenly turned red. Brother Chen, let's go to the room and rest. However, Yang Chen shook his head. I just ate the hot pot, and the fire in my stomach is very big. Just outside, it's cooler outside. Hate you. Chu Shi was disgusted and couldn't help but hit Yang Chen. But he still brushed the broken hair on his cheek next to his ear, and his head was slightly lowered. And at this time, a black-clothed figure took advantage of the moonlight and slowly walked over. It was Xiaodong. The moonlight fell, covering the entire Yuyu Peak with a layer of clear moonlight. However, the moonlight shone on him, but there was no light. At this moment, his demon body is like a black hole, which can devour and absorb everything, including light. It's been half a year, the origin of those remaining corpses in the fallen valley, I have absorbed almost the same. It's also time to leave the Tao Heaven Holy Land. Now that my gluttonous demon body has become a great body, it has reached a level of not inferior to the divine body, and it is 10 times stronger than the pure Yang Saint body before. As long as I give me 100 years, when the time comes, it will be easy for me to kill Yang Chen. Even if it is Zan Choyun, this slut, I can also suppress it and ravage it fiercely. Xiaodong's eyes were grim and full of hideousness. Looking at Yang Chen's courtyard in the distance, he should have left immediately, and the sky was high and the sea was white from now on. However, thinking that his sister was pregnant with Yang Chen's bastard child, the key was still full of happiness, and he was a pang of jealousy in his heart. No, I must get rid of Yang Chen's bastard before he comes back that evil seed. Dog men and women, aren't you loving and happy? I want you to watch your baby stillborn. Quote. Because of the experience of being spied on by Zan Choyun last time, Yang Chen had already arranged a layer of divine soul enchantment, which could block the prying eyes of divine soul power. Of course, just to block the power of the divine soul, you can still see the scene in the small courtyard outside. This was also the reason why Xiaodong did not find Yang Chen back. Xiaodong walked to the door of the small courtyard and quietly walked in. At this moment, he is a gluttonous demon body, running gluttonous devouring heaven, as if condensed with darkness, and his breath does not leak out at all. He was confident that even a cultivator would not be able to detect his existence. After getting rid of the evil seed in Chuzai's stomach, he immediately left the Tao Heaven Holy Land, and the sky was high and the sea was white from now on. With the gluttonous demon body and the gluttonous heaven devouring skill, he can absorb everything for his own use. In the past half a year, he simply absorbed the origin in the corpse and focused on shaping the gluttonous demon body. But even so, the realm of the realm was elevated to the realm of the gods. Now that the gluttonous demon body has been completed, in the future, he will go all out to improve his cultivation. In less than 100 years, the entire state of Zhengzhou will tremble under his feet. At that time, he will fiercely tear Zan Choyun's old slut's moon robe. Xiaodong thought sadly in his heart, but when he entered the courtyard with one foot, his eyes were stunned. Under the moonlight, Yang Chen's back made him panic. But then, when he saw Chu Zai's painful expression, his face instantly became hideous. The dog man and woman actually did that kind of scrupulous thing in the courtyard. Chu Shi, you slut, slut. Xiaodong clenched his fist at this time, and his forehead was bruised. He really wanted to punch directly and wipe out the dog man and woman. However, he knew that his current strength was not yet the opponent of Yang Chen's bastard. However, I am really angry in my heart. Chu Shi, the slut, pointed his fingers in front of him and preached at every turn. In front of Yang Chen, he was so humble and flattering. The belly is already so big, returned it to him. Ah. Xiaodong roared low in his heart. Ding, the host and Chu Shi talked under the moon. Xiaodong witnessed, his mood collapsed, plundering Xiaodong's luck value of 1,000 points, and the host obtained 1,000 villain value. Closing square bracket. Ask for flowers. The system sounds. Yang Chen couldn't help but slightly hook the corners of his mouth. 1,000 points of luck, although not much, but not bad. Not in vain his wonderful performance, let Xiaodong's junior brother watch a good show on the spot. Xiao moved over, he naturally knew it for a long time. Although Xiaodong is not ordinary now, the breath of his body can be perfectly hidden, as if he blends into the darkness. However, that faint death chi demonic chi had nowhere to hide in front of his Yuan Shen, who had fused the innate light origin. In fact, Yang Chen's heart was also full of surprise. Because only half a year had passed, Xiaodong had reached the realm of transformation god. You know, half a year ago, outside that cave, Xiaodong was only in the early days of Jinden. This increased speed, which made him embarrassed when he had the system. He is truly a child of destiny. Yang Chen's original plan was to wait until Chu Shi gave birth to a child and let Xiaodong experience the refreshing feeling of being an uncle, and then cooked him. Now it seems that the plan is going to be advanced. It is inevitable that the night will be long and dreamy, so it is better to send him and Yunner to reunite together as soon as possible. Moreover, his own brother-in-law is interesting enough. Before he died, he also let him watch a good show. Even Yunner and Yuer at the beginning only heard their voices and did not see them. This treatment, brother Dong, you're the first one. Rattle. What man? Yang Chen pushed Chu Shi away at this time and drank violently. Xiaodong noticed that he was discovered by Yang Chen, and his heart panicked, and he immediately wanted to hide and leave. But Chu Shi also reacted at this time. Himself and brother Chen, when doing that kind of thing, were spied on. Damn it, where did the perversion come from? A hint of shame and killing intent suddenly appeared in Chu Zai's eyes. In the center of the eyebrows, purple star eyes flickered. Her star eyes can't help but mobilize the power of the stars, and she can also see into the void. The purple light gathered, and Chu Shi immediately found a black figure at the entrance of the small courtyard. 047. She flew straight away, trying to stop the other party. Chu Shi, you slut. If you want to find death, I will fulfill you. See, die. Xiaodong saw Chu Shi flying towards him, and a fierceness flashed in his eyes. Directly slapped a palm towards Chu Zai's stomach. The black demonic energy instantly surged. It directly turned into a black spear and stabbed at Chu Zai's stomach. Not good. Chu Shi was shocked in his heart. The strength of the other party far surpassed her. Moreover, the other party's palm was obviously coming at the fetus in her womb. At this moment, Chu Shi wanted to twist his body. I would rather bear this palm with my heart than hurt my stomach. Because the child is the crystallization of her love with brother Chen. Being able to give birth to an heir for brother Chen is that he dies, and it is also worth happiness. Children must not have accidents. But right now, Yang Chen's figure was like a mountain blocking her front. Presumptuous. With a deep drink, the light bloomed from the body. The black spear was directly purified into nothingness by the light divine radiance, and Xiaodong's body wrapped in the black mist faced the bright divine radiance in the sky, as if it was burned, and the burning was abnormal. Abominable. Xiaodong drank angrily in his heart. He didn't expect that the gap between his strength and Yang Chen's strength was so big. Directly sealed with both hands, and the body instantly turned into a black mist and scattered. All breath disappeared in an instant at this moment. The whole person seemed to have disappeared directly. Even Chu Zai's star eyes couldn't find any trace of him at the moment. This is a kind of escape secret technique in the gluttonous heaven swallowing gong. It is extremely expensive to cast once, and it will cause the origin of the gluttonous demon body to be damaged. But at this time, Xiaodong had no choice. It has been discovered by Yang Chen's bastard. Now it is necessary to run for your life. Today was too careless, seeing this pair of dog men and women doing that kind of meticulous thing. In addition to anger for a while, there was also a little stimulating feeling, and they actually stood in place and watched a few breaths. It was in this moment that he exposed himself. Now there is only a hurry to run for your life. As long as he escapes from the Dao Heavenly Holy Land, in the future, he will not be afraid of anything. Brother Chen, don't let this pervert run. Chu Shi hurriedly said at this time. Doing that kind of thing with a big belly is voyeurized if the other party brings a photo stone. Then she and brother Chen will have no face in the future. Moreover, the other party was too vicious, and even specially laid a death hand on the fetus in her abdomen. Don't worry, Yang Chen smiled slightly, palm outstretched. Dao light divine radiance scattered from it, dazzling white light, like a big sun. At this moment, the entire Yuyu peak was illuminated by the light divine light, like daylight. The endless light divine radiance directly turned into 1,000 Zhang prison in the sky, and then shrunk extremely quickly and fell heavily. Bang, bang, the black shadows that Xiaodong scattered and disintegrated were all shrouded in prison. The black shadows gathered together and directly turned into a gluttonous giant beast, constantly crashing on the prison of light, making a heaven-shaking noise. Then, the Dao figure flew by. The movement on this side was not small, which alarmed some of the disciples of the surrounding Yuyu peak. Zhan Chuyan's plump and graceful figure also appeared in front of Yang Chen. Along with him came the veiled beautiful woman of the immortal palace. Looks like gluttony. What a heavy dark magic chi. At the same time, there's a dead breath. The beautiful woman of the immortal palace looked at the prison of light, and her brows furrowed. Xiaochen, what's going on? Zhan Chuyan looked at Yang Chen at this time and asked. Master, the disciple doesn't know. 5. Zaire and I were admiring the moon, well, when we suddenly noticed someone peeping, so we trapped it. Hearing Yang Chen say about moon appreciation, Chu Shi couldn't help but blush slightly. Brother Chen may be looking up at the moon, but she. Not really. Thinking of this, Chu Shi couldn't help but quickly tidy up the scattered hair on his cheeks. And, he gently wiped the corner of his lips. At this time, the beautiful woman of the immortal palace waved her hand. Suddenly, a white light directly covered the gluttonous behemoth in the prison. The black light around the gluttonous behemoth was instantly dispersed. Gradually, a thin figure was revealed. Xiaodong. At this moment, many people around recognized Xiaodong. Yes, it's a small movement. Chu Zai's eyes were full of disbelief. The pervert who peeped at her and brother Chen, shrouded in demonic energy, he wanted to kill the child in her womb. Is it a small movement? She is full of bitterness and has guarded her brother for decades. Chu Shi couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. In the past 6 months, every time Xiao Dong saw her, he always stared at her stomach with murderous eyes. She was given supplements several times, and she kept an eye on them and did not eat them, and those supplements, after her testing, were all poisonous. These, for her sake, 13 are forcibly endured. But tonight, Xiao Dong sneaked over, and after being discovered, he still punched her with a dead hand in the stomach so fiercely. What does this mean? This shows that he came here tonight to get rid of the child in his belly. Little move him, why is he so vicious? At this moment, Chu Zai's eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Xiao Dong. Ding, Chu Shi sensed that Xiao Dong wanted to kill the child in the belly, and he felt hatred for Xiao Dong. The siblings broke up, plundered Xiao Dong's luck value of 1,000 points, and the host obtained the villain value of 0 points. Closing square bracket. Oh, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth were slightly hooked. Sibling breakup. It seems that in Chu Zai's heart, the weight of the child is still heavier than that of Xiao Dong's younger brother. It turned out to be junior brother Xiao Dong. It seems that this is a misunderstanding. Yang Chen said with a smile at this time. Directly disperse the prison of light. Senior aunt, there was a misunderstanding, disturbing you and the senior to rest. Zaire, quickly bring junior brother Xiao Dong home. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chu Shi suddenly came back from his sadness. Brother Chen, this is to protect Xiao Dong. My heart couldn't help but be full of emotion. Xiao Dong has always hated brother Chen, and also killed her and brother Chen's children. However, brother Chen still repays his grievances with virtue and wants to save him at this time. She knew in her heart that the reason why brother Chen did this was all to take care of her feelings. However, if you do this, will it cause trouble for brother Chen? Xiao Dong was shrouded in demonic chi just now, and he turned into a gluttonous giant beast, and he saw that he had cultivated demonic skills. Brother Chen is about to become the holy son of Daoshan and the young leader of Zhongzhou Righteous Way. If at this time, openly favor a person who has practiced demonic skills, will it have a negative impact on brother Chen becoming a holy son? The Holy Lord was reluctant to pass on the position of the holy son to brother Chen. In case you take this opportunity to make a mistake. Chu Shi hesitated. Zhang Chuyan scolded at this time. What misunderstanding? Can't you see that Xiao Dong has practiced demonic skills? A waste that was only cultivated by Jin Dan half a year ago. In just over half a year, he reached the realm of transformation god. HMPH, a few days ago, an elder told this seat that there was an abnormality over there in the Fallen Valley, and many corpses were dug up by someone. It seems that Xiao Dong should have done it. Hearsay. Yang Chen was surprised. Chu Shi turned pale. No wonder that in just half a year, Xiao Dong had such a terrifying cultivation. Digging up the origin cultivation of the deceased elder's disciples, in such a righteous force as the now heaven holy land, is an act of common condemnation between man and God. If brother Chen insists on suppressing this matter, I am afraid that he will be unable to protect himself and be implicated. Yang Chen, you are about to become the holy land holy son, it's better not to meddle in this matter. Moreover, Xiao Dong's cultivation of demonic skills is extraordinary. Digging up the origin cultivation of the ancestors, even the demon Dao sects, is absolutely not allowed such behavior. If you insist on meddling, the seed can only explain it to the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord. You will bear the consequences yourself. At this time, the veiled fairy palace beauty spoke. Yang Chen still wanted to argue, but Chu Shi next to him pulled his clothes. Brother Chen, don't want it. Alas, Yang Chen suddenly sighed. A helpless expression that wanted to help Xiao Dong, but was helpless. At this time, Zhang Chuyan held her hand, and Xiao Dong's figure was directly caught in front of her in the air. Yang Chen suddenly stepped forward and said with a sad face. Junior brother Xiao Dong, I have already given the Sun Star Core to your sister, let her help you repair the pure young holy body. Why do you still practice magic skills? You and your sister have been dependent on each other for decades, and your sister has suffered for you, so you can't think about her. Although she will have me to take care of her in the future, she can't lose your 493 younger brothers. Yang Chen said, hugging Chu Shi on the side into his arms. The palm caressed her back, looking comforting. Brother Chen. Yang Chen's words made Chu Shi particularly moved in his heart. I couldn't help but stretch out my arms and hug him tightly. A group of Yu Peak disciples around, most of them beautiful female cultivators, all looked at Chu Shi with jealousy on their faces at this time. Although their looks are not as good as Chu Shi, they are not far behind. However, he was not as lucky as Chu Shi and could be cared for by senior brother Yang. At this moment, even Zhang Chuyan couldn't help but pout, feeling unhappy in his heart, a little regretting that he had given Chu Shi to this little bastard. But her slightly vinegared eyes were clearly captured by the beautiful woman of the immortal palace on the side. I couldn't help but look a little in my eyes. Her guess was indeed correct. This little guy named Yang Chen has already entered Chu Yun's heart. Let her, who has always been cold and withdrawn, begin to be jealous. The light divine radiance in Yang Chen's hand was directly exerted by his innate light origin. It can isolate the heavenly machine and block all investigations. Although Zhang Chuyan and the beautiful woman of the immortal palace, the two cultivators of the combined Dao were beside him. But Yang Chen was confident that they might be able to feel the change in Xiao Dong's aura, but they would definitely not be able to detect the situation inside the light divine radiance. At this moment, Yang Chen's palm pressed on Xiao Dong's head. Yang Chen, you bastard. Kind of you let me go. As long as I want 10 years, I will kill you like a dog. Xiao drank angrily. Between the mouths, white bones, blood flowed out, very miserable. HMPH. Yang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The sword chi in his hand was raging. Poof, Xiao Dong's head and body were directly smashed by the sword chi. Under the illumination of the light and divine radiance, it instantly turned into nothingness. The strength reached the realm of the transformation god, and Xiao Dong naturally condensed his own Yuan god. A pale black phantom was pinched by Yang Chen in his hand 850. Yang Chen, you. Xiao Dong's expression was full of horror at the moment. He didn't expect Yang Chen to be so ruthless. Directly destroyed his physical body. This bastard, in front of his sister, looks in disguise. Now, it's the real him. Yuan Shen was caught by Yang Chen in his hands, plus the flesh was directly chopped apart just now. Xiao Dong deeply felt the feeling of death at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yang Chen, you just need to let me go, a way to live. I promise I won't bother you again. My sister is yours, I am willing to call you brother-in-law. Xiao Dong trembled and said, in the face of death, the fear in his heart overcame his hatred for Yang Chen. Will you call me brother-in-law? Huh, it's a pity, I don't want to hear it now. Right now, I'm only interested in that exercise you practiced. Yang Chen pinched Xiao Dong's Yuan Shen with a playful expression. Xiao Dong hurriedly said, the exercises I practice, I can give you. As long as you release me and promise not to kill me in front of my sister, I will give it to you immediately. Trouble, can I just search your soul? Yang Chen said with a smile. Search, soul search. Hearing these two words, Xiao Dong's Yuan Shen phantom was suddenly full of fear. But then, as the white light divine radiance enveloped his Yuenshin, Xiaodong's Yuenshin phantom instantly distorted into form. Yang Chen, you bastard, I'm Sao Nima. A harsh roar came out of Xiaodong's mouth. Soul-searching, for Genshin, can't help but expose all secrets, and the process is extremely painful. A moment later, Yang Chen's palm lifted from Xiaodong Yuenshin, and his expression was full of playfulness. Junior brother Xiaodong, I didn't expect you to be so obsessed with your sister. However, you are brothers and sisters after all, this kind of thing is against the world, and fortunately I appeared to stop it. Don't worry, in the future, your sister, I will take care of you for you. And, in the future, I will pay attention to try BDDA to be in the room when doing that kind of thing with your sister, and you can go on the road with peace of mind. Haha, Yang Chen, I'm Sao Nima. I won't let you go. Xiaodong's Yuan God was already distorted at the moment, but he still cursed angrily at Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen didn't care. As a villain, how can he not even have this heart? Yuner Hauer also scolded like this, and he didn't care. After all, they're just addicted. And himself is really cool. Even have children. Yang Chen flicked his fingers, and a golden flame shot out from his fingertips, directly enveloping Xiaodong's Yuenshin. Xiaodong didn't even have time to let out a mournful roar, so he directly lost his voice. The sun god flame, in just an instant, burned Xiaodong's Yuan God into nothingness. Gluttonous devouring heaven skill can absorb the origin and condense the gluttonous demon body. The gluttonous demon body is a masterpiece, and it can even be compared to the divine body. Not bad, this exercise, it's really against the sky. No wonder Xiaodong only took half a year to upgrade from the golden pill realm to the transformation god realm. Sorting out Xiaodong's messy memories, Yang Chen couldn't help but marvel a little. The anti-heaven nature of this exercise made him want to cultivate a little. Although his physique is a sun divine body, it is a divine body itself, and there is no need to absorb the corpse origin to improve the strength of his physique. But he could cultivate some of the magical means in this gluttonous heaven swallowing skill. These magical powers may not be very powerful, but they're strange. Just like Xiaodong's concealment technique, if it weren't for his innate light origin, with his cultivation in refining the void realm, it would really not be easy to find Xiaodong. Ding, the host kills Xiaodong, the son of destiny, and obtains a villain gift package. Closing square bracket. Is it open? At this time, the system sound sounded on time. Open, Yang Chen said immediately. Ding, the villain gift package is successfully opened, and the host obtains a seed of the world tree. Closing square bracket. World tree seed. Yang Chen was a little surprised. System, what is the use of the world tree seed? Ding, host, after the world tree seed grows, it can transform into a big world. Closing square bracket. Transform into a big world. Yang Chen was suddenly shocked. During this time, he also read a lot of ancient books on Yu Peak and knew what the Great World represented. The Kunlun realm is a big world. The land of Zhongzhou is the main continent of the Kunlun realm. There are 8 million miles from north to south, and tens of millions of miles from east to west. In such a remote small domain as the Northern Spirit domain is actually just some large and small islands in the endless ocean of the Kunlun realm. Count the endless seas and starry islands. The vastness of the big world of the Kunlun realm is almost unimaginable. And a world tree seed can grow into a big world like the Kunlun realm. Yang Chen's palm, at this time, there was an extra cyan seed. Although it is only the size of a peanut, it weighs as much as a mountain. Yang Chen's current physical strength and strength are so great that he can smash a mountain peak with the power of his physical body alone. But holding this world seed in the palm of your hand, there is a sense of heaviness. At this time, the cyan seed seemed to feel the Yukong seal in his body, and the Dao blue light flowed, and it actually disappeared directly into his body and appeared next to the Yukong seal. The spatial ripples released by the Yukong yin were all absorbed by the cyan seeds. Moreover, as the cyan seed absorbed those spatial ripples, the cyan halo emitted became more and more verdant. Yang Chen suddenly found that he seemed to have a better understanding of the power of space. Yang Chen was suddenly a little surprised. But if you think about it, you will understand. World tree seeds can transform into a big world. Absorbing the power of space is equivalent to its growth. The birth of the prototype of a big world must be the process of space from scratch or even opening up the world. In this way, this world tree seed carries out this process in its own body, so it is normal for him to obtain some understanding of the Tao of space. Then, Yang Chen sensed a violent aura fluctuation outside the light divine radiance, and immediately withdrew his mind from his body, dispersing the light divine radiance. Xiaochen, what are you doing? Xiaodong is dead. Zhan Chuyan frowned and asked. Yang Chen nodded and said with a sad face. The little nephew has purified him with the divine light of life. Senior aunt can feel his breath, it has completely disappeared. It's a pity that the children of the little nephew and Zaire have not yet been born, and their uncle is gone, alas. Gut, okay, Zhan Chuyan pouted. This seed has not said that you and Chushi have known each other for less than a year, and a child is about to be born. Now that you have reached the realm of refining the void, you should concentrate on cultivation, comprehend the avenue, and strive to set foot on the Tao as soon as possible. Wouldn't you be distracted if you have a child? By the way, Fang Kai's power of light, what's going on? It's only been a year since you came to the Tao Heaven Holy Land, and you can cultivate that level of light divine radiance. Is it related to Yorong? Hearing Zhan Chuyan emphasize the 3 words of jade and wrong, Yang Chen couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth slightly. It was all saved by him looking for a reason. It is indeed related to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord transmitted the origin of the light divine radiance of his own cultivation to the little nephew with the Jade Clan secret technique, so that the little nephew can cast such a powerful light divine radiance. HMPH, Hansa knows it's like this. Zhan Chuyan snorted lightly, with an expression that was indeed like this. Then he said in a deep voice, Xiaochen, the reason why Yu Yorong treated you like this is nothing more than wanting to take the opportunity to win you over and let you serve their Jade Clan in the future. As you said earlier, she wants to match Yu Xuan Shu to you to strengthen the bloodline for the Jade Clan. You'd better keep your distance from her in the future and don't be used by her. Looking at Zhan Chuyan saying bad things about Yu Yorong with a serious face, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Walked up to her and whispered, Senior aunt, shouldn't you be eating the vinegar of the Holy Lord? Senior aunt, shouldn't you be eating the vinegar of the Holy Lord? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhan Chuyan suddenly trembled. The beautiful eyes hurriedly glanced at the beautiful woman of the immortal palace who was slowly walking towards her residence. Seeing that there were already more than 100 feet away from her, he was relieved. Although it is more than 100 feet away, if the monks of the Edo use their divine soul power to listen to it, they can also hear it. But Sister Yin should not be such a boring person. Little bastard, shut up Hansa, you're dead. If Sister Yin hears it, how else will Hansa behave? Besides, Hansa is just reminding you, who ate your vinegar. Zhan Chuyan's divine soul power was pervasive, and he arranged a 300 layer of sound insulation and then drank a few words at Yang Chen. At the same time, the white jade face could not help but float a blush. Because, she carefully recalled the tone of her words just now. It seems that it is indeed a little abnormal, not her usual speaking style. Damn it, this little bastard's mind is quite delicate. Glaring at Yang Chen twice, Zhang Chuyin stretched out her hand. Yang Chen knew what she meant, thought about it and said. Senior aunt, Yu Kongyin may not be able to give it to you for the time being. Because the little nephew has some understanding, he needs to understand it for a while. You shouldn't be in a hurry. HMPH, don't worry, just remember it. Zhang Chuyin did not urge, after all, she had been waiting for Yu Kongyin for 1,000 years, and it would not be a problem to wait for a few more years. The beautiful eyes glanced at the beautiful woman of the immortal palace who was fading away, and Zhang Chuyin said. Okay Xiaochen, the seed won't talk to you more, Elder Yin is a guest, the seed can't snub her. Yu Kongyin, you have a good understanding, if you don't understand, you can go to the Hansa in a few days. After speaking, Zhang Chuyin took a step and appeared directly next to the beautiful woman of the immortal palace in the distance. Yang Chen stood in place, looking at the two plump backs that were gradually leaving in the distance, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. Zhang Chuyin, this beautiful woman, let him have something he didn't understand, and he would find her in a few days. Is this the advice given to him by his elders? Or, hinting at him? However, I have to say that since Zhang Chuyin turned into the bright moon holy body, he no longer needed his origin chi, and he had no intimate contact with this beautiful woman. The only time I hugged under the condensation tree for a while was the last time. But that time, although it was just a simple hug, the meaning was extraordinary. Even better than the previous honesty in the cave. Shaking his head, Yang Chen returned to the small courtyard. The fluctuations of Chu Chi just now were relatively violent, and Qinger's girl had already woken up. At this time, he was sitting on the stone bench with Chu Chi. Chu Zai's eyes were red, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. Seeing Yang Chen coming over, he immediately choked and said, Brother Chen. Yang Chen stepped forward and hugged her into his arms. Chu Chi suddenly couldn't hold back any longer, and tears slipped down his face like a broken embankment. Zaire, junior brother Xiaodong, it's me who'll him, you won't resent me, right? Yang Chen caressed Chu Zai's back and said in a deep voice. Chu Chi suddenly shook his head, and his voice choked. How come, Brother Chen, you purified the dead chi and demon chi on Xiaodong's body with the light divine radiance, I know, you are a kind heart. Xiaodong's mind has been eroded by demonic chi and dead chi, since half a year ago, it has become more and more strange and extreme, I didn't dare to tell you before, he has poisoned me several times, wanting to kill our children. This time, he came quietly, and his purpose was also clear, that is, he wanted to kill the child in my womb. It's good that you're here, otherwise, our children will be in danger. He is now at this end, and he is to blame. I only hate that I didn't discover his abnormality earlier, didn't stop him from cultivating that kind of demon skill of digging out the origin of the corpse earlier, and let him lose his mind by the demon skill. Alas, Yang Chen sighed, hugging Chu Chi tightly, he comforted. Don't be sad Zaire, although junior brother Xiaodong is gone, you still have me and the child. When our child is born, let's name him Saidong. It can also be regarded as a kind of nostalgia for the uncle of junior brother Xiaodong. Thoughts, Chu Zai's voice murmured, his heart was attracted by the child's name, and he gradually stopped crying. On the side, Qinger saw this scene of love between the two, and suddenly patted her small mouth slightly. But in the end, he honestly entered his room. It's just that when she was about to fall asleep, a mournful and crying voice suddenly lingered in her ears. Although the sound was weakened a lot through a wall, the sound was very penetrating, and it still clearly reached her ears. This 5.2, Qinger's eyes widened suddenly. The little face was full of disbelief. Is my brother crazy? Sister Chu Zai's belly is so big, is he? But then, she just punched the bed. HMPH, smelly brother, just ignore me like that. I don't look worse than Sister Chu Shi. Sister Chu Shi is inconvenient, you don't know, 2 months passed quickly. Chu Shi had gradually walked out of the sadness of Xiaodong's departure. At this time, she was just looking forward to the birth of the child in her womb. The child is now more than 9 months old. She is close to labor. Brother Chen, you are now the holy son of the Holy Land, and our elders asking for a meeting every day, so you don't have to accompany me all the time. Chu Shi snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, and although he enjoyed his embrace, he still whispered softly. In the past 2 months, Yu Yorong has officially announced that he canonized Yang Chen as the holy son of the ocean. The Dao Heaven Saint Son is basically the future Dao Heaven Saint Lord. The status is even higher than that of the holy daughter. During this period of 16 years, the main elders of various peaks and some affiliated forces of the Dao Heaven Holy Land often came to visit. However, Yang Chen mostly shirked and Zhang Chuyin was responsible for receiving him. As for cultivation, although he had been accompanying Chu Shi for the past 2 months, his cultivation had not been delayed in the slightest. The world tree seed in the body absorbed the spatial ripples emitted by the 2-month Yukong seal at this time, and the cyan light emitted was even more intense. Moreover, inside the cyan seed, it seemed that chaotic chi had begun to be born, as if a world was opening up the world from chaos. This scene, although it happened in his own body, was somewhat terrifying. But the benefits are also enormous. Yang Chen's understanding of the Dao of space was rapidly improving. Now he can barely exert the spatial power of shrinking into inches. Although it can't reach the level of Zhang Chuyin. But one step can go a few miles away. Shrinking the ground into inches, basically only cultivators whose strength has reached the realm of refining void and major in the power of space can be displayed. In other words, Yang Chen's current mastery of the power of space was no less than that of those cultivators who majored in the power of space. If this is known by Zhang Chuyin, it will definitely make her doubt life. You know, she has cultivated for more than 1,000 years to reach this level. At this time, a tall figure walked into the small courtyard. The skin is jade, and the complexion is beautiful. A white palace dress wrapped around the curvaceous figure. The body exudes a faint light, pure and sacred, full of fairy air. Holy Son, Yu Xuan walked into the small courtyard and bowed to Yang Chen. Then looked at Chu Shi and said, I know that Sister Chu Shi is more than 9 months pregnant and is about to give birth, so I brought Elder Wei over. Elder Wei is an elder in charge of the birth of young children in my Jade clan, and I have delivered 10,000 Jade clan babies and have rich experience. Sister Chu Shi, you won't blame me for making claims. Chu Shi immediately hurriedly got up from Yang Chen's arms. How come, Sister Yu Xuan's kindness, I am grateful for it too late. Sister Yu Xuan, please sit down. Chu Shi faced Yu Xuan, his expression was a little nervous, and, in the depths of his eyes, there was a faint touch of meanness. Because Yu Xuan has been famous for thousands of years, he is not to mention a cultivator of the refining void realm, but also the most beautiful fairy in the Dao Heaven Holy Land. Facing her, Chu Shi couldn't help but lose some light even if he was a stark purple body. Only by looking down and seeing your bulging belly can you regain some self-confidence. Seeing Yu Xuan coming uninvited, Yang Chen was a little helpless. During this time, Yu Yorong couldn't help canonizing him as the holy son of Daocean, and also announced that Yu Xuan's on had been given to him. After Chu Shi found out, he did not show any dissatisfaction. and also began to be sisters with Yuxuan. Yuxuan has often come to Yu Peak in the past 2 months, and she looks like she is already his woman. But Yangchen didn't have much sexual interest in Yuxuan. He still said that the Jade clan wanted to have a son through his bloodline, and only the beautiful woman of Yurong came in person. Holy son, a few days ago, my aunt successfully survived the physical calamity of the 3 tribulations of the immortals. She asked me to come and talk to you, don't forget what I promised before, and go to the Dao Heaven Temple in the last few days. Yuxuan sat down and slowly spoke, her beautiful eyes staring at Yangchen. On the side, hearing that 163 Yu Yurong, the Dao Heavenly Saint Lord, had survived the physical calamity, Chu Shi looked shocked. Through robbery monk, 3 immortal tribulations. These legendary things she had only seen in ancient books. After surviving the 3 tribulations of immortals, he can become a true immortal and ascend to the immortal realm. But Yangchen looked calm. Mad, having absorbed so much of his energy of 10-colored pores, if he can't survive the first calamity of the flesh, Yurong will be the aunt of the son of destiny. As for the things that had promised her before, it was naturally the innate source of life. But it's only been more than 2 months, this beautiful woman can't wait. You know, the transmission of the innate light origin requires the dual cultivation of the Yuan God. Yu Yurong, an old woman who has been empty for 4,000 years, shouldn't it be addicted? Half a month later, Chu Shi was born. A loud cry came from the room. Then, purple chi came east, most of the Dao Heavenly Holy Land, and the sky was rendered purple. A vision descended from heaven, and many elders left the customs one after another. One by one, they looked excited. Purple chi comes 3,000 miles east, such a scale, could it be that a legendary divine body was born? The seed looks at the place where the purple chi gathers, it seems to be the Yu Peak. Yu Peak, could it be that this vision is related to the sun? I heard that Chu Shi, the Taoist of the Holy Sun, has been pregnant for 10 months, could it be that the birth of his son caused such a vision? It is possible, although that Chu Shi has a low realm, he has a star purple body, although the physique of the Holy Sun is unknown, it must be extremely terrifying, and the heirs born of the two must be extraordinary. Hurry up and go to Yu Peak. Many elder peak lords broke through the barrier one after another and went to the place where the purple chi gathered. In the temple of Daoshan, Jade Yurong, who had survived the physical calamity, already had an immortal charm surrounding his body at this time. Sitting on the jade platform, the whole person looked more holy and noble. But when she noticed the vision of purple chi coming east in the sky, she couldn't help but be a little moved. Purple chi came east, even if Zuner condensed the body of the Holy Spirit back then, there was no such vision. Such visions, if not divine bodies, are at least top-notch holy bodies. Yangchen, this bastard thing, the bloodline is really powerful. Yu Yurong walked out of the hall and looked at the Yu Peak in the distance. Although Shuner's bloodline talent is good, it is still slightly inferior compared to Chuzai's star purple body. Combining with Yangchen, at most, it will be the birth of such a talented baby. However, if the body of the Holy Spirit is combined with Yangchen, it is very likely to give birth to a divine body. It's a pity that the women of the Jade clan now possess the body of the Holy Spirit are the only ones in this seed. Hanza, blah, how did you think of yourself and Yangchen going together? Damn, it's all the trouble caused by the double cultivation of that messy thing you mentioned duo, and the harm Hanza has always been cranky lately. Yu Yurong clenched his silver teeth, and his phoenix eyes were full of anger. After cultivating with Yangchen's Yuenshin duo, she felt that something was wrong with her. At this time, in the room, Elder Wei brought by Yuxuan carefully carried the child in front of Yangchen. Holy son, congratulations, it's a boy. Yangchen took it and looked at the little guy who was crying and his voice was loud, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because, the little guy is surrounded by a layer of golden divine light. In the center of the eyebrows, there is a shallow purple mark. Boy, is this inheriting the talent of both him and Chu Shi. No wonder such a vision of heaven and earth can be triggered. It's just a pity that you can't see your uncle, otherwise, daddy can still use your luck to use you. Yangchen carried the child to Chu Shi. Reaching out to wipe the fine beads of sweat on her forehead for her, she said softly. Zaire, hard work on you. Yangchen's concern at this time made Chuzai's heart full of emotion, and his beautiful eyes were shining. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people in the room, she would only want to hug brother Chen now and never be separated. This warm scene made Yuxuan's beautiful eyes on the side flash a touch of envy. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Clouds shrouded, although I can't see the figure clearly. But everyone knew that she was the Dao Heavenly Holy Lord. Aunt, Holy Lord, Yuxuan and Elder Wei immediately saluted. Jade Yurong Jingying Jade hand stretched out, and the baby in Yangchen's arms fell directly into her hands. Although it is not a divine body, it has a strong divine aura. If this seed is right, this child's main physique should be the Golden Yang Holy Body. Golden Yang Holy Body, the corners of Yangchen's mouth were slightly hooked. His physique is the Sun Divine Body, and it is also reasonable to give birth to a son of the Golden Yang Holy Body. However, the Golden Yang Holy Body should be a top-grade Holy Body, which is much stronger than the pure Yang Holy Body. Although it is not as good as his Sun God Body, it is not bad. Son, be content, not everyone is as good as a parent. Being able to inherit half of your father's talents is enough to be proud of your life. Golden Yang Holy Body, Yuzan and Elder Wei were shocked when they heard Yurong's words. The Golden Yang Holy Body is a high-grade Holy Body, which is much more powerful than the Holy Spirit Body. Yangchen has such a talent as an heir. If there are a few more, then the Dao Heavenly Holy Land will not dominate Zhongzhou in the future. Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were bright, and at this moment, she once again understood her aunt's good intentions. She thought that her talent was no worse than Chuzai's, and her cultivation was higher. If he gave birth to an heir with Yangchen, he would definitely not lose the Golden Yang Holy Body. In this way, the future of the Jade clan will also have hope. Yangchen, you come with the main seat. The Dao Heavenly Saint Lord handed the child to Yuxuan on the side, and then walked out of the room. Qian Mo Jiao outside. Looking at the vision that was gradually dissipating in the sky, Yu Yurong slowly said. The seed has already given Yuxuan to you, you and Yuxuan will also give birth to an heir as soon as possible. Give birth to an heir as soon as possible. The Holy Lord likes babies. Yu Yurong snorted softly. If it is as talented as that baby just now, the seed will naturally like it. Yes, Yangchen smiled when he heard this. Walking to Yu Yurong's side, he almost clings to the clouds around her. The sound is a bit playful. If the Holy Lord likes it, why don't you make one yourself? If the Holy Lord likes it, why not give birth to one yourself? Yangchen's words caused the clouds and mist around Yu Yurong to fluctuate violently. And then, the clouds dissipated. Her plump and graceful figure was revealed. Dressed in a white palace dress with her hair in a bun. The dignified and holy jade face was full of anger at the moment. Perhaps because of the fluctuation of emotions, there was a violent fluctuation in front of him. There is a name for tolerance, but it is worthy of the name. Yangchen, are you really looking for death? Do you think that if you have some use value, this seed really does not dare to kill you? Although Yu Yurong's words were cold, Yangchen could hear it, and there was not much killing intent. To Yuanshan double cultivation, it seems that the effect is quite significant. Yang Chen, you'd better take care of your mouth in the future. There is also a limit to this seat's patience with you. Now that this seat has survived the physical calamity, the strength is not the same as before, and if you want to engrave a soul seal in your soul palace, it is not impossible. Engrave the soul seal. 693. Yang Chen pouted. I am confident that I can do it. This beautiful woman has survived the physical calamity, and it is not the Yuan God tribulation. During this time, he focused on understanding the three tribulations of immortals. Immortal tribulation, flesh tribulation is the first calamity, is also the easiest to survive the heavenly tribulation. After passing, the physical body began to change, and the true chi in the body began to transform, forming the legendary immortal chi. Although the strength will increase rapidly, but the power of Yuanshan has not improved significantly. The transformation of the Yuan God must survive the second calamity, the Yuan God tribulation. Therefore, the current Jade Yorong, as long as Yuanshan enters his soul palace, he still can't influence him. But despite this, Yang Chen hurriedly said, how dare a disciple? Just now it was the disciple who lost his words, the Holy Lord is not to blame, hee. After all, it was the now Heavenly Saint Lord who had lived for 4,000 years, and he still wanted to give her a little face. Otherwise, this BICJ old woman is angry and may do something. However, Yang Chen was also thinking at the moment in his heart. Although Chu Shi had a star purple body, he only had the cultivation of the Yuan infant realm, but even so, he also gave birth to a high-grade holy body such as the golden young holy body. Jade Yorong, this beautiful woman, not to mention the body of the Holy Spirit, but also fused a piece of Taiyin divine jade that gave birth to spiritual wisdom. Now, after surviving the physical calamity, the true chi in the body began to transform into immortal chi. Her physique and cultivation are much stronger than Chu Shi. If an heir is born, it must be stronger than the golden young holy body. If you don't get it, it's a divine body. It's just a pity. This beautiful woman is too selfish to make her own contribution to the Jade clan. It's really a vain lord of the Jade clan, Yu Yorong said at this time. The Meteor Immortal Secret Realm opened 3 days ago, and you, as the Now Heaven Saint Son, will lead the team to participate at that time. Get ready for this time. Fallen Immortal Secret Realm. What is that place? Yang Chen was a little puzzled. Yu Yorong's voice was a little impatient. What do you do on weekday? Don't know to read more books to understand the land of Zhongzhou. The Heavenly Saint Son doesn't even know the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm, it's not shameful enough to say it. The Holy Lord is not willing to say forget it, why insult the disciples, I can ask the master when I turn back. Yang Chen didn't care. HMPH. Yu Yorong snorted lightly, but explained. The Meteor Immortal Secret Realm is located at the northernmost point of the land of Zhongzhou, and it is said that in the ancient times millions of years ago, a catastrophe occurred in the Kunlun realm. Before the calamity, there were many true immortals in the Kunlun realm. At that time, the Kunlun realm was much stronger than it is now. However, after the calamity, almost all the true immortals fell. In the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm, it is rumored to be the place where those fallen true immortals are buried. The Meteor Immortal Secret Realm will take the initiative to open every tens of thousands of years, and only cultivators under the age of 2000 can enter it. Every opening of the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm will bring a golden age to the land of Zhongzhou. Because in the Meteoric Immortal Secret Realm, there is a true immortal inheritance from the ancient period. The founding ancestor of our Dao Heaven Holy Land is said to have entered the Fallen Immortal Secret Realm when he was young, and the Dao Heaven Secret Code is likely to borrow from the cultivation method founded by an ancient true immortal. That Yukong seal in your hand was also brought out of the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm. So it is. Listening to Yu Yorong's introduction, Yang Chen couldn't help but nod. Meteoric Immortal Secret Realm, true immortal inheritance. He really wanted to see it. Moreover, it is not surprising that in this Meteoric Immortal Secret Realm, there must also be a chance for Yuzun, the son of destiny. Now that Xiaodong is dead, he will also spend his main energy on dealing with Yuzun. In addition to the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm, there is one more thing. Innate Light Origin, this seat has only received 1.5 now, which is far from half of what you promised this seat. This seat asked Yuxuan to bring you a message before, why are you delayed? Could it be that knowing the mystery of the Innate Light Origin, I can't bear it, and I can't regret it? Yu Yorong said, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Chen. Yang Chen suddenly said positively, what does the Holy Lord say? In the hearts of disciples, you are much more important than the Innate Light Origin. Don't say half of it, it's all for you, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen's words made Yu Yorong look stunned, but soon, she came back to her senses. In the phoenix eyes, a flash of panic could not help but flash. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense, you're welcome to blame this seat. Although he still drank coldly, the panic in his eyes was captured by Yang Chen. Obviously, Yang Chen's sentence is much more important than the Innate Light Origin. Let this beautiful woman be confused. Hee. In the end, it has been lonely for 4,000 years. Coupled with the 2 Yuanshan double cultivators, she may think that her Dao heart is still rock solid. But in fact, it is already full of holes. Feeling Yang Chen's playful eyes, Yu Yorong said calmly. Don't tell you this bastard, just remember this matter. The opening of the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm is a grand event in Zhongzhou, and the seat will also go at that time. If there's a chance, let's talk about the Innate Light Origin. After speaking, Yu Yorong waved his jade hand directly. The surrounding spatial enchantment dissipates. Although the two were in the courtyard, Yu Yorong had already arranged a layer of spatial enchantment in order to prevent the conversation from being overheard. At this time, the enchantment dissipated, and Yang Chen found that Zan Choyan and several elders appeared in the courtyard at an unknown time. Jade, Holy Lord. Zan Choyan's face was full of shock. Because, at this moment, the jade has a face, the clouds and mist around the body dissipate, and the true face is revealed. The body is rich and graceful, and the skin is like condensed fairy jade. The beautiful cheeks are full of dignified holiness. Dressed in a white palace costume, green silk coil, surrounded by fairy charm, but noble and majestic. This facial temperament made her feel a little ashamed of herself. It is worthy of the reputation of the first beauty in Zhongzhou that year. In the courtyard, several elders also opened their eyes wide at this moment. Although they have seen the true face of the Holy Lord. But that was a long time ago. Since the saint became a Holy Lord, no one has seen her true face. However, the Holy Lord is really beautiful. Although compared to that year, there are a few more years of precipitation. But the precipitation of this time makes it more charming. If the Holy Lord appeared in front of the elder disciples of the Holy Land with his true appearance, I'm afraid that the name of the first beauty in the Holy Land will not belong to Yuxuan in an instant. I've seen the Holy Lord. Several elders returned to their senses and bowed in unison. Yu Yorong didn't pay attention to them. A pair of phoenix eyes glared fiercely at Yang Chen. The secret troubles in my heart are all harmed by this messy thing. He actually forgot that he had withdrawn the clouds around him. HMPH. With a cold snort in his heart, Yu Yorong's figure disappeared directly in place. The Holy Lord is really important to the Holy Sun, and he actually shows his true face to Doc. You know, since the Holy Lord took charge of the Tao Heavenly Holy Land 2,000 years ago, no one except Yuzun and Yuxuan has seen his true face. When I was young, the Seed and the Holy Lord were in the same era, and the first beauty and Zhongzhou back then defeated all the Tianzhou of the same generation, which can only be described as a peerless style. Some elders with a lower realm, hearing of the Holy Lord's good name, joined the Tao Heaven Holy Land, but unfortunately they have not seen the true face of the Holy Lord until death, and they regret it for life. Several elders said with a smile at this time, as if they were recalling the past. Zan Choyan frowned slightly, because the other elders were bowing and saluting just now, and she, as a woman, keenly noticed that Yuorong glared at Yang Chen before leaving. That look, weird, these two people, something must have happened just now. Pity, although she majored in the Tao of space, the gap between her and the Jade Yuorong realm was too big. The spatial enchantment arranged by the old woman was difficult for her to peek even in front of her. 2 months flew by. Yang Chen did not retreat in the past 2 months and has been accompanying Chu Shi. After all, the child has just been born, and he also has to do his duty as a father. Originally wanted to name the little guy Yang Saidong. But if you think about it, his heirs, Yang Kai, Yang Kan, etc., were all single names. In order to stand with his brothers and sisters in the future and not look out of place, Chu Shi was firm and removed the words and named him Yang Dong. Although Yang Dong's little guy is only 2 months old, he has a tiger head and a pair of big eyes. The 423 Golden Yang Holy Body is actually very similar to the Sun God Body. After embarking on the path of cultivation, a round of Golden Yang will also be born in the body, so it is called the Golden Yang Holy Body. After cultivating Dacheng, Jinyang was like a scorching sun, burning the sky and boiling the sea was just waiting for idleness. In the past, the land of Zhongzhou was also born with the Golden Yang Holy Body. Invincible in the same realm, defeated all Tianzhou. Finally, he survived the 3 tribulations of the immortals and became a true immortal. The Jinyang Holy Land in the current Megatron state was created by the Jinyang Holy Body who became a true immortal. Perhaps he saw the powerful talent of Yang Chen's heir. Since Yang Dong was born, Yuxuan has lived directly in his small courtyard. The top fairy list, the face is beautiful, the skin is like jade, and a pair of long legs are the best in the world. Even though Yang Chen was extremely determined, there were several times when he couldn't resist the impulse. Because Yuxuan lives next door to him, and there's no prohibition on the door, he can enter at any time as long as he wants. But fortunately, Chu Shi has already given birth, and he can continue to explore life with Chu Shi. Ding, Yuxuan has not returned in January. Yuzun knows, his mood is damaged, the luck of Yuzun, the son of heavenly destiny, is worth 1,000 points, and the host obtains 1,000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl. It seems that Yuzun is out of customs. Not bad, just out of the customs sent 1,000 gas love points. In the past 2 months, Yuxuan not only lived in his courtyard, but also hinted at him in normal times. But Yang Chen held back. The reason why he did this was naturally not because he was a decent gentleman. It's because the time is not coming. This kind of thing requires the cooperation of Yuzun, the son of destiny. Soon, it was time to leave for the fallen immortal secret realm. After Yuzan's detailed introduction, Yang Chen also specifically understood the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm. The Meteor Immortal Secret Realm is opened every tens of thousands of years, and this time it has been more than 20,000 years since the last time it was opened. Holy Land level cultivators, even if 1,000 years are only one generation, more than 20 generations have passed. It can be said that every opening of the Meteoric Immortal Secret Realm heralds the imminent arrival of the Golden Age of Zhongzhou. Tianzhou gathers, and demons are frequent. The Tao Heaven Holy Land sent almost all the cultivators under the age of 2000 this time, and Yuorong, the Tao Heaven Saint Lord, personally led the team. It can be seen that the importance attached to the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm. On the occasion of parting, Chu Shi held the child and snuggled into Yang Chen's arms, his eyes full of reluctance. Yuxuan's eyes flashed with joy. This time the Immortal Secret Realm may become an opportunity for a qualitative change in the relationship between him and the Holy Sun. Brother Chen, Wu, Chu Shi was just about to say a few parting words. Suddenly covered his mouth, a dry gag. What's wrong, Zaire? Yang Chen said with concern. At this time, Yuzan thought thoughtfully, and then the jade hand was on Chu Zai's wrist. In just a moment, an expression appeared on her face. Holy Sun, Sister Chu Shi, she is pregnant again, Yuxuan said, her tone full of envy. During this time, they lived in the same hospital. Almost every night, she could clearly hear the sound of sobbing in the next room. Each time is no less than an hour. As a cultivator who has been cultivating for more than 1,000 years, although she has not experienced this, she also knows what 0.0 means. 2 months, Chu Shi was pregnant again, which was also reasonable. After all, the Holy Sun was not idle for almost a day. Pregnant again, Yang Chen was also a little helpless. But it's normal to think about it. After all, 2 months of hard work, no matter how barren the land is, crops will grow. What's more, Chu Zai's land was not barren, but very fertile. On Babel Peak, Yang Chen and Yuxuan walked into the Tao Heavenly Hall. At this moment, in the Tao Heavenly Hall, there were many cultivators standing. All of them exude a powerful aura, and all of them are refining void realms. And there are 50 or 60 of them. From here, you can also see the strength of the Tao Heavenly Holy Land. Because this was just a cultivator under the age of 2000. Like Jade Venerable Yuxuan, those who can break through to the realm of refining void at the age of about 1,000 years are all Tianzhou figures at the level of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Most of the cultivators who broke through the refining void realm were over 1,500 years old. Moreover, there are many cultivators who have broken through the refining void realm for more than 1,000 years, but now they are more than 2,000 years old. It can be said that these 50 or 60 void refining cultivators are only a small part of the number of Tao Heaven Holy Land refining void cultivators 26. Seeing Yang Chen coming, everyone saluted. I've seen the sun. They were also cultivators of the refining void realm, and they didn't have too much respect for Yuxuan. But in the face of Yang Chen, this Holy Sun had to salute. In the Tao Heaven Holy Land, the status of the Holy Sun is second only to the Holy Lord. And the talent of this Holy Sun is simply terrifying. Just by refining the realm of the void, he defeated the invincible Jade Venerable. The strength of talent can be said to be only seen in the world. If nothing else, it will definitely be the next Holy Lord. Senior brothers and sisters, be polite. Little brother has just arrived, please give more advice after that. Yang Chen returned the salute. There was a kind smile on his face, and there was no shelf. The handsome face is matched with the bright aura that exudes from the body. Like a red dust fairy, several beautiful female cultivators who were also ranked on the fairy list, looking at Yang Chen at this moment, their beautiful eyes rippled. I couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous of Yuxuan in my heart. Although Yuxuan did not obtain the position of a saintly girl, in the future, she is likely to become the lady of the Holy Lord. Moreover, this Holy Sun is not only extremely talented, but also has a temperament like an immortal, making him an excellent candidate for being a Taoist. Pity, they do not have aunts like the Holy Lord, and they are not qualified to marry. Yang Chen, at this time, a heavy drink suddenly sounded in the hall. Then, a manic true chi fluctuation struck. He blew back a few steps from the several cultivators standing beside Yang Chen. Yang Chen turned around, and the corners of his mouth curved. The one who issued a heavy drink was naturally Yuzun. At this moment, Yuzun's face was extremely gloomy. A pair of eyes stared at him, no, exactly, staring at Yushuan. Shuaner, come here, my Jade clan doesn't need to marry anyone. I'll tell my aunt about this and ask her to cancel the marriage contract between you and Yang Chen, the bastard. He doesn't deserve you, Yuzun shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he got out of customs, he learned that his aunt had actually given his cousin Chu Yang 517 Chen. Moreover, my cousin still lived on Yu Peak. He and his cousin childhood sweetheart have practiced together since childhood and grew up together. Deep down, his cousin, like his aunt, was his most important woman. It is forbidden. It cannot be touched and desecrated by anyone. But fortunately, the white holy light on my cousin's body has not dissipated, and she is still a virgin. It hasn't changed into the shape of Yang Chen's bastard. Everything is still in time. The worry in Yuzun's heart faded, and his eyes looked directly at Yang Chen, and the jade white divine radiance on his body was pervasive. The spirit of endless battle has resurfaced. Before being strongly defeated by Yang Chen, his invincible Dao heart was almost shattered. However, during the time he was healing in the clan realm, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of one of them in the mausoleum of the ancestors of the Jade clan in the clan realm. The realm has broken through again, and the combat power has also been greatly improved. Moreover, he also obtained an ancient spear in the tomb of that sage. Although it is not a holy weapon, its power is not weaker than that of a holy weapon. Moreover, that ancient gun fits him very well. He was confident that his current self was so strong that he could definitely crush Yang Chen easily. Yang Chen, dare to fight me. The voice of the Jade Lord is like Hongzhang Delu. The aura of the 5 layers of refining the void realm was fully revealed. Through this battle, he wants to declare to everyone once again that he is invincible. If he wanted to reshape his invincible Dao heart, he had to defeat Yang Chen, the bastard. Moreover, only by defeating Yang Chen and taking back the position of the Holy Sun would the aunt obey her and break the marriage contract between them. Otherwise, the cousin will continue to stay with Yang Chen, the bastard, and with her cousin's stunning appearance, she will change into the shape of this bastard sooner or later. Junior brother Yuzun, the Dao Heavenly Hall is the place where the Holy Lord lives, how can it be presumptuous? What's more, we are about to go to the fallen immortal secret realm, we are both Dao Heaven cultivators, we should put aside our past differences, join hands together, and we must not fight now. A cultivator of the void refining realm sevenfold said in a loud voice. These dozens of cultivators in the hall took his realm as the most, so they opened their mouths to dissuade them. However, Yuzun's face was cold, and he directly punched out. The jade white light divine radiance directly condensed into a bright spear and stabbed straight towards that void refining sevenfold cultivator. Get out of the way for Hansa. Senior brother Wang Yuan, be careful. Many cultivators in the hall felt the strength of this gun, and immediately reminded one after another. Wang Yuan's face was heavy, hurriedly fended off. Poof, although the spear was resisted by him, he himself also retreated more than 100 feet. This scene made dozens of cultivators in the hall speechless. Senior brother Wang Yuan was a cultivator in the late stage of refining void. At the age of 1900, he reached the late stage of refining the void, and his talent was also quite extraordinary, and it was also early to enter the Harmony Dao realm in the future. But at this moment, he was repelled by Yuzun's blow. Cousin, stop it. Yuzun hurriedly stood up at this time to stop Yuzun from continuing to strike. Cousin, although my aunt is in charge of the marriage between me and the Holy Sun, I myself also like the Holy Sun. We are two lovers, so don't be nosy. After speaking, Yuxuan Yu's hand stretched out and directly held Yang Chen's arm. The white jade-like cheeks also floated a blush at this moment, and the beautiful eyes couldn't help but secretly glance at Yang Chen. Seeing that he did not resist, he was relieved. Then, his eyes looked at the jade Zun in front of him again, and secretly said in his heart. I hope that my cousin will see that he is willing to turn the war with the Holy Sun into a hero. But seeing this scene in front of him, Yuzun instantly reddened his eyes. His forehead was even more bruised, and his face was hideous. My cousin hugged Yang Chen in public. She also said that she liked Yang Chen. Are they happy? Nosy yourself, bastard. Yang Chen, I want you to die. Yuzun roared lowly. The jade white light on his body faintly revealed a touch of blood. Ding, Yushuan poured out his admiration to the host in public. Yuzun's state of mind collapsed, and the luck of Yuzun, the son of heaven's destiny, was worth 100 Li Qian's 0 points, and the host obtained 1000 villain points. Closing square bracket. Listening to the sound of the system in his mind and feeling the amazing elasticity coming from his arm, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but evoke a touch of playfulness. This Yushuan is very good. Give him a wave of divine assists, not to mention. The figure is also very good. She is worthy of being a Yorong's niece. There is room for greatness. Her niece should not be underestimated. Yang Chen, I want you to die when I step on a horse. Yuzun noticed the enjoyment on Yang Chen's face and the mockery on the corners of his mouth, and suddenly the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he broke out directly. The jade white light divine radiance, at this moment, 1/3 of it turned into blood. Boom, a blood-colored spear appeared in Yuzun's hand. The rich killing aura instantly made dozens of cultivators in the hall all send chills in their backs. Facing Yang Chen, Yuzun did not have the slightest reservation. He wanted to defeat Yang Chen with the strongest posture. Only in this way can he reshape his invincible Dao heart. Although this blood jade dragon spear is taboo among the Jade clan. Once discovered, it is taken back. He himself will be punished. But at this moment, as long as you can defeat Yang Chen, trample him underfoot, and reshape your invincible Dao heart, then everything is worth it. The blood-colored spear seemed to be able to affect people's consciousness, and Yuzun held the blood-colored spear, and his eyes turned scarlet. The light and radiance on his body gradually turned into blood. It's like a hellish Shura. 560. The momentum is impressive. This is Blood Jade Dragon Lance. At this time, Yushuan exclaimed. Unexpectedly, my cousin actually got this ominous gun. It seems that the last failure caused a great change in my cousin's state of mind, otherwise, with my cousin's original state of mind, it would be impossible to sense the Blood Jade Dragon Lance. Yushuan said, seeing Yang Chen's puzzled face, so he explained. The Blood Jade Dragon Spear was a bloodthirsty demon dragon killed by a venerable of my Jade clan hundreds of thousands of years ago, and used its demon dragon backbone to create a long spear. Because the bloodthirsty nature of the demon dragon remains, this spear can affect people's consciousness and make people kill madly. So, although this spear is comparable to a holy weapon, it has always been placed in the mausoleum of that venerable. A spear made from the spine of the demon dragon. Comparable to the Hallows. Yang Chen grasped the key words. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows slightly. He really deserves to be the child of destiny. The invincible Dao heart was shattered, and he immediately got a new opportunity. It turned out to be that magic gun. I also read this record in an ancient book. No wonder junior brother Yuzun changed the past and became so extreme. That Jade clan venerable back then was also sexually infected by this gun, slaughtering an unknown number of fellow disciples, and greatly injured the vitality of the Holy Land. Holy son, Jade venerable has a magic gun to help. You must not fight with him, this will only hurt both. Junior sister Yuxuan, you quickly inform the Holy Lord, I will stop Yuzun. At this time, the sevenfold cultivator of the refining void realm named Wang Yuan spoke. There is really a gush of chi on the body. The momentum was not inferior to the Jade venerable in the slightest. Obviously, he was repelled by Yuzun's blow just now, but he didn't use his full strength. Now is his true strength as a late-stage Tianjiao of the refining void realm. It's up to you. Yuzun's eyes were still full of disdain. Jerky shot out. A dragon emitting blood-colored radiance roared towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's earthy yellow true chi was like substance. Form a 9-story pagoda. Buzz. The blood dragon pagoda collided, and true chi surged out, shaking the entire Dao Heavenly Hall with a buzz. The aftermath even shook the more than 10 early refining cultivators on the side to retreat one after another. Poof, but only for a moment. AFAG pagoda shattered. Wang Yuan spurted out a mouthful of blood. So strong. Wang Yuan's eyes were a little lonely. Less than 2,000 years old, he had reached the late stage of refining void, and he was also extremely proud in his heart. It takes less than 1,000 years of self-confidence to reach the realm of the right path. Even if the talent is not as good as the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, it is not much worse. But unexpectedly, at this moment, he was directly defeated by Yuzun, who was 2 realms lower than him. At this time, the spear in Yuzun's hand stabbed out again. The blood-colored dragon struck directly at Wang Yuan. Senior brother Wang Yuan, be careful. Several surrounding cultivators hurriedly reminded them. If he was hit by Yuzun's shot, Wang Yuan would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Then the meteor immortal secret realm can't go. Wang Yuan returned to his senses at this time and hurriedly sealed his seal to resist. But in a hurry, the 9-story pagoda that was formed was simply vulnerable in front of the blood-colored dragon and shattered directly. Presumptuous. At this time, Yang Chen drank heavily. In front of Wang Yuan, a layer of spatial ripples rippled. Then, the originally solid space shattered directly, forming a dark crack that directly swallowed the blood-colored dragon in. The spatial crack quickly closed, as if nothing had happened. But this scene made a group of cultivators in the hall all stunned. The Jade Zun was full of murderous energy, and even senior brother Wang Yuan, a cultivator who refined the 7th level of void, was difficult to resist. But it was lightly dissolved by the Holy Sun. Yuxuan's beautiful eyes also widened at this moment. Being able to directly tear a spatial crack in the Dao Heaven Temple, this kind of spatial means few people in the entire Dao Heaven Holy Land can reach. Holy Sun, he has only been able to obtain the Void Seal for only a few months, and his mastery of the Dao of Space is so strong. However, in the past few months, the Holy Sun went to Wusheng with Chu Shi almost every night, and he didn't see how he closed his door to see the Yukong Seal. Could it be that it is related to the Lord of Yu Peak? My aunt said before that the Lord of Yu Peak was able to transform into the bright moon holy body by using the origin of the Holy Sun. At the convergence of origins, it is inevitable that some strange phenomena will occur. Moreover, she always felt that the relationship between the Holy Sun and the Yu Peak Lord was a little abnormal. Senior brother Yuzun, you are too presumptuous. For Yuxuan's sake, I didn't want to think too much about you, but you killed the same senior brother. Since I am the Holy Son of the Holy Land, I can't sit idly by. That spear in your hand, the demon is too heavy, let me keep it for you. Yang Chen looked uninspiring. Yuxuan also hurriedly said. Cousin, the Holy Sun is right, the blood jade dragon spear has already affected your mind, you hurry up and throw away that spear. Otherwise, my aunt and the clan elders know that they won't spare you lightly. Watching the two sing and reconcile, Yuzun's face became even more hideous. The blood jade dragon spear may affect the mind, but his jade venerable holy spirit body once possessed an invincible Dao heart, and his heart was so firm. How could it be affected by a spear that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years? He is very sober now. That is, you must kill Yang Chen, this bastard. Otherwise, it won't be long before my cousin really takes his shape. Yang Chen, I want you to die when I step on a horse. Yuzun roared angrily. The spear waved. The dragon groaned. The bloody glow bloomed. The entire Dao Heavenly Hall was rendered a blood-red color. The blood jade dragon spear came out directly, turned into a blood-colored dragon, and rushed straight towards Yang Chen. This blow was much stronger than the attack on Wang Yuan just now. Holy Sun beware. The jade-white divine radiance on Yuxuan's body was pervasive, and he wanted to help Yang Chen resist. If the son is injured by his cousin, things will be troublesome. At that time, my aunt and many elders will definitely punish my cousin severely. The meteor immortal secret realm is opened once in tens of thousands of years, and my cousin has the body of the Holy Spirit, and if he enters it, he will definitely get extraordinary opportunities. You can't miss it. However, Yuxuan was just about to make a seal. A sword sound sounded in my ears. The sword intent of the Sword 8 realm made Yuxuan dare not get too close to Yang Chen, and hurriedly retreated to the side. At this moment, Yang Chen was holding the pure young ancient sword, and the golden sun god flame and the white light divine radiance were intertwined on the sword. The aura of destruction emanated from it. Yang Chen did not use the Yukong seal to suppress the Jade Venerable, but directly used his current strongest blow. Only by defeating Jade Zun head-on can he once again shatter the Dao heart that he has been hard to condense. Break it for me. Yang Chen slashed out with a sword. A white gold sword ray slashed directly at the blood-colored dragon. Poof! The blood-colored dragon was directly cut off by the blocker. Then, the power of destruction erupted. The two dragon bodies burst open directly. The blood jade dragon spear fell from the air and was caught by Yang Chen in his hand. This scene, the eyes of the dozens of cultivators in the Dao Heavenly Hall were stunned. The blow that Yuzun had just made was even worse than before, and it was enough to kill a cultivator in the late stage of refining void. However, it was broken by the sword of the Holy Sun. That sword is too strong. Du Wusheng was also in the crowd. At this moment, his eyes are full of longing. The realm of Sword 8, this is the power of the realm of Sword 8. Unfortunately, he was still too far away from the Sword 8 realm. Sword 7 consummation and Sword 8 seem to be one step apart, but without hundreds of years of Kendo perception precipitation, it is impossible to make a breakthrough. Moreover, the Sun Sword 8 realm is a Shaocheng realm. The blood dragon was killed, and Yuzun was also seriously injured, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. However, he was unaware. At this moment, his eyes were full of despair. His strength broke through to the 5th level of the refining void realm, holding the blood jade dragon spear, and he recognized himself as killing the cultivators of the late refining void realm with one shot. But he was still defeated by Yang Chen's sword. Why? This bastard is just a realm of refining the void. Why is there such a strong combat power? Invincibility. Do you still deserve to be called invincible? Ding! The host defeated the Jade Zune with a sword, and snatched the Blood Jade Dragon Spear. The Jade Zune Dao heart collapsed, plundering the Son of Heavenly Destiny. The Yuzun Chi luck value was 1000 points, and the host obtained a villain value of 1000 points. Closing square bracket. The sound of the system sounded, and Yang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. With so much effort, he broke the Jade Zune Dao heart again, and also snatched his Blood Jade Dragon gun, only to gain 1000 villain points. It's better to be hugged by Yu Xuan's arm. Alas, it seems that if you want to quickly harvest the Chi luck value on Yuzun's body, you have to start from the two aunts and nephews of Yu Yorong and Yu Xuan. Looking at Yang Chenjurin's back, Yu Xuan's beautiful eyes were also colorful. Refining the Void One Heavy defeated the body of the Holy Spirit of Refining the Void fivefold, and the Holy Sun's talent was simply terrifying, enough to crown the ancient and modern. Even if it is not for the blood of a powerful ethnic group to give birth to children, it is a blessing to have such a figure as his own Taoist. However, Yu Xuan didn't have much time to think about the future at the moment, but hurriedly walked to Yuzun. Cousin, are you alright? Yuzan said. The jade hand lingered around the jade white divine radiance, and he wanted to heal the Jade Zune. After all, they are cousins who grew up together. Now injured, she can't sit idly by. But at this time, a deep sound resounded in the hall. Shuiner, don't worry about him. The voice was mixed with anger and disappointment. As soon as the words fell, a cloud appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I've seen the Holy Lord. Many cultivators in the main hall hurriedly saluted. But cousin, before Yuzan finished speaking, Yu Yorong interrupted. He is to blame for all this. Jade Venerable, you took the Blood Jade Dragon Spear without authorization, and you also had killing intent on the Holy Sun. You know that this is a felony. This time the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm is about to open. The seed will not calculate with you first, and then punish you after returning. Yu Yorong said, but the phoenix eyes under the clouds looked at Yang Chen. The Dao Heaven Hall was where her cultivation was, and although she was discussing with several great elders outside just now, half of the Yuan God was still in the back hall. Therefore, what happened in the front hall, she saw it all. The reason why he didn't stop it was naturally to see the strength of these people. Especially Yang Chen's messy things. Moreover, the two shots of this bastard thing really surprised her. That white gold destructive energy seemed to be a combination of light and flame. It was the combination of that destructive energy and kendo that allowed him to break through the Jade Venerable with one sword. If this destructive energy can also be mastered by himself, then the strength will definitely be able to improve a lot. Moreover, the cultivators of the Jade Clan basically cultivate the power of light, and if they can master this destructive energy, then the overall strength of the Jade Clan will usher in a leap. Later, I will have to interrogate this bastard thing. At this time, several elders walked into the hall. The first one, with gray hair, a face like jade, and the aura exuding from his body was obviously much stronger than the several Edo realm elders behind him. Although Yang Chen had never seen the other party, he had also heard about the 9 elders of the Dao Heaven Holy Land during this time. The one in front of him should be the second elder from the Jade Clan. Moreover, the second elder seems to be Yu Xuan's father. In this way, he is his nominal father-in-law. Old immortal Jade Qingkong, I have seen the Holy Sun. The second elder walked up to Yang Chen and said with a smile. His gaze looked at Yang Chen and he couldn't help but nod. The face is like a crown jade, and the temperament is like a fairy. Although it is only the realm of refining the void in one heavy, the strength is stronger than the Jade Lord who refining the 5 layers of the void. 330. Such talents have never been seen in ancient and modern times. It is her blessing that Shuiner can have such Tianjiao as a Taoist. Yu Qingkong was originally dissatisfied with his sister's use of his daughter as a marriage tool. But seeing Yang Chen, the dissatisfaction in his heart at this moment disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the two had not yet held a wedding, he really wanted to consider himself his father-in-law. Elder Yang Chen, the second elder, is famous for a long time. Today at first sight, it really deserves its name. Although Yang Chen was a holy son, he still had to give some face in the face of the second elder, so he bowed his hand and boasted by the way. The smile on the second elder's face was even stronger. Rushed to Yu Xuan and said, Shuiner, it is your blessing that you can accompany the holy son in the future, but don't play the temper of the eldest lady, but serve the holy son well. Father, Yuzan snorted and glared at Yu Qingkong, her cheeks couldn't help but be a little rosy and shy. This scene, it made the eyes of the Yuzun on the side even more hideous. His fists were clenched, and his forehead was bruised. Jade Venerable, it seems that the Blood Jade Dragon Spear has a great impact on your mind, and the killing intent on your body is so strong. If it weren't for the imminent opening of the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm, the seed would definitely punish you well. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Yuzun's body, Yu Qingkong shouted in a deep voice. Then, his eyes looked at the Blood Jade Dragon Spear in Yang Chen's hand. Holy Son, the Blood Jade Dragon Spear is made of the Demon Dragon Spine, which has a great impact on the cultivator's mind, and even a Harmony Realm cultivator is difficult to control. It's better to let the old man seal it so as not to affect the Holy Sun. Seal. Yang Chen glanced at the Blood Jade Dragon Spear in his hand. The body of the gun is like blood, exuding a violent and murderous aura. If held in your hand, it is an offensive weapon, even stronger than ordinary holy weapons. But the murderous aura emitted by the gun body does affect people's consciousness. However, this is nothing to Yang Chen. He possessed the blood of the divine dragon, and it was not difficult to suppress the Blood Jade Dragon Spear. Moreover, the reason why this old guy Yu Qingkong said this should also be to take it back. Although very satisfied with his future son-in-law. However, 1 yard for 1 yard. This Blood Jade Dragon Spear was comparable to a holy weapon, and he still wanted to take the opportunity to take back the Jade Clan. After taking it back, it will inevitably fall into the hands of Yuzun again. Yang Chen glanced at the Jade Venerable who was staring at him, the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and then said. Second Elder, this time when I go to the fallen immortal secret realm, I will face all the major Holy Land Tianjiao, and the power of the Blood Jade Dragon Spear is not inferior to the holy weapon. If you bring it, you can also increase some strength. Although the evening generation does not use it, but the Yu Xuan fairy needs it. As for the murderous aura in it, the late generation can eliminate it. Oh, can you eliminate the murderous aura in the Blood Jade Dragon lance? Yu Qingkong was stunned by Yang Chen's words. The Blood Jade Dragon Spear is made from the Demon Dragon Spine, and the murderous aura in it is almost innate. Even the Venerable of the Tribulation Realm who had created the Blood Jade Dragon Spear had not eliminated it. Can the sun be eliminated? Yang Chen smiled and did not speak. Above the palm, the light blooms. The pure white light divine radiance wrapped the Blood Jade Dragon Spear. What a pure light radiance. This seed has cultivated the power of light for thousands of years, and it is far inferior. Yu Qingkong's face was solemn. Although the light divine radiance on Yang Chen's palm is not high, it is extremely pure zero. In contrast, the jade white divine radiance of their Jade Clan was a lot more mixed. It's as if sewage meets clean water. However, even if the light divine radiance in his hand was pure, but with this alone, he could eliminate the killing power in the Blood Jade Dragon gun. That's unlikely. Yu Qingkong shook his head. In his heart, he felt that Yang Chen was a little too big. He should have wanted to show his hands in front of his future father-in-law and Shuner, so he did this. Forget it, find him a step down in a moment. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't just use the light divine radiance to purify the killing power in the blood jade dragon gun. That way, I don't know if it will be purified to the ear of the monkey. He just covered it with the light of light. At this moment, on his palm, a trace of innate light origin peeled out and entered the blood jade dragon spear. This scene could not be detected by others, but Yu Yorong was keenly aware of it. Suddenly, a flash of irritation flashed in the phoenix's eyes. Damn, is this bastard crazy? The innate light origin is so precious, he actually used it to purify the blood jade dragon spear. Just to please Shuner. For some reason, Yu Yorong felt very uncomfortable in his heart at the moment. This bastard also said before that the innate light origin was no more important than her. But at this moment, he directly took the blood jade dragon spear to purify it. 1.6. Yang Chen, it's almost okay. Yu Yorong snorted coldly. Yang Chen looked at her, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, stop conveying the innate light source. In fact, the number of innate light origins just delivered was very small and almost negligible. But unexpectedly, Yu Yorong directly shouted to stop. Moreover, it seems to be angry. This beautiful woman's possessiveness is really strong. Even his niece can't share a little of what he fancy. That's not going to work. In the future, in the face of so many sisters, it will be difficult for him to do so possessively. The light on Yang Chen's palm gradually dissipated. Although it only transmits a little innate light origin. But it was enough to dispel the murderous aura in the blood jade dragon gun. At this moment, the blood jade dragon gun, although the body of the gun is still bloody, it exudes a bright and divine aura, like a gun of light. Yu Qingkong was suddenly shocked. The blood jade dragon spear turned out to be so divine. The murderous aura was not even felt. At this time, Yu Yorong walked in front of Yang Chen, and the crystal jade hand stretched out and directly took the blood jade dragon spear in his hand. After probing, he found that only a few rays of innate light origin were crossed into the body of the gun. The furrowed brow was relieved. Oh, the reason why she probed was also to see how fast Yang Chen transmitted the innate light origin. If it's faster than the speed of transmitting to her, then she doesn't mind cleaning up this mess. A few traces of innate light origin, although she was also very hungry, but in the end, she gave up extracting it. A layer of sealing was arranged to cover the breath of the innate light origin to prevent it from being discovered, and then directly handed the blood jade dragon spear to Yuxuan. The murderous chi in the blood jade dragon spear is difficult to get rid of immediately, but the murderous aura in the gun body has been suppressed. As long as it slowly wears out, it can be eliminated in less than 3 years. Today's blood jade dragon spear retains the power of attack, and it is very suitable for cultivators who cultivate the power of light. Shuner, the blood jade dragon spear will be in your hands from now on. Go to the meteor immortal secret realm, Tianzhao gathers, and with the blood jade dragon spear in hand, it can also increase some combat power for you. Thank you, Aunt. Yuxuan did not refuse, stretched out her jade hand and took it. Holding the blood jade dragon spear, with Yuxuan's tall figure and beautiful face. At this moment, she has a bit more heroic and sassy beauty, like a Valkyrie. Especially the pair of long legs, which fit very well with the long gun, is simply a perfect match. Yang Chen couldn't help but look at it twice. Yuzhan's mind was all on the blood jade dragon spear at the moment, and he didn't notice his eyes, but Yu Yorong on the side noticed it. HMPH. For some reason, she couldn't help but snort. Then he immediately said, Yang Chen, you come with this seat has something to explain to you. After speaking, Yu Yorong walked directly towards the apse. Holy son, thank you, but my aunt seems to be a little angry, you have to be careful later. She is angry with the two of us, there's no roundhouse yet. Yuxuan whispered in Yang Chen's ear at this time. Her fair cheeks showed a flush. The eyes are also a little resentful. During this time, she hinted several times, but the son turned a blind eye. Every night he worked in Chuzai's house. Chuxi is now pregnant with her second child. Yes, Yang Chen's eyes were a little playful. It seems that Yuxuan has misunderstood. Her aunt 650 was angry not because the two of them didn't have a roundhouse. If it was a roundhouse, she might be even more angry. Ding, Yuxuan and the host whispered and talked. Yuzun's state of mind was damaged. The luck of Yuzun, the son of heavenly destiny, was worth 300 points, and the host obtained 300 villain points. Closing square bracket. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Yang Chen glanced at Yuzun with some surprise. Just met his eyes full of jealousy. Can't stand a few words. If you see me and your aunt Yuenshin cultivating together, then aren't you going to be angry to death? The Dao Heaven Temple is not only a palace, but also a holy weapon with both attack and defense, and it is also one of the 6 holy weapons of the Dao Heaven Holy Land. The hall soared directly into the air, turned into a stream of light, and galloped towards the sky. The speed is far faster than the flying spirit boat. Yang Chen followed Yu Yorong to the back hall. The clouds and mist that shrouded Jade Yorong gradually faded, revealing a plump and graceful figure again. Cyan high arms, wrapped in a white palace costume. From the back, although it is a little rich, it is just right. And it is precisely this richness that makes the beauty temperament stronger. HMPH. As if sensing Yang Chen's presumptuous eyes, Yu Yorong snorted lightly and then turned around. Only a big world with the origin of innate light can be born, which can be said to be the most precious thing in heaven and earth. You are now in a low realm, and you don't understand the mysteries of the innate light origin. When you reach the realm of harmony and contact the avenue of heaven and earth, you will know its value. According to the agreement between us, the innate light origin will be shared equally between you and me. The seed does not want to see the innate light origin appear in the hands of others again in the future. Yu Yorong said, her tone a little more warning. Looking at her serious face, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but evoke a touch of playfulness. The disciple is also for the good of the Yuxuan fairy. After all, her strength is low. If she can control the blood jade dragon spear, it can be regarded as adding some combat power. Moreover, fairy Yuxuan is not an outsider. She is the niece of the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, if you were like this, you should not be eating your niece's vinegar, right? Yu Yorong's eyes first flashed a flash of panic, but then, there was anger. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yang Chen, you really can't find death. Jade Yorong's phoenix eyes were frosty, and his breath was like ice. Above the jade hand, the white divine radiance condensed. Directly at Yang Chen's cheek and slapped over. Yang Chen's words just now obviously made her angry. The space fluctuated, and Yu Yorong's palm directly penetrated Yang Chen's body. Phantom, a flash of surprise flashed in Yu Yorong's eyes. Looking 4 or 5 feet ahead, Yang Chen just looked at her for a while. Unexpectedly, your spatial means have reached such a level that you can avoid the attack of the seed. Yu Yorong's tone was a little amazed. Although the slap just now, she just wanted to teach Yang Chen a lesson about this bastard thing, far from using her full strength. However, she was a crossing tribulation realm cultivator who had survived the physical calamity. There are few people in the entire Zhongzhou land who are her opponents now. Moreover, it is still in this heavenly temple, her home field. Even if it's just a simple slap, it's not something you can dodge casually. It's just a fluke. But Holy Lord, the disciple is about to enter the fallen immortal secret realm on behalf of the Holy Land. If you injure your disciple, it will affect the disciple's performance at that time. Yang Chen said with a smile, but in his heart is a secret curse. This old woman has a really big temper. It was casually teased to her, and she actually started it directly. It is still necessary to give Lao Su a big ear scraper. Maid, wait, I will definitely teach you to be a good person in the future. Let you know why the chrysanthemum is so red. You are a physical cultivator, even if you are slapped by the Hansa, it will not take you 2 days to recover. Yu Yorong said, and questioned. The Tao of space can easily take thousands of years of hard practice to achieve something, and if you can master such spatial means in such a short time, I am afraid that it is inseparable from Zhang. The origin chi is intertwined, more is the fusion of physique, the Tao fruit of the cultivator's cultivation, and less the fusion of the Yuan God. Is it difficult for you with good money? Yu Yorong stared at Yang Chen, and a killing intent flashed in his phoenix eyes. Genshin dual cultivation not only exchanges spiritual perceptions but also exchanges memories. She would never allow the secret of her and Yang Chen's Yuanshan double cultivation to be known. Whoever may know will die. If this bastard thing and Zhang and Yuanshan are both cultivated, then she can only quietly erase Zhang. It's not cool to look at her anyway. Yang Chen sensed the killing intent flashing in Yu Yorong's eyes and then shook his head. Except for the Holy Lord, the disciple has not practiced with her human Yuanshan. The disciple has this attainment in the path of space, and he has his own chance. In the future, the disciple's attainments in the Tao of space will continue to improve. But what is the chance? Please forgive the disciple for not telling. Serendipity. Yu Yorong looked a little suspicious but quickly dispersed. The rapid progress of the strength of this bastard is simply unbelievable. It would be strange if there were no earth-shattering chances. HMPH, if you don't say it, the seed is too lazy to know. Yu Yorong secretly cursed in his heart. Then he asked. What happened to the destructive energy you used to defeat Jade Venerable? Tell this seed in detail, you can't hide it. Destruction energy. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This beautiful woman seemed to be observing every move in the hall from beginning to end. His use of destructive energy to fuse sword intent was also seen by her. However, Yang Chen did not hide it. Even if he told Yu Yorong the 313 method, it would be difficult for this old woman to show it. Hands outstretched, a golden flame burned in one hand. One hand releases the radiance of light. The two energies fuse. Suddenly, an aura of destruction emanated from it. This destructive energy was comprehended by a disciple by chance. Formed by fusing the disciple's own origin flame and light divine radiance. As Yang Chen spoke, the golden flame and the white light divine radiance also completely merged into a white gold light. Jade Yorong Yu's hand stretched out and directly removed this white gold energy from Yang Chen's palm. Although the white gold energy contained an astonishing destructive power and was extremely violent, with Yang Chen's current cultivation, he should also be careful, and the slightest mistake could explode and injure himself. However, Yu Yorong's cultivation can be easily controlled. Felt it quietly for a moment. The white gold energy AIBJ slowly disappeared in Yu Yorong's hands. Then, above her palm, a white light and a glazed flame also appeared. Seeing that glazed flame, Yang Chen's eyes condensed slightly. Glazed sacred heart flame, the corners of Yu Yorong's mouth were slightly hooked. With a touch of pride. Good. The glazed sacred heart flame is the inheritance fire of my Jade clan, and it is held by successive patriarchs. Yang Chen, you are a fire cultivator, and the different fire should be very important to you. The glazed sacred heart flame ranks fourth on the xenofire list, and it can purify and burn everything. If you can give birth to 10 holy body level heirs for my Jade clan, and give this throne 3 more innate light origins, this throne can be the master and give you the glazed sacred heart flame. Yu Yorong's voice showed a hint of demagoguery. The glazed sacred heart flame was undoubtedly at the top level among the 108 different fires. Compared with it, Qinglian Tianyan is much weaker. Otherwise, it would not have become the inheritance fire of the Yu family, which has been passed down for millions of years. However, the glass sacred heart flame was not so tempting for Yang Chen now. Although fusing the glazed sacred heart flame, he could make his sun god flame and his own strength improve again. But his current combat power no longer completely relies on the power of flames. Moreover, 10 holy body level heirs were born, and 3% of the innate light origin. Yu Yorong, this old woman really dared to open her mouth. Sancheng's innate light origin doesn't want to think about it. 10 Eucharist level heirs are fine, but they must be able to accommodate this beautiful woman in person. The Holy Lord is kind, and the disciple has received it, but since the glazed sacred heart flame is the inheritance fire of the Jade clan, let's continue to stay in the Jade clan. Yang Chen said lightly. Huh, Yu Yorong pouted. Yang Chen's refusal was also expected by her. After all, this kid isn't stupid either. However, this matter can be discussed slowly later. Since it is an exchange, the price is negotiable. Yu Yorong's gaze was once again fixed on the divine radiance and flames. Then, start to slowly blend it in, but at this time. Bang, the light divine radiance and the glazed sacred heart flame, which had been fused together, exploded directly as if water and fire were incompatible. The white light radiance shot out like pillars of light. The flames of the glazed sacred heart were raging, and it wrapped the two of them instantly. Although Yu Yorong does not cultivate the way of flame, the glazed sacred heart flame is the 4th ranked alien fire on the xenofire list. The intensity of the flame was so strong that even with Yang Chen's current cultivation, it was able to resist. But the clothes were burned, and the bronze body was honest in the hall. However, when Yang Chen looked at Yu Yorong, he was stunned. The light divine radiance and the glazed sacred heart flame exploded on Yu Yorong's palm, which could be said to be close to her. In addition, she was self-cultivated and did not make any defenses. At this moment, the white palace dress on her body was gone. What appeared in Yang Chen's eyes was a white patch, with ravines crisscrossing it. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Yang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mountain peaks and ravines crisscross, but it is a little less trees, and it can't help but be a little monotonous. This also made Yang Chen a little puzzled. Yu Yorong is more than 4,000 years old. How so? However, without waiting for him to think about it, Yu Yorong reacted. A white palace dress directly wraps the plump and delicate body. Then, a handprint of true chi condensation slapped at Yang Chen's cheek over. The space fluctuated, and Yang Chen directly moved out for more than 10 zhong. In the position where he was standing just now, the white jade platform engraved with the Zanao formation was directly smashed by Yu Yorong's palm. The entire hall shook violently. Maid, Yang Chen cursed secretly in his heart. This old woman, this is a dead hand. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and if he was hit by this palm, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Yang Chen looked at the gloomy Yu Yorong, and hurriedly drank. Holy Lord, what are you doing? From beginning to end, this matter has nothing to do with the disciples. As a senior of the Holy Lord, even if your cultivation is supreme, you can't spread your anger on your disciples at will. Besides, all this is too sudden, and the disciple didn't mean to see it. You shut up, Hansa. Yu Yorong's voice was gloomy, mixed with deep shame. Thinking of the scene just now, she was murderous. If it weren't for the fact that this mess had some effect, she really wanted to wipe him out directly. She was about to cross the tribulation and become a supreme existence of a true immortal soon after, and she was actually seen by Yang Chen's Jr. Damn it, don't hurry up and put your clothes on yet. Yu Yorong forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart and then said coldly. Yang Chen took out a white shirt and put it on. Then, at the entrance of the space in the apse, came the voice of the second elder. Holy Lord, what happened? It's okay, the seed is instructing the Holy Son to practice. Yu Yorong tried to make his voice as flat as possible. Then, the voice of Yu Zun came from the entrance of the space. Aunt, Zuner asks for a meeting. Yu Yorong's voice was very impatient. Hansa doesn't have time to see you, reflect on yourself. After speaking, Yu Yorong directly flicked his fingers and sealed the entrance to the space that could transmit sound. Seeing this, the corners of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Zuner, your aunt is not in the mood to see you now. After all, we've only just been honest with each other. Rattle, Yang Chen, what are you laughing at? Hansa asked you, the fusion of light and flame, there will be a violent explosion, did you know in advance? This is all your calculation. Yu Yorong took a step and stood directly in front of Yang Chen. Although there is a faint fragrance, it is difficult to hide the coldness that emanates from the body. Yang Chen suddenly said helplessly, Holy Lord, is this image of the disciple in your heart? The reason why the explosion occurred just now should be because the two energies are not equal, and you have not refined the glass sacred heart flame, which is not your origin fire, so the repulsion is extremely high. The reason why the disciple can succeed is because the flame is the fire of the origin of the flesh, and the light divine radiance is the fusion of the innate light origin of the Yuan God, and the energy of the two is relatively balanced. Hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Yu Yorong's eyes flickered, as if he was deep in thought. Finally, snored coldly. He obviously agreed with Yang Chen's statement. The glazed sacred heart flame appeared again in the palm. Like a glass flame, it is elegant and holy, which is very consistent with her temperament. However, she did not refine, because her current body is a piece of Titan divine jade, which is compatible with different fire. If you can't refine the glazed sacred heart flame, then the control of the alien fire will always stay on the surface. Yang Chen's kind of destructive energy, she was destined to be uncontrollable. Abominable. Yu Yorong directly dispersed the palm flame, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Originally, he was also ready to control the destructive energy and improve his strength. As a result, he couldn't control it, and he was also seen naked by Yang Chen's dog thing. Especially the surprise that flashed in the eyes of this bastard at that time. It must have been discovered that she was different. Thinking of this, Yu Yorong's fair cheeks couldn't help but blush a little. Silver teeth clenched and warned in a low voice. Yang Chen, today's matter, if you dare to reveal half a word, the seed is fighting for the innate light origin and will kill you. Holy Lord, rest assured, disciples have always been tight-lived. Besides, the relationship between the two of us is extraordinary, with the divine soul involved in the dual cultivation of the Yuan God. If you can't even believe the disciples, who else can you believe? Yang Chen said with a straight face. In my mind, the white ravine just now reappeared. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart whether it was because Yu Yorong, a beautiful woman, fused with the Titan divine jade, which caused her to be different from ordinary people. Who has an unusual relationship with you? Your partnership with Hansa is just a simple partnership. Lessen the main seat cover. Yu Yorong drank with a cold face. But the coldness on his body has weakened a lot. 497. Yang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Yu Yorong is such a beautiful woman in a high position, her self-esteem must be extremely strong. If he didn't have the involvement of Yuan double cultivation with her, saw her body, and knew the secrets of her place, then this old woman would definitely kill her directly regardless of everything. But now, there are only a few warnings. It seems that the influence of Yuan double cultivation is quite large. The matter of letting Yu Yorong personally strengthen the bloodline of the Jade clan can also be put on the agenda. It may be that he had just been honest with Yang Chen, and his mood was more complicated. Yu Yorong did not continue to talk to Yang Chen, but walked to the side, not knowing what he was thinking. Yang Chen looked around at this time and couldn't help but ask. Holy Lord, this time I went to the fallen immortal secret realm, why didn't I see my master? Yang Chen had some doubts in his heart. Master Venerable Shouwei has also reached the refining void realm, and she is still a saint, so don't she go to the fallen immortal secret realm? Moreover, he had not seen Master Venerable for some time. Even when he became a holy son, the master did not come. This is not in line with the style of the master. Yu Yorong turned around, the anger and shame on her face had basically dissipated, and she had once again returned to her dignity and elegance. The Yin Yang mirror opened a secret realm left by the Tao Heavenly Ancestor Master, and your master entered it, and it was difficult to come out for 3 years and 5 years. So that's the case, it's a bit of a pity. Yang Chen nodded. No wonder I haven't seen Master Venerable during this time. The opening of the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm is a Zhongzhou grand event. If Master Venerable can enter it together, although she is a villain, he can also help her seize 1 or 2 opportunities. Regret. HMPH, that secret realm was left by the Tao Heavenly Ancestor Master, and although the Tao Heavenly Ancestor Master had also benefited from the ancient inheritance in the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm, he had long been better than the blue. That secret realm was the Tao Heavenly Ancestor who broke the barrier between the immortal realm and the Kunlun realm 3,000 years ago. The inheritance inside is also a thing of the immortal world. Your master can enter it, it is her creation. Tao Heavenly Ancestor descended 3,000 years ago. Yu Yorong's words made Yang Chen a little surprised. Tao Heavenly Ancestor Master was a figure millions of years ago, how could he still descend the inheritance 3,000 years ago? Could it be that he is still alive? Yang Chen's shocked expression made the corners of Yu Yorong's mouth hook a curve and slowly said. This matter is a secret of the Holy Land, and only the seed and several core elders know about it. Now as the Holy Son, the future Lord of the Holy Land, you are also qualified to know. If you pass the 3 tribulations of immortal transformation in the Kunlun realm and become a true immortal, you can ascend to the upper realm, that is, the immortal realm. The Tao Heavenly Ancestor Master is the Holy Spirit born of heaven and earth, and he is extremely talented, and after entering the immortal world, he even created a Tao system called the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. In the past million years, all the sages of my Tao Heavenly Holy Land who have ascended to the immortal realm have also entered the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. True immortal, Shouyuan is in 3 to 50,000 years, and the Tao Heavenly Ancestor has lived for millions of years, and has become a giant in the immortal world. It can be imagined that the realm has far surpassed those ancient immortals in the Meteor Immortal Secret Realm. Your master can obtain the inheritance descended by the Ancestor, and when he goes out again, I am afraid that he has already been reborn. HMPH, if the seed had known that the inheritance place needed the Yin Yang mirror to open, it would not be your master's turn to enter it. If you have a jade, the amount of information can be described as extremely large. 0. Yang Chen also read a lot of ancient books during this time. However, the description of the immortal world is only a few words, only saying that it is a world that makes true immortals yearn for. Now it seems that the immortal realm should be a world with a higher level than the Kunlun realm. It is somewhat similar to the relationship between the northern spirit domain and the middle state land. The ancestor who has lived for millions of years and has not died is still fighting for a world in the immortal domain. The key is not to forget the descendants who left behind in the Kunlun world. This ancestor is still strange. Presumably, the inheritance that descended must also be carefully selected for his descendants, which is extraordinary. Maid, such a good 3.1 thing, why not call me? Yin and Yang mirror, Lao Su is also half of its owner. As if seeing the resentment in Yang Chen's eyes, Yu Yorong said with a little sarcasm. You hadn't become a holy son at that time, and you weren't considered the core figure of the Holy Land, so naturally you can't tell you such secrets. Moreover, the Tao heavenly ancestor is a woman, majoring in the power of Titan, and the inheritance that descends is naturally based on the power of Titan. What are you doing as a fire cultivator?